कार्यक्रम आरंभ करने को जीवा आरंभ करने पूर्वर मु वर्तमान मोर सहकर्मी रंजना को अनुरोध करी सी आपण मन को तांकर सुललित कंठरे गोटे मुग्धकर गीत शुणेबे जोटा आपण माने समस्ते जानिचंती आ मु अनुरोध करी आपण माने समस्ते भी तांका संगरे गाइबे।
ओके, नमस्कार समस्तों को, वेलकम एवरीवन and let us begin today's conclave's first opening session with this song from the 15th century written by Shri Narsingh Mehta and ये गाना महात्मा गांधी का फेवरेट गाना भी है जो हम सब सुनकर बड़े हुए होंगे। So आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि मैं एक एक लाइन ही गा रही हूँ। Let us join and sing this song and begin this event. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे, वैष्णव जन तो please sing, तेने कहिए जे, पीर पराई जाने रे, वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे, पीर पराई जाने रे, पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए, पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए, मन अभिमान नाने रे, वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे।
One who is a Vaishnav knows the pain of others. जे जने वैष्णव अन्य मानकर जंत्रणा जानती। He does good to others without letting pride enter his mind. जने अहंकार शून्य होई उपकार करिया पई आगे आसंती तांकु ही आमे वैष्णव कहि थाउ। ए स्टांजार माने होची एया केते सुंदर आ केते मुग्धकर।
सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे, सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे, निंदा न करे के नीरे, निंदा न करे के नीरे, वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे, वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे, जन धन धन जननी तेनी रे। Blessed is the mother who has a child like this.
धन्य से जननी जे एभली जणे शिशु को जन्म देइछंती जे विश्व को सह करि पारंती, जे विश्व को प्रशंसा करि पारंती, अन्य मानक विषय रे खराब कथा कहंती नाही, तांकर प्रतिज्ञा कार्य एवं चिंताधारा सब बेले शुद्ध रखे।
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी,
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी। नो नो यू आर
थोड़ा नीचे से गाओ। समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी, समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी, पर स्त्री जेने मात रे, जीवा थकी असत्य न बोले, जीवा थकी असत्य न बोले, पर धन नव झाली हाथ रे, वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
Thank you, Ranjana, for making me sing after decades. A Vaishnav sees everything equally, rejects greed and avarice, respects woman as he respects his own mother. Though his tongue may tire, he will utter no untruth, never touches the poverty of others. जड़े वैष्णव सबकिछि समान भाव देखती, लोभ और आभारी को प्रत्याख्यान करती, महिला मानक से निजर माँ हिसाब से सम्मान करती, जदिओ तांकर भाषा क्लांत हो पारे से केबे कोनोसी असत्य कहती नहीं, अन्य मानक संपत्ति केबे स्पर्श करती नहीं. So with these wonderful lines, I think मु समस्त को अनुरोध करी समस्त टिके ए जो गीत पाई ए गीतर जो महत्व अच्छी जो महात्म्य अच्छी ता पछरे जो अभिचिंता अच्छी ता पई टिके ताली मारिबा दरकार. And we should feel proud that we are in India where we have poets like this जो माने ए टर्म्स से चिंता करती जो माने ए भली लाइन्स आम पई छाड़ी जाइछंती लिगेसी हिसाब रे. Thank you so much. Good morning once again. समस्त को नमस्कार. पुणी थरे आनुष्ठानिक भाव में ओडिशा विकास कॉन्क्लेव चतुर्थ संस्करण को मु स्वागत जणाइबा चाहिए आपण मान को समस्त को. आमे माने कार्यक्रम को आनुष्ठानिक भाव में वर्तमान आरंभ करबा. मु अनुरोध करबी रंजना को से परवर्ती कार्यक्रम विशेष भाव में ओडिशा विकास कॉन्क्लेव बाबद आपण मान को 2 लाइन कहिबे आ ता परे परे आमर गोटे छोटिया फिल्म प्रस्तुत होती ओडिशा विकास कॉन्क्लेव जर्नी उपरे ताकू भी आमे माने देखिबा मने पकेबा आमे माने केबेठु आरंभ करथिले कार्यक्रम को भली गति देखि आसीचे आ आज आसी चतुर्थ संस्करण रे पहुंचीचे आ आगो को बहुत दूर अछि जिबा पई. रंजना.
We all know that Odisha Vikas Conclave is an outcome of joint efforts of a broad coalition, which is the Odisha Development Initiative. This initiative, this group involves civil society organizations, academicians, corporate sector, media, government, and others. So this is OVC is a platform for dialogue and deliberation among diverse stakeholders to facilitate development partnership in realizing inclusive and sustainable development goals in Odisha. So today's event is the 4th one in the series. The first Odisha Conclave was organized in 2016, and it dealt with 11 thematic tracks. So the issues issues of 11 thematic tracks were discussed in the first Odisha Conclave. The second Odisha Conclave, the second edition of the Odisha Vikas Conclave was organized in August 2018, which had 19 thematic tracks. The third in the series was organized virtually considering the impact of COVID-19. That was organized in December 2020. And today we are participating in the 4th Odisha Vikas Conclave in the series. So the details of the Odisha Vikas Conclaves, the different the different years of the journey will be available on the website, which is odishavikas.org. And there is a small, as Snehapa said, there is a small film that has been made on this journey. So we are going to play that film for you to experience the journey. Lights off kar de tha.
Sound case. आपण मानकर मन थी 2016 रे हम आरंभ करथिले प्रथम संस्करण 2018 रे द्वितीय आ 2020 रे जतबेले कोविड रे समस्ते कोविड समस्त को आच्छादित करके रखी आक्रांत करके रखी से समय आम मैंने वर्चुअली एकाठी होते जेहेतु फिजिकली हो पान तेणु वर्चुअली दैट वाज द थर्ड एडिशन एंड नाउ वी आर हियर इन द फोर्थ एडिशन तो कोविड पर समस्त को एकाठी हबार चांस भी गोटे यहाँ जगेची बोली मु भावुची थैंक यू ऑल फॉर बीइंग हियर वंस अगेन आई नाउ वुड लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस एंड वेलकम द गेस्ट ऑफ दिस मॉर्निंग मु आज जो मैंने अतिथि अच्छा से स्वागत जनवाक चाहिए और से अनुरोध करी प्रथमे वेलकम करी प्रोफेसर अमिताभ कुंडू प्रोफेसर एमेरिटस
Professor Emeritus Amitabh Kundu is an eminent economist and social scientist. He has held several positions in Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi School of Economics, the Indian Institute of Social Sciences, among others. He has been an advisor on poverty at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia and also to Government of Sri Lanka. And he has been associated with research institutions and universities across the globe.
मु अनुरोध करी प्रफुल्ल कुमार साहू सार को टिके सार आसबे स्टेज को आमर अतिथि को फेलिसिटेट करेंगे ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल ऑफ अस सर प्लीज आसंतु सर आसंतु सर प्लीज कम प्रफुल्ल कुमार साहू फॉर्मर चेयरपर्सन CYSD, jane thinker, jane visionary person, an alumni of TISS. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I now welcome Dr. R. Balakrishnan, Chief Advisor, Chief Minister Office. Mr. R. Balakrishnan, we all know he is a bureaucrat, accomplished author, and a poet, a multi-talented individual. He held many important positions like Election Commission of India, Chief Vigilance Officer, and many other positions in his 34 years of service, and retired as Additional Chief Secretary and Development Commissioner in 2018. Currently, he continues his service as the Chief Advisor in CMO, and also he has been with us for all the fourth edition, and we would like to see sir in all the editions of OBC. Thank you so much. And I now request Professor sir to felicitate Mr. Balakrishnan.
Our next guest is Ms. Andrea Wojnar, the country representative of UNFPA, who has been leading development and humanitarian operations from grassroots to the international level for more than 3 decades. Driven by the power of data, she's passionate about evidence-based advocacy and high-level policy dialogues to influence decision-making on the issues of gender equality for sustainable development. She has also worked for the US Peace Corps, International Federation of Red Cross Society in 50 countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Welcome, Ms. Wojnar.
I now request Prafulla sir to felicitate Ms. Andrea Wojnar on behalf of all of us, on behalf of Odisha Vikash Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take the liberty of informing all of you. Collaborators such as the UNFPA, we also have Edit Action, Coalition Food and Nutrition Security, ORTF, Centurion University, AINA, SDRC, NAVO, Gram Vikas, Vasan, Indian Chambers of Commerce, Helpage India, JSPL, Odisha Dialogues, Priya, Digital Green, Diverse Us, and Human Contest, and many more, many more. In fact, the line goes on and on. Thank you. Yeah. I now request Dr. Muniraju SB, Deputy Advisor, Niti Ayog. Dr. Muniraju is currently serving as a deputy advisor in Niti Aayog. He is a dedicated and talented professional with 15 plus years of experience in social research and administration. He has worked in many national and state level institutions at different positions, including NIMANS, National Commission for ST and SC, Planning Commission of Government of India, and also headed a skill development center for disadvantaged. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Dr. Muniraju. Mo anurodh karbi sarku to felicitate Dr. Muniraju on behalf of all of us.
Now we'd like to invite Dr. Nadeem Noor, State Head UNFPA, who's known for his persuasive advocacy on public policy. He has been awarded PhD in Gender, Body and Sexuality from the University of Manchester. He has over 16 years of experience in managing UN offices, including UNFPA, UNDP and UNICEF in different states and UTs of India. Welcome, Dr. Noor.
Yeah. I request Professor Sir to felicitate Dr. Nadeem Noor on behalf of all of us, the State Head of UNFPA. I now request the person who is behind this conclave, the person who has dreamed for this conclave, apan mane samaste janichanti, Sri Jagadanand, the former State Information Commissioner of Odisha, member State Planning Board of Odisha, presently a member of Standing Committee of CSO's Niti Aayog Committee and also the co-founder and mentor of CYST. He was offered senior visiting fellowship at Vikash, World Alliance for Citizen Participation, and worked on the issues of legitimacy, transparency, and accountability within civil society, and the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, Cambridge, USA. His publication, Civil Society Legitimacy and Accountability, is widely available in French, Spanish, Arabic, and English language. Sir, mu Jagdanand ko bhi apna felicitate karibe na, Prafula sir. That would have been really nice. Okay.
Thank you, Sahu sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And with this, I would like to request Sri Jagdanand to preside over this meeting and take the session on.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Thank you. Amaro Sneha एवं रंजना अति चमत्कार भाव में आरंभ करचंती आउ जो साथी माने स्थान अभाव सीट पाई पार नांती आपण माने दया करी बाहर भी गोटे स्क्रीन व्यवस्था कर दिया जाऊ आपण माने देखि पारिबे आउ जो माने पाइचंती सेमानकु मोर हॉल भीतर जो माने अछंती तांकु विशेष शुभेच्छा विशेष धन्यवाद आपण माने समय काढ़ी आज कोहला पाग जोगु पाग सत्वे भी समस्ते आसिक पहुंचती. So distinguished guests, Dr. Balkrishnan is a friend of ours actually, right? All from the first conclave, second conclave, third conclave we couldn't do physically, so he was not here, and fourth he's here. I hope we continue also his association for the subsequent conclaves as well. I have a very special and warm welcome to Andrea, Nadeem and the UNFPA team, especially for their all-out support and collaborative hand in making this conclave with the theme of demography development theme a reality actually this time. We didn't know how to navigate through, but it was a wonderful partnership, wonderful collaboration to bring back the demography discourse, demography narrative in the center stage again, right? It's so important, so important. And also for Niti Aayog, Dr. Muniraju again has been with us from the beginning itself, right? He came with the deputy chairman in the first one, second one also he came with the deputy chair, and now we are very fortunate and happy that Dr. Muni Raju, who is an epicenter in the social justice division of the Niti Aayog, is with us. So thank you, Dr. Muni Raju, and thank you, Niti Aayog, for lending their partnership, collaborative support for this event. And I'm sure some of the outcome and recommendations which are emerging from this event will be discussed, and Niti Aayog will always, as usual, provide a platform for that discussion. We are super excited that Professor Amitav Kundu is with us, and Professor Kundu has been again a friend, philosopher, guide, and a real co-traveler all throughout. जब भी ओडिशा विकास कनक्लेव रे आमे तांको खोजिचु सासचंती गला ओडिशा विकास कनक्लेव रे 18 रे ओडिशा रो डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स उपरे गोटे चमत्कार प्रेजेंटेशन देथिले आज भी आमे तांको रखिचु से हमकु दिग्दर्शन देबे ओडिशा 2036 बेलकु कुआडे जाउची एवं डेमोग्राफी आ डेवलपमेंट रो स्थिति कोन थिबो आज हमरो कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर कुंडू. I can see many distinguished personalities, associates, well-wishers in the audience. I can't take each one's name, it will be a very long list and I will miss out some, but a very, very special warm greetings to all of you. आपने आश्चंती रही मोर विशेष अभिनंदन जो मैंने मलकानगिरी, नवरंगपुर, रायगड़ा, कोरापुट, कलाहांडी, बलांगीर, नुआपड़ा, सुंदरगढ़, केउंझर, मयूरभंज, जगतसिंहपुर एवं अन्य जिलूर जो मैंने आसचंती एते दूर दूरांतरू आमर पंचायत प्रतिनिधि माने भी अछंती, सामाजिक अनुष्ठान माने महिला संचय समितिर नेतृमंडल भी अछंती, चाषी मानकर संगठन फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रो किछि नेतृवृंद से भी अछंती. तेणु आपण मानकु समस्ती की आउथरे स्वागत समस्ती को एते दूररू आसिकी पहुँचवा एवं ये चर्चा रे भाग नवा एटा किछि कम कथा नुह किंतु एवं काली जेतोले मु देखुतली जो चर्चार विषय वस्तु थिला आमे पंचायत स्तर रे विकास को केमती पहुँचेबा एवं सेठु केमती त्वरान्वित हबो जेमती जणे केही पछरे न रही जाए. तेणु समस्ती को विशेष धन्यवाद. एवं ओबीसी रो ई जो कार्यक्रम एटा केबे संभव नुह एटा कोनोसी गोटे अनुष्ठान केबे करि परिबोनी. तेणु जो आमर पार्टनर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो मानकर ना नेले स्नेह एवं रंजना से माने समस्त तांकर अकुंठ सहयोग साहाय्य सेथरे आमर जो माने कोलाबोरेटिव पार्टनर्स जो माने नॉलेज पार्टनर जमती ओडिशा डायलॉग प्रिया आउ अन्य सबू अछंती अनुष्ठान समस्ती को मु विशेष धन्यवाद देवी जे आमे हाथ बढ़ेचे विशेष करी कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर पाई इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स आउ जो माने कॉर्पोरेट लीडर्स जो माने अछंती सो समस्ती की बहुत विशेष मोर अभिनंदन धन्यवाद जे आपण माने समय काढिकी एथरे जोग दैचंती. ओडिशा 2036 पाई जदि हमकु री इमेजिन करबा सेतबेले जनसंख्या कौन होइतिबो परिवर्तित जनसंख्या से जनसंख्या को आखिरे रखिकरी विकास रो खसड़ा कौन होबो ता उपरे आज दिन तमाम चर्चा चलिबो एवं आपण माने याथरे जोग देबे. किंतु ये जो ट्रांजिशन इश्यूज मझिरे रहीगला किछि ट्रांजिशन इश्यूज पॉइंट्स जो थे लैंड एजुकेशन सेफ माइग्रेशन केमती हबो डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन नो सेफ माइग्रेशन अर्बनाइजेशन रो जो ढांचाटा जाउची ताकू केमती आमे केते स्मूथ करि परिबा केते सफल करि परिबा एवं स्वास्थ्य पोषण रो जो समस्या रहउची ताकू केमती आमे मुकाबला करिबा एवं ता संगे चाषी मानकर जो जो छोट मोट समस्या रहउची विशेष करी छोट चाषी नाममात्र चाषी तांकर केमती रहिबा एटा होची ओडिशा विकास कनक्लेव रो गोटे बहुत बड़ लक्ष्य. एमनकर कौन समस्या हम जनसंख्या परिवर्तित जनसंख्या को देखिकी ता संगे आमर युवपीढ़ी आमर वयस्क जो मैंने रहिले आमर एजेड पॉपुलेशन सीनियर सिटीजेन्स जो माने रहिले गाँ ठू धरिक सहर जाए तांकर संख्या गोटे अद्भुत आकार रे बढ़िया को जाउची एवं तांकु नेकिरी कोन कार्यक्रम हबो से विषय रे एवं युवपीढ़ी कथा जो उठुची तांकर दक्षता को केमती आमे वृद्धि करिबा तांकर लाइवलीहुड अपॉर्चुनिटी तांकर जहाँ जीविका को केमती से माने मैनेज करिवे से कथा देखिबा एवं एंटायर जो से कथा एवं जो माने वयस्क लोक रहिले तांकु केमती का आमे सोशल सिक्यूरिटी तांकु केमती गोटे प्रोडक्टिव सिस्टम रे आनिबा सेटा होची आज ओबीसी पई बहुत बड़ आह्वान एवं ओबीसी माध्यम रे तृणमूल स्तर जो फीडबैक जोटा सरकार के पई बहुत अमूल्य एवं बहुत समय रे तृणमूल स्तर फीडबैक ठीक भाव में पहुंची पारेनी एवं बहुत चमत्कार कार्यक्रम हुए किंतु तृणमूल लोक मैंने कौन देखुंट कौन अनुभव कौन समस्या सांगे जोड़ी होती यू नो ऑल दैट grassroots problems, grassroots feedback from panchayat, from village, you know, it's very difficult to get actually. So OBC is an attempt to bring that together so that from panchayat to the cabinet, last mile issue is discussed. Garib ro katha, छोट चाषी कथा आदिवासी कथा महिला मानकर कथा एटा जेमतिका आमे ताकू करि परिबा ओबीसी होची गोटे एस्पिरेशन एवं ये एस्पिरेशन रे समाज सरकार आ बाजार ये तीन जन जो बसिकी चर्चा करती एवं समाज जहाँ समस्या को सांगे जोड़िबा पाई समस्या आसे जे समस्त भितर तालमेल रहेनी तेणु ताकू जोड़बार जो काम जो तालमेल बनइबार जो काम ताकू जो कन्वर्ज करिवार जो काम से कामटा को गोटे मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर प्लाटफॉर्म रे करिबा सेटा होची ओबीसी पई गोटे बहुत बड़ उपलब्ध एवं गोटे सुजोग एथिरे आज जो कार्यक्रम भितर तो अपन देखिबे सम्मेलन रे आमे आज सुनिबा एवं सम्मेलन पर आमे देखिबा आज विभिन्न विषय रे चर्चा हबो विभिन्न जगार आपण माने बांटी हिजबे फिर संध्या बेला आमे एकाठी हबा संध्या बेला में आम राज्यर डेवलपमेंट कमिशनर को डाकिचु आम राज्यर प्रमुख सचिव को डाकिचु तांग सामना रे आमे रखिबा आमे कोन देखिचे कोन अब आम सामना रे सेतबेले जा रखिबा तापरे आज संध्या रे आउट भी कार्यक्रम रखाई ये सब सरला परे फिर 8टा बेलू आमर जो प्रवासी ओडिया माने अछंती जो मैंने बाहर रही जाइछंती एवं तांग मन भी डाकुच जे ओडिशा रे किछि करिहबो कि आमे किछि करि परिबो कि सो प्रवासी ओडिया मान संगे एवं कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड रो किछि दिग्गज लीडरशिप टीम संगे आमे संध्या बेला आज गोटे फायर साइड गोटे चैट रखिछु जे टिके कथावार्ता तांग संगे हबा तांको मन रे कोन अछि एवं ठोस भाव रे समान कोन करि परिबे एवं कोन करिवार संभावना अछि एवं समान केमति सेतरे भाग नै परिबे सो एथि सहित मु सभा को आगु को बढ़ेबा पूर्वरु आमर जे CYST रो अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर राजेश टंडन जे को चेयर यूनेस्को को चेयर ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी कम्युनिटी लिंकेज तांकर गोटे छोट मेसेज थिला से मेसेज रखिबी एवं तापरे सभा को आगु को बढ़ेबा डॉक्टर राजेश टंडन
Namaskar. I am delighted to be learning about the inauguration of Odisha Vikash Conclave-2023 being organized by CYSD in partnership with UNFPA and several other civil society organizations, government departments, media organizations. Odisha is one of the few states in this country where civil society and non-profit organizations have periodically taken a lead to debate directions for Odisha's development. CYSD and its many civil society partners over the years have been undertaking this exercise periodically with a view to gather evidence from the bottom up and bring it to the attention of policymakers, political leaders, investment agencies, CSR agencies, etc. This particular initiative today is focusing on the future of Odisha when it turns 100, Odisha 2036. And the most important focus is on shifting demographic patterns. In the last few years, migration of men and women, both technically qualified professionals as well as semi-literate, poor, unskilled women and men and tribal communities has been a major issue confronting Odisha. As population becomes both old and young, it is important that development interventions look at a lifespan approach, looking at from birth to death. Even issues like literacy, digital literacy, access to new technology is not merely a challenge for youth, it is also a challenge for elderly population, which had its prime before this technology became available. I am especially interested in how we evolve development directions for the large tribal community of Odisha. Not all tribals need to become drivers in Bangalore or Delhi, nor they need to become technicians. Tribal indigenous knowledge and their enormous natural resources have proven to be path-breaking in designing livelihood and social development programs, which will also address the emerging challenges of climate change. As the world discusses in COP28 in Dubai what should happen to fossil fuel, I think all of us in Odisha should be discussing how the knowledge, expertise, and natural resources of Odisha's tribal populations can be harnessed with a view to create livelihood which is local, sustainable, and does not damage natural resources. I look forward to your successful deliberation. Greetings to you all, and along with CYSD and its many partners, we are committed to taking forward recommendations arising out of these deliberations. Namaskar and thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajesh Bhai. Actually, you missed him. He should have been here, but then at least his message is there. Thank you. I now request Professor Kundu, who is there here with us. Oh, sorry. Sorry, yeah, my apology. I would like to actually request Dr. Nadeem Noor to set the context. I was actually doing a mistake. Without setting the context, how can we ask our guest to speak something? So, Dr. Nadeem Noor, please, the state head of UNFPA.
Thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan, sir. So pleased to meet you. I've been wanting to meet you ever since I moved to Odisha. It's a great opportunity, and thank you, Jagdanand ji, for making this happen. Amitabh Kundu ji, a guide, a mentor, who has been with us in this journey for a very long time now. Dr. Muni Raju ji, and colleagues and friends. It's very unlikely that we have such a large gathering of civil society and government sitting on one platform. And this shows the spirit of partnership with which Odisha has always worked and aims to continue to work. So congratulations to all of you for coming together and making this happen, Odisha Development Conclave. We have been talking this with Jagdanand ji for a very long time to renew this work, because this is one of the most powerful thing to happen. कॉन्टेक्स्ट इसका बताने के लिए एक बात है कि 1932 में एक ब्रिटिश ऑथर थे एडलस हक्सले, उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी थी ब्रेव न्यू वर्ल्ड। उसमें उन्होंने एक सिचुएशन का इमेजिनेशन किया था 1932 में कि ऐसी सिचुएशन आ गई है कि जहाँ पे ह्यूमन बीइंग्स ने रिप्रोडक्शन को अबंडन कर दिया है, यानी कि अब बच्चे पैदा नहीं हो रहे हैं और सोसाइटी एकदम एक्सटिंक्ट के हालात में है। ये सोचिए, ये 1932 में जिस वक्त लोग पॉपुलेशन को लेके बात कर रहे थे कि पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल करना ज़रूरी है या पॉपुलेशन बहुत बड़ी है, उस टाइम ये किताब लिखी गई थी। और उसके बाद एडलस हक्सले इसमें इमेजिन करते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट जो रिप्रोडक्शन का आर्ट है उसको ले लेती है और अब जो बच्चे पैदा हो रहे हैं वो हैचरीज में पैदा हो रहे हैं। हैचरीज में पैदा होने का मतलब है कि जिस तरह से माना जाता है कि उनको किया जिस तरह से सोसाइटी को चाहिए या गवर्नमेंट को चाहिए उस हिसाब से बच्चों को पैदा कर रहे हैं। बात ये नहीं है कि वो क्या लिखा गया, बात ये है कि वो एक सोच थी और जब तक वो सोच साइंस फिक्शन की तरह नहीं लगे वो सोच नहीं होती। और आज हम तकरीबन 100 साल बाद उसी स्टेज पे पहुंच रहे हैं जहां पे पॉपुलेशन का डिक्लाइन शुरू हो रहा है और एक एजिंग पॉपुलेशन की तरफ हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं। जो चेंजेस हैं नेचुरल हैं और ये चेंजेस अपने आप होते रहते हैं। कोई चेंज अच्छा या बुरा नहीं होता, चेंज बड़ा या छोटा होता है। और हम ये जानते हैं कि जो उड़ीसा के कंटेक्स्ट में चेंज हो रहा है ये आने वाले समय में काफ़ी बड़ा हो रहा है और इस बड़े चेंज को साथ में एक साथ मिलके चलने के लिए इस कॉन्क्लेव में सिविल सोसाइटी पार्टनर्स, गवर्नमेंट, डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी सब लोग एक साथ आए हुए हैं। दिस इज समथिंग दैट शोज कि उड़ीसा में डेमोक्रेसी कितनी स्ट्रांग है। दिस इज समथिंग जो कि हर चीज़ ख़त्म होती चली जा रही है, उस वक्त एक साथ आके एक आने वाले जब 2036 में उड़ीसा 100 साल अपने पूरे करेगा तब भी उस जर्नी में वो लोग साथ हैं। और उड़ीसा में हमेशा से ये रहा है कि सिविल सोसाइटी, गवर्नमेंट एक साथ आके और जो भी समस्याएं आई हैं उनको आगे लिया गया है। इस कॉन्क्लेव का मकसद यही है कि हम लोग ये जानें कि क्या आने वाला होने वाला है। तो इस सेंस में ये एक अनोखी वर्कशॉप है या कॉन्क्लेव है जो कि फ्यूचर की तरफ देख रही है। वरना ज़्यादातर वर्कशॉप क्या होते हैं, या तो पास्ट में देखते हैं या करंट में देखते हैं। ये पहली वर्कशॉप या कॉन्क्लेव ऐसा है जो कि फ्यूचर की तरफ देख रहा है और फ्यूचर को पॉजिटिव तरीके से देख रहा है। तो दिस इज व्हाट मेक्स दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस और कॉन्क्लेव वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड वेरी वेरी डिफरेंट ऑल्सो। बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं जिन सब पे हमको बात करनी है। ये प्रोजेक्शंस हैं, अमिताभ कुंडू जी उन सब के बारे में बात करेंगे। बट अगेन these are the very important factors that are happening, and this is why we all are here together to make this a collective effort rather than independent efforts of anybody, and that's why we are all together. मैं अपनी बात को ज़्यादा नहीं खींचते हुए एक कविता के साथ अपनी बात ख़त्म करता हूँ। दुष्यंत कुमार एक बहुत बड़े कवि थे यहाँ पे और उनकी एक पंक्तियां हैं उनकी कविता की, वो मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं जो कि इस वर्कशॉप के कंटेक्स्ट को बहुत अच्छे से रख सकता है। सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है कि सूरत बदलनी चाहिए। मेरे सीने में ना सही तेरे सीने में ही सही, मगर ये आग लगनी ज़रूर चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Nadeem, for a wonderful कविता। आमे आगू को जीवा एवं नदीम करथिला जे जो परिवर्तन समाज सब बदले, परिवर्तनटा वेरी नेचुरल प्रक्रिया एवं परिवर्तन को मानिबा को पड़िबो एवं परिवर्तन को मानिबा संगे आगू को जीवा पई नक्शा बनेबा को पड़िबो। जदि जे नक्शा बनै न पारले से मौकाटा हाथ छड़ा हो जाए। तेणु धन्यवाद नदीम आमे जीवा प्रोफेसर कुंडुंगर प्रेजेंटेशन बट प्रोफेसर कुंडुंगर प्रेजेंटेशन पूर्व मुझे सूचय देवाक चाहूँगी वी ऑल्सो रिकॉग्नाइज द प्रेजेंस ऑफ द UNICEF chief here, the UNDP, World Food Program, the whole UN fraternity. And in Odisha, we have a very big partnership between the UN system and the civil society as well as the government. I also use this opportunity to recognize the presence of academic leaders. The academic community also should not lag behind. They are also, along with OBC and almost most of the universities of the state have joined, the OBC this time. विश्वविद्यालय स्तररू उच्च शिक्षा स्तररू जो मैंने ओडिशार विकास रे गवेषणा करचंती सेमाने अछंती एवं तांकु भी विशेष विशेष स्वागत. With this I will request Professor Amitabh Kundu to take us through some of his insights and thoughts. Professor Amitabh Kundu.
Dr. Praful Kumar Mohanty ji, Dr. Jagadananda, Dr. Andrea Wainar, Dr. Balakrishna, Dr. Nadeem, Dr. Muni Raju, colleagues and friends. मेरी कई दशकों से उड़ीसा के संस्कृति कल्चर के साथ में मेरे परिवार के इंटरेक्शन के बावजूद मैं उड़िया में जब कभी दो शब्द बोलने चाहता हूँ तो उसमें अम्यूज़मेंट ज़्यादा होता है और इसके लिए ज़िम्मेदार मेरे दोस्त लोग हैं जैसे जगदानंद जी. जब कभी मैंने कोशिश की उन्होंने कहा बहुत स्ट्रगल कर लिया आपने, अब हम लोग ऐसी भाषा में बात करें जिससे आपको समझ में आता हो, तकलीफ़ ना हो, तो मुझे क्षमा कीजिएगा. बट many of my family members have lived here and benefited from this wonderful place and the culture. तो मुझे अंग्रेजी में ही अपनी बात रखने की इजाज़त दें. It's a privilege for me to be associated with 3 of the Odisha Vikash conclaves, and I have seen the changing perspectives and the expectations over the years. I must say that I see a sense of anxiety among the academics, among the administrators, policymakers, and also civil society activists with regard to demographic transition. Questions are being raised whether the window of opportunity which has been opened by demographic transition is going to close down very shortly. Questions are being raised whether we have been able to put forward right kind of programs, policies, and also the institutions that can take advantage of the demographic transition. Questions are being raised whether we are really utilizing the total opportunities. We all see how Odisha has emerged in the past 1.5 decades from the quagmire of poverty and deprivation and underdevelopment. I was looking at the recent statistics. मैंने देखा कि ओडिशा की प्रति व्यक्ति आय जो है, per capita income is higher than most other less developed states. Even it is higher than West Bengal, where a large number of Oriya migrants used to go before a few decades. But that creates some sense of expectation that would Odisha be able to move forward with this pace and even accelerate it. Please look at this graph. I have plotted the growth rate of Odisha and India, and you see the curve which goes up and down violently is that of Odisha. And this is up to 2012. And if you consider the rate of economic growth by growth in state domestic product, you do find that Odisha on an average has registered a lower growth rate than all India up to 2003-4, definitely. But after that, you find Odisha is catching up. And more recent statistics do show that in the past 7-8 years, the growth rate has been higher, even for a decade. It is slightly higher than that of the country, which means the gap, which was slightly accentuating, has been bridged. That is one thing that is positive, and perhaps we can associate with demographic transition. The other thing that strikes me is poverty. Tendulkar's methodology and calculations suggested that poverty in Odisha in 2010-11 was something like 30%, much above the All India average of 20%. But the latest statistics from NITI shows that the Odisha's multidimensional poverty is equal to that of All India average. It is much below the less developed states of the country. So these are expectations which have come up, and all of us are looking towards realization of the full potential. I'd just like to begin by talking about the reason for this demographic transition which has come in Odisha. How come it came in Odisha along with Goa? Sometime in the Goa one can understand literacy rate being higher, per capita income being higher. In the 80s and the 90s, you look at the next slide, you do find that the demographic transition came in Odisha much before at the national level. How come, and what are the factors that brought demographic transition in Odisha, a less developed state? In terms of literacy level also, it is much lower. Female literacy rate is even lower. Compared to the health situation, maternal mortality, child mortality in the 80s certainly was not as high as that of the country and also the developed states. 1798, there's a very famous essay coming from Thomas Robert Malthus, which talked about essays on principles on population. He talks about principles as if he's talking about principle of thermodynamics. He says food production will go by arithmetic rate, population will go by geometric rate, and he predicted disaster. 1798. For about 100 years, Europe didn't take cognizance of this fact, and population growth rate was very high. It was only 1880 that you find Europe experiencing transition. And everywhere, all the countries in Europe. Again, the question came up, demographers asked, how come the countries at different levels of income are experiencing demographic transition at the same time? The thesis that was given is that it is the high income level or the growth rate of income that results in demographic transition. If that was the case, England and Netherlands, which had much higher level of income than Finland, than Germany and France, they should have experienced demographic transition earlier. But it happened all together. Different countries in Europe at different levels of income, at different rates of growth rate, they experienced together. Now I remember in the 70s there was a slogan, development is the best contraceptive. If that was really the case, demographic friends should tell us that how come demographic transition didn't come in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Punjab, Haryana? They were at a much higher level of economic development, educational development, even health indicators wise. There is something specific culturally, historically in the state. What are the other factors that could explain? One factor which has been talked about is the female literacy and female health indicators. Look at maternal mortality rate. Look at the female literacy enrollment in Odisha in the 90s and the 80s. You don't find an explanation there. You do find that Odisha was lagging in these indicators even at that time. Then there is an explanation that certain demand for skilled workers, industrial growth picks up, and there is a high wage gap between skilled and unskilled workers. The point is, economists look very mechanically, अगर मेरे 5 बच्चे हैं and they go to the labor market, और skilled labor के लिए कोई ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है, all of them get more or less 5,000 rupees, so, sorry, or 10,000 rupees they say, and 5 children, 50,000. The economists tell that if the skilled workers are getting 1 lakh, तो मेरे अगर 5 बच्चे हैं, I would send them to skill development, so that 1 or 2 of them can earn 2 lakhs. Whereas if you have 5 children, you are only earning 50,000 rupees. So, if there is a demand for skilled workers, economists काफी mechanically सोचते हैं. So they said that, well, the moment there is a demand for skilled workers and they get higher payment, you control your family and you send your children to colleges, skill development, instead of producing a larger number of. Even that doesn't explain. It doesn't explain in case of Odisha, and also it is argued that if there is a social security protection for the old age persons, then they will produce less children because they know their future is secure. Even I just looked at the statistics of the 80s and the 90s, you don't get an explanation. What I can suggest to this group, मुझे लगता है ये सारे factors का combination है, all the factors together has impacted, and more importantly, the regional disparity in Odisha. I looked at the total fertility rate projection for the districts of Odisha. Do you know there are 14 districts, 14 जिले हैं ओडिशा में, जहां टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट 2035 में 1 से भी कम होगा. इसका मतलब कपल जो है एक ही बच्चा उनको पैदा होगा, इसका मतलब यह है पॉपुलेशन घटता चला जाएगा. In 14 districts, the total fertility rate is going to be less than 1. But on the other hand, there are 2 districts, Raigada and Navarangpura, where total fertility rate will be more than 2.1, more than replacement level. I think a demographic transition एक साथ पूरे स्टेट में नहीं है. It didn't come in the whole state altogether. It was differentiated by regions. You look at the districts in the south, you do find the demographic transition is much slower. You see in the graph, you do find that population growth rate in Odisha, when I was in colleges, I knew that Odisha's population growth rate is very low. I was surprised. Most of the less developed states have a high population growth rate. How come the growth rate of population in Odisha is so low? Is it because of the high death rate, high infant mortality rate? I checked. It is true that Odisha had a higher infant mortality rate and death rate, but it was declining. And fertility rate was declining even faster. So you can't say population growth rate was low because of the high death rate. Second explanation was migration. Is it because people are migrating out of Odisha in a large number, and that's the reason why population growth rate is low? Please look at the data carefully. I've heard many people saying Odisha is a hugely out-migrating state, and I'm very happy that UNFPA has sponsored 3 studies. We are looking at those. Migration is an important area of concern. Dr. Tanya Vishwanath, who must be present here, she is working on that. There is a paper on educational development in Odisha, how with the demographic transition there has been significant improvement. That is, Vishwajit, and then Dr. Padhi is working on the employment structure, how employment structure is being affected, and these 3 major studies which have been commissioned gives a different kind of a perspective than what is traditionally believed to be so. We think Odisha is a massively out-migrating state. Would you believe that for every 100 in-migrants, the number of out-migrants in Odisha is 125, which means that if 100 people come, 125 people go out. What is the situation in Bihar? If 100 people come in Odisha, 350 people go out. It's a massively out-migrating state. What about Uttar Pradesh? if 100 people come in Odisha, about 280 people go out. Same in Rajasthan. So if you look at actual net in-migration rate, I'm giving a very, very, new perspective. If you look at the data for 2020-21, 2020-21 के आंकड़ों को अगर आप देखें, हमें पता चलता है जो ओडिशा से आउट माइग्रेंट्स हैं, जो ओडिशा के बाहर गए हैं, उनकी संख्या ओडिशा में जो वापस आए हैं उसकी तुलना में कम है. ओडिशा in that sense has become a net in-migrating state. अगर 2020-21 की बात करें, you will be all surprised. How come Odisha is becoming and not an out-migrating state? We are talking about out-migration. It is basically because of the COVID situation. A large number of people who have come to Odisha are not from Gujarat or Maharashtra. They are all people who had gone out of Odisha. They have come back. At the all India level, मैंने राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर देखा है कि कोविड के बाद जो लोग वापस आए थे गांव में, उनमें से 95% लोग वापस चले गए हैं अपने शहरों में. बाकी सारे राज्यों में ये सही है, लेकिन उड़ीसा के लिए ये चिंता की बात है. हम देख रहे हैं जो लोग आए थे वापस, काफी लोग रुक गए हैं, काफी लोग एग्रीकल्चर में हैं. The burden on agriculture in Odisha has gone up because, as I said, large number of people who returned during COVID period, many of them stayed back. And that's why this shocking result that Odisha has become from out-migrating state and in-migrating state, basically because जो गए हुए थे ओडिशा से, उसमें से काफ़ी लोग वापस आ गए हैं और 2021 में वो ओडिशा में ही हैं. तो this is posing a further important challenge for the Odisha's economy because you have to absorb the people who have returned back. But I do think that one of the factors which is responsible for not people returning back to their original destination, places where they had migrated, are the policies. बहुत सारे state governments, including Haryana, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, they have passed ordinances, they have passed laws to restrict employment at the lowest level for the locals. And that could be a factor. And before 2 weeks, the High Court in Punjab has struck down Haryana's ordinance and Punjab's ordinance that you cannot restrict. Article 16 of the Constitution allows people to move around everywhere. So this is one good thing that Indian federal system would allow. I don't think migration is a great opportunity. We should try to ensure that the employment opportunities are created in Odisha, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh. But as long as there are significant disparities, I think the national policy should be to follow the Constitution, Article 16, and ensure, as the court has ensured, that the mobility should not be restricted on the basis of regionalism and local factors. So I would like to just conclude, because I know we have to discuss a long way, and many of the papers that we have presented would be discussed in the subsequent sessions. There are two key concerns that I would like to mention before I conclude. One is this thesis of premature deindustrialization. I wanted to show some graphs, but I really don't have that much of time to show how the northern states, northern districts and the southern districts are way behind in terms of demographic transition, in terms of social and economic development. You look at in the northern side, you have Mayurbhanj, you have Balasore, you have Bhadrak. These are the districts which have shown much lower level of social transformation, social development, health and educational facilities, and very low rate of demographic transition. In the south, you have Mayurbhanj, you have Koraput, you have Raigada, Kandamal, you have got Kalahandi. These are the districts where, again, demographic transition is very low. Percentage of children below 14 years of age is much higher. Whereas the coastal districts do show a rapid transition, demographic transition, and much healthier socio-economic development. So basically, my submission is to address the issue of regional inequality. The districts which have a large percentage of tribal population, their demographic transition can be easily accelerated, and this is something that needs to be addressed. I wanted to mention about premature deindustrialization. Professor Danny Roderick of the Harvard University, he says that many of the less developed countries in Africa, Latin America, are experiencing premature deindustrialization. If Germany, Netherlands, France, England, if they have 65% of their income coming from industries, if that goes down to 55%, nothing to worry. Tertiary sector is coming up, service sector is expanding, so one shouldn't be worried. But if Tanzania, Nigeria, India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, the share of manufacturing is declining from 32% to 25%, something to worry about it. Premature deindustrialization, because without industries coming up to a certain level, your tertiary sector can't take you forward. You know, that's the historical experience. And is this also applicable to India? Abhijit Banerjee has done some work. He said, no, India may not be falling in the trap of premature deindustrialization. I'm raising this issue because when I look at the share of income coming from industries in Odisha, for certain period between 2001 and 2021, there are two patches of 4 or 5 years where share of industries declined in the total state income. And that is something which gets me a little bit worried that we have to step up the growth of industries, and that you can't do only by exporting to the global market, because global market has all the uncertainties. You have to promote the basic industries, the agro-based industries, small-scale industries in small and medium towns. Rate of urban growth rate is very low. New centers are not coming up. Large number of census towns have been identified. Census towns are those which are emerging out of the transformation of the economy. But the state government has not yet recognized them. So the central government, I was talking the other day to the ministry, they said that state government must transform their census towns into statutory towns so that they can get the benefit. So this is one concern that I would like to flag, that let us ensure that rate of urban growth is accelerated by promoting industries, the local industries in the small and medium towns. The number of small and medium towns is very low. Statutory towns have been coming up in other states, but Odisha has been somewhat lagging in that. And the final point is about migration. As I mentioned, that let's not be overworked about heavy out migration. There is a number of people who are coming back, have come back. And as I said, if you trust the periodic labor force data of migration for 2020-21, you notice that the number of in-migrants who have come to Odisha is higher, basically because of the return migration. So we have to see to it that we provide due employment to these people who have come back, but at the same time, you have to ensure that this skilled labor out-migration which is taking place from Odisha under difficult situations, that is somehow controlled, institutionalized. There are proper protection in those cities where the migrants from Odisha are going, and basically they're going at a very low level. Some kind of a social security arrangement is a matter of national concern. The migrants who are coming from the less developed states, less developed districts, backward districts are struggling for finding survival in the big cities. These cities have to be a little more hospitable. For that, we need some state level initiative, but the central level initiative for that would also an absolute imperative, absolute necessity. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Professor Kundu. ये जो जनसंख्या विषय रे प्रोफेसर कुंडू रखिछंती जो तंकर विचार हमरो काली या पर गला काली अंतिम एवं पूरा डेमोग्राफिक यूनिट रो टीम सब जो पंचायत प्रतिनिधि माने आछंती कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस माने ओडिशार विभिन्न जिल्लारू आछंती तांक संगे पूरा रखिथिले ओडिशार को जिल्लार अवस्था कौन को जिल्लार व्यवस्था कौन को जिल्लार समस्या कौन ता भी रखा हिची तेणु आज आउ बखाणिबा पई समय नाही एथि सहित आमे तांकु प्रोफेसर कुंडू को धन्यवाद दबा एवं मु अनुरोध करी वर्तमान डॉक्टर बालकृष्णन जे एडवाइजर स्पेशल इनिशिएटिव्स चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफिस our former development commissioner and a co-traveler in the Odisha Vikash Conclave to come and share some of his insights and thoughts. Dr. Balkrishnan.
Good morning, everybody, and the dignitaries on the dais. Considering the probable time constraint, I won't stand on formality. Thank you, Dr. Amitabh Kundu, for your erudite speech I had earlier also listened to. And it's an important meeting which we assembled. In Odisha, there is something called body language to governance. We have an absolute open mind to have a dialogue with all the stakeholders in whatever we do. I think you must. I think I have been attending every conclave connected with this particular thing. I think I was just talking to Jagdanand. Just looking back, I remember normally every state has got a kind of approach to celebrate some round figure. Okay, you reached 50 years of independence, you will celebrate. Then you reach 75, you will celebrate. You have to find a reason to celebrate all the time. I will also read out some of the good news to talk about it, some of the statistics. So 75 years of Odisha becoming a separate state should have been a great reason to celebrate. That's something around 1936 we became a separate state, and then 2011 could have been. But then in 2016, again 80 years is a round figure. So I had written from the Election Commission of India as a finance secretary, and then we found that 80 years is a good round figure. We will look back where we started, where we reached. Then we started an exercise called 80 years of Odisha budget. In fact, some of our officers have brought, I think 3-4 copies they have brought. And I think I will give it to them. The thing is that where we started, in 1936, we started with a budget of 1 crore. Our total budget was about 1 crore rupees in 1936. There was no separate allotment for the development work. Only maximum amount of 6,000 rupees was allotted for a road project near Puri. And there was a department called Department of Retrenchment. Then it was written there, the amount which is saved out of throwing people out of government, that can be used for the development work. That is written in the budget of 1936. We are now dealing with something around 2,45,000 crore budget, and we have grown 2,45,000 in terms of that. I'll give you certain small thing. Even talk this century, 21st century, in 99-2000, we had a budget size is 11,801, which our main budget is 2,30,000 crore on 23-24. Then own revenue 2,421 crore in 99 to 2000 to 1,05,050. I will not read all the statistics. State plan outlay has gone many times up from the 2008-91 crores to the 1,25,000. And then we have not taken a ways and means advance for the last 18 years. That means we have no overdraft, we don't borrow much. And then our capital outlay investment in Odisha is the only state in the country to be FRBM compliant every year since its enactment in 2005. 2005 was the FRBM was enacted. Till date, we have not breached it, not even a single year. Our capital outlay has increased from 799 crore in 2000 to 51,683 in 23-24. Like this, so many parameters I don't want to load with the statistics because I'm not a statistics man alone. I'm basically a non-financial executive who handle finance. There is something called farmer's logic. So that farmer's logic, most of the time, I have found it, because I would look at the statistics in a different way. Dr. Kundu mentioned, in fact, I was it was a very good information for also, we are also studying the migration pattern. We are dealing with that. We have a data recently looked at it. That means more people came, less people went back. I will look at it in a different way. If you look at the Corona period, if you are the regular watching of TV, if you are not suffered from some sense of guilt when millions of our laborers were walking in the national highways of this country, there is something terribly wrong with us. Let me tell you, the people in a economy, capital forms of function. That's what called it is called that relative functions. Labor is an important component, but that labor was almost treated as a use and thrown kind of commodity during at least that 2 weeks. That was the visual. 12 people killed in Maharashtra. I want to tell you, there is one state where no labor, irrespective of whether he is born in Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand or West Bengal or Odisha, who has not walked in the highways, that state is Odisha. They were received in the border, put in the vehicle, whether it's a bus, whether it's a car, whether it's a jeep or the minivan, every border they were received by our officers, not allowed to walk. And then every time we don't receive our migrant laborers with the balloons and the carpet in the railway station. We don't even know when they came, when they go. But we made it a point on seeing that people are walking in the national highway. We put the senior IAS officers to receive them in the railway station. Incidentally, Anu Garg will be coming today evening. We appointed her as an officer to coordinate at the Kurda station, where we received something around 9 lakh people. Each one of them, in whichever way they came, they were received, and particularly we made it a point to put a carpet in the railway station. We made it a point to put a balloon in the railway station. We made it a point to put the doctors in the railway station. We transported them with dignity. They were kept in 14 days. Why I am emphasizing that growth and development is not statistics alone. The demography of the development, demography of growth, I am so happy that this conclave always talks about it. I remember in 2016, when we came and started working on the 80 years of the budget, which we released. I happened to be that group, my colleagues worked on it. We released this book. It's one of the well-researched book which deals with the finances of a state in 80 years. Around that time, SDG was announced. SDG goals were announced. That is actually 30 years time, 2030. So then I was at that time development commissioner. My officer said that Niti Aayog, the planning commission went and Niti Aayog came, and then it is being monitored by the Niti Aayog. What do we do that? So I had a feeling that we will call something called SDG plus. That means when you look at the 2030, we will start looking at it 2036, because it makes a great sense for me locally, because I am talking about a history. 1936 to 236, a century of Odisha looks very nice. So our chief minister wanted us at that time to work on the 2036. At that time, I had called for a meeting of all the officers, all the department, NGOs. I had an opportunity to discuss with the people like Jagdanand, and we started taking feedback. How do we plan for our 2036? And then after some time, we felt that we will focus on current. This particular conversation, we will again restart. I think all the chief minister has been talking to us, and we will be, basically it is a back end, we are also working on that particular magical number of 2036, 1 century of Odisha. And if you demography and the economy, if you really look at it, is the economy or the finance is the function of the geography, or is it the function of the demography? It is both. It is both. If you look at it, states like Odisha, this is a very classical story of the conversation between what we call as the center and the fringes. In the developmental conversation, is always there is something about the marginality. There is something about the voice of the voiceless. Some people are voiced. There are concealed communities. There are communities whose existence you don't even recognize. So those concealed communities, that fringes, a state is carved out of it. What was my Ganjam and Koraput district? Right now it is 8 districts. It was with the Madras presidency. What was that? It was a fringe of the Madras presidency. I have a district of Balasore this side and Mayurbhanj, another thing. That was the fringe of the Calcutta presidency. I have an areas in the Sambalpur, this area, the area is a fringe of the central province and the Patna, Bihar Patna. And 58 Gajat areas ruled by the local rulers. All put together, we created a map, we created language-based first linguistically organized state in Indian history. Even after independence, the committees formed for the state organization, reorganization, they made an argument, if you put the language as a criteria, India will fall apart. And then there was a resistance. Until there was a agitation in Chennai, Madras, and for Andhra Pradesh, in only 1955-56, we went in for the linguistics-based reorganization as a philosophy, but Odisha did it in 1936, simply because people spoke a language, that language. Can you imagine 62 type of tribes who belong to different linguistic families? Talking different language is something different. We have an Austroasiatic, who are the subgroup of the Australo-Australite, and North Mundarian, South Mundarian. We have a Dravidian population. We have an Indo-Aryan population. Different linguistic family coexisting. So it will have its own impact. If you really look at it, the dichotomy of the growth is that the most underdeveloped, most poverty-stricken, the names, some of the names mentioned by Dr. Kundu is an area which is endowed with a great amount of natural resources. There may not be a one-to-one relation between the resources and the poverty living of a particular people. That is the reason some of the areas which we have the maximum coverage. So that is where the body language and the intention of the governance come into picture. There is an area in the Malkangiri and the Kalimela area is called cut-off area. It's called cut-off area. And a bridge was tried to be constructed for 32 years. Finally, after 3 decades, that bridge was constructed. We call it a Group Priya bridge. In my view, it's not a concrete bridge. It's a bridge that connects the history. Because that is an area where the epic Dandakaranya would have supposed to have taken place. And that area we have now renamed it Swabhiman Anjal. Self-esteem, the area which is considered to be cut-off area, now is a Swabhiman Anjal. So that is how this particular, I would like to greatly emphasize, apart from the classical approach or the economic approach to the growth, there is a governance is a very, very important component I consider. What is the body language? What is the intention? What is the approach of the governance and political and the leadership, the bureaucratic, as well as all the stakeholders? We actually approach. For example, take a small example. Sometime in 2016, we planned in a small way, involving all the volunteer sector, NGOs, grassroots people who are working with the tribals, academic institution, the Navakrishna Chaudhary Institute. We in our development, I was a chairman of that particular academic institute also. We all joined together and talked about how to bring the millet to the forefront. We came out with the Odisha Millet Mission sometime in 2016-17. Then Government of India officials studied, Niti Aayog again and again appreciated, Government of India appreciated. In 2018, after the Odisha's experiment, Government of India recommended this model and declared the National Year of Millet in 2018. Then India made a move with the Zambia and other countries, repeated attempt, and finally UN General Council adapted, and then 2023 is the International Year of Millet. And we had an international convention recently. It may be a small millet, but then the grain starts from a place like Odisha, and we are so happy that what we prioritized. That means it's an articulation between the paddy. There is a political lobby, there's an economic lobby for the paddy. There is a political lobby and lobby for the wheat. And there is a lobby for the cotton and lobby for the sugarcane. There is something called sugarcane politics. But then I never come across a Mandia politics or Mandia economy. So that means it's basically the voice of the voiceless, the margin versus the center. This particular articulation, sometime back we looked at it, the Planning and Coordination Department. It's called PNC Department. The PNC Department, we thought, what is there to coordinate? So we are having a WhatsApp. And then through WhatsApp, there is hierarchy is broken. Suddenly, if need, I speak to a BDO, if speak to Tahsildar. If there is a need, he will reach me out. So in the WhatsApp age, what are you coordinate about it? So we thought coordination is redundant, but we don't want to change that name. So we made it as the Planning and Convergence Department. In the process, first convergence department of this country born. And then we now converge with the money in the district mineral fund, Ombudsman fund. Money comes from any source. Money is money. So we converge our idea and resources, our attitude, everything. And that's what we made a statement that the acronym remains, but the attitude changes. PNC as an acronym remained, but instead of coordinating, we started converging. So in the process, we have been very closely working with the NGO sector, be it this 2036 also, because we are already working at the back end. Certainly, when we formally go for a plan, we have a dream, and Chief Minister has been often telling about it. At that time, we will certainly have the way forward, whatever you are discussing here, we will take it forward. And this is, I think, in this forum, I would like to say that one of the reasons they have not probably, I think I say that I don't have any professional qualification to talk about that. And probably people are scared of even, we have to, as a country, we have to apply our mind. Why that lowly paid employees are not willing to go back. And we have given something called BSKY card for 1 crore and 6 lakhs people. And then 10 lakhs for women and 5 lakhs for men every year. Why 10 lakhs for women? Because women health is neglected. We want to send a message, we care more for the women's health. So then you, like a swipe, you go anywhere, 770 institutes throughout India, anywhere, heart attack and accident taken place, you swipe the card and we get a message, cashless, hassle-free and discharge. We spend nearly about 300 crores per year. That means we are paying 10 crore per year for somebody's health. So the poverty alleviation is not only giving him more income. One fellow suffering from a cancer in a family, one heart attack can wipe out that particular small margin. So that kind of cushion, the kind of putting the money into the poor man's bucket, more importantly, I consider the Odisha model is the equity base. We are industry heavy, we are mineral heavy, we are also growing, but we are very, very particular, we don't forget the distributive justice. The very, very fundamental of the sense of justice is a distributive justice and equity, and we are trying to carry the last mile. We have a separate project called last mile connectivity and all. So having said that, I have taken more than what I expected at the time. Thank you very much for listening to this. We look forward to work hand in hand with all the stakeholders to take Odisha forward, and 2036 is a magic year. Thank you very much.
ଆମର ଡକ୍ଟର ବାଲକୃଷ୍ଣନ ତାଙ୍କର ସେ ଯେଉଁ ବଜେଟ୍ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ବଜେଟ୍ 80 ବର୍ଷର ବଜେଟ୍ର ଯେଉଁ ଡକୁମେଣ୍ଟ ସେଇଟା ସେ धन्यवाद आमर डॉक्टर बालकृष्णन ओडिशार जो यात्रा पर रखिले एबे सरकारଙ୍କର कौशल कौन स्ट्राटेजी कौन से आगु नहीं चंती एबे ओडिशार बजेट जिते ओडिशा आरंभ होइथिला 2036 रे गोटे कोटी टंका बजेट रे थिला सेतबेले एवं गोटे कोटी रो बजेट एबे 2,45,000 कोटी रे पहुंचे वर्ष होची बजेट तेणु ये जो यात्रा रे ये बजेट रु साधारण लोकंकर भाग केते आउ कौन कार्यक्रम भाग केते ताकु सब हिसाब किताब करने से प्रोफेसर कुंडू एवं यूएनएफपीए रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को गोटे कॉपी देइचंती मुनिया को बहुत धन्यवाद एवं आउ गोटे आह्वान भी देइचंती जे आमर ओडिशा विकास कॉन्क्लेव रो आपण मानकर जो मतामत आमर जो खसड़ा आसीबो ताकु से सरकारी स्तर रे अप्रोप्रिएट स्तर रे चर्चा करवा एवं आगु को बढ़ावा से सहयोग करेंगे एवं सरकार से सब प्रस्तुत बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर बालकृष्णन एथि सहित जिते जनसंख्या कथा उठे पॉपुलेशन कथा उठला माने यूएनएफपीए कथा उठे यूएनएफपीए होची मिलित जातिसंघर से अनुष्ठान जो अनुष्ठान जनसंख्या भित्तिक गवेषणा एवं जनसंख्या भित्तिक कार्यक्रम को आगु को नवा एवं जनसंख्या और विकास या जोड़वा काम यूएनएफपीए लगी था तेणु आमर परम सौभाग्य यूएनएफपीए आम देशर जे प्रतिनिधि आमर जे कंट्री डायरेक्टर श्रीमती एंड्रिया आम सांगे अछंती एवं से तांकर मतामत रखिबे एवं सूचय देवा चाहूँगी यूएनएफपीए एवं सिविल सोसाइटी सहयोग रे गोटे डेमोग्राफिक इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट ओडिशा रे हिच एटा बोधे आई थिंक दिस मस्ट बी द फर्स्ट इन द कंट्री एक्चुअली फर्स्ट इन द कंट्री और रीजन फर्स्ट इन द कंट्री सो वी आर डूइंग रिसर्चिंग आमर को जिला केमती करुची कौन इश्यूज अच्छी बहुत रिसर्च तापर चलची सो विथ दिस लेट मी रिक्वेस्ट एंड्रिया टू कम एंड शेयर हर थॉट्स
Namaskar to everybody here today. Shri Jagdanananda, Dr. Amitav Kundu, Shri Balakrishnan, Dr. Muniraju, distinguished guests, UN colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. It's a really great pleasure to be here, because this is a very unique forum, as it's been said many times over. I was at last week the Asia-Pacific Population Conference, which is in preparation for the 30th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development, which will take place next year. So all of the states were represented. I traveled with the delegation from India. And it was a similar type of forum, but at an international level, where we had civil society, we had government, we had academia, discussing the various issues that you're discussing here, but on a regional level. And of course, this will feed into the international level next year. And the progress that has been made since the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo 30 years ago, that famous moment when people went from numbers to humans. And I think Nadim referred to that in his remarks. It was no longer about controlling population. It became about getting the best for and from human populations, the dignity of humans, and having them reach their full potential. So I'm really excited to be here, because there are not many fora where this is taking place at a state level. So congratulations to you. I understand this is the third or the fourth now? Fourth. So the fact that you've established this tradition is quite impressive. Your state has also undergone an astonishing transformation, especially in the last 2 decades, under the leadership of Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik. Be it women's role in development, delivery of development schemes, disaster-based planning and response, Odisha's leading from the front in many avenues. The recent story of young girls leading the disaster response in the state under the Odisha State Disaster Management Authority is something that you can be really proud of. And I myself have visited those girls. I saw them last February. I met them. And I developed a deep felt appreciation for their leading from the front. And this is a peek into the future, where young girls will lead and tackle climate-related challenges. They will lead in science. They will lead in economics if we create the space. And I want to say, because it hasn't been touched on much in the previous remarks, this is the untapped potential that Odisha has. And if we were a business, we would be looking for underutilized resources. We would be looking where we're not getting a good return on investment. We need to see more investment in those 10-year-old girls if Odisha is to make the best use of its human capital here. That being said, the state has been very forward-looking under the Chief Minister's leadership, planning years into the future. The leadership of the state, the bureaucracy, the private sector, and the civil society coming together like this has played a crucial role in the transformation and the vision of the state. Not all states do it this way. So I want to again commend you. As it's been mentioned, it's not about SDGs in 2030, it's Odisha in 2036, with very symbolic significance for the state as it celebrates its 100th year of formation. And according to demographic projections, it signifies the peak of Odisha's demographic dividend phase. So it's a really critical juncture where challenges such as aging, which you'll be talking about these days, declining child population, uneven sex ratio, and changes, as were pointed out, in the economically active demographic population will come to the forefront. UNFPA has been closely partnering with the Center for Youth and Social Development on this forward-looking journey and consistently provided support for advocating and strengthening the use of demographic intelligence and disaggregated population data and for national and subnational policies, programs, and work. We aim to continue to foster a collaborative environment where all of you, government demographers, civil society, youth organizations, including the media, you play an important role in spreading the messages and informing people, can come together to deliberate on strategies to tackle pressing contemporary demographic and development challenges in Odisha. Because the reality is what you talked about at the last conclave, the bar has moved again. The challenges keep changing. So, friends, demography is destiny is an old phrase, but as we mark the passage of time and milestones, we must also acknowledge these new challenges that are coming about. You know that the world's population has experienced an extraordinary journey. It's not all doom and gloom, and on the contrary, from a mere billion in the early 1800s to over 8 billion, we passed that mark in last November, you'll recall. Projections estimate the world's population could reach between 9 and 10 billion by 2050. This is a story of triumph. I want to repeat that. It's a very positive thing. It's a mark of great progress in medicine and science and health system. And measures of improvements in education and development, and a landmark in human survival. So while advancements in healthcare, technology, and education have enabled longer lifespans and improved living standards for millions, they also underscore critical issues that need your immediate attention. So very astutely, you here in Orissa are not waiting for someone to come and analyze it for you. You are looking at it and looking at those demographic trends and preparing for it. And this is what we call demographic resilience. How to plan for schools, hospitals, roads of the future, taking into account the needs of the population, while simultaneously integrating trends and factors that we don't really understand, like changes in climate, like urbanization, and like digitalization, including artificial intelligence. Orissa has 3 trends that, of course, will impact its future. You know them well: low fertility and aging, out and in migration. I was very interested to hear your statistics about Orissa. But of course, the human capital formation of those people coming in and out. And then megatrends such as climate crisis and urbanization that I know you will discuss this week. We often talk about a demographic dividend, and I hope it's clear that it's not a given. That window of opportunity only comes once in the history of a state or a country, and therefore it's now or never that we can take that opportunity to garner more, a greater dividend out of that population change. And when I talk about a greater dividend, I want to talk about 2 terms that I haven't yet heard mentioned here. One is a gender dividend that I referred to earlier on, and the other is the silver dividend. The gender dividend being that untapped potential that you have here. And yes, I know people will argue with me, women are not being counted, they're agricultural inputs. This is true, but it's not just about agricultural inputs by women. There is much more, and I certainly hope we can all read your 80 years of budgeting to analyze not only what has been spent on behalf of women, but how it has been spent and what returns has it given, because this will give us insights into where we can get a greater return on investment for Orissa. I know there are lots of discussions on aging population. Hopefully, they can go into reaching what we call a silver dividend. Where are those savings going? Aging populations, including here in Orissa, are not just poor, vulnerable people. They're also middle-class people who make savings and investments. So that's a factor we want to look at, how to increase that, how to make better use of that, how to create conditions for greater savings and investments. But likewise, how to make better use of those aging populations. Your country has the largest youth bulge in the world. In order to harness that youth bulge, you need to move very fast. If we don't take advantage of the capital, the intellectual capital, the expertise, the skills, the knowledge of the aging population that's also going to bulge very soon, it'll be a missed opportunity. And the youth population won't be able to be harnessed as fast. The reality is we were all young once. Some of you are in the back of the room, I see, are still young. In order for us to learn and grow in our trajectories, we need support, but it takes time. So how to fast track it? And one way is to really make sure we're capitalizing on that silver dividend, that expertise that exists in this country and in this state, and which has brought it to where it is today. So again, I'm excited that there's a lot of focus on it, but I hope it won't all be focused just on social sector support, because it means so much more than that. The theme of this conclave, Transformative Odisha, in 2036, Demography and Development, is both timely and telling. I think I've mentioned the key to sustainable development is not just about roads and dams, it's about the people themselves. So I hope that you'll use these days to really look at the interlinkages and weigh the demographic considerations carefully with disaggregated data, disaggregated by gender, by social class, by geography, without which, I think that was pointed out very clearly, the discrepancies are big. So how to really make best use of the investments for Orissa's future. So to conclude, I want to again reiterate UNFPA's support to this conclave and to the Demographic Intelligence Unit. We have great aspirations for the unit. We hope it will be a model for other states and other countries, frankly. And we hope that it will explore more and more themes and undertake more and more research that has heretofore been perhaps, I won't say ignored, but not given the attention it deserves. And I'm thinking of things like corporate social responsibility and the role that that can play. And I know you'll have some topics on it during this conclave, as well as Panchayati Raj and the importance of women and child-friendly Panchayati Raj and creating the future capital, human capital for this state. So with that, I thank you for listening. I thank you, CYSD, for inviting me. And I wish you all fruitful deliberations that will contribute to sustainable well-being for all of Orissa's population, present and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. बहुत प्रांजल भावरे बुझेइछंती जे से जो यात्रा डेमोग्राफी डेवलपमेंट रे जो आंतर्जातिक स्तर रे जो मीटिंग हेतला तार 30 वर्ष परे लोकल स्तर रे गोटे प्रादेशिक स्तर रे आमे डेमोग्राफी और डेवलपमेंट रो लिंक ता कोन ताकू खोजुचु एवं जनसंख्यार जो प्रभाव आगु को पिलांको संख्या जदि कमिबो आमर वृद्ध वृद्धा एवं जो माने वयस्क व्यक्तिंकर संख्या जदि बढ़िबो 36 बेलू को सेतिपाई केमती प्रस्तुत रहबा पई से कथा कहचंती एवं तार प्रभाव पुरुष महिला ऊपर कौन पड़ो एवं विशेष करी दीटा कथा से कहचंती ए दीटा गोटे जेंडर डिविडेंड आ गोटे सिल्वर डिविडेंड कथा उठैचंती सिल्वर डिविडेंड होची जो माने वयस्क लोक जो माने हमर रहिले जो मानकर एते अनुभूति अछि तांकर से अनुभूति को हम केमती व्यवहार करबा सेतिपाई राज्यर पॉलिसी कौन हबो सेतिपाई कौन चेंज दरकार एवं तांकर जो अनुभूति तांकर जो अनुभव तांको केमती व्यवहार हबो से सिल्वर डिविडेंड और जेंडर डिविडेंड महिला पुरुष भितरे जो नंबर गेम रे आमे जो पहुंचबू सेतबेले तार सदुपयोगटा आमे केमती करबा सेटा होची हम पई बहुत बड़ आह्वान से दैचंती एवं से तांकर आशा जे ई जो सम्मेलन रु आम ऑफिस रु जा बाहरिबो सेटा आंचलिक स्तर रे एशिया पैसिफिक स्तर रे एवं आंतर्जातिक स्तर रे तार बहुत मायना रही एवं ताको आगु नबारे ये चर्चा को आगु को बढ़ाइबारे एटा साहाय्य हबो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आम पाखरे समय अतिक्रांत हो जाइछि किंतु डॉक्टर मुनिराजू अछंती डॉक्टर मुनिराजू यू विल ओनली गिव ए सॉलिडारिटी मैसेज इन दिस सेशन and your main talk will be in the way forward session when all the tracks are able to report. This is just a solidarity message from Niti Aayog, right? But before he does it, let me also tell you, टिके जदिओ टाइम टिके एपट सपट हो जाइछि 10 मिनिट रो खेल आम जदि ताकू मैनेज करि परिबा तबे ताकू आमे आगु को नबा बट मुनिराजू
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग वन एंड ऑल। हम सबका दुआ आता है, हिंदी समझते हैं ना? डू यू अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी? यस, हम सबको दुआ आता है, बट ओनली 2-3 टेबल्स आर ऑल क्लैप्सिंग एंड पीछे से हमें आवाज ही सुनाई नहीं दे रहे हैं। कैन वी हैव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज? थैंक यू। This is the spirit of any program. It's a huge gathering. हम सब ताली बजाने से ये छत उठ के उठ जाना चाहिए, right? I really appreciate and also congratulate Center for Youth and Social Development, Odisha, and also Odisha government. Of course, UNFPA, which is an organization which is closely collaborated and working with CYSD and Government of India as well as Government of Odisha, and also many other states in fact. हम सब अभी सुना है प्रोफेसर अमिताभ कुंडू जी ने, he has presented overall picture of how Odisha is progressing faster and in rapid and very progressively. With all the statistics and Dr. Balakrishnan, he is a very eminent bureaucrat in the government of Odisha, is closely working with the Chief Minister's office and we regularly interacting with him. Our Odisha government since 1936 onwards, it is progressing through financial allocations and empowering the people and creating the excellent infrastructure he has presented. And Andrea from UNFPA has given clear message how UNFPA can empower, how countries, states can collaborate and ensure youth and silver economy can be better utilized. This is the clear-cut message. Of course, the Odisha state is very unified. We all know that Kalinga war, which fought against the big tyranny, and still they did their best through unity. And it's a rich culture state. And it is Odisha is the rich natural resources, minerals, and also rivers and forest and other areas. In this way, Niti Aayog is closely working with CYSD and also all the states, in fact, and by better utilization, by better participation, हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो हमेशा कहते हैं सबका साथ, सबका प्रयास, सबका विश्वास के साथ सबका विकास होगा, तभी इंडिया कैन बी ए डेवलप्ड नेशन एंड हम विश्व गुरु बन सकते हैं. With these lines, I conclude. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. Claps again, please.
Thank you, Dr. Muniraju. And you will listen to Dr. Muniraju and he will respond to the various tracks when we present in the afternoon, in the evening, 5:30 session. So every good thing must come to a close. And the opening session is almost going to be closed. But let me thank each one of the panelists from UNFPA to Government of Odisha, to departments who are here, to academic friends, to media fraternity, our community ru jo mane aschanti, पंचायत प्रतिनिधि माने समस्त की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आम आज दिन टी आरंभ करचे या परे स्नेह एवं रंजना कहीदेवे से को सेशन कौटी होची कौन होची तापर टिके चर्चा करिवे. किंतु आज सबुठु बढ़िया गोटे सेशन हबो इवनिंग रे 8टा बेले. से सेशन टी हबो आम डायस्पोरा संगे कथावार्ता आमे हबा. डायस्पोरा संगे जो कथावार्ता हबा, कथावार्ता जे करिवे विराज भी से आसिक पहुंच जाइछंती एवं कथावार्ता जो माने हेबे से माने भी आसिक पहुंच गलेनी. So सेटाको आपण माने आसी परिबे. And I will request Dr. Balakrishnan, if he has no engagement, sir, please come join us in the evening and also join us for dinner if that is possible on your part. समस्त की बहुत धन्यवाद. एवं मु रिक्वेस्ट करिबी ऑर्गेनाइजर मान को टिके सोवेनिर गोटे आनिबे, a small token of memento for all of you. This has been very carefully created by Sweta actually. Where is Sweta here? Yes, Sweta is an architect. She runs this organization Unmukt Foundation and a brilliant organization. she has done it. It's a handcrafted, very, very unique souvenir, which they are going to. It's a small token which is very well packed, very carefully handcrafted, and it's the New Year gift from you. This is all green, completely green, completely green. Thank you, sir. I think the opening session is over now, and but let me tell you, we have brilliant moderators who are present here. Time is running out, so I am not able to tell the names. समस्त ना कही पारुनी, किंतु गोटी गोटी अनुष्ठान जो माने थे जोग देई चंती, Coalition for Food Nutrition Security, aid and action जो माइग्रेशन इशू पाई, ग्राम विकास, सेंचुरियन यूनिवर्सिटी, जेवियर यूनिवर्सिटी, नाओ सिद्ध डेवलपमेंट रिसर्च सेंटर, वाशन महाशक्ति फाउंडेशन, इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, हेल्पेज इंडिया, यूथ प्रोजेक्ट, आईना, डिजिटल ग्रीन, ओडिशा डायलॉग, ह्यूमन कॉन्टेक्स्ट, धोनी फाउंडेशन, and diverse, yes, there are many partners and JSPL Foundation. So let me compliment you for joining hands with each other and for making this collective possibility well. Thank you so much. Over to Sneha, tike kahi diyo Sneha and Ranjana, where people will go, where are the meetings taking place. But now the opening session is done.
समस्त को धन्यवाद वर्तमान आमर ट्रैक डिस्कशन आरंभ हम जमी आम कथा होतिले विभिन्न ट्रैक जमी आप जानते प्रथमटी माइग्रेशन एंड अर्बनाइजेशन सेटा बोर्ड रूम रे होची बोर्ड रूम ए जो कन्वेंशन हॉल सेकेंड फ्लोर रे स्कूल एजुकेशन बाबद रे जो माने रजिस्ट्रेशन करिसेंती मॉडरेटर्स मान को अनुरोध करी टिके कष्ट हम किंतु आपण माने डीआरटीसी रे जो ट्रैक टी होची सीवाईएसडी रो डीआरटीसी बिल्डिंग रे आपण माने सेठी को टिके जाई परिबे पकड़ के रखना पड़ेगा हां देन एजिंग पॉपुलेशन आपण क्रिस्टल 1 को जानतु एजिंग पॉपुलेशन हाँ एटा एई हॉलटा ही क्रिस्टल 1 जोथिरे आमर हेल्पेज इंडिया रु से माने मॉडरेट करूछंती एजिंग पॉपुलेशन जो माने रजिस्ट्रेशन करछंती दे कैन स्टे बैक इन दिस हॉल हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन क्रिस्टल 2 दैट इज फर्स्ट फ्लोर आपण माने हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन ने जो माने अछंती क्रिस्टल 2 को जानतु फर्स्ट फ्लोर रे यूथ स्किल एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिली हॉल रे होची सेटा मेफेयर मेन बिल्डिंग रे एंड कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी आफ्टरनून ने अछि लोटस रे सेटा होची मेन बिल्डिंग रे आपण माने जदि मने रखि पारले कैन वी हैव दिस माने डिस्प्ले नहीं यहाँ पे मु अनुरोध कर डिस्प्ले करदेबे जो माने विभिन्न ट्रैक रे रजिस्ट्रेशन करिसेंती काइंडली गो टू योर ट्रैक एंड वी विल बी स्टार्टिंग द सेशन इन 5 मिनट्स 12टा से हम आरंभ करिबा माइग्रेशन एंड अर्बनाइजेशन जो माने रजिस्टर करिसेंती दया करी सेकंड फ्लोर को जांतु बोर्ड रूम रे ये आलोचनाटी हबो जो माने एजिंग पॉपुलेशन पई रजिस्ट्रेशन करिसेंती प्लीज स्टे बैक इन दिस हॉल जो माने स्कूल एजुकेशन पई करिसेंती आपण मानको एठू सीवाईएसडी को जिबा को पड़िबो डीआरसीसी बिल्डिंग रे से ट्रैक्टी होची इनफैक्ट आउ जागा मिलिला नाही सेति पे वी हैव टू शिफ्ट दैट टू डीआरटीसी एंड हेल्थ एजुकेशन जो माने सॉरी हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन जो माने रजिस्ट्रेशन करिसेंती हमर फर्स्ट फ्लोर रे अछि क्रिस्टल 2 रे एनीथिंग एल्स
ଉପରକୁ ଉଠେଇଦେବ।
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Okay. So, hello everybody. Shall we begin the session? We are already 17 minutes delayed. शुरू करें? Okay. सौमेंदु. He's a panelist. I know. I just told him he's sitting. Just coordinate. Okay. So, a warm welcome to all of you to this session where we are going to discuss aging population. Hello, I'm Bharti. I work with Helpage India. Helpage India is an organization that works for senior citizens across the country. And in this Odisha Vikash Conclave 2023, we are the collaborators for the aging track. So on behalf of Odisha Vikash Conclave, I again extend a warm welcome to all of you. Okay, so we just start, and before going forward, I request full participation, open discussion from all of you. The more iti kohibar achi je ame Odia, Hindi, English, mostly Odia and Hindi re ame kotha haba, because we have some community members, we have others also. And we have students here, we have senior citizen association members here, we have civil society organizations who are, practitioners here. So we will talk a lot on aging and its impact throughout the two sessions, first session before lunch and second session after lunch. I think all of you have a copy of the detailed agenda and the tracks. So not talking much, I would like to invite our guests, the speakers, the panelists for today's session. Dr. Lekha Subaya, Assistant Professor, Population Research Center. Dr. Lekha Subaya works as an Assistant Professor for the Population Research Center, Institute for Social and Economic Change. She is an acclaimed demographer and sociologist, having publications on gender issues in different parts of the world. Her research interests are in the areas of demography, stratification with focus on migration. Her academic qualification includes PhD in sociology from the University of Maryland, USA, and Masters in sociology from the same university. For her distinguished contribution, she has been awarded with the William and Flora Hewlett Demography Traineeship and the Population Reference Bureau Policy Communication Fellow. So I welcome you, Dr. Lekha Subaya. Please join us on the dais. We have with us Dr. Ritu Rana, the mission head of health care vertical of Helpage India. Dr. Ritu Rana is the mission head healthcare in Helpage India, working towards accessible, essential healthcare solutions for marginalized and older population. During COVID-19 pandemic, she had led the team in extending medical care and necessary support to the community, including facilitating access to COVID-19 vaccine. Dr. Rana is a trained medical doctor and a healthcare administrator with extensive experience of more than 2 decades, working on non-communicable diseases. Through her work with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, WHO India, and in the development sector. Dr. Rana is an empaneled national trainer for elderly and palliative care at National Health System and Resource Center, and is a certified integrated care for older people, ICOP from WHO. She has many publications and co-authorship of books. So I request Dr. Ritu Rana to join us on the dais. Do we have the presentations ready? Somendu, presentation's ready? Excuse me. We are very fortunate and delighted to have Dr. Bidhu Kalyan Mahanti. He is the Director Academic, Bakchi Sri Sankara Cancer Research and Cancer Center and Research Institute of Bhubaneswar. He has worked in the field of oncology and cancer care services for 38 years as a faculty in AIIMS, New Delhi. He worked to set up cancer services at National Oncology Center, Royal Hospital, Muscat, Oman, Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurgaon, Manipal Hospital, Delhi, KIMS Cancer Center, Kalinga Institute of Medical Sciences. He has written many books, articles, and he's very much with the development sector. I'm really sorry, having a bad throat. So, sir, please, I request you, we welcome you to the dais. We have another panelist, Dr. Sushant Swai. He is the director, assistant director, NCD, under Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Odisha. I hope he will be joining us soon.
Should I take it forward? Please. So, yeah, so whoever is all done. So, we'll get forward to the PPT only. So now I'm welcome all our esteemed panelists. So I welcome Professor Lekha Shubai Madam to come over here and do your presentation, Madam.
Good morning, everyone. Just wait a minute for my PowerPoint to... I'll just start with the introduction in the meantime. So I am, the first 10, thank you. Thanks so much. I'm just trying to set the picture from a broad perspective. So please bear with me, there'll be a lot of data. All the interesting insights will come from the other panelists. My main aim is to sort of give the message that, for a long time, it may not be, given what we discussed in the morning and your interest in aging, it may not be a new message for you, but for a long time, we've been focused on reducing our population size. We've been worried about our population growth, and a lot of programs have been focused on reducing fertility. And what we have now is that there is reduced fertility levels across India. So it is, as a result of all the, factors that were listed in the morning. But we've reached replacement level rates across India and in Odisha as well. So that is a fact. Another success is that we are living longer. Our lifespans have increased, and the proportion of persons in the older ages is continuing to grow. So we're starting with this picture. But what we have in India and in Odisha is that we're at a point where we're looking forward and we have the opportunity to do something about it, to make policies, to make changes so that we can look forward to a population that has a larger number of older persons. but where where there's no, where there are opportunities for young population as well as dignity and inclusion for the older population as well. So we have this opportunity to look forward, because in many countries, for example, Japan, there are large numbers of people in the older ages, and they have different issues, right? Where they're wondering about how to increase fertility, how to increase the productive age group. So we are, at a point looking forward where something can be done. So it's a positive, future picture. I also want to make the point that the aging experience takes place differently for different groups of people. So we need to also keep in mind that, based on, we talked about tribes in Odisha, different castes, gender, there are gender issues, regional diverse inequalities. So we need to think about all these intersectional sort of groups that have different sort of levels of privilege and underprivilege, which affect how they experience aging. So I just wanted to start with this message. So aging, this is just an introductory slide. Aging is a process that, it's biological, but it's also has changed over time. A long time ago, we used to think, we no longer think that 60 is old anymore, right? So, yeah, okay. And also that it varies by, we have different definitions for aging as well. So there is chronological aging, there are legal definitions for aging. Retirement age varies from country to country. So aging, sort of the definition of aging, or being older, changes according to time and space. So over time, we are healthier. So aging is taking place at a later age. For those who are underprivileged, who have poor health, poor nutrition, then aging takes place earlier. Right? So the definition of aging does change. But for the fact that our populations are, and aging takes place at the individual level as well as at the population level. So when we're talking about the population, we're talking about an age structure transformation. We're saying that the proportion of people in the older ages is increasing, right? So whereas earlier we were talking about India being a young country, it's still a fairly young country. We're still in, the median age is still young. But there is a trend towards growing older population. So we call that population aging versus individual aging. And it is what we talk about as age structure transformation, right? And this is, as mentioned earlier in the morning, this is a remarkable success story for India, for the world. It is a success because of our public health, our social and economic development. It means that we're able to treat diseases, we are able to reduce premature deaths, and we are basically able to increase the lifespan of the population. So I have some data here. That actually, excuse me, let me just get my notes. It's too far. So what I have here is some demographic indicators on total fertility rate, life expectancy, and the proportion of the population in the different age groups. And I want to show you how the trends have changed over time for the world and for the world, more developed regions and less developed regions, and for India in particular. And you can see that over 65 years, right, from 1950 till now, there's been a remarkable decline in fertility. So earlier, India had the total fertility rate is the number of children that a woman is likely to have in her whole reproductive age period was 6 years. So she was likely to have 6 children, the average woman. But it has now become 2.2 in 65 years. So that means we've reached replacement level where a family is replacing itself. 2.2 means husband and wife are replacing themselves. So, and this transition has been experienced throughout Asia, right? And across all the states. Some are more advanced, some of the states are more advanced, Odisha is one of them. But there has been a sustained decline in fertility. The other indicator I want to share with you all is the life expectancy. Many of you may be familiar with this. And it is the number of years that a child born today can expect to live given a certain fertility, certain sort of demographic regime. If nothing changes, a child born today can expect to live about, for India, it is about 70 years, right? So you can, a child born today can expect to live 70 years. One more takeaway from this data is that on average, women live longer than men. I have data for Japan, life expectancy for Japan, which is the country which has the highest life expectancies in the world and has for a while. And what you can see is that the life expectancy for women is 87.5 years, 88 years, and for men it's 81 years. So women on average in a country like Japan, industrialized country like Japan, live longer than men. So women have a biological advantage in this case. In India, it is about only about two years, but we can expect things to improve. And also the data, the proportions show that the proportion of those in the 60+ age group is increasing, while the proportion in the young age, 0 to 14, is decreasing. So that is, sort of shows that all our societies are transforming, and that is why we're discussing aging, the aging of populations. Next slide. So for India, this looks something like this when we're looking at trends, that the young population, the young age group is decreasing, showing a decreasing trend, and over time, the older age group is showing an increasing trend in terms of numbers. So this is what, this is the age transformation that I was talking about. Okay. So this is, here we have data for life expectancy at birth, right? For various countries, particularly in Asia. And I want to introduce this indicator called healthy life expectancy. So while life expectancy at birth is the number of years that you can expect to live, a child born today can expect to live, healthy life expectancy is the number of years a child born today can live a healthy life. And what you see in India is that there is about 10 years in which the difference between healthy life expectancy and life expectancy, there are about 10 years in which we can expect to have some kind of disability or disease. Based, this indicator is looking at disability. So you spend about 10 years of your life, the last 10 years of your life, with some disability. So although we are increasing our lifespans, what we need to increase is our healthy lifespans. So our focus should be on increasing healthy lifespans as well. Okay, next slide. So what the difference in life expectancy ends up doing is that in the older ages, the sex ratio is skewed towards women. We have more women in the older ages, right? So you can see in India that it's, in 2016, the sex ratio in the 60+ age group is more than 1,000. So number of women to men is more than 1,000. Another aspect that we need to think about in India is the literacy rate. and we have high levels of illiteracy among those in the older age group. So when we are thinking about policies and programs, we need to also keep in mind education, and I think that what might happen in the future. So there'll be more discussions about this, but the idea is to show you that when we are thinking about the older population, that we need to take into consideration education as well. And all the factors that come with it also, like such as learning loss or relearning when in older ages, but particularly if we are making programs, that literacy is very important for older persons. Another factor which is important for India is that the proportion of women in the older age groups who have lost their spouse is quite high, because for one, we have a biological advantage. Women live longer, but also there is a gap between the spousal age gap. There's a difference between the ages that women get married at, and so there's a gap with their husbands. So in the older ages, there are a higher proportion of women that are widowed. So one more aspect of aging that we need to think about is that if women are going to spend some years of their life being widowed, how do they deal with that aging experience? Okay. So this is just showing the what is called the potential support ratio. That is basically persons 20 to 64 persons aged 20 to 64 per person aged 60 or over, just to indicate, we talk about the dependency rates. We look at old age dependency rate, young dependency rate, showing that these are the two groups that are dependent on the productive age group. So how that has changed between, that is likely to change as populations grow older. So it's likely to decrease, right? And then the other factor for India is that a large number of persons, we talk about retirement age being 60, 65 in India, 55, 58. But we have many persons in older ages that are still working. And what we probably should be looking at effective retirement rather than retirement, the formal retirement rate. Because for many, it is a necessity, to work in the older ages. For some, it is out of choice. So we need to think about labor force or work in older ages as well. One more. Yeah. So this is just showing the proportions from projected population between 2011 and 2036. And as you can see, Odisha is about the fourth or fifth state, the first being Kerala, that is showing the demographic transition. So we have higher proportions of older persons in these states that include, and one of them is Odisha, that is Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Himachal, Andhra Pradesh, southern states, and Odisha as well. And you can see the growth between 2011 and 2036. We can expect about 17 or 18% of the proportion of the population to be in the 60-plus age group in 2036. So we also calculate what is, some of you may be familiar with the population pyramid. It used to be a pyramid because it's a graph representing the distribution of the population by age and sex. So you have age groups in the y-axis, and you have both male and female population. So it looks like a pyramid because we had higher levels of fertility, and so that is feeding into the younger age groups, and higher levels of mortality. So the top is narrower. But what's going to happen in 2036 is no longer going to look like a pyramid. There are fewer births taking place, and there are fewer deaths across the age groups. And the pyramid also shows you that there are more women in the older age groups as well. This is just some sort of numbers for Orissa, that, some of the indicators that we were talking about, that I was talking about earlier. One that really stands out is, so again, it shows the sex ratio in the 60+ age group is more female in India and Orissa, and that the life expectancy in Orissa is currently 68.3, or in 2011 was 68.3 for females and 66 for males, but is likely to increase to about 70 and 74, 71 and 74 in 2036. Okay. Okay. Also showing, I have some data from two surveys that were done in where the focus was on older persons, that is showing some of their economic and health status. And in this slide, I want to point out that, again, to make the point again that older persons are still in the labor force, people are still working. And in 2011, about 80% of about 45% of men were still in the workforce, 60+, and what is the woman? 10% of women. And 80% of them said that it was due to necessity, that they were working because they had to work. Okay? So that is one point I want to make here. Also that there is a high level of financial dependency in the older ages, right? So about 21% of men and 58% of women have no income of their own, no source of income of their own. They're dependent on their families or other sources of income. Others for their financial well-being. Okay, I'd already talked about literacy and widowhood, but these are the numbers for Orissa. Next page. I'll just go a little faster because I'm repeating myself. So the data also, in both these studies, covered social programs, that is the Indira Gandhi Widow Pension Scheme and the Old Age Pension Scheme. And we have high levels of awareness of the program, but fairly low levels of utilization among BPL families who are the target of these programs. So in Orissa, about 42% of older persons are beneficiaries of the pension program, and about 41% are beneficiaries of the widow program. But here I want to also point out that many are unaware of the concessions that are there for older persons. So there is a need for more IEC activities about the programs that are already there, that are already available. And only about 12% use them, the concessions on transportation, various other concessions that are given to older persons. So we have data on health status, and I think there is a session on health after this. So I won't belabor this point, but I want to. One of the data sets, which is the longitudinal study on aging in India, has data on both self-reported health as well as measured health. So that is, they actually measured biomarkers such as and measured hypertension, diabetes, disability, vision, hearing, various measures. And what the data show is that a large number of older persons are unaware of the fact that they have diabetes and hypertension, as well as that there is a proportion that is being undertreated. That is, they know that they have hypertension and they're taking treatment, but it's not sufficient. So these are some of the issues that the data can show us about health status in the population. Okay. So looking forward, the 4 points I wanted to talk about were that there is a feminization process. When we're looking at older persons, we should think about what happens to women's, what happens to women in terms of financial dependency, in terms of caregiving, in terms of care receiving, because for the women's labor force, formal labor force participation rates are quite low. And also we need to think about individual what happens to women's sort of, it sort of, as how do we improve independence, right, if you are in the older ages. I also want to talk about, point out that due to reduced fertility and because we are having longer lifespans, then what happens to our support systems if we are, or financial support systems, if we are living for longer and we are depending on families, for how long can families, how long do families support older persons? So we need to think of being independent in older ages, right? So there is increased pressure on financial support systems. So in India particularly, the support system is the family. So what happens in the older ages? The last point, is that I had talked about was about healthy lifespan and how to increase that. And then we need to think about the different inequalities that are, sort of within group inequalities and how that plays out in the future. So when thinking about sustainable development, the aging trends have particular relevance for certain SDG goals. And these include eradicating poverty, ensuring healthy lives and well-being across all ages, promoting gender equality, and full and productive employment and decent work for all. Also reducing inequalities between and within countries, and making cities and human settlements inclusive. We don't have a lot of data on age-friendly cities and how cities can be made more inclusive and sustainable. And UN report finally leaves us with some ideas on what governments should do or communities should do. That we need to continue and support continuing and lifelong education and healthcare for all, encourage savings, behavior, and healthy lifestyles throughout our life course, promote employment among women, older persons, and others who have traditionally been left out of the labor force, support family-friendly policies to facilitate work-life balance, and increase gender equality in both public and private life. So that is my last slide for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lekha. You made my job easy. I was supposed to set the context, but I think I was fortunate enough having cough and listening to you, because you set the context so nicely. And yes, this is eye-opening that we have 10 years of healthy lifespan, less than your life expectancy. So 10 years of unhealthy lifespan, can I say that? With disability, diseases and all that, we really need to be prepared, and Lekha has put it very nicely all the way forward. What we will do, we'll listen to the rest of the speakers, and please keep your questions ready in your note. We will have an open session. You can keep your thoughts, questions, suggestions to the panel, and Odisha Vikash Conclave is definitely going to take it forward. So I now request Dr. Ritu Rana from Helpage India. She's leading the mission for healthcare. And Dr. Ritu, you can join us and for the presentation. I'll just open it, and you open there. Yeah. Sure. Ritu, it's fine. Okay. So you can just go on. Huh?
Thank you, Bharti, and thank you putting up the laptop here. It was really a very difficult task that Dr. Lekha has done, reading out from there and reading out from here. But thank you so much. And good afternoon, all. I represent here Helpage India. So Helpage India is the organization that works for the cause and care of elderly, and it is a 45 years old NGO. So as I am dealing with health of the elderly in the organization, and we have heard Dr. Lekha that she has been, she told us that how the population is aging. And as the person ages, many factors, many changes start setting in. These are the physical, psychological, social changes. But there are so many health conditions, and she has mentioned few and given a brief introduction how the health of health comes in the
70% रोग पानी थ्रू रे आसुची एवं जो पानीटा बहुत प्योर पानी झरना पानी एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स अच्छी एबे भी अच्छी बट सबुठी नाही तळुकु जेतिके गंगा भली राम तेरी गंगा मैली आपण देखिचंती गंगा जेतिके तळुकु आसीची सेतिके नाळ हेई हेई जाय समस्त उपरु पानी आनी परिबे नाही जिए जो माने मझी मिड स्ट्रीम एरिया रे रहिचंती इट्स अ स्लोपी एरिया अंडुलेटिंग जो माने एकदम टॉप रे रहिचंती वेरी फ्यू तांको कथा अलगा आपनकर मिड स्ट्रीम लोक माने सेठी ना ट्यूबवेल अछि फ्रैक्चर्ड रॉक्स सेठी किछि करि भी होबनी से माने से झरना पानी पिउचंती एवं सेटा गोटे मेजर डिजीज जो माने तळे रहउचंती से मानक पई कोनोसी प्रकार पानी रो किछि सुविधा करा जाय छै मु गवर्नमेंट को जमा भी क्रिटिसाइज करू मु बारंबार कहूछि जे इत्ते हमर प्रॉब्लम अछि सेही प्रॉब्लम पई का लेट मी टेल यू आमे समस्त हम लिमिटेशन बुझिबा कथा government is not the answer. Niranjan, with due apology. You can create basket of food, you cannot distribute it. मो माँ जिते बेले मु जिते बेले गाँव रे रहूतिली आमर गोटे सर सातमाण बोली गोटे जमी थिला सेठी 30टा लोक काम करंती मते दीपरे कुआ जाए जे तू 2टा लोकଙ୍କୁ नेइकरी तांको भितर को जा से तंप सापता भितर थांती मु नेइकरी जाए खाद्य सेठी सेठी लोक खांती कारण से लोक आसिकरी दीपरे जदी खाइबे एवं सेमाने जीवा आसीबा भितर राति हे जो बिल रे काम होई परिबनी सेटा मो पिला बेलु सिखिची जे इफ स्कूल कैन नॉट रीच यू इफ यू कैन नॉट रीच द स्कूल स्कूल शुड रीच यू हेल्थ पाखरे मो पहुंची पारु नाही जो कारण हो मे बी किछि सुपरस्टिशन थाउ किछि टैबूज थाउ इन ट्राइबल एरिया इन सर्टेन ट्राइब्स द वुमेन विल बी लेफ्ट अलोन टू डिलीवर ए चाइल्ड इफ शी डजंट हैव ए मदर मां नथिले स्त्री लोकटी की एका डेलीवरी करिया पड़िबो कारण ताकू छुई होबो नाही केही ताकू छुई परिबेनी कमिंग 12 दिन पर्यंत शी इज अनटच्ड ओनली मदर कैन बी देयर एठी आमे मैटरनल मोटिलिटी आउ हमर चाइल्ड नियोनाटल मोटिलिटी विषय रे कोन कहिबा आमे हमर प्रॉब्लम गुडा को अन्य प्रकार रो तो सरकार बहादुर बा आमे माने समस्ते गोटिए जिंस बुझिबा कथा जे जोठी सरकार परिधि समाप्त हुए सेठी एनजीओ मानकर सिविक सोसाइटी रो सेठी समानकर सीमा आरंभ हुए जेमति जेमति कहा जाए जे विदाउट जे कहंती जे आर्ट स्टार्ट व्हेन द साइंस एंड्स सेमिति मु सब बेले कहे जे सरकार जोठी सरी जानती सेठी एनजीओ माने थांती किंतु वेल इंटेंशनड एनजीओ थिबा दरकार जो त्याग को नहीं करी आज ए देश गांधी गोपबंधु बा ए राज्य मधुसूदन दास आमर जो माने गोपबंधु गोटे आई थिंक ए वर्ल्ड पे गोटे एग्जांपल जे कि सब किछि छाड़ देथिले सेवारे आमे सेटा तो हेई परिबेनी एनजीओ करी किंतु एटलिस्ट आमर इंटेंशन थिबा दरकार जे आमर प्रथम काम हला सेवा द्वितीय काम हला आमर करियर बा एसेट बिल्डिंग एवं एई भलिया एनजीओ को जदि आमे स्ट्रेंथन करबा आमे कोन करूचे एनजीओ को प्रोजेक्ट फंडिंग करूचे मु निजु को भी क्रिटिसाइज करूचे सेतिरे गोटे एनजीओ को प्रोजेक्ट फंडिंग करबा ताको 3 थर ऑडिट करबा ताको 4 थर देखिबा जे पैसा को बाटे यूटिलाइजेशन होउची कि व्हाट अबाउट द इंस्टीट्यूशनल फी ऑफ द एनजीओ तमे तो सब देई देला यू हैव गिवन जे तमरा एतिके हेल्थ रहबे तमरा आशा रहबे तमरा ये रहबे तमरा ओ रहबे ता दरमा से नहीं गला हाउ द एनजीओ विल सर्वाइव मु जदे नाबार्ड रे थिली आई हैड इंट्रोड्यूस्ड आई हैव द पायोनियर टू इंट्रोड्यूस the 2% of the project cost will go to the NGO as institutional fees. Let them build their institution, then my future is there with them. amane kehi sei part ta bhabu nahe especially the government schemes तेणु जदि सेमानक उपर आमे ट्रस्ट न करि पारिबा लोकंकर हेल्थ सिकिंग बिहेवियर को आमे चेंज करि पारिबा नाही। ये बहुत घटना अच्छी ता भितर को बेसी जाऊनी केवल आउ गोटे भारी इंटरेस्टिंग कथा आपण मानू कहूची जे जोठी हेल्थ केयर अच्छी मु जल्दी एंड करी जोठी हेल्थ केयर अच्छी सेठी भी बहुत अनरिच्ड अच्छंती मेनली द एल्डरली पीपल जो मानकर पिला माने बाहरे रहउछंती बा पिला माने तांको सहित रहिकरी भी रहु नाहंती दि प्रकार अच्छी सही घर भितर अच्छंती किंतु से लोक कौन करुच्ची जानी नाहंती सामाजिक इश्यू ता भितर मु पशुनी बहुत व्यक्तिगत हो सेठी भी सेमाने भी बहुत अनरिच्ड अच्छंती डॉक्टर मानक पाखु गले विथ ड्यू अपोलॉजी टू द मेडिकल कम्युनिटी मत निद होनी एंटी डिप्रेसेंट एंड ये स्लीपिंग पिल्स एंड एवरीथिंग 70 वर्षर लोकटा 3 थर तार प्रोस्टेट बढ़ी जाइए से 3 थर जीव टॉयलेट राति 4 थर जीव तापाखे गोटे एड दरकार ताकू तमे स्लीपिंग पिल दे शुआइले भी से उठिक जीव केतबेले बाथरूम रे फल हेबो थरे हिप फ्रैक्चर हेले 70 वर्ष परे तार डेथ बहुत पाख हो जिवो एटा सत कथा यही समय आसছে डाक्तर मानकर सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मु सोशल सामाजिक रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कथा कहबा एठिक आसछि एटा हला अनरिच्ड कथा। द्वितीय कथा गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स सब कथा भाई ठीक जे प्रॉपर डाक्तर कहांती रहिबा को कहांती लोक कहांती ट्रीटमेंट करबा को लोक अछंती कि सेतिके डाक्तर आमे प्रोड्यूस करूचे कि एवं सेही डाक्तर मानकु नेइकरी तांको माइंड पैराडाइम्स चेंज करी आमे तांकु सेही रिमोट एरिया रे रखी पारुचे कि कारण आपण माने जेते नियम कले भी तमे 2 वर्ष रहिबो तमे 3 वर्ष रहिबो भाई जे न करिबा को चाहिबो ताकु तमे करि परिबो नाही एटा हला सीधा कथा। यू कैन ड्रैग द गोट टू द वाटर यू कैन नॉट मेक द गोट टू ड्रिंक द वाटर एटा एकदम सत कथा। तेनु कोठी ना कोठी आमे एते बेले एई रूम भितर बसिकरी अनरिच्ड कथा होउचे आमे बुझिबा दरकार जे हमर फोर फादर्स भी अनरिच्ड थिले किए गोटे बुधिया थिला पहाड़ उपरू आमको तलू को नहीं आसला बोली आमे एग्रीकल्चर कले आमे मल्टीप्लिकेशन ऑफ सीड जानिले आमे फैमिली सिस्टम आरंभ कले आमे प्रॉपर्टी एक्वायर कले जो लोक ऊपर रही गले तांको आदिवासी बोली कहले बहुत कथा अच्छी ता भितर को मु जाउनी तेबे मु निजुक भी जतेबेले मु आपन को गोटे पॉइंट कि ताकू गोटे पॉइंट कहली 3टा अंगुड़ी मो आड़ू को आसुची आ गोटे लाइव एग्जांपल कहूची 2 दिन तले मो भौणी अमेरिका रो आसिला मत कहला भाई ना मुझे हेल्थ चेकअप करी मुझे ठीक अच्छे बढ़िया ना मुझे अक्टोबर से मुझे अच्छा भल कथा तोर अक्टोबर कर कहीं करूँ ना मोर टे सेठा सिस्टम उपर विश्वास होनी मुझे गोटे विकसित देश कथा कौच है मुझे सेठा सिस्टम विश्वास होनी ये विश्वास ना हाँ मुझे टेस्ट कला बेलू तार HB1AC लेवल जोटा कि डायबिटीज गोटे इंडिकेटर तार देखला ये 6.3 दैट मीन्स यू आर अबव 6 माने यू आर डायबिटिक लास्ट 3 मास भितर ताकू सही विकसित देश रे तार परसेंटेज से 2 जगह करछि इट इज 5.3 जेतबे सबु डाक्तर मानको 3 जगह टेस्ट रिपीट कराला सबु डाक्तर मानको पचराला से माने कहले बहुत विकसित देश रे एभली अछि जे इंश्योरेंस ऊपर ओवरलोडिंग हबो तेणु जो माने अंडर 50 अच्छी तांको से माने डायबिटीज बेले देखांतिनी सो ये आउ गोटे प्रकार षड्यंत्र चली टू मेक पीपल अनरिच्ड एवं आमे भी सियाड़ी की जाऊचे कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन ऑफ द हेल्थ प्लान्स तेणु इंडिया केवल आपण भावतुनि जे आम देशटा आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द पैराडाइज इन व्हिच वी आर लिविंग एटलिस्ट आमे आम सरकार को एबिडी कहि पारुचे आमे कथा तो कहि पारुचे ना खोलिकरी अन्य कोट तो कथा भी कहि होउनी तेणु एटा एवं ता भितरे आमे ब्लेसेड जो ओडिशा भलिया जगह रे आमे बंचिचे जोठी हमको ऑक्सीजन एयर रे ऑक्सीजन लेवल टिके बेटर अच्छी आमर पॉल्यूशंस लेवल बहुत कम कंपेयर टू अदर स्टेट्स आमर स्टेट बहुत रेस्पॉन्सिव आमर ब्यूरोक्रेसी इज आंसरेबल आपण आंसर पाइबे ब्यूरोक्रेटी टू एठी माने आपण अन्य स्टेट सहित मु आपण कहि 22टा स्टेट रे काम करिकरी आसीची बॉम्बे होची इंडिया रा फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल थाने आपण जिबे थाना गोटे जवाहर बोली गोटे जिला गोटे ब्लॉक अच्छी जवाहर केबे भी जानते आप देखिए माल न्यूट्रिशन चिल्ड्रेन होती 68% माल न्यूट्रिशन चिल्ड्रेन बॉम्बे रू टोटाल 120 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस तेणु आमर इक्विटी लेवल बहुत भल अच्छी बट मु बारंबार कहूँ जे आमे करि परिबा नाही वी आर ओनली वन बट राइट साइडेड जीरोज आर सो मेनी लाइक एनजीओज एंड द पीपल हमको हेल्थ सिकिंग बिहेवियर को चेंज करिया पड़िबो एवं एम्बेडेड हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम को आमको लोकों को अनुजाई कस्टमाइज करिया पड़िबो जदि आमे कस्टमाइज्ड हेल्थ केयर न दबा जदि आमे से देहुरी की आम पाठ न पढ़ेबा आम रास्ता रे पढ़ाइबाकू पड़ो से देहुरी न कहला पर्यंत कौन डाक्तर पाखु जीवा ना भाई कैंसर हॉस्पिटल करुच बहुत बढ़िया किंतु लोकों मनरू से भयटा जाइनी कि कैंसर कथा से पुओ को कही पारुनी ता घर साइड की कही पारुनी मोर कहीं कैंसर लोक सब बेले जाउछंती फोर्थ स्टेज टर्मिनल स्टेज रे ता कारण होची लोकंकर एबे भी डर रहूची जे मो कैंसर काले हो जाइथिबो ता भितर लोक से फियर साइकोसिस रु बाहर करियो पड़िबो तेणु मोर गोटे कथा कहबार अच्छी हेल्थ फॉर द अनरिच्ड रे सबुठु बड़ कथा हला ये सामाजिक न्याय दबापाई समाज सहित रहिबापाई आमर समाजर जो माने सेवा करूछंती जेतिके लोक भी अछंती जेतिके यूथ भी अछंती तांको सहित आम सहित बहुत क्लोजली काम करिया पड़िबो दे आर आज इम्पोर्टेंट आज योर हेल्थ सेक्रेटरी थैंक यू सो मच
was contributing about 4,50,000 cases every year in 2017. Now it has come down to 25,000 only. And major contributors are Malkangiri, Koraput, Rayagada, Kalahandi. You see this? Now how it is happening? This is happening again, the so-called health sector, the health-seeking behavior. Now I had been to Malkangiri, I had been to Khairput. I asked there how much people come for institutional delivery from the Vanda Hills. It is 100%. It is 100% they are now come for institutional delivery. The antenatal registration is almost nearing 100%. Immunization coverage in Malkangiri is almost by more than 90%. The scene is changing. The health-seeking behavior is changing. Of course, there are gaps. We have to work on it. But the scenario is something very, very changing. Not, it may not be rosy. But yes, thank you very much.
ओडिशा विकास कॉन्क्लेव ना रहा है कौन सा कॉन्क्लेव ओडिशा विकास ना ओडिशा का विकास नहीं हो रहा है क्या ओडिशा बहुत हो रहा है लेकिन कुछ लोग नीचे रहते हैं हम लोग पहुंच नहीं पाते जानते नहीं ना ठीक है जाके जल्दी आ जाओ तो मैंडेट नहीं रहा है आल्सो डिलेड enriching भाई जब चेयरमैन ओके
थैंक यू वेरी मच So thank you, Dr. Niranjan Mishra and Mr. Hota. Just I want to make a comment that we cannot escape saying that the people are not coming to us, because people might be illiterate but they are not stupid, they take rational decisions. So blaming them and then saying that problem is with them, I think also think from system side what we can do. So I will request now the Professor Ota to his opening remarks.
Yeah, I'll stand here.
Sanju.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kadam. Two of our panelists have gone.
Just 1 second, because we have to manage the time. So I am making a 2 minutes board.
Okay, no problem, no problem. I will stick to your time, no problem. Mr. Panda, the Director of Social Welfare, my friend, Mr. Bhattacharya from UNICEF, and all the esteemed participants. You have already, saw the data sheet of Dr. Niranjan Mishra. Dr. Kadam has also spoken to you, a little bit, setting the context. But the data which you saw pertains to the state. I am going to speak to you about tribals. What the tribal data says, disaggregated data says so far as health and nutrition of women and children is concerned, how the tribal population of Odisha is, what the state is doing something good maybe in 1 or 2 tribal districts. I'll show you the example. And I'll also tell you what UNICEF in collaboration with the government of Odisha is doing, and how it has made a dent, and it is going to make a further dent by 2027. I'll try to, stick to 10 minutes, but you may give me, if required, additional 2 minutes. So, Odisha, if you see, it is considered as the homeland of the tribals. More than 115 lakh population, if you project the population data of 2011 to 2023, you will find 15 lakhs, a little more, tribal people to be here. And it comprises of 22.85% of total population of the state. If you look at the distribution, they are distributed in about 25,000 habitations, most of which are hamlets. And very, less number of revenue villages are there. You find more hamlets, and, they are distributed very dispersely. If you look at the human development indicators, whatever data, disaggregated data is available, you will find that tribals are at the lowest rung of development. And within those, tribal communities, you find another section called particularly vulnerable tribal groups. We have 13 vulnerable groups. You must have heard about Bonda, Dongriakan, to name few. They are, even worse. Next please. And, you will find there are several challenges in tribal development. Already, you'll realize the fact that we have serious dearth of data. We don't have disaggregated data. We don't know where the situation is what. The only study which Regional Medical Research Center, Bhubaneswar, in collaboration with my previous, tribal research institute is concerned, we had conducted, and a disease prevalence survey we did for the first time in the country. And we brought out really, some, issues, some diseases. And that time, today's health secretary was NHM secretary that time, and he really took up a number of, findings which were given, and a lot of dent has been made in that direction. And road connectivity, Mr. Hota was saying, let me tell you, out of these 25,000 habitations, about 10,000 habitations cannot be accessed. That is the situation. And in a habitation, you will find 10 to 12 households. So in population norm also, it doesn't qualify to lay a road. It doesn't qualify to provide electricity. It doesn't provide as per population norm safe drinking piped water. So these are the problems, challenges in tribal development. And cultural resistance, many of you have said. Let me tell you, cultural resistance is the biggest stumbling block, if you really look at tribal development, and particularly the health-seeking behavior. I'll tell you, time permitting, what UNICEF has done for the PVTGs for 4 years for social and behavior change, and how even during, Corona, things were not that bad as it was in other places, barring those 541 habitations which were concentrated because of social and behavior change initiatives which was taken.
Health is all about three things. Health is all about how I am born, health is all about how I live, and health is all about how I die. That's all that is about healthcare. You can divide it into only these three components, and how a state or the nation or the region or society looks into it, isn't it? Now, when you talk about healthcare for the elderly in India, just imagine 1947. We had a life expectancy of 35 years. Many here may not think about that. It was 35 years. I am born and I will die at 35. Now when a child is born, it is expected that we'll live at least 70 years or more, maybe, in the next 20 years. So we have doubled our life expectancy. So at the independence, we thought about infectious diseases and tropical diseases. And when we are standing here now or sitting in this room now, we have to think about healthcare much differently, because that 35 has shifted to 71. But we have not exactly challenged ourselves for our healthcare, either the public or the private or whatever mix that we have brought in the last 30 years or so, how we should address this kind of a transition in healthcare. And we have largely left it loose. So the reality is, according to the United Nations Population Fund, the India Aging Report of 2023, the population above 60 years will double from 10.5%, that's about 15 crores that both madam talked about, to about 21%, that is about 35 crores in 2050. And in Odisha, with a present population of about 4.8 crores, with approximately 11.5%, and this has been touched upon also, that Odisha's elderly population is slightly more than the national elderly population, 11.5% versus 10.5%. So that would at present amount to something like about 55 lakhs. That's the reality. Now when we put together this, what kind of health care we need for the elderly? Elderly will have something like these 11 diseases. These 11 diseases may come as one or come as more than one when I am living beyond 60 years. I will live with the hypertension, I will live with deafness, I will live with angina, I will live with cancer, any of these. And it has been seen now that as the population ages, the one disease is added every 10 years. That means if I have gathered diabetes at 50, then I am likely to gather angina or heart disease by 60, and I will gather cancer by 70, and I will gather deafness and arthritis or mobility problems by 80. And in US, the average disease above the age of 70 is 3+ diseases they will have. So the prevalence is something like 2/3 above the age of 60 years, one disease or more than one disease. And the so-called multimorbidity that we are talking about is largely, again, as I have highlighted in the yellow, is related to my place of residence, related to my wealth index, related to my satisfaction with my current living standards, and also that we are talking about is my individual physical activity and how I cope with my age. So what we have heard about is the multimorbidity is higher in females, those living single, and those living beyond the age of 75 years. These are the recent data that we are talking about and we are hearing about, and we should note these things, and we should also try to see how these can be factored in. Let's go to Odisha specific. As I talked about, any chronic disease, one disease is happening by the age of 44. Another disease is being added at 52, and the third disease is being added when I am 67. Out of those 11 diseases. And when we look at this dendrogram of clusters of diseases, you will see that Odisha is somewhere fourth, which Madam talked about. And out of these, which when you look at the top blue or the dark blue, you will see that the top 3 diseases for Odisha above the age of 80 are diseases which require more intense efforts for healthcare: hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and mobility problems. So you have more demand than what you get for rest of the country. So it's geographic specific, it's your own old age proportion of patient specific, and you have to address those things. Here are 2 which I have confronted. One is a 69-year-old male from Sundargarh, is a district in northern Odisha. I have relocated to Odisha for last 3 years, diagnosed in stomach cancer. In December 2021, surgery and chemotherapy under the Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana treatment course delayed due to distance and family caregiver, that is the son who is working in a paramilitary force, and the waiting time in hospitals. So this is my reality that I see. The other is my own personal 83-year-old lady stays with son and his family, Alzheimer's disease, stroke. There is zero mentation, zero communication, zero mobility. Bedridden, anxious, unsure family caregivers. That's me. That's my mother-in-law. And both these things I confront on a daily basis. So it's not something which is distant, which is away from this room, which you can't see. It's part of our lives. So I would put it that what Madam Bharti was asking me, how do you interlink all these things? I will interlink all these things like what we call in mathematics or economics the Borromean rings. These are topologically linked, and these can't be separated. With age, I have dependency. With age, I have isolation. With age, I have difficulty in access. As far as hospital is concerned, hospital should be equipped to do a comprehensive assessment of my geriatric health, that is called CGA, and should be able to triage my health care properly, what exactly I need for myself. So hospital should be equipped for that. But then, more importantly, I would say is how do we leverage the social support, how do we leverage the community care, and how do we leverage ourselves to raise awareness about geriatric volunteerism. I would say that I am very fortunate. The moment you have a cancer hospital, the moment you try to connect with the society, volunteers will come for the cancer hospitals. Like it's my 3rd year in Odisha, but I know that I can tap volunteers for navigation of my cancer patients. But such things should happen for geriatric patients. And these interlinked things that I am talking about are about our public health policies, and we all know that aging is disease burden. Aging is going to be disease burden. So geriatric care for Odisha at 2036, approximately 15% of the 5.8 crore population at that time. That means it will be from 55 lakhs now will be about 87 lakhs, out of which if we take 2/3 will have the diseases, it will have something like 54 lakhs. So imagine that even if 10% of them need to be hospitalized, we don't have the facilities. You can't hospitalize even for one episode 5 lakhs of the elderly in a year's time. So hospital care at CHC and community level should be as much as possible to provide the basic medical care for the elderly. We have to learn to increase home care spread gradually. Over the coming 13, 14 years' time, when we reach 100, we have to avoid hospitalization as much as possible. Hospitalization for an elderly is a costly affair for a country. It has been realized. We have to avoid polytreatments and polypharmacy, and we have to avoid ICU deaths. We have seen enough of elderly rich people dying in ICUs. I hate to see those pictures. I distinctly hate to see those pictures. I have not allowed in the last 25 years any of my family members to die in hospital. With all resistance with my brothers, sisters and all. They can die at home, they can hold my hand, I can kiss her forehead, and my mother dies. Why should my mother die? Why should my mother die in a ventilator? What do I gain by increasing it by another 7 days' time? You go to an ICU these days, more than 60% are above 60 years. What is happening to our health care? And we have to increase that geriatric care education for each family. And we have to increase our volunteerism. We have no other way. Believe me, we have no other way. I am thankful. I am very thankful to all of you.
Thank you, sir. I am speechless. I think all of us are speechless. He puts something very concrete, very hard to digest before us. Why should I allow my elderly family member to die in an ICU bed without holding a hand of a family member? We all need to think about it. So basically, sir talks about very important things, public health policies, looking at the aging and chronic disease burden of the state, CSC label healthcare so that people can, have access to healthcare, home care, geriatric care, which is very important. And since, as per statistics, about 27% of elderly in Odisha are living either alone or with family members. 26% is not a small number. It's not restricted to urban areas only. Even in rural areas also, many senior citizens are living either alone or with family members, or with spouse only. So the spouse is also getting older, and we also heard other speakers talking about, burden of aging on women. They live longer, they have morbidity burden, as sir said very nicely, multi-morbidity is higher among female people who live single, and also with an advancing age of 75 plus. So multi-morbidity is very much incident among women, and women live longer. And many times they live alone because spouse passes away. So that is a mental shock as well as a physical burden. So with all this, I open the forum now. It's already 1:25 p.m. and we were supposed to close the session by 1:30 and have lunch. But I think we can continue for another 15 minutes. And I'm really glad and thankful to all of you. बहुत पुराना बंधु आज देखा हेले जो माने ए सेशन पे आसीचंती, and everybody who met me in the morning they said कि मते बहुत किछि कहिबार अछि, बहुत समस्या अछि, कोठी फोरम नाही, कोठी हमें कथा होनु. So सेटा जदि आम पाखरे अछि जे there are issues and we are thinking about it, then I think this is a good sign. एटा गोटे बहुत भलो साइन जे आमे ए विषय कथा हेबा आरंभ करचंती. आम सहित ओडिशा स्टेट फेडरेशन ऑफ सीनियर सिटीजन एसोसिएशंस रू मेंबर्स माने अछंती. मिस्टर कृपासुंदर साहू अछंती, मिस्टर जुगल किशोर साहू अछंती. आम सहित अन्य डिग्निटरीज अच्छी एंड वी आर रियली फॉर्चुनेट प्रोफेसर कुंडू इज ऑल्सो सिटिंग विथ अस एंड मेनी अदर्स सो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू आपण मनकर जहाँ भी मतामत सजेशंस अच्छी बा क्वेश्चंस अच्छी टू द पैनल जहाँ भी अच्छी प्लीज पुट फॉरवर्ड and my sincere request kindly put your things directly and straight no lengthy discussions so that we give chance to all of you जे भी जहाँ कहबा को चाहूँचंती and after lunch we are having a session on socio-economic issues of elderly and the legal and policy framework. So सेठी मध्य हमें आहरी discussion करिबा. This session is very much restricted to the demographic transition and health. तो हमें जदि से demographic transition और health को नहीं कि अपन करो किसी सुचिंतित मतामत अच्छी हमें नबा with a thought that this suggestion or this thing that you are putting forth here we are going to take further at a policy level. आमे एठी देखिबा को चाहूचु जे what is our mandate for ourselves. What are the action points for civil society that we get from here? As a civil society, what we should do? What we expect from the government as a policy change initiative, and also what we expect from the emerging world of corporate social responsibility in terms of healthcare of elderly. So these are few things that I wanted to put here. Forum is open and I request volunteers to pass on the mics, and my reporters please do note the questions with the names. So kindly introduce yourself, your name and your thought, whether it is a suggestion or question. Please put it very short and crisp. Thank you.
Thank you Bharti, and congratulations to all the panelists and in fact Professor Kundu to open up this discussion. And this was really wonderful to learn the way the things have actually, spoken here from the morning. I just, have one questions to all the panelists, in fact. And to begin with, I'll be, apologizing to both of you because I'll speak in Odia. Amar Odia re gote katha achi je तଳ बरडा खसुची ऊपर बरडा हसुची मझी बरडा कहूँ मो बड़ काल आसूची सो मोर बोधे से मझी बरडा पखापाखि अच्छी से मे बी आई एम मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन दिस पैनल so what I was thinking how are we also I mean we have seen the kind of demographic picture that you people have actually put before all of us. I was thinking, I mean, how are we actually looking at these demographic changes and preparing ourselves to face it? Do we have enough research? Do we require a very specific course on that? Do you think we should have a set of professionals, set of people who should be, looking at this and then preparing themselves to face it? Dr. Mahanti ko sangar alpo din tole dekhai tila susrusare. I am also one of the founder members over there, where we prepared home nurses jo mane ghare elderly lokomanakara care niyanti. So this is one kind of thing. So do we think we should have more and more about that? I mean, keeping the kind of requirement that we have. And in fact, I was sitting here with my colleague is also here, Getika, and we were discussing when Dr. Rana was presenting that ye to bahut daravana hai. That is we also get scared for our own future. That's very sure. But then we also have to prepare ourselves. I think this generation has to think about आमको आगो को कौन करिया को छे and then अबे आउ कौन contribute कर परिया. So can we have our focus, I mean our discussion around that, that will probably be helpful. Thank you so much.
All panelists, my young and old friends, I am Krupachandra Sahu, a senior citizen of Odisha. I have been listening to the discussions, the speech of all these panelists to talk about the aging population. As everybody knows, senior citizens number is increasing every year, every day, every month. In 2001, census, it was 7.5. Everybody knows what is the population now. In 2021, it is about 13%. 70% of the total population below poverty line. 30% population, they have no 2 square meals a day. I am talking of the aged people. There is a policy of United Nations. There is a mandate of the Constitution for senior citizens. There is a law in 2007 by Government of India, Maintenance and Welfare of Senior Citizens Act. It is laid down in the Constitution, laid down in the law, that the government is the only support for the survival of the senior citizens in the country. What government is doing, what government should do, it has been already mandated. This discussion should have covered not only the description of the present situation of the senior citizens, what they should do, what a government should do, what a government is not doing, what government of India is doing, what they should do, what they are not doing. The United Nations mandate is very clear in their 1991, 2000. Every year we are celebrating 1st October to discuss about the health care of the senior citizens. Every 15th June we are celebrating World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. What is the effect of this? This forum should have discussed the remedy for this all irregularities, what is happening to the senior citizens. Our government says senior citizens are wealth for us. They are treasures of experience. They are the Namasya, Varishta, Jeshta, Garishta. Are they really treated like that? I am talking of Government of India. In 1999, there is a case by Dr. Ashwini Kumar and Government of India. How to provide increased benefits? The Supreme Court is still sitting on the job. They are not giving a decision about closure of this case. All India Senior Citizen Confederation has given a list of amendments. I am shortly talking to the 2007 Act, not yet discussed, not yet finalized.
So
it is not at the table.
You can give your suggestions, which we will take forward.
In the Parliament, even though we have reminded several times in Delhi, in Bombay, from Bombay and all other places. Therefore, this Odisha Vikash Parishad should elaborately discuss what are the remedies, what we should do for the elderly living in a peaceful, happy manner. That is my submission.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, backside, please. Sir. Kindly be very...
thanks to all panelists, Madam Bharati, and to my all senior citizens and my young children, I can say. Today the elaboration on aging, very nice, very nice. All the panelists, they have given their views. I am not going to the statistics part. Simply because of the shortage of the time, only one point I am telling, that the health care and the health facilities in Government of India and state government, not adequate, not at all adequate. So my demand is from the state level, myself is Jugal Kishore Sahu, I am the General Secretary of the State Senior Citizen Federation. My demand that the universal state insurance, health insurance should be introduced for all category of the people. Because the major portion of the state and whole state country, that is the state government employees who are retiring, they are suffering a lot. And regarding others, they have some people have their health insurance, others have not there. And the health treatment is very high now. Very, very high, because taking some private hospitals taking their privileges. So you please take steps to that the state government and central government should introduce the universal health insurance scheme. This is one part, and the second part, by the way, because the leader from the Help India from center has come, so I am expressing her before her that the Maintenance Act 2007, it was amended in 2007, modifications given in 2018. I am part of that in Delhi. Still that the act is not modified in the parliament. What is the position also I want to hear from Madam. Thanks to all of you.
Very brief, one observation, one suggestion. I would like to thank and compliment my friend, Professor Vidhu Mohanty, for his extremely heart-touching content. I had some occasion to deal with this policy in Government of India in the Ministry of Social Justice Empowerment, which deal with the geriatric aspect. The problem of geriatric persons is very well known, precisely on three aspects. One is economic, one is health, and third is emotional. So Professor Mohanty touched the emotional aspect, which is very relevant. And I would like to refer to what Dr. Lekha has mentioned in his last slide, way forward. It has 4 bullet points. Bullet number 3 relates to promote employment among women, older persons, and other traditionally excluded from the labor force. In this context, I would like to submit that the Indian craft sector, the handloom handicraft, has enormous potential. Somehow I have the opportunity of working in the sector for about 3 decades. This is virtually untapped. And if it is tapped, I would request helpage and others, particularly those who are not economically well off. We are all talking about government servant, what can happen, what should happen, what is act, what implementation, what High Court, Supreme Court is doing. That is all okay, it is important. But the persons who are outside this room, जो मैंने सब गाँ गलू आसचंती सेठी जदि आमे टिके हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट विषय चिंता करि परिबा अल्प इन्वेस्टमेंट रे लोक माने डिग्निफाइडली रही पारिबे जोटा कि विदु महांती और विदु बाबू कहले जे गोटे लोक हॉस्पिटल कहीं मरिबो कहीं ता घरे मरिबोनी से सेक्टर रे टिके विचार करंतु हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट उपरे कोन करा जाय परिबो हमर मिशन शक्ति अछि मिशन शक्ति रे स्त्री लोक मान को गाँ गले रे बहुत काम करा जाउची मोर बहुत स्ट्रांग कन्विक्शन जे अल्प किसी आम साहाय्य कले आमर से गाँ गलर लोक मैंने निजे आर्न करें पेंशन तो ठीक अच्छी आ विषय आम पर कथा धन्यवाद
थैंक यू सर
मैडम ओडिशा विकास कन्वेंस होउची
टिके आपन को ना कहि की
हां मो नाला दिलीप कुमार नायक मो ओडिया सीरियल फिल्म रे एक्टिंग करे एवं किछि कविता फविता भी लिखे 26 वर्ष कटक रही 12 वर्ष है भुवनेश्वर रोचे मुझे विभिन्न मीटिंग अटेंड करुँच मोर गोटे यूट्यूब चैनल अच्छी मुझे लोड करके छाड़ुची तो मोर कहबार कथा है ये जो गुड़ा सब हो ओडिशा विकास कन्वेंस विभिन्न मीटिंग हो सब भुवनेश्वर रे जदि आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज हुआ निश्चिंत लोक मानकर काम टे लगता जो मैंने कि गाँ गहली लोक मैंने असुविधा पड़ुं से मनिटरी भी कम अच्छी तो तारी उपर जब किसी लक्ष्य दि जाता गवर्नमेंट तरफ हो कौन एनजीओ तरफ हो मुझे कहीं भावुँ भल हाँ
ओके थैंक यू या वॉलंटियर्स सामना टेबल ले दे दें हाँ हाँ विल कम वन बाय वन विल कम
Honorable dignitaries, good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me here. I am a PhD research scholar working in elderly health. To all the panelists, I have a question regarding demography. Sir and madam, India is expanding and we have crossed China right now. All the population are increasing at the same rate, whether it is elderly or the children. Because we need youth after 20 years, but at the same time, we are very happy that our medical care have done so well that we have increased the life expectancy. So how the government is going to address this geriatric population problem? Because of course, old is gold and they are experienced people and they are going to help us to tune our youth that is going away from the cultural preservation that we hold in India. So what should be the method that government should put an eye in this ever-rising population of geriatric? Because right now, government have a lot of things to do, like the children and the roads and the housing, the poverty, and number of population. So this demographic transition, how elderly will be an advantage to us, that I would like to know from you, sir and ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant sir. Okay, one by one. Somindu, please keep a watch. Sir.
See, there is certain air of pessimism which makes me depressed in the discussions here. In Delhi, I heard that Odisha's life expectancy is higher than the national average. I was so excited, so happy about it, because less developed states with lower level of literacy, health facilities, life expectancy is very high. But what I find here, you're talking about the problems of aging. Every year you're adding one more disease. There is suffering. Life expectancy has gone up, but not a healthy life expectancy. I understand that. At the age of 40, people start taking some medicine. You consider that to be unhealthy. Of course, our life expectancy has gone down. I would like to tell you, there was a survey in 1965 globally. They found out, they only surveyed those households where people have died. They found only 12% of the people died within 15 days. Whereas the same survey was repeated in 2012, and they found 55% of the people went to hospital and died after 2 months. So this is what has development done. It has increased suffering. People go to the hospitals, you can't hold their hands and they die. If they stay at home, well, you can do that. In fact, in Europe, you can do that. You can meet your mother and kiss her goodbye, even in the hospitals. So basically, I'm saying, let us not, I thought there will be excitement here in Odisha that real life expectancy is going up. Sorry, it is going up only in few districts. That is in the coastal areas. Rest, it is not increasing, and let us think of increasing it. If you focus only on the sufferings, then you say, okay, suffering means going to a hospital is a bad thing. Hospital should be improved, and that is the point our friend was making. You see, first of all, regional disparity is to be addressed. There are people who are dying at the age of, in Odisha, there are districts where people are dying at the age of 65. And there are others where it has increased. I come from Chindwara, a small town in Madhya Pradesh. I don't go there anymore because all my class friends have died. Because they don't have access to the facility that I have in Delhi. They don't have awareness. So please, let us celebrate the increase in the aging by, first of all, bringing down the regional disparities that exist. There are many districts where health facilities are bad and life expectancy is not gone up. And finally, the point that many colleagues have mentioned, let us put the responsibility on the state. State is not creating the medical facilities for the elderly people. The RSBY, there are data available from the 78th round which tell us that in the lowest expenditure category, life expectancy has not gone up. In the lowest expenditure category. And percentage of people falling ill in the lowest expenditure category is less. Why? Why is it that the poor people fall ill less? Because there is no recognition of their ailment. They don't go to the hospital, they die at home. I'm simply saying that Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, which gives you on an average to the insurance agent something like 3,000 rupees. And you rightly mentioned, average expenditure of hospitalization 8,000 rupees. How do you think that insurance will cover? If they give to one family, they will not give to 150 families by creating all kinds of obstacles. Please let us celebrate the fact that aging has come up in Odisha. Of course, there are problems. These problems are to be addressed. The state has to be serious about improving their medical facility, reducing regional inequality, and really providing the adequate support system that the elderly people deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kundu. And RSBY is not applicable in Odisha. It's it's similar. BSKY is here, and then there are data of BSKY being accessible to, not to all. It's not universal. Yeah, please. Just before you start, please be crisp, very crisp, because we need to give chance to others, and I really want to hear all of you. I don't want to close before we listen to all of you.
समस्त प्रणाम और नमन मो राजेश महापात्र ओल्ड एज केयर श्री कृष्णानंद भुवनेश्वर रे गोटे ब्रांच अच्छी जो 100 जन एल्डरली रहती मु प्राय 2013 ने जेरियाटिक केयर करिछि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रु हमर ई कोरोना पैंडेमिक रे कहार भी सेठी डेथ हेनी जोटी कि आमे सेठी अति सुंदर भाव
परिचालन सजेशंस डायरेक्टली
ओके सो बर्तमान आमे एया कहबा दरकार जे गोटे जेरियाटिक सेंटर सब जगह खोलुछि सब होछि हॉस्पिटल रे गोटे जेरियाटिक वार्ड रहिछि किंतु सेठी जेरियाटिक डॉक्टर्स नाहंती आमे जो समय गले सेठी आमे डॉक्टर को मीट कर परिबा किंतु सेठी किछि स्कोप थिबा जेरियाटिक पई सेटा हेई पार नै आ जेमते आशा करी मानु को शिक्षा दे जाउ कोनोसी काम करिया पई सेमती प्रति लेवल ले शिक्षा दे जाउ गाय गहଳି रहू किंबा अंगनवाड़ी वर्कर जेमती करूछंती
सेमानकर ट्रिटमेंट पाई सेमान किछि करंतु जेमती कॉमन हेल्थ इश्यूज जहाँ कॉमन सोशल प्रॉब्लम जहाँ सेमान सब जणांतु जहाँ द्वारा कि सेमान टिके ये हेबे केमति कि गोटे लोक को डायबिटिक हेले खाली सिंपली गोटे डायबिटिक लो हो गोटे लोकर डेथ हो जाउछ लोक कहउछ कार्डियक अरेस्ट हो गला कि कहि गला जानि पारन तार कोन प्रॉब्लम रही एमती करके लोक बहुत डेथ होउछंती ए सब जिनस पर बहुत जल्दी शिक्षा दिया जाता तार बहुत भलो होता।
थैंक यू पछपट टेबल रे दे दियंतु टिके बैक साइड ओके यू कंटिन्यू देन सर
कैन आई
मैडम कहि दियंतु तापर आपन को देबे।
नमस्कार मो ना अन्नपूर्णा देवी पांडे रियली very very thought provoking panel to hear the demographics and also Dr. Bidhu Mahanti's personal reflection. I would just like to ask, because one thing emerging from all the three presentations, that women are living longer. And also at the same time, multi-morbidity is higher among women. And more diseases, isolation, and we see all sorts of biological, mental illness we didn't even talk about. I think that's something we really need to address. So at this, and also I find that the critical care is on the increase. Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, what we just heard, the statistics, that it may not be addressing everybody. It's not universal, Madam said, but at the same time, it's not addressing the people, and people are dying. Maybe the waiting period is longer. So my point, it is just we are following the American model, because emphasizing on critical care, not focusing on the preventive care, what Rajesh Babu just said. So with these centers, now geriatric centers and wards, with all these here, the thought leaders and the action leaders, it's very important to think about how we can focus on preventive care, rather than saying that I don't want my mother to die in the hospital. Yes, but what can we do for it? Let's just think about it, and we can only think of preventive care.
Yeah.
So preventive care, I think here, talking about diabetes, for example, incontinency, one issue. Women, even over 40, we are trying to hide it, but we don't know how to control. Simple, like let's say the simple practices, if we can make it more as part of the medical care, not just the critical care before just when I become very serious, I go to the hospital and all the money are drained. So I think that's where we really need to put our
Thank
thoughts.
you.
Thank
Well
you.
taken. So.
My name is Vidyadhar Maharana. I am president of the Senior Citizen Association, Kalingnagar. My point is that by 2036, the aging population will be around 17%, one in 6. So by that time, we will be requiring more doctors for that treatment, particularly in the area of cardiac problem, geriatric problem, and neurological problems. These are three major diseases we come across from the senior citizens. So now, as per the recommendation of WHO, there should be one doctor for 1,000. But in India, they calculate 834. One doctor is commanding 834 patients. It's a good sign, but we see the concentration of doctors is more in urban areas. So it is not evenly distributed, so that the rural people, they face difficulty in coming to the urban areas for treatment due to some transport difficulties. So there could be two solutions for this, because although we have got 16 medical colleges in Odisha, still the doctors are not sufficient to cater to the needs of the public. Secondly, they are reluctant to go to the rural area. So there should be some arrangement, maybe some mobile geriatric clinics or mobile cardiac clinics. So they should move around the rural areas in fixed interval, so that people will come for treatment. That is one. Second is, I have seen in Karnataka a particular NGO, Corona Trust. So they have taken up treatment of some public in a participatory manner. They are recruiting the retired persons, and they are taking over some of the defunct PSC or CSCs where the facilities are not available. So participatory treatment with the help of NGOs, that may be one approach. The second approach could be mobile clinics, particularly for geriatric treatment, cardiac treatment, and neurological treatment. Third will be, we need to
deploy some physiotherapist, registered persons having knowledge in physiotherapy. So on payment, they can move because as you see, the female population in aging group will be more than the males. So they need some physiotherapy treatment. So there must be some registered practitioners who can provide door-to-door service.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, can you pass to the last bench, backside?
My name is Sri Prafullo Kumarananda. I am from Kalinganagar Senior Citizen Association. Actually, I will not take much time, only 2 minutes I will complete it. I have four points I have to give you. The first is, as Dr. Mahanti told, that now there are 4 drastic diseases which affect the senior citizens, and treatment is very, very essential. So when they are not able to get treatment by any way, either government scheme or something like that, actually some medical schemes should be, medical schemes should be introduced. Actually, some health medical schemes are there. It is available up to only 70 years. Now some companies, they have extended it to 75. But now if the government will try, it can be to 80, it can be increased. And government can negotiate, or the NGOs can negotiate with the health companies so that the people, senior citizen from 60 onwards, they can have the medical facility.
Okay.
And this is the number 1. Then number 2, actually old age home. Actually old age home government is also doing, but they should increase because the way senior citizens are increasing, so old age home should be increased also, because many of their children are staying outside India, or if India, outside the Odisha. Then number 3, another like cyber crime. Cyber crime, I am very thankful to Helpage India, because they are giving training to all the senior citizens. So how to deal with the cyber crimes. It is very helpful for them, and this facility should be continued so that there will be awareness among the senior citizens, so that they will not fall a prey to this. But I find that nowadays, most of the senior citizens fall prey to this cyber crime.
Okay.
Then another one, home nurses facility. Actually, the old persons, without having any child with them, whether he can pay the money or not, immaterial, but home nurses should be provided. And the person who is having paying capacity, he will pay it, otherwise government will pay it from their revenue.
Thank
so
you,
these
sir.
are the 4 suggestions I am giving.
Thank you, very pertinent
much.
suggestions. Can you pass on the mic to the back?
Myself, Panu Behera from Peacock. ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ସଜେସନ୍ ଦେବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଯେ ହେଲ୍ପେଜ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ତରଫରୁ ଦୀର୍ଘ 12 ବର୍ଷ ଧରି ମୁଁ ବୟସ୍କ ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କର ସେବା କରି ଆସିଥିଲି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜି ମୁଁ ହାରାସ ହେଇଯାଇଛି ଗୋଟିଏ ସଚେତନତାର ଅଭାବରୁ। ମୋର 4 ଦିନ ତଳେ ମୋର ଗୋଟେ 60 ବର୍ଷ ମୋଠରୁ 4-5 ବର୍ଷ ବଡ଼ ମୋ ଭଉଣୀ ହାର୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରୋକ୍ରେ ମରିଗଲା। କଟକରୁ ମାତ୍ର 15 ମିନିଟ୍ ବାଟ କଟକ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସଚେତନତା ଅଭାବରୁ ସେ ଭିଣେଇ ଆମକୁ କହିଲେ ସକାଳ 6ଟାରେ ତା ଦେହରୁ ଝାଳ ବାହାରିଲା, ମାନେ ସଚେତନତା ଅଭାବରେ। गोटे हेल्थ कार्ड अच्छी किंतु हेल्थ कार्ड रो भूमिका हेल्थ कार्ड रो माने विषय किसी जानी ना माने देखो गोटे गाँव टोटाल से कहले आमको अंगनवाड़ी दीदी हेल्थ कार्ड विषय सचेतन हेल्थ कार्ड मुंड तल थोकी मो भौंटी मरीगला लाभ कौन है 5 ରୁ 10 लाख टका भितर फैसिलिटी था कटक मेडिकल कि प्राइवेट नर्सिंग होम जदि से ट्रिटमेंट होता भौणी मोर बंची जाता किंतु गोटे कथा हूँ जे सरकार जिते योजना हो किंतु यहाँ घरे घरे प्रसारित हवा कथा आम केवल टार्गेट रखुचे यूथ यंग जदि से यंग पुओ झी होता से सांगे सांगे मेडिकल ता झीर जदि किसी होता से सांगे सांगे मेडिकल को नहीं था किंतु वयस्क लोक को एत अवहेलित सबू क्षेत्र में से होची तेणु गोटे सजेसन ये जो हेल्थ कार्ड हो जेकोसी योजना वयस्क लोक मान हो पाखे घरे घरे पहुँचा दरकार पहुँचले वयस्क लोक मैंने बची
आज्ञा आमे आउ दुईटी सजेशन नबा आपनकर नबा सेपटे सर अछंती तांकर नबा आमे दुई तीनटी नै की क्लोज करबा
नमस्कार ऑल माय रेस्पेक्टेड सर एंड भारती मैडम माय सेल्फ रमनाथ नायक एमपी ओल्ड एज होम सिंस रनिंग 18 इयर्स मो गोटे 18 वर्ष भितर गोटे जिंस सफर के आछी आमे ओल्ड एज होम रे पुलिस वाला माने पीसीआर गाड़ी नै कि हमको छाडुचंती जे जो मनकर ब्रेन लॉस होउची कि घर द्वारा किसी जानी पारनांती रास्ता कोडरे बुलुचन तांको आमे छाडुचु तो सार कथा को मुझे रेस्पेक्ट करुच्ची जे घरे डेथ करवाटा बापा माँ 90 वर्षर बापा माँ गोटे हॉस्पिटल आम आईसीयू पूरा भेंटिलेटर चढ़ा भाईपा लगेबा
सजेशन रखंतु एठी
आज्ञा आज्ञा जस्ट तो सजेशन मीन्स से 90 वर्ष 95 वर्षर जो तांकर ब्रेन लॉस होची तांको पाखर तांकर कोनोसी डॉक्यूमेंट आम पाखर रहू नाही आधार कार्ड नाही घर द्वार कोड नाही तांको हॉस्पिटल लेके जिबा परे से आफ्टर डेथ माने 95 इयर्स रो ओल्ड पर्सन जने डेथ करूची किंतु डेथ करिया परे से हमको बॉडी हैंडओवर करा जाउनी ताकू 3 दिन रखा होची पुलिस वालों को इन्फॉर्म करा जाउची हमको गोटे टॉर्चर करा होची ताकू 3 दिन काल मर्चरी भीतर रखा होची डेड बॉडी मर्चरी रो जहा अवस्था डेड बॉडी माने लॉस होला परे पुणी हमको कहउची जे सही डेड बॉडी के हमको लेके जाओ जहा कि डेड बॉडी पाखु को माने मनुष्य तो जीवा दूर थाउ माने अन्य के जाई परिबेनी एही भले सपोर्टा जो एही सपोर्टा को जदी किछि इनक्रीज करा जानता ताले फार बेटर हंता इट माय थॉट
आज्ञा थैंक यू गॉट इट सर अपन कहबे कोनतो
myself Nishikant Mahapatar, retired headmaster, senior citizen. I don't want to speak anything, but one thing is there. Bima Yojana or health card should be extended to all citizens. Thank you.
Universal health care. Sir, last.
ମୁଁ ରମାକାନ୍ତ ରଥ ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳ ମୁଁ ଏଠି ସଜେସନ୍ ଦେବିନି ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ଡାଉଟ୍ସ କ୍ଲିୟର ଟିକେ କରିଦେବେ ମୋ ମନରେ ଗୋଟେ ଜିଜ୍ଞାସା ଉଠେ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଦ ଡେଫିନେସନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ସିନିୟର ସିଟିଜେନ୍ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟାମ୍ପିଂ ଆଇ ଆମ୍ 65 କାହିଁକି 60ଟା ବାଡ଼େଇ ଦେଇଛି ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟାମ୍ପ କରି ତୁ ସିନିୟର ସିଟିଜେନ୍ ଜବରଦସ୍ତ କାହିଁକି मुझे गोटे क्वेश्चन मो मन भर क्रिएट है मुझे लगे रेज दिस क्वेश्चन विथ द पैनलिस्ट एंड आल्सो मैम कहीं 60 माने सीनियर सिटीजन अर्थ कौन व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन रियल डेफिनेशन तो बुढ़ा हाँ
ओके सर थैंक यू volunteer please bring the mic Sashyapa so we have ex information commissioner of Odisha Mrs. Sasiprabha Bindhani. She was she told me before the session that she had to tell something. I just want to hear 1 or 2 lines from her and then come back to the panel. I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you for giving the space to tell you. One thing आमे मो ओडिया रे कहबी टिके आमे घुरी फेरी के आसुचे आज हे गलानी मोर देन माने सिविल सोसाइटी सेक्टर रे मोर 35 वर्ष अधिका किंतु घुरी फेरी के आसुचे सब पॉलिसी होची एक्ट होची अनेक प्रोसीजर करा होची किंतु आज भी प्रश्न करचे सेटा काहे कि इफेक्टिवली हो नाही जदि देखिबा को जिबा 2005 रे जो आईन टे आसिला राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन एक्ट सेते सेक्शन 41B रे जो कथा रही 17 पॉइंट रे गोटे बहुत भल कथा अच्छी जे पब्लिक अथॉरिटी 120 दिन भितर जति की इन्फॉर्मेशन रिलेटेड टू देयर फंक्शनिंग सेटा सेठी रखिबे किंतु मूलरू ए आईन टा को एमिति भाबरे ता विषय रे लोकन को परिचित करा गला समस्ते आज 22 वर्ष बेसी होगा समस्ते भूली गले ना सॉरी 18 वर्ष बेसी है समस्ते भूली गले जे सेक्शन 41B रे सरकार जो आईन करिसंती बा देश रे संवैधानिक व्यवस्था रे विभिन्न डिपार्टमेंट जरिया रे जो पॉलिसी जो रेगुलेशन सब तैयारी हिची ताको इफेक्टिवली करबा पई हमर रोल कोन अछि हम सेक्शन 41B रे सबसेक्शन 6 सबसेक्शन 6 रो 4 सबसेक्शन 6 रो 4 देखा जोटी कि कह 6 जदि देखा 6 रे कह जे सरकार तांको पाखरे जो अवेलेबल डाटा को से माने लोकों पब्लिक इन्फॉर्मेशन पाई रखिए तो आज दिन में भी जेति की कथा होचु आमे जो विषय नहीं कि एजिंग विषय भी जदि कहबा वर्तमान पर्यंत सरकार पाखे कौन कौ प्रकार इनफर्मेशन ता संबंधी अच्छी आज भी मुझे आउ गोटे छोट पॉइंट रखीदेवी जेहेतु यही विषय रे पब्लिकली पब्लिक एक्सेस कौन इनफर्मेशन को सही प्रकार आज की 18 वर्ष पर स्थानित करा जाई नहीं एवं आम पक्षरु ताको ठीक भाव में प्रश्न करा जाई नहीं आमे कोविड पीरियड रे देखिबा डिसइनफर्मेशन को लेके बहुत चर्चा होता वर्तमान ताको एग्नोटोलॉजी सोशल कॉन्सेप्ट एग्नोटोलॉजी कहा जो किछि तथ्य रखा आउ किछि तथ्य जोटा कि सत्य नुहे ताकू नहीं कि कहा होची आज भी प्रश्न आसला देखा बोले आम से ये जी कथा को लेकिन रिसर्च होची आई थिंक प्रोफेसर कुंडू गोटे कथा उठे तार जो इंटरप्रिटेशन होची जो डेफिनेशन को जो अणा होची एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिकली एजिंग को लेकिन जहाँ तथ्य रखा कथा से भितर गुड़ाए गैप्स रोचे आम कौटी ना कौटी किसी तथ्य उपर एत मोटिवेटेड हो जाऊँगी आमर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रू आम से चली जाऊँ तो प्रथम कथा है इनफॉरमेशन विषय रे आमको से एक्टिव है पचार अच्छी सरकार को जो एक्ट एंड रेगुलेशन होची तार इफेक्टिवनेस उपर प्रश्न करने को अच्छी एवं आज दिन में जदि कह जो सोशल कंडीशनिंग आमर अच्छी जो कथा डॉक्टर महांती भी कहते आम भितर आम सोशल कंडीशनिंग टाको गोटे डिग्निफाइड एल्डरली पीपल केमिति रहिबो से विषय रे कौन आम स्टेप्स नहींचु जोटा आमठू आरंभ होगा दरकार आठी खाली गोटे कथा से कथाटा को रखी जे सोशल कंडीशनिंग जो आम कहूचे सेटार जो सिविल नागरिक मानकर जो कर्तव्य रहिबा कथा आज भी आम स्वाधीनता परवर्ती समय कही चलचु जे आम किछि आईन किछि विषय आम जानिनु बा आमको अवेयरनेस करा जाऊ किंतु जो मैंने आम समस्ते गोटे गोटे मोबाइल फोन धरीचु जी आप आसूची से विषय में आमर जानवर एत प्रक्रिया प्रचेषा रोचे और इच्छा रोचे किंतु देश में जो आईनटा अच्छी आमर गोटे मर्यादापूर्ण जीवन यापन सुरक्षित जीवन यापन से आम प्रश्न कर आग्रह आम पाखे अभाव अच्छे
ओके
तो से प्रक्रिया आम जब रखा मुझे भावुँ बहुत गुड़े समय
थैंक यू सो मच शशिअप्पा and I now go back to panelists if you would like to respond to anything. No. Ritu? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say the first the question which was asked about what kind of training and how can we support, because see everything what the other questions what about the government, I cannot respond to that, and that we all know that the health facility should be strengthened, there should be a training that, but we leave it to that. But what as a civil society, as a common person we can do, we can all must be having that the training of the the how can we support our elderly at home. So if that can kind of training can be provided to the home caregivers, like as Dr. Mohanty was saying that he's caregiving to his mother-in-law. So all of us have to someday have to do that. So how can we get that training is something, and there are courses which we can get that geriatric care training or the palliative care training. So this is must, and volunteerism. So the community volunteers. So if among us we can be that community volunteer to support each other, this is what we can do.
Okay, thank you, Ritu. And sir, you talked about why 60. We will talk definitely, and we will put it in our, way forward also. Thank you, everybody, each one of the panelists and dear participants. It is really overwhelming to see this kind of participation in the aging sector, which was not talked of much till now. And I think we have a good beginning, and we really look forward. And Professor Kundu, yes, regional disparity in all terms, even some other participants also put it in a different way. So we take it forward. We captured all your suggestions and this session's way forward. We will be presenting it in the way forward session later in the evening. I welcome you to have lunch just besides here. And at 3 o'clock, we come back here, and we will have more engaging sessions here. And thank you. Thank you, everybody.
student in a community who has never gone to school doing PhD in Bhubaneswar. Chalantu, Bhubaneswar probably away from the community, but serving as a, you know, a beacon of hope कि communities can change, development can happen, health and nutrition can improve. सेमिति करी कि कले मते लागू छे आमे जेते पाठ पढ़ाबो जेते भाषण देबो improvement हबनी. If their own people becomes a role model for them, change starts from within. That is a concept आमे सब बोले ना, start the change from within. Sir.
What actually question no, but a semi question. Actually, I have thought of one question, but then when I heard Mr. Srinivasan, I reserved that question to the next lesson. Okay. I have been inspired, my work in food and nutrition is inspired by three legends. One is Dr. C. Gopalan, and second is Dr. M. S. Swaminathan, third is Dr. Dr. C. Gopalan had told that solution to good health and good nutrition lies in the farm, not in pharmacy. So that is one of my inspiration. And Dr. Swaminathan has told that Wakat, local, regenerative food system. And Koreans talked about empowered farmers. Those are, so we'll talk in the afternoon. But sir, I was very inspired by hearing the voice of a young bureaucrat and fearless and upfront. And that is probably the system probably is needing. Sir, I am wanting to raise a point that we need to strengthen our front line. Both front line means frontline workers and frontline institutions. I look at Anganwadi Center as a frontline institution. So how do we strengthen frontline institution? I am talking from my experience. I have the privilege of looking at thousands of Anganwadis when I was heading the care nutrition program and as partner of Government of India ICDS program. So I had that privilege and I was getting pained every time I used to visit a Anganwadi. And I have seen Anganwadis, even since then I have continued to visit Anganwadis. I have seen Anganwadis in some states, precisely I'll tell about Karnataka. Some Anganwadis, they're so comprehensive in their approach towards addressing the issues and functioning the programs that defined under the ICDS. And when we look at the Anganwadis in other states, 11:30 Anganwadi is closed. Food distribution ho gaya, Anganwadi band kar do. Ye jo culture hai, how we change, bring that in. So that's why my point is, can we benchmark Anganwadi centers to bring it to a level of a center of excellence? Because that's a frontline institution. So this is for 2036.
Thank you so much. Me? I'll just finish. It's a excellent apna jo jinsa guda kahile. So this is basically the day-to-day work that we do now. Government of India and both the state government is now taking up a project of making model Anganwadis. So apanakara प्राय आप देखिए DMF areas रे comprehensive आंगनवाड़ी जो तरह की टाटा रो गोटे डिजाइन टीम फ्रॉम कर्नाटका एक्सपीरियंस एंड एक्सपीरियंस इन महाराष्ट्र आसिकी करिसंती पूर्व रे आपण को आंगनवाड़ी रो गोटे कॉस्ट 50,000 रु 1 लाख भीतर करा होतला आज डेट रे वी आर पुटिंग इन अबाउट 17 lakhs to 20 lakhs इन मेकिंग एन आंगनवाड़ी इतरे आपण कर बाला बिल्डिंग एज अ लर्निंग एड रो पार्ट रहउची टॉयलेट वाटर प्ले इक्विपमेंट फैन एंड आपणकर सेफ्टी नेट दिया होची ता सहित सेकेंड पार्ट जो आपण कहले हाउ डू वी मेक दिस फ्रंटलाइन इंस्टीट्यूशन एक्सेप्टेड फ्रंटलाइन इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इम्पोर्टेंस इन द जीपी गोटे गवर्नमेंट रो प्रोग्राम ओडिशा रो व्हिच इज वेरी यूनिक इन इंडिया इट्स कॉल्ड आद्विका आपण भितर केते लोक आद्विका पे जदी जानि थेबे व्हाट आद्विका डज इट स्टार्टेड एज कि हम एडोलेसेंट झियो मानु काणी कि तांग संगे कथा हेबा तांका सहित जो चुप्पी तोड़ोर आइडिया थिला ताकू नहीं कि आसिया विल टेल देम दीज आर द प्रॉब्लम्स चाइल्ड मैरिज हेबनी आपण कोन तो हम सामने रासी कोन तो it was expanded to have adolescent boys coming in also. Now it has been expanded to have PRI members and others also coming in, and we are encouraging them to talk about anything and everything that impacts your society. Kaiki the department ro focus is not no longer कि आपण narrow ही figure को नेबे इटा नेबे, it is social, whole society approach. जेमती का Odisha is famous for all government approach, we are taking a whole society, whole PRI approach. एथेर हमें CWCs and JCB members को भी encourage करचो आपण जाएंगे ठीक है कथा हंतु. So this process of infrastructure augmentation, it will take time because infrastructure takes time, but attitudinal change is where I wanted to focus upon. क्योंकि सही जिनसटा को कोटे radical shift को एबे government रे as per the instructions of our higher ups also, right from the CM level, it is happening. That all government, all society make it as a movement, a social movement to change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think because now we have a second session also, and we are next session, please, क्योंकि we are hungry and we are eating their time, the second session time. So second session, you keep the question for second session. You can ask because it's kind of similar, but we will go in depth in nutrition part and food systems part. And so let us break here. I will not push my summary or findings or something like that, but I take one stand what Dr. Panda said, that let us understand the tribal people, let us understand them, and based on their decisions, we make our decisions. Thank you so much. समस्त को अनुरोध करिवे लंच आमर एठी ही सर्व करा जाउची और समस्त एठी ही खाइबे. नेक्स्ट सेशन एठी आमर परिवर्तन सेशन एठी ही हबो. नेक्स्ट सेशन जोडा हबो 3टा बेले हबो, 3:15 रे हबो, एठी ही हबो सेशन.
କିଛି ଠିକ ନାହିଁ। ଆସିଲା ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
बंधुगण आरंभ करिबा समस्त को रिक्वेस्ट जी जार सीट नहीं जिबा एवं आमे मध्याह्न भोजन रो परवर्ती अधिवेशन को आमे आरंभ करिबा आम सहित आमर निमंत्रित अतिथि माने वक्ता माने समस्ते उपस्थित हेई सारी चंती सो कहीं कि आमे विलंब करिबा आमे कार्यक्रम को आरंभ करिबा प्रथम पर्याय रे जो आलोचनाटी आमे रखिथिले सेतिरे विभिन्न तथ्य आमे सब देखिले एवं स्थिति कौन अच्छी से विषय रे आमे अनुध्यान कले एवं निर्दिष्ट भाव में स्वास्थ्य समस्या उपरे मध्य अनेक आलोचना हला वर्तमान रो जो अधिवेशन टी हबो टिके ए आलोचना को आगो को बढ़ाइबारे सहायक हबो आमे सामाजिक एवं अर्थनैतिक स्थिति उपरे चर्चा करिबा ता सहित वरिष्ठ नागरिक मानक पई कौन सबु आईनगत प्रावधान अच्छी नीतिगत प्रावधान अच्छी ताकु नै कौन समस्या रहउची से विषय रे मध्य आमे चर्चा करिबा एवं कौन आमर स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग रहिबो बा रहिची राज्य सरकार याकू ए स्थिति को केमिति देखंती कौन तांकर योजना रहिची से विषय रे चर्चा करिबा सहित केंद्र सरकारंकर मध्य जो विजन रहिची एवं स्थिति रहिची ताकू नेकिर आमे आलोचना करिबा तो एई प्रसंग रे जो अतिथि वक्ता माने आज आम सहित अछंती सेमाननको मु प्रथम रे मंच को स्वागत करूची मु निमंत्रण जणेबी मु निमंत्रण जणेबी मंच को आसीबा पई डॉक्टर मधुमिता रॉय प्रोफेसर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस जेवियर इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी एक्सआईएम यूनिवर्सिटी मंच को आसीबे आमे गोटे करताली देकी तांको स्वागत करिबा आम सहित अछंती मैडम अनुपमा दत्ता हेड पॉलिसी एंड एडवोकेसी हेल्पेज इंडिया एबे खाई की आछे टिके बळशाली करताली भी ही परिबो आम सहित अछंती स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एसएससीपीटी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा हु इज वेरी स्पेसिफिकली लुकिंग आफ्टर दिस एजिंग इशू मिस्टर दिलीप रॉय तांको मध्य मंच को निमंत्रण जणाउछि एवं we also have this privilege to have Sri Saurabh Garg ji, Union Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India in virtual mode. I request Sri Garg if he can switch on the video to help us, our audience, to have a look. So, welcome sir. बंधुगण ये जो वक्ता माने आम सहित अछंती से माने समस्ते निज गुण रे बहुत परिचित बट स्टिल जेते बेले आमे गोटे कर्मशाला करूचे मोर यह दायित्व मु तांको आपण मान को आउट टिके भलरे परिचित कराई देबा पई चाहिबी डॉक्टर मधुमिता रॉय मोर सौभाग्य तांकर मार्गदर्शन रे काम करिवार अवकाश मते मिलिछि सी होल्ड्स ए पीएचडी डिग्री इन एंथ्रोपोलॉजी She has a long year of experience in social development sector, having been associated with different organizations like ActionAid, Harsha Trust, Center for Advocacy and Research for more than 2 decades. In an as an independent consultant, also she has been associating herself in different organizations, including UNICEF, NAO, INAM, OTELP, and lot many organizations. Her academic pursuits includes her tenure as assistant professor in KIT University, School of Rural Management, and currently she is a visiting faculty to Department of Economic and Liberal Arts in Xavier University. So welcome Madhumita Appa. Let me also introduce Madam Anupama Datta, the head of policy and advocacy in Helpage India. Madam Datta has MPhil from JNU on a topic on political process. She worked in research departments in various voluntary organizations on issues like violence against women, child labor, and development-induced displacement. She is working with Helpage India for the last 20 years in policy research and advocacy department. Her major thrust of work is to research and mainstream the issues concerning older persons. The findings of our major research projects on elder abuse, impact of disasters on elderly, social security is used to sensitize the policymakers and legislator to take note and take appropriate actions to deal with the issues. The findings are also used to help the older persons articulate aggregate their interest and put forth the relevant demands onto the political system. She is also the editor of HelpAge India Research and Development Journal and published 20 articles on aging in various books and journals. So welcome to this discussion, madam. We have Sri Dilip Roy with us, and as I already have introduced him, he is taking care of these particular issues of aging in the Department of SSCPD in Government of Odisha. It's a privilege to introduce Sri Saurabh Garg ji. I hope, sir, we are audible to you. So he is the Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment in Government of India. Dr. Garg, currently serving as the Secretary in this particular department, stands as a distinguished figure with over 30 years of extensive experience at various governmental levels. Renowned for his dynamic leadership, Dr. Garg has held key roles including Chief Executive Officer of the Unique Identification Authority of India and Principal Secretary for Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment in Odisha. His visionary initiatives have left an indelible marks from spearheading the Aadhaar initiative to digitalizing agriculture and implementing innovative income transfer schemes for farmers. With a robust background in finance, Dr. Garg played a pivotal role in formulating the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund and shaping foreign direct investment policies during his tenure at the Ministry of Finance. Armed with a PhD in International Economic and Development from Johns Hopkins University, an MBA from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and a BTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Dr. Garg brings a wealth of academic powers to his impactful administrative roles. His commitment to knowledge dissemination is evident in his contribution to literature and on administration, innovations, infrastructure financing, and financial inclusion as a seasoned administrator and thought leaders. So we welcome you, Dr. Garg. Friends, आमे जो आलोचनाटी करूथिले सकाळो ए विषय को नेइकिरी सेथिरे अनेक लोकंकर जो मत आसुतला जे धीरे धीरे जो जनसंख्यार अभिवृद्धि घटुची ता भितरे 60 बा तदूर्ध बयसर वयस्क लोक मानकर संख्या मध्य बढ़ुची, विशेष करी महिला मानकर संख्या बढ़ुची। से संक्रांत रे आमे स्वास्थ्य को नेइकिरी सेमानकर सामाजिक सुरक्षा को नेइकिरी तांकर अर्थनैतिक एवं पारिवारिक स्थिति को नेइकिरी तांकर गोष्ठी सहभागिता को नेइकिरी आमे समस्ते आमर चिंता व्यक्त करूथिले। बेले बेले समस्या को आमे जेते जोर रे देखुथिले सेते बेले मध्य आमे भाबुथिले जे एते संख्या रे जो जनसंख्या वयसाधिक्य बोली आमे भाबुछु सेमाने संबल भी हेई पारिबे कि सेही बेली एक परिस्थिति रे आज आलोचना। तो प्रथम आलोचक भाव रे मु निमंत्रण करूछि डॉक्टर मधुमिता राय को। से विशेष करी एल्डरली स्टेटस जो स्टेटस ऑफ एल्डरली इन ओडिशा सेमानंकर सामाजिक और अर्थनैतिक दिग उपरे आम सहित आलोकपात करेंगे। मु आमर वक्ता मानू को अनुरोध करी आमर आलोचना को 10 रु 15 मिनिट भितर से तांकर वक्तव्य को सीमित रखिले आमे टिके अधिक खोला आलोचना पई सुजोग पाई परिबा। सो डॉक्टर रॉय। यस, पीपीटी प्लीज।
All right, if you can put it there, that's fine. it's called PPT. I gave it. Okay. Yeah, it's already being shown there. So, yeah, thank you, Khasi. Good afternoon, everybody. And today I'll confine myself to speaking in English because I know most of the crowd here will understand English. We have been, today I've been asked to speak on social and economic security for the elderly, food, finance, physical security. It goes without doubt to, can you please be changing the slides as I talk? Yeah. Like, we are going through one of the biggest periods of human migration from rural areas to urban areas. And we, thanks to neoliberalization and change, we are seeing the disintegration of extended and joint families and the increasing nuclearization of Indian families, which often leaves large populations, older people particularly vulnerable. In our Vikash conclave, we of course will have to be speaking more about the vulnerable, but here vulnerable is a cross-cutting category which is very interesting, because vulnerable will also, when we are talking about aging people, we have, again, within the many dimensions of women or feminization of aging. When I say feminization of aging, I will be talking about it a little further as we move on. But at this moment, let me start by showing you some figures which I think are very important for us to be able to understand the context in which we are looking at old people or at an aging demographic scenario in India today. You know, like we had what we know is a demographic dividend is what we called it. That amo desore besi amo rajyore no amo desore in our country, we had a younger population which we considered it a benefit. It is a benefit, but we now have increasingly with better health and other facilities an aging population coming up, which we also need to use to our advantage and not to our disadvantage. Can we have the? Can I please have the next slide? Yeah. So. If you can have a look at the data that is there, unfortunately, as we haven't had the 21 census, I'll have to give you slightly dated data. But nevertheless, Odisha actually consists of 9.5% of the population, which we call the old population, you know, people above 60. And in terms of numbers, there are 4 million, that's about 40 lakh people who are old people above the age of 60 in Odisha alone. So, which is not a small figure. And if you look at this table, as you will see, that the number of older people with every census is going up, which is good, because it means that health facilities in a country are improving, which also means that the standard life expectancy is increasing, which are all very good human development indicators for a country. So it's very refreshing for us that it is increasing. But if it is increasing, what are we going to do about those older people to ensure that they have better lives? Is a question that we all have to now deal with. As you can see that we have 103.8 million persons elderly. This is of course the India figure. And among that, the youngest category, that is 60 to 69, we have about 76 million people, which is a huge number. You'll all agree. Can we move the slide? Yes. Now you see here, this is something which quite shocked me when I saw it a few days ago. And that was the number of people, elderly people. Whenever I'm saying people, please assume automatically that I'm saying elderly people. Okay? So when I say the number of people working by age and sex Odisha, you will see that 62.2% males of the age group of above 60 are currently working, okay, thank you, yes, are currently working. So what is, you might say that this is a good thing that people are working, but I would say that above the age of 60, when we are talking about, and this is a sample which has been taken by, in a study done by UNFPA on the status of the elderly. So in this sample, you have only poor people. Please note, you don't have rich people in this sample. So you have poor people, and I kind of assume that they basically are from the lower, they basically are from the, that they're poor people above the age of 60 who are still kind of doing largely physical labor, who are largely doing work which is not about sitting in a desk and doing some work which requires your intellectual, which requires more of your intellect and less energy. So here you have 62.2% people in Odisha in 2011 census showing that they're still working above the age of 60. Now the women's figure is an interesting figure. I want to put one thought, I want you all to think of one thing, that as it is, work participation of women is always shown as low. It's shown here as 12.5. But we all know that women's work participation is not counted correctly. Because, like, let me just give you an example. When census is done, and a census is done, say, by an Anganwadi worker goes and asks a particular person, "Aap kya kaam karti ho?" Asks a woman, "Apna kaun kaam karuchanti?" Mostly the standard answer for rural women is, "Mu kichhi kareni, mu ghare base." So, but the truth is, and that we all know, that there is no Indian rural woman who is not doing anything. She is involved in a lot of farm and non-farm activities. Okay, but patriarchy has taught us that my work is not monetized, my work does not matter. So as a result, when I answer, I automatically, as a result of my mindset, I say, "Mu kichhi kare nahi," or I don't do anything. And the census worker naturally records the person as a non-worker. So I don't think that in this particular session I should be educating you about what's a worker, what's a marginal worker, what's a non-worker. But generally speaking, we have a large section of women who are counted as non-workers, but actually they are not non-workers. So here you have 12.5% women in this case who are being shown as workers, but which worries me, because that means poor elderly women with no other social security benefits except for, thanks to the government now, we have some new benefits coming in, like pensions and other social security schemes, which are really wonderful, that the government of Odisha and the government of India has slowly begun to introduce these schemes in India slowly. And post-2016, post-2011, we've seen a plethora of schemes, which is really wonderful. Okay, now let's move to the next one. Economically independent elders and their dependents. As you can see in all of this data, you will find that the rural males as well as the rural females have more than, you have 55% of them, both the rural males and the rural females, who have at least 2 persons dependent on them. So you can imagine, you're not only working for yourself, you're also having to take care of somebody who's dependent on you. Okay, and the lower table will give you the Odisha figure, the upper table was the India figure. The lower table will tell you elderly people working out of compulsion. I thought that was a great data, because it just told us that 81.2% people said that they were working because they were forced to work. Okay, which itself is disturbing. It's very disturbing for us to, in this context, before I go into the feminization of aging, I just want you to look at this small thing in terms of, as I started my lecture with, that we see a larger amount of population moving out of rural areas and coming into urban areas. Because of, so there is a need for increased employment in agriculture and allied sectors for rural young men and women to stay back in villages and not to come to cities. Now, there are many arguments in this as to why people need to come to cities, and city-level infrastructure needs to accommodate them, or we need to move to the next level. But for the moment, we will just accept that at this point of time, huge amounts of population moving out of villages into cities is leaving a lot of vulnerable old people and children and disabled people and other sections of society. Access to credit is very low for all these families. Apart from that, there is a need to diversify different kinds of employment opportunities for them, and there is a need for universal social security. When I say this, I will be speaking a little more about this subsequently, but I'm also talking about the feminization of aging, that how with men leaving for cities, and demographically speaking and health-wise speaking, men dying earlier leads to a large amount of women who live back as widows. And so we, as I show you in this data, that 86.8% of women were found to be widows, that is above the age of 80. In contrast to that, the number of men who are single is much less, as in contrast to the number of women. Okay, so then there are various factors within that. We have factors of ownership of assets. A particular study done by HelpAge India, which I will be showing you here also shows us that, you know, conventionally we have always believed that if you own an asset, if I have a house, if I have a car, if I have some gold, if I have a piece of land, I am bound to face less violence from my partner or from my children, as against if I have nothing. But you will see a study done by HelpAge which shows that my owning property also has not stopped me from being abused or violated, as it happens in case of many elderly women. So ownership of assets, as I said, is something which I always thought was very exciting, but after having a look at this HelpAge data, I was a little disappointed. Lower work participation, I don't agree with this data, because yes, technically we've been recording women as not participant enough in the workforce, but I believe that women are participating in the workforce but are underrepresented because of various factors. And of course, lower wages goes without saying. Patriarchy is a said, which we all understand. So here, again, I will ask you to look at this data. Elderly women living across 7 states on which UNFP had done a study, and we find about 5% women from Odisha living alone. And if you see the the table below, you will see, I feel, one of the most astonishing things, that is participating in a social function. Elderly people who during the review had participated in any social function in the last 6 to 12 months, or was it in the last 12 months? Okay, that means in a year, within the last 1 year of the survey, how many people had participated in a social function? And you can see never, the figure never for women in rural areas is 85.6. That means for 85% rural women have not participated in any social function in the last 1 year before the survey, which also shows a tremendous amount of isolation of populations, which is extremely worrying for us. And I'm going to speak about it again. Then if we look at MPCE data, monthly per capita consumption expenditure data, as you can see the India figures also here, both for rural areas and in urban areas, we find 83 and 87% people whose monthly per capita consumption expenditures are much below than the poverty line. Okay, which kind of goes on to establish that we are really talking about a large chunk of poor people who are old. Okay, monthly per capita consumption expenditure, Odisha, again we are seeing 71% of rural populations, but again, as I must mention, this is 2011 data. Things could have changed, and I have a feeling they have changed towards the better and improved. But however much, even the most competent government, however much they try, the figures can't become astonishingly different. In a decade, the figures could have changed to 10 to 15%. So let's assume 55% of the elderly population still live below the poverty line in rural areas. Elderly by source of current personal income. And if you look at this also, again, you will see no income shooting up as one of the largest categories, and social pension or old age widow pension as another category which is coming up, and which is wonderful actually. And then you have salary and wages, which is a third category, and the others are practically non-existent. Then we have, this was a study that I was talking about, perception of prevalence of abuse in society. It was quite shocking to see. I have an 85, 88-year-old mother. So for me, it was very shocking when I saw that there are people, and there are old people who in families, disrespect, I understand. It can be a slightly ambiguous word. But apart from that, beating, slapping, verbally abusing, Okay, let's forget economic exploitation. Unwelcome, forcible sexual contact. I was like, honestly, I think I've seen quite a lot of India, but I was quite amazed when I saw this figure. That there are people in India, and this figure is so high, that it is as high as, 42% of the elderly people say that they face it, which is something I think which is quite unimaginable, which shows that laws cannot change society. And it's not about the government alone, it's for all of us. It's for each one of us to understand the responsibility we have in protecting more vulnerable populations. And as I was telling you about property, that your owning property also has not reduced abuse against you. So which is again very shocking. That, when we talk about, when largely as a feminist, when I have spoken about women's emancipation, we generally talk about property rights, because we feel that when women have property, the chances of being beaten up reduces. But here you see with older people, even having property sometimes has not made a difference to their lives. Okay, I will in the next 7-8 minutes conclude, where I will largely speak about policy asks. I know that the government of Odisha has come up with a senior citizens policy, which is wonderful, and I must say that the Odisha government must be congratulated for this, that in 2016 they've come up with this policy, though in India we still don't have a policy at a national level. So it's good that we have a policy at the state level, but it is important that the state level policy specifically specifies that these are the number of old people below the poverty line, and this is what they plan to do with them. Okay, this is very, very important. That I have mentioned here, a comprehensive survey to identify the number of elderly persons, and it is also required, we are soon going to have the 16th Finance Commission and the 6th Finance Commission in Odisha, which is going to allocate money. So it is important that money be allocated for the financial resources for the welfare of the older population in Odisha. I think it's very important. There's some of the asks that I put in here: social security, which includes pension, coverage under Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, CGHS, mobile health units, physiotherapy units. Some of these are already there. But what I'm talking about is a larger coverage, is a bigger coverage. And what I'm talking about is that when we are talking about a 500 rupee pension or an 800 rupee pension, instead of talking about a 500 rupee pension or my criticizing a 500 rupee pension, it is easier or more practical for me to say that we need to look at CPIs, consumer price indexes. We must look at if pensions of government servants have DNS allowances in it. Pensions of poor people must also have DNS allowances in it. Because inflation doesn't happen for government officers alone. It happens for everybody. It happens for the poor even more. So, what is very, very important is that we need to factor in this when we are making pensions. A scheme similar to ICDS is what I feel we really need for our old people. We don't really need a lot of infrastructure. We already have an Anganwadi center. We need a similar kind of center. The same infrastructure can be used in the evening to look after older people, to provide them with supplementary nutrition, counseling and care, vaccination, physiotherapy, and a place to socialize. I know the government of Odisha has in its district hospitals and its community health centers set up physiotherapy units. It's a very welcome and a fantastic move. But I think this needs to be further decentralized. And to the extent, because physiotherapy units don't need to be really out of the world. They need to be very simple things. They could be just a little bubble machine to, give you strength in your lungs. There could be just little things where you can move your fingers. There could be just small things which will cost you 100 rupees. And you could put it in an Anganwadi, and the Anganwadi could provide these services in the evening. Older people, counsel them, talk to them. Most often, older people don't have anybody to talk to. And sometimes that is their biggest problem. They just need somebody to share their sorrows. And I think that's very important. Institutional setup and regulatory mechanisms for geriatric care. And a list of senior citizens, because we are seeing the rising violence against older people. It's something which was a Western concept but has come into India sadly now. And access to public places. I'll have to hurry up a little. I can see I'm late. Please just, Khasiram, allow me 5 last minutes. Because my dear friend Bharati here had told me that I must also look at CSR. So here, interestingly, I had done a study on CSR, which was funded by CYST, interestingly, a couple of years back when I was with KIT University. And in this study, as you can see here, I have mentioned that, under CSR, there are 20 activities which the corporates are supposed to fund on. The activity number 8 is setting up of old age homes, daycare centers, and other such facilities. As you can see, that is almost, I have shown you theme-wise CSR expenditure for 2015-16 for 5,000 companies, about 6,000 companies, and nobody had spent anything for geriatric care. I think our companies now begin to realize that old people also matter, okay? And sector-wise projects in Odisha, yes, we had done this small study where we had again similarly found a complete absence for geriatric care. Nobody was funding geriatric care. Similarly, district-wide projects in Odisha, I want you to see that this is also very haphazard. And so, different companies need to actually look at different points in Odisha where they fund and look at geriatric care or look at old people. What could CSR do? I think CSR can do a lot, particularly with old people, old age homes, daycare centers. Much as I hate to think of it, but the truth is that the next generation, after we die, the next generation is going to send their parents to old age homes, like the West is now currently doing. Could be we won't be able to do it. I can't think of my mother going to an old age home, but probably my daughter might send me to an old age home. Thank God I don't have a daughter, and nobody will send me to an old age home. So, aged care, service hubs and physiotherapy centers, counselors and discussion groups. These are all things which CSR can do for the elderly. Yes. Civil society, what are the roles civil society can play? I think the most important role civil society can play, has been playing for many, many years in every sector, is the one of providing the providing the software. The government is very good at providing the hardware, and it does it excellently. And we don't need to get into it. It's about providing the software. The policies and the laws can be made can only be made by the government. So once the policies and laws are made, unfortunately, more than 70-80% of India often doesn't know policies which are applicable for them. So I think one of our most important roles will be about teaching people or informing people about what are the policies available for old people in India. Government schemes and programs, information technology, health awareness, Wilson legacies, borrowed from Bharati. Thank you very much, Bharati. I borrowed the slide from you, and I thought it was really nice. And all of us together, I think we could make a lot of difference, in each playing our roles. Like there are a number of things which are outlined here. And, sorry. So I think I will basically end by saying that the three of us, the government, the civil societies, corporations, all the three of us have important roles to play that we are currently not playing. There is a very large plethora of totally invisible people. Like we women have remained invisible in India for many, many years. We are slowly getting a little visible. I'm still happy to see that in this forum we are 2 women here, and there are lots of women here, because my last 25 years of professional career has been spent in so many meetings where I'm sometimes the only woman, and I know all these women here would have the same experience. So womenizing society and even and visibilizing invisible people, old people, disabled people, transgenders, and many other populations is, I think, the time, the need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. You ended with a positive note by saying that together we can, and actually together we can. You also rightly suggested what the government, what the civil society, and what the CSR should do. बंधुगण आलोचना रे जो मुख्य किछि कथा से रखुतिले आपण मानको तथ्य उपस्थापित करूतिले से भितरे किछि जो मुख्य बिंदु थिला जे आज भी बयसाधिक्य हेबा सत्वे आमर अनेक बंधु माने काम करने को पड़ुची तांकर जीवन जीविका को आग को नबा पाई आउ केवल निज पाई नुहे तांकर एबे भी निर्भरशील थिबा तांको उपरे निर्भरशील थिबा परिवार तांको सहित रहुचंती महिलांको कथा जेते बेले से आनिले सेते बेले महिला मानकर घरोई हिंसा को लेकिरी जो प्रभाव रही विशेषकर जेते बेले से माने एकाकी महिला हो जाती सेते बेले तांको उपरे घरोई हिंसार प्रभाव को से विशेष भाव में उल्लेख करुथिले जेपरिक कौन सी सामाजिक बा पारिवारिक जेते बेले पर्वपर्वाणी हुए रीतिनीति हुए सेते बेले तांकर अनेक मात्रा रे अनुपस्थिति रहे तो यह आम तथ्य देखिले आम व्यक्तिगत स्तर में मध्य अनेक समय उपलब्ध आमर निजर व्यक्तिगत उपलब्धि भितर मध्य आम देखी आसीचु तांकर आलोचना प्रसंग रे आहुरी मध्य थिला जे जो भित्तिभूमि प्रस्तुत करा जाउची ताकू ग्रामीण स्तर को मध्य आम केमती नहीं पारिबा एवं एबे जदियो सहरांचल रे एवं डाक्तरखाना मानकरे किछि रहिछि भित्तिभूमि यह आहुरी तल स्तर को अंगनवाड़ी केन्द्र स्तर को मध्य आम केमती नहीं पारिबा। बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर रॉय आपण बहुत सुचिंतित मतामत देइछंती एंड इट्स नाउ टाइम टू कंटिन्यू द सेम डिस्कशन इन ए डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव एंड basically to understand what is the legal provision policy framework for a dignified life for senior citizens and the issues and challenges in it. So may I now request Madam Anupama Datta, Head Policy and Advocacy, Helpage India, for that.
Thank you. I think since morning you have been exposed to a barrage of data and cut and dry statistics. So I'm not going to tell you how many women are aging, how many elderly are without social security. We all know that by now. I have a question for you. I'd like to make it a little more interactive because I see a lot of elderly people here in this forum here. What do you think, since morning you have been listening to all these discourses, what do you think are the three most important challenges that aging population presents to any society? Three most important. The young people here can also answer because 50 years from now you'll also be sitting in the same category. And probably they didn't tell you, but I will tell you that you will prefer not to have children and there'll be nobody around you at all. So you will have a very inverted pyramid. They didn't show you in the morning. 2050 you will have inverted pyramid where you will have very few children and very large number of elderly. So each child will have at least 12 people sitting on his head. So your world will be very different from mine and theirs and those born in 1947. Somebody mentioned in the morning. So three major challenges that you think aging population presents to any society. Quickly.
अनुवाद दरकार ना बुझी गला तीनोटी प्रमुख आह्वान आपण मान को
I can speak in Hindi if you like. Yeah. आपने सुबह से जो सब स्टैटिस्टिक्स सुना उसके हिसाब से तीन मेजर चैलेंज क्या हैं आपके हिसाब से? हाँ, एजिंग में तीन मेजर चैलेंज क्या हैं आपके हिसाब से? फाइनेंशियल, नहीं, आइसोलेशन एंड who's non-performing asset? The elderly.
They feel that we are no more required.
Oh, they feel you are not. Okay, so you're talking of perception of society. Okay, we'll come to that very important point. Please hold that thought. Ji, the very vocal senior citizens who were speaking in the morning, one of them came and scolded me also. Why you're sitting in Delhi and not doing anything? Because Maintenance Act is not getting reviewed. आपके हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है जो देश के सामने है एजिंग पॉपुलेशन का?
हेल्थ.
यस. किसने बोला?
मैंने बोली.
किधर है? हाँ आप. अच्छा, वेरी गुड. विमेन एंड हेल्थ. तो हम इंटरसेक्शन ले लेंगे विमेन एंड हेल्थ. लोनलीनेस. जी, वो हेल्थ उन्होंने बोल दिया. हाँ. फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स प्लीज एक्सप्लेन. मतलब क्या फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम? मतलब हाँ. ओके ओके, वेरी गुड. और कोई बोलना चाहते हैं? यंगर पीपल, द PhD स्टूडेंट्स, द मीडिया पीपल. challenges, major challenges. अगर आपने सुबह से जो सुना भाषण, इतना सारा स्टेटिस्टिक्स आपको ये करके सबने सुना दिया, कितना बड़ा बड़ा टेबल भी दिखा दिया, वो बताइए अगर आप वो सर के जगह में होते तो आपको क्या पता चलता, क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
वायलेंस एक बहुत बड़ा,
Sorry?
वायलेंस,
okay. Violence, isolation, economic challenges, health challenges. अभी इस पे रुक जाए.
Managing mental health also because
Us will take it in health. ठीक है, इतना ही बहुत है. हाँ, very good. Oh, the young friend here. I was expecting her to say that. जी. जी, वो isolation किसी ने कहा था. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब ये चैलेंज है हमारे सामने. अभी ट्रेंड्स हम देख लेते हैं. ये जो आप देख रहे हो सामने ट्रेंड्स हैं इसमें. कितने प्रतिशत महिला कहाँ पे हैं, कितने प्रतिशत ओल्ड भी हमने सुबह से बात नहीं की लेकिन करना चाहिए 80+. और उनका नंबर सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा जब हम 2050 या 2036 जिसकी बात हम कर रहे हैं, 2036 से 2050 में उनका नंबर और विमेन का नंबर सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा एजिंग पॉपुलेशन में. तो ये चैलेंज है एक सबसे बड़ा डेमोग्राफिक. So then he can speak if he want. I can do later. Okay. Ask him to speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruptions, and we are having with us Sri Saurabh Garg ji, and he's having other things to do, so he will be out of this connections after 4 o'clock. Sir, could you listen to us, sir? Hello. Sri Saurabh Garg is the Union Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment in Government of Odisha. Government of India, and he is with us in the virtual mode. And we request him to speak about the Union Government's vision for the elderly population. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. मते भड़ा लागुछि आपन मानक संग मु ए माध्यम रे एटली जोड़ी पारुछि. मु आसे थांती किंतु पार्लियामेंट सेशन जोगु मु आसे पारु नै. But just to tell you a bit, first of all, congratulations to everyone for holding this Odisha Vikash Conclave and discussing for the vision for 2036 and beyond. In the Social Justice and Empowerment Department, we focus on all sections which are vulnerable, marginalized or deprived. And senior citizens is no doubt a vulnerable section. The previous speakers have, I think, mentioned about the data about how the growth of senior citizens will happen over the next few decades. I would just like to highlight a few basic points on the policy of the government with regard to senior citizens going forward. First of all, I think everyone recognizes that senior citizens are repositories of the cultural heritage, of the traditions and the ancestral knowledge. And I think we need to recognize that and ensure that we have mechanisms to ensure that the traditions and cultural knowledge gets passed on from generation to generation. Otherwise, it takes only one generation to lose a lot of this knowledge and traditions. The second point is that the focus of on how the aging process needs to go. There are 3 principles that we depend on. One is what I would like to call aging at home or aging in place, and I will come to that in slightly more details. The second is aging in dignity, and the third is active aging or productive aging, so that a combination of these 3 will ensure that what has been mentioned in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that everyone should have a minimum standard of living with dignity. And I think that's the minimum that we would expect for the senior citizens also. First of all, talking about aging at home or aging in place, essentially that traditionally we've had close-knit family ties, and it continues in our country. And often living arrangements span generations. But obviously, due to uh, work pressures, due to other changes in the systems, some of these issues are under stress, and we need to look at how we can ensure that our age-old traditions in this respect continue to be fostered. But at the same time, we also recognize that there might be need for institutional support for some people who are maybe who don't have the ability to support. And that's why we run old age homes, around 640 of such old age homes we run across the country. And Odisha has a fair share of these. 84 of these institutions are in Odisha alone. And we would like to ensure that for the indigent people, for the poor people, there are these institutions available in every district. And for those who can pay for such institutions, there should be such institutions available, subject to certain minimum standards being followed in them. So that's the first point I wanted to make. The second issue is on aging in dignity. And for that, a number of steps are needed, are going on. Some of them have been highlighted. One is ensuring that we have adequate awareness and training, both for the family caregivers and for institutional support or professional caregivers. So for that respect, we have this National Institute of Social Defense, where we run programs in conjunction with a number of organizations. HelpAge is one of them, among others, who also run these kind of programs. One, they are online, so any family caregiver can go to this online program just to understand the needs of senior citizens and what kind of activities are possible. As also for professional geriatric caregivers, we have a 3-month program. And in this financial year itself, we would be training 40,000 such caregivers who can then help the families where required at home or in institutions to ensure that adequate care is given to them. You would be happy to note that many of these caregivers are also getting placements outside the country, given the global requirement for geriatric caregivers. We also run a 1-year diploma program for people who want to run such institutions which are focused on caregiving. So this is a very important pillar of our aging in dignity, so that people are aware of the kind of counseling requirements and what needs to be done for senior citizens. As far as active aging and productive aging is concerned, there are a number of avenues that are available for senior citizens. Many organizations we know have mechanisms by which how they can mentor young people. I think that's an area that we hope to focus much more on, that you use the experience of senior citizens to mentor young people, especially from those sections where, for example, people may not have had the benefit of education in the past. So there are a lot of families, especially from the weaker sections, economically deprived sections, where the child might be the first person going into college and they need a certain amount of mentoring and counseling. So that's an area where there can be a lot of active support given by senior citizens, and we hope to institutionalize that. Apart from that, I would like to mention that we have a national helpline, elder line we call it, which is 14567. And I would strongly recommend, in case anyone wants guidance, information about government schemes, about counseling interventions required or what are the benefits, they can use this elder line, which is 14567. and we are strengthening this as we go ahead and move forward. Apart from this, it's also seen that senior citizens are also the ones who have a requirement for how to handle age-related disabilities. So we have a program that at least for the poor, we provide free of cost, and the definition of that is any senior citizen with a monthly income of less than 15,000 is eligible for getting these free aids. For others, they are available at a price, and these could be vision related, hearing impairment, loss of teeth, locomotor disabilities, etc. So appliances and devices to ensure that the quality of life of the senior citizen increases, whether it's spectacles, whether it's wheelchairs, whether it's walking sticks, and other such simple devices. Hearing aids also are included. And over the past few years, we've assisted more than 3 lakh senior citizens, and we hope to continue to. And these are all people who are obviously below the income limit of 15,000 per month. The other area where I think a lot of NGOs can help is for increasing the community partnership among senior citizens, because that helps in bringing about companionship. It ensures ensuring that senior citizens have people to talk to, and which is very, very important for the mental health of not only the senior citizens but also the caregivers. So that's an area where I would strongly request a lot of the NGOs and others who are present here today, so that as the percentage of population of senior citizen increases, it's about 10% now. Over the next 2 to 3 decades, it will reach anywhere between 15 to 20%. And if 1/5 of our population is productively engaged, is healthy in all respects, and is able to live with dignity, we would be ensuring that our society as a whole benefits. One other thing which I would like to mention about is the fact that we have this program to encourage young people to think of what are the products and services that will be required by senior citizens. And we have a fund, the Senior Care Aging Growth Engine, which is run by at an arm's length distance by the IFCI, where we fund startups. They can be by anyone, by young, middle-aged, old, which are focused on developing products, services, or processes which would help senior citizens. And these selected startups are given support of up to 1 crore of rupees. Over the past couple of years, we have already assisted 13 such companies, which have helped develop, for example, an automated device for home dialysis that cut costs, a hip guard for preventing hip fractures, which is a very common area where the quality of a senior citizen significantly reduces because of that, or some smart insoles to prevent senior citizens from falling, or by having an early warning system. So these are some of the efforts that are already on with the government. We are going to focus much more on digital and financial literacy of senior citizens, because that's extremely important to ensure that the quality of their life improves, because a lot of things are digital, and a basic financial knowledge is necessary. But I think overall, we are a nation which is deeply rooted in its traditions, and we have a history of respecting our elders. And I think that's something that we need to leverage upon to ensure that in future too, senior citizens continue to live in dignity, continue to live in an environment within which they are familiar, and in a state of mind where they feel that they are still useful to society. So with these words, I would like to stop here. And thank you for inviting me, and apologies that I can't be with you in person. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the programs and schemes that are actually creating an enabling environment for the senior citizen to lead a dignified life. Here also the learned participants, they are also raising few very relevant suggestions and points, and the conclave team will compile all those and will get back to you, sir, on those things for your consideration. And thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you on behalf of the Odisha Development Conclave. Thank you, sir. So now again we'll be back to the previous session, and Anupama ji already had initiated the discussion by asking you questions, and I would now request you to please continue the flow.
Okay, so some food for thought from the secretary as well. Did that make you change your mind? Yes, no? No? Okay. Stubborn women. Okay, we'll quickly say that what I was saying. So when we're looking at how we'll transform society in 2036 in the context of aging, so the trends that we have to keep in mind is, of course, feminization. We have to keep in mind aging of the aged population, 80 plus, like I told you. When we say longevity will increase, most of us will live to 100. And the women in the room, this is a message for you. So please make sure that you have enough money, enough caregivers, enough, I don't know what else, to survive to 100 years. Somebody was saying, let's celebrate aging. And then probably your spouse will not be around, so you'll probably have a lot of liberty and freedom to have fun. I don't know if government is thinking of putting some centers where you can have fun when you're alone and happy in this world. But the serious point is that you have to look at these demographic points, very important. And from that, I will draw out what is it that we can take as policy directives. So first point is composition of labor force will change. You will have more people in the age group of 60 plus. So if you still go on with this retirement age of 58, 55, whatever else, you will have a lot of people who are willing to work, who can work but can't work. Your system will not allow them to work, and you will not have people to replace them with. We were very happy that we have brought down the replacement rate to below 2. But do you understand the implication of that for your labor force? So if you do not allow that change in the system to happen, if you don't allow those opportunities to come, you will have isolation, you will have economic insecurity, you will have mental health challenges, you will have so many other things. Because you are denying role to people who were so used to playing the central role in their lives. Particularly women. यहाँ पे एक lady है, उन्होंने बोला कि isolation. Why do they feel isolation? Because women are, by evolution, logic of evolution, are nurturers. अगर कुछ nurture करने के लिए नहीं है, तो वो emptiness syndrome को बहुत ज़्यादा feel करती हैं. So it is important for us as a society to actually think, and think from the perspective of the aging population. उन्हें क्या चाहिए हम नहीं बताना है, उनको क्या चाहिए उनसे पूछना है. और जब आप अपने systems develop करते हो, it is time to start discussion. Somebody was in the morning saying about preparedness, prepare me for old age. Somebody made a comment here. Now, as a society also, you need to prepare yourself. And when is the right time? Demographers have been, she has been showing you so much of data, and there are so many other people showing you the similar data, that this aging population is a reality today. If you look at even Odisha data, you are in aging society today. You will be an aged society by 2036. Are you prepared? Are you even thinking on those lines? So when you're not thinking on those lines, you will face many more challenges, क्योंकि आपका जो system है, response, आपका reality change हो गया, लेकिन response system same ही है. Health को आपने क्या बोल दिया? यहाँ पे बहुत सारे doctors थे जो सुबह बहुत serious discussion कर रहे थे. मेरा serious उनसे question है कि आपके health system ने क्या बोला कि मदर एंड चाइल्ड का हेल्थ, हमारे पास किसी ने बोला था सुबह कि सिर्फ 35 इयर्स तक जिंदा रहते थे, कम्युनिकेबल डिजीजेस बहुत ज़्यादा थे. तो क्या सबने मिलके सोचा कि चलो लेट्स गियर द सिस्टम टूवर्ड्स मैटरनल एंड चाइल्ड हेल्थ एंड कम्युनिकेबल डिजीजेस. तो आपने उनको उस वक्त तो बचा लिया. डेथ, वो डॉक्टर ने बोला था लाइफ, हाउ आई लिव एंड डेथ, हाउ आई एम बॉर्न, हाउ आई लिव एंड हाउ आई डाई. तो आपने उनको जिंदा रख लिया, मटर्नल चाइल्ड मोर्टालिटी कम कर दिया. आपने उनको बता दिया हाउ टू लिव विद मेडिकेशन एंड एवरीथिंग एल्स, हाउ टू डाई. वो डेथ भी आपने उसका डेफर कर दिया. आप दवाई देते जा रहे हो, वो हाइपरटेंशन, वो 4, 5, 10 बीमारी के बाद भी वो जिंदा है. बट उसको हेल्थ सिस्टम को आपने रीगियर नहीं किया टू डील विद लाइफ कोर्स अप्रोच. जो बच्चे को आपने बचा लिया 5 साल से पे मरने से, वो जब 75 हो जाएगा उसको कैसे डील करोगे आपको नहीं पता है, आपके हेल्थ सिस्टम को भी नहीं पता है. आप पीसमिल यहाँ वहाँ NCPD और ये सब बना लो, that is not going to solve your problem because 20% of your population will be in that age bracket with at least 3 NCDs. जिसके लिए ना मेरे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ना मेरे पास इंश्योरेंस है, ना मेरे पास खुद के पैसे हैं, क्योंकि आपने मुझे 60 पर रिटायर कर दिया ना. When I'm 75, I'm hardly left with any money. Madhuji was talking about inflation, relating inflation to your whatever, monthly income. I want to ask you a question in this room. How many of you have got permanent jobs today? And even government today is not giving pension to you as it used to give before 2004. Government of India has changed its rules. Now you have defined contribution, but you don't have defined benefits. आपकी longevity बढ़ गई, आपकी contribution तो defined है, लेकिन आपका benefit क्या है आपको नहीं पता है. When you retire, what money you will get, you don't know. And they're saying you be on your own. We will not reskill you, we will not allow you opportunities, we will put you in NPS. Are you understanding? And after, during COVID, just go Google the data, how many people borrowed from their EPF accounts. They have already borrowed money from their future. And today they're not in any position to go back and save that kind of money. So how are you expecting this population to live happily and celebrate aging? I have a very serious question to people. These are very, very serious issues which will concern not just people sitting on this side, but also people sitting on the other side, especially women. Care economy. How many women, I mean, I'm sure if you are not the ones, at least you must have seen people in your families and neighborhoods, women giving up jobs for family responsibilities. We have been arguing with the government ever since that please compensate those women for care that they are giving to society. They are doing work which other people should do, but they are doing it, and what are you doing? You are just, their careers get disrupted world over, especially in India. आप educated भी हो, नौकरी छोड़ते हो आपके घर के और लोग नौकरी नहीं छोड़ते हैं, और उसके लिए आपको compensate भी नहीं करते हैं, वो EPF में जमा नहीं कराते आपका पैसा, वो बोलते हैं ये आपका responsibility है, आपका क्या संस्कार व जो भी बोलते हैं हिंदी में, हाँ है ना, आपको हंसी आ रहा है ना, हंसी की बात है ना ये, हमारे संस्कार है, अब महिला लोग घर पे रह के सेवा करते हैं. What is this? I mean, what is this? Get real, man. Get real. ये महिला आपके पास वापस आता है, फिर बोलता है, सरकार को बोलता है हमको पैसा दो, हमको ये कर दो, वो बोलते हैं ये क्या, तुम हमने मेंटेनेंस एक्ट पास कर दिया, तुम अभी घर पे जाओ अपने बच्चों से लड़ो. This is the response that you get. And you should be questioning these things very, very seriously. If middle class educated people don't question these things, who will? It's just see the architecture. I always question the architecture that we have in place. Digital literacy की आज बहुत बात होता है, बहुत लोग बोलते हैं digital literacy कर दो, ये कर दो, वो कर दो. जब आपने पूरा e-governance डाल दिया, बिना ये देखे कि इस सेक्शन ऑफ पॉपुलेशन को क्या चैलेंज होगा, आपने e-governance डाल दिया, उसके लिए बहुत बड़ा बैंड बजा दिया. अभी आप जाग गए कि ओ लेट्स डू ट्रेनिंग सेशंस. हाँ, I have a serious question. Those governments which are saying only e-governance, एक महिला जो गरीब तबके से आती है, जिसके पास कोई कंप्यूटर नहीं है, आप बोलते हो 200 रुपए की पेंशन के लिए आप फॉर्म ऑनलाइन भरो, वो 500 रुपए कहीं से बोरो करके वो फॉर्म भरवाती है, अपना सारा प्राइवेट इंफॉर्मेशन, आधार इंफॉर्मेशन वो एक स्ट्रेंजर को दे देती है, without even knowing what are the challenges of privacy involved in that. Are you understanding? These are very, very serious questions. I'm not even going into the numbers. But look at it. Access to healthcare. बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. तो गवर्नमेंट्स को जब ये हमें बोला गया था बोलने के लिए, तो the brief was that you should talk about what governments can do. Governments can do a lot. Governments can change the policy and change the whole atmosphere, can change the way we look at aging. And they have the major responsibility of making aging a pleasurable experience. अगर वो ये पूरा आर्किटेक्चर चेंज कर दें तो मेरा लाइफ तो अच्छा हो जाएगा. I will not have a problem with anything because I will have blue spaces, I will have green spaces. You tell me, you're living in a city. How many of you have seen green spaces shrinking? How many of you have seen? आप में से कितने लोग रोड क्रॉस कर सकते हो अपने आप से? बोलो मुझे, बिना डरे. कितने लोग ऊपर एलिवेटर में चढ़ के नीचे उतर सकते हो खुद से, बिना डरे, अकेले? ये आर्किटेक्चर है, ये आपका यूनिवर्सल डिजाइन होना चाहिए. इसमें मुझे बोलने की जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए. सरकार को पता है ये डेटा, उनको मालूम है इतने लोग चैलेंज्ड हैं, डिसेबल्ड है, फिजिकली इम्पेयरमेंट है, ये है वो है. Then why is the infrastructure not elderly friendly or disabled friendly? सिर्फ एक रैंप बनाने से कोई जगह disabled friendly नहीं होती. So please do serious questioning of what you see around yourself. It's very important. Other point that I want to emphasize here is climate change. उड़ीसा को climate change कितना impact करेगा? I don't know how many of you know this. 20 out of your 30 districts are under severe climate stress. और उससे आप सबको कितना difficulty होगा? I think you should start thinking about it. How the whole agriculture cycle will change, how food security will change, how migration rates will change. And when migration happens, I think somebody mentioned that point, I think you only, Madhu. Migration जब होता है तो उससे पूरा cycle shift होता है family का. पीछे कौन रहते हैं? और वहाँ से अगर रेमिटेंस नहीं आएगा, और वहाँ से कितने लोग ऐसे जो माइग्रेट करते हैं और रेमिटेंस भेज पाते हैं? That's a big question. वो खुद ही वहाँ सर्वाइवल के चक्कर में फंस जाते हैं जहाँ पे वो जाते हैं अर्बन सिटी में. वो बहुत बड़ा सोर्स है चीप लेबर का टू द कैपिटलिस्ट वेंचर्स. Are they reskilled? Are they reskilled when they migrate from rural to urban areas? Are they reskilled to get better jobs? No. They just do whatever is available for survival. So how many of them do you think can send money back to home, which is already under stress because agriculture आपका already under stress है? So how are you going to deal with those things? The government of Odisha is I would compliment, I think, they've got a policy in place on elderly people, 2016, and if you look at the policy document, it's a fairly good document. It covers almost everything and promises a lot of good things. So your responsibility as good citizens is to ensure that the government does not just keep it as a policy document, but implements it. Similarly, you have a lot of areas where government is doing cross-sectional work. You can just have a look at my presentation. It has examples. So the government is, I think government of Odisha, that way I would say that they are much ahead than many other governments. Because they have policies in place. Even if you look at the climate policy, they have mention of elderly people in that. But it is the responsibility of the citizenry to make them just follow up on these things. If you don't put pressure from below, मैंने सुबह आपका डांट खा लिया, आप सीनियर हैं, 4 बार और भी डांट सकते हैं, लेकिन जब तक आप प्रेशर फ्रॉम बिलो बिल्ड नहीं करेंगे डेमोक्रेसी में, no government will pass any legislation. हमको पता है, मधु जी ने बहुत जोर देके बोला कि इतने सारे 87% ये हो रहा है, 40%. We are running helpline, we see cases every day. Women with property are most targeted. तो अगर सरकार को ये पता है कि women with property are targeted, तो फिर मेंटेनेंस एक्ट में क्या प्रोविजन किया उनके लिए आउटरीच करने के लिए? करना चाहिए ना. कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में ये नहीं कर रहे हो कि आप ओल्ड एज होम बना दो या एमएचयू को सपोर्ट कर दो. आप अपने एम्प्लॉयज को कितना रीस्किल कर रहे हो कि वो रीट्रेन होकर री एम्प्लॉयड हो जाए? आप कितने अपने एम्प्लॉयज को ये छुट्टी देते हो कि अपने एल्डरली पेरेंट को घुमा के लाओ किधर भी जाके, या उनका देखभाल करो? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर डूइंग दैट? You don't have to do just push money into the system. You can do small policy changes at your level. And NGOs तो करेंगे ही जो उनको करना है, वो तो ग्राउंड से जुड़े ही रहते हैं. आज के लिए बहुत है. Good.
Lot of serious questions.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Actually, a lot of serious questions that you raised. No? So also through these questions, you set the kind of policy ask or the role of CSOs, or role of a citizen of the society, or the how CSR should also respond. So बंधुगण ये जो आलोचना परिप्रेक्षी आपण मान मन भितर भी अनेक प्रश्न.
And these varieties are rich in different nutrition that is responsible for causing malnutrition. Next slide. So you can see these are the list of crops and the varieties. Right side there is number of varieties. Rice 7 bifurcated varieties are released. This is 22, maize 11. So these are the list of crops and number of varieties that are released, which is rich in nutrient side without compromising the yield potential. The nutritional quality has always been increased. Next. And these are the variety I told that is released by ISAR National Rice Research Institute, and it is made after of Odisha, and they are using it. And we have made a small study. Next. You can see 2 bifurcated rice. You can see after a very short span of release the bifurcated rice, they made their place in the breeder seed indent of formal seed system, and till 2022, the institute has supplied their breeder seed equivalent to 162 quintal and 48 quintal respectively for both two varieties. The projection indicated that in the year 2023-24, 24-25, the cumulative area under bifurcated varieties of this institute would reach 1 to 3.5 million hectares respectively. Currently, an NRA bifurcated variety, 1.5 million farmer cultivate NRA bifurcated varieties, 1.14 household got access to the bifurcated rice, and 2.53 lakh children are able to access bifurcated rice. These are a small study. So how the bifurcated rice reaching to the people, and this is the story of a farm millet. Next slide, you can skip this slide. Again, small millet, here the tribal belts, farmers they cultivate farm millet, and the varieties, improved varieties are made available to them that can address the nutritional security. Next. And Odisha, we do have a horticulture station under Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. They have released this orange sweet potato that rich in beta-carotene, vitamin A, deficient which cause night blindness. So if we are there, fruits extensively cultivated in the tribal belts and the hinterland of Odisha. Next. So these are other crops, your maize, quality maize, again cauliflower. So these varieties will progressively reach to the farmers. Next. So what is the challenge of bifurcated crops? Some of the crops, farmers they cultivate crops for getting higher yield without compromising the yield potential if the crop is bifurcated. So that is a higher yield is a issue. Price advantage. If the crop is available in the same price, that does not provide incentive. Extension service. These varieties should progressively reach to the farmer. For a particular variety, to reach the farmer, it takes 7 to 8 years after release of that particular variety. Public awareness, that is another issue. Quality seed production is another issue. So once these issues are addressed, these bifurcated crop, they can supplement the issues of nutritional security of our population. So what is way forward? So high yielding bifurcated crops, extension, public awareness, quality seed production, then premium price, whether you have minimum support price or premium price to the bifurcated crops. There must be buyback policy. The farmer they are producing, and we should buy back and invest in a midday meal scheme or public distribution system. Procurement by the government agency. Then the processing industry. Then it should be progressively incorporated in the distribution, RKVI, ICPS and midday meals. Then I think we can get to the need of bifurcated crops that is there and variety that we have developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramesh Naik. We will quickly move over to the voices from the field, and may I request Ajit Kumar Sahu to widely project this school. ଆପଣ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିପାରିବେ? ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ।
ମଞ୍ଚାସୀନ ସମସ୍ତ ପ୍ରଣାମ। ଆଜି ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ସମସ୍ତ ସଜ୍ଜନ ପ୍ରଣାମ ଜଣାଏ। ମୁଁ ଅଜିତ କୁମାର ସାହୁ, ତପ୍ତପାଣି ଫାର୍ମର ପ୍ରୋଡ୍ୟୁସର କମ୍ପାନୀର ସିଇଓ ଭାବେ କାମ କରେ ଗଜପତି ଜିଲ୍ଲାର ମୋହନା ବ୍ଲକରେ। ଆଉ ଏଇ କମ୍ପାନୀ ନାବାର୍ଡ଼ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଗଠିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଏବଂ ସେ ଅଞ୍ଚଳର ସକାଳ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ଦ୍ୱାରା ତପ୍ତପାଣି ପ୍ରୋଡ୍ୟୁସର କମ୍ପାନୀ ଗୋଟେ ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି ଏଜେନ୍ସି ଦ୍ୱାରା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ମିଲେଟ୍ ମିଶନ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମକୁ 2017 ମସିହାରୁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ କରିଆସୁଛି। ମୋ ଅନୁଭୂତି ହେଲା ଯେ ଆଜି ଯେତିକି जो रूल ऑफ मिलेट ऑन न्यूट्रिशन एंड हेल्थ जो कथा आज पढ़ी जे 2017 मसीहा पूर्व आदिवासी अंचल मिलेट भी होता किंतु लोक आदिवासी लोक मिलेट खाऊले से पर्यंत खाद्याभ्यास गोटे पारंपरिक खाद्य होता 2017 पर यहाँ सरकार खाद्य आदिवासी अंचल खाद्य गोटे खाद्यर मान्यता देले और से खाद्य को चाष करने गोटे गुरुत्व दे इनसेंटिव वाइज करले चाष कले इनसेंटिव दिगला यहाँ आदिवासी अंचल सीमित थिला और से लोक भावुले ये गरीब लोकर खाद्य बोली से कौन बिक्री बड़ा कौन सुविधा नाला 2017 कम करें मांडिया खाद्यर मूल्य था 12 टका कम लोक बदलते आलू पियाज शुखुआ लुण तार बजार मूल्य भी किसी नाला। आज जो चर्चा चली सका आज पर्यंत जे यार खाद्य गुण केते बढ़ी आईटा हूँ गोटे संपूर्ण खाद्य यहाँ राइस गहम गहम चाउल को बाद देले यहाँ जे खाद्यर मान्यता नुहे आदिवासी अंचल खाऊले यहाँ संपूर्ण खाद्य जो थे कि संपूर्ण न्यूट्रिशन भरपूर अच्छी आए सब प्रकार मिनेराल फाइबर भरपूर चाउल खाइले सुषम खाद्य हिसाब से चाउल खाइले आपन को अंडा खाया पड़ो माछ खाया पड़ो क्षीर खाया पड़ो शाग खाया पड़ो यदि आम देखा सब पूर्णांग खाद्य हम चाउल सहित किंतु मिलेट जदि खाद्य आदिवासी अंचल से खाऊले यहाँ प्रत्येक दिन से भाषा कहते यहाँ मांडिया खाइले हांडिया पूरब पेट पूरब थका मंटब सबकि असुविधा दूर हो बोली और से खाई आसुले एवं 2017 जो यहाँ कार्यकारी है सेतबले ओडिशा मिलेट मिशन पासन सहायता आम अंचल प्रथम यहाँ केमी अनुष्ठान छोट पिला खावा दिज्व ये अंगनवाड़ी केमी परीक्षामूलक भाव में आम अंचल मोहना ब्लॉक रे 10टी अंगनवाड़ी केन्द्र दिखाई 10टी अंगनवाड़ी केन्द्र पे आग्रह सहित खाई कहीं आदिवासी लोक जो रेशन कार्ड दिगला चाउल गहम से लोक भाविले यहाँ हूँ उन्नत खाद्य यहाँ हूँ बड़ लोकर खाद्य आउ मांडिया हूँ गरीब लोकर खाद्य यहाँ आदिवासी अंचल खाद्य प्लेट्रु यहाँ ओभार हो जाऊला कि मिलेट मिशन आसला यहाँ किसी अंश से जानिले यार खाद्यर गुण कौन जानिले खाद्य रूपे ग्रहण करें खाद्य खेचुड़ी कर अंगनवाड़ी देलु से पे खुशी खाई किसी लोक प्रतिज्ञा करते आदिवासी को सरकार आदिवासी करी रखापी चाहते कि आउपर जो आसूसी समय आसूसी सरकार मंडी में किणिले मंडी व्यवस्था कले आम आगुरी लैम्प जरिए किणा होता किंतु तप्तपाणी आम प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी जरिए जो किणागला लोकंर विश्वास आउे फेरला ना ये खाद्यर गुण के 38 टका 44 पैसा है मांडियार केजी प्रथमे कम रेट्रे थिला आज बहुत से बिक्री कर मंडी में बिक्री कर 2 पैसा मत लाभ पाई आज आउ गए बड़ कथा है देखा गले यहाँ जो आम कहे मांडिया कांगू जना सुआ प्रोसो कोदो कि जहाँ जहाँ आम 9 प्रकार मिलेट अच्छी यहाँ देखा गले आदिवासी अंचल हेल्थ हैप्पीनेस और हार्मोनी 3टा को बजाय रखी पार्चे हेल्थ दिगरे तो से स्वस्थ रही पार्छ आज से ना एवं चाष कर जो स्कूल सरकार प्रचलन कर खावाई देती अंगनवाड़ी दिखाई सहित रेशन कार्ड दूसरी ए व्यवस्था करने द्वारा समस्त स्वास्थ्य कथा बुझाऊँ और देखा जाए जेहेतु हाई फाइबर फूड यहाँ डायबिटीज बर्तमान डायबिटीज मुक्त भारत गठन करने ए खाद्य प्रचलन आवश्यक ए जो 2018 यहाँ पुष्टि शस्य मान्यता पाइला तापर यार आदर बढ़ला और डिमांड बढ़ला आम अंचल आम 2019 बेलू गोटे सोलार पावर प्रोसेस यूनिट करूँ जोटा आगुरी जो ड्रजरी था महिला मानी जे से हाथ में कुटुले चाउल बाहर करने बहुत परिश्रम करा पड़ता तार प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट किसी नाला अमल करने जंत्र नाला उडरमारे चाष करने जो असुविधा था यहाँ माँ मानकर जो माने जो ड्रज रिडक्शन कर सहायक है सेटा गवेषणा कर जो ओडिशा मिलेट मिशन जो जो कार्यक्रम कले द्वारा बहुत किसी लाभवान है माँ मान लाभवान हो पारे तापर द्वितीय कथा अन्य जेको चाष है अर्थ साहुकार पाखु आदिवासी जानती क्षुद्र चाषी किंतु यहाँ गोटे चाष जोटा ऋण मुक्ति कला चाषी मानक जे यहाँ पारंपरिक मंजी रखी से चाष कर पारे जो थे इनपुट किणापी लोक को साहुकार पाखु जावाक पड़े यहाँ गोटे ऋण मुक्ति गोटे हैप्पीनेस कहवाक गले जो ऋण मुक्त जीवन से करें आ गोटे कथा है जे जो गुड प्रैक्टिस दिगला चाषीर उत्पादन बढ़ला जे केमिति चाष करेंगे जो 2 क्विंटल मांडिया आदि गोटे एकर होता आज 13 क्विंटल 14 क्विंटल मांडिया हो पार्टी गोटे एकर जो गुड प्रैक्टिस सरकार जो इम्प्लीमेंट करेले जो इनसेंटिव देले तापर लोक आग्रह से बढ़ला जो कस्टमर सेंटर सीट सेंटर जरिए करेले खाद्य परिवर्तन आसला सहित एवं जो मिलेट रेसिपी कंपटीशन कराला जे माँ मान भर गोटे आग्रह मत सृष्टि खाली मांडिया जाऊ तंपा कर खाऊला आदिवासी अंचल मांडिया खाद्यर व्यवहार जान नुले आज कंपटीशन भाग नहीं माँ मान आग्रह बढ़ी से बहु पाखे व्यवहार कर मिलेट एंटरप्राइज करने सरकार गोटे जहाँफल महिला मान रोजगार करने गोटे सुजोग सृष्टि एति ना केवल गोटे मिलेट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट पल्वराइज ठू आरंभ कर विभिन्न प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट जरिए महिला मैंने आत्मनिर्भर होगा गोटे सुजोग सृष्टि कराई देखा गले आउ जो इनक्लूजन कराई इंस्टीट्यूशन सहित कि माने आपनकर मिड डे मिल सहित कि पीडीएस सहित जो इनक्लूजन कराई या द्वारा जो डिमांड बढ़ुची आदिवासी चाषी मान गोटे उत्साह बढ़ुची जे आगामी दिन यहाँ को चाष करने मु कहबी जे जो रोग कथा पड़ी स्वास्थ्य कथा पड़ी स्वास्थ्य खाद्य उपर निर्भरशील आउ खाद्य माटी उपर निर्भरशील आउ ये जो माटी दिन को दिन बंधिया भाव लगे जो आम रासायनिक कीटनाशक औषध जो दे जो परिस्थिति थिला आज यदि ये मिलेट चाष माटीर स्वास्थ्य मार स्वास्थ्य सहित माटीर स्वास्थ्य बढ़ापी सहायक हो पार्टी कहवाक गले यहाँ यदि प्रचलन हुए सब अंचल हो पार मानने किसी असुविधा ना तृतीय कथा हार्मोनी कथा केमी हार्मोनी विथ नेचर हार्मोनी विथ कल्चर सृष्टि कर मांडिया मिलेट जे हार्मोनी नेचर कथा कहले आपन जानते जलवायु परिवर्तन दिन दिन बढ़ुची जलर उत्ताप बढ़ुची ए कार्यक्रम कार्यकारी करने द्वारा मुझे IIMR रे साइंटिस्ट मान रिसर्च करछंती जे जलवायु परिवर्तन 2 डिग्री जलवायु परिवर्तन उत्ताप बढ़ी जाए ताले कौन सी गचर फ्रुटिंग आसो ना फल आसो ना धान हुए तो गछ हो तार फल आसी नपे आगामी दिन में किंतु मिलेट हूँ गोटे चाष जो थे कि उत्ताप बढ़ले तार कौन सी फल परिवर्तन हम ना से जेकोसी माने एडवर्स क्लाइमेटिक अवस्था से फल दे पार आमर खाद्य अभाव को दूर कर आमर न्यूट्रिशन आमर पुष्टि अभाव को दूर कर जो हार्मोनी कल्चर कहबी आदिवासी अंचल ये चाष थिला जे कल्चर सहित जड़ित नुआखाई पर्व कांगू पर्व तांकर ये मिलेट पर्व सान करते आम ओडिशा सरकार एथि गोटे भल सुजोग देले गला वर्ष मार्गशीर मास प्रथम गुरुवार को मिलेट दिवस पालन करने गोटे जो प्रचार कले जहाँफल आम खाद्य संस्कृति जो गुरुवार दिन आम जो भोग लगू ठाकुर पाखे से माणबसार जो मांडिया को गोटे माने मांडिया दिवस पालन कर जो सुजोग सृष्टि कले सीटा आम खाद्य संस्कार सहित संस्कृति सहित जोड़ी दिगला यहाँ गोटे गोटे भल जिनस से जे यहाँ आमर पुष्टि सुरक्षा स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा और जमी सुरक्षा माटी सुरक्षा सबुथ दिगरे आमको साहाय्य कर कहबी जे हेल्थ हैप्पीनेस हार्मोनी पर बर्तमान आवश्यकता होची आमे तप्तपाणी प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी जरिया कौन असुविधार सम्मुखीन हो आगामी दिन हवा उचित नुह आम कर प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट स्थापन करा लोकाल अंचल स्थानीय कंजम्पशन ठीक अच्छे किंतु आज बजार चाहिदा बढ़ी जाइए लोक कांगू चाहूँगी शुआ चाहूँगी खायापी जे डायबिटीज फ्री युक्त मेडिसिन फ्री युक्त जीवन यापन करने आमको मिलेट खाद्य आवास दरकार तो तांको दवाई आमको गोटे बाली मुक्त सेंटलेस राइस दरकार जोटा कि उन्नत प्रमाण चाउल चूना आम जोगाई समर्थ हो पार्नु जदि सरकार से आदिवासी अंचल से प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट स्थापन करते ଆଉ ସେଟା ଯଦି ସବୁଆଡ଼କୁ ଯାଇପାରନ୍ତା ତାହେଲେ ଆଦିବାସୀ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ ଏଇ ଚାଷ ଆହୁରି ଅଧିକ ପରିମାଣରେ ହୁଅନ୍ତା, ବଜାରରେ ବିକ୍ରି ବଟା ସୁବିଧା ହେଇଥାନ୍ତା, ଆଉ ଲୋକମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଭଲ ଖାଇ ସେମାନେ ସୁସ୍ଥ ମେଡ଼ିସିନ୍ ଫ୍ରି ଲାଇଫ୍ ମେଣ୍ଟେନ୍ କରିପାରନ୍ତେ। ଆଉ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ହେଲା ଏକକୁ ସରକାର ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଉ ଷ୍ଟୋରେଜ୍ ପାଇଁ ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି ଗ୍ରାମାଞ୍ଚଳରେ ଯେହେତୁ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଶସ୍ୟ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ରହିପାରିବ, ଦୁଇଟା ଶସ୍ୟ ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ଜନା ସହିତ ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ କାଙ୍ଗୁ ସହିତ ମିଶିଗଲେ ତାକୁ ସେପାରେଟ୍ କରିବା କୌଣସି ମାନେ ଯନ୍ତ୍ର ନାହିଁ, ତ ତା ପାଇଁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ଷ୍ଟୋରେଜ୍ ବେସ୍ ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି ଦରକାର। ସରକାର ସେପଟେ ଯଦି ନଜର ଦିଅନ୍ତେ ତାହେଲେ ଏସବୁ ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ ଟିକେ ଭଲ ଭାବରେ ହେଇପାରନ୍ତା ବୋଲି ଆଶା ରଖୁଛି। ଏତିକି ରହୁଛି, ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
धन्यवाद श्री अजित साहू। मु वर्तमान रश्मि रेखा प्रधान को अनुरोध करी जो एसएचजी माध्यम रे बा वुमेन्स ग्रुप माध्यम रे जो हमारो फूड न्यूट्रिशन रो कार्यक्रम चलছে সেই বিষয়ে টিকে আলোকপাত করিবা পায়। बी वेरी ब्रीफ।
थैंक यू सर। समस्त को नमस्कार। मते जो विषय दिया डिस्कशन आलोचना करने एसएचजी माध्यम आम केमी फूड न्यूट्रिशन और हेल्थ वाश को प्रमोट करूँ। तो यूनिसेफ जरिया प्रथम जिते एफएनएसडब्ल्यू कार्यक्रम करूँ अनुगुल और कोरापुट जिले में दुईटा जिले में फास्ट कार्यक्रम कराई मेनली एसएचजी मानक आम यही कार्यक्रम जिते आनी से एसएचजी माध्यम आम प्रथम गाँव में गोटे प्लान तैयारी करूँ जोटा को आम पीएमपी कहूँ। पोषण माइक्रो प्लान गोटे तैयारी करूँ। पोषण माइक्रो प्लान ने आम विभिन्न न्यूट्रिशनल इश्यू को आइडेंटिफाई करूँ। न्यूट्रिशन हेल्थ वाश रिलेटेड जहाँ सब इश्यू अच्छी आइडेंटिफाई करूँ। आइडेंटिफाई कर जीपी लेवल में कंसोलिडेट कलु। तो कंसोलिडेट करी ब्लॉक रे भी ब्लॉक लेवल में कंसोलिडेट करके ब्लॉक रे जी वीडियो अच्छा माध्यम केमी कन्भर्जेन्स हो पार आम 8टी डिपार्टमेंट सहित यही कार्यक्रम कन्भर्जेन्स करी तो कन्भर्जेन्स करूँ। तो कन्भर्जेन्स द्वारा जो एक्टिविटी गवर्नमेंट थिला तो गवर्नमेंट यही कार्यक्रम केमिति कहा सहित कन्भर्ज हो पार गाँव में सहीटा को आम प्रायोरीटी देथिलु। तो प्रथम जेतिक कार्यक्रम गोटे वर्ष भितर कन्भर्जेन्स हिसाब से हो पारी तो यही कार्यक्रम मुख्यतः मेनली आम कन्भर्जेन्स एक्टिविटी को बेसी गुरुत्व देथिलु। गवर्नमेंट सहित केमिति कन्भर्जेन्स गाँव में जेतिक काम हो पार ता छड़ा आमर जो 4 जन टार्गेट ग्रुप अच्छी तो मुख्यतः एडोलेसेंट 10 ରୁ 19 वर्षर झील मैंने नवविवाहिता जो मैंने 18 ରୁ 20 वर्ष जो मैंने अर्ली मैरेज करुँच तो मैरेजर वर्षक भितर से आम नवविवाहिता हिसाब से नहीं गर्भवती माँ और प्रसूति माँ आम 2 वर्षर छुआ थी माँ मानक नहीं तो जो टिके आगु सार कहते कि 1000 दिन उपर इम्पोर्टान्स दबा कथा तो से आम 2 वर्षर माँ मानक ही नौलु। तो से सहित आम विभिन्न माध्यम विभिन्न स्थान मीटिंग करी एवं विभिन्न होम विजिट करी विभिन्न कार्यक्रम करूँ। जमीक गोटे कार्यक्रम आम प्रथम मुआ मेजरमेंट करी एट्रिक्स को माने रिक्स अच्छा से आइडेंटिफाई करूँ कौ झी मैंने अच्छा कौ माँ मैंने गर्भवती माँ कि प्रसूति माँ अच्छा गाँव में तो मैंने सार जमी कहते आमर स्टंटिंग कि वेस्टिंग अधिक अच्छा सेमती कौ मैंने आमर रिक्स अच्छा आम से तो फास्ट आइडेंटिफाई करूँ। तो से अनुसार आम इंटरवेंशन करूँ। जो मैंने रिक्स अच्छा तो आम होम विजिट करूँ सासू मानू स्वामी मानू बुझाऊँ एवं जो मैंने झील मैंने अच्छा स्कूल रे विभिन्न कार्यक्रम कराऊला जमीक सार कहते आईएफए टैबलेट कथा स्कूल आईएफए टैबलेट ठीक रे दिया होची कि नहीं से करूँ कि नहीं एवं अंगनवाड़ी सेंटर जो मैंने जाऊँगी शनिवार दिन प्रोग्राम होची तो से माने अंगनवाड़ी सेंटर को जाऊँगी कि नहीं अंगनवाड़ी सेंटर को नवा करवा एवं गर्भवती और प्रसूति माँ मैंने मेनली VHSND जो हूँ VHSND रे आमर विभिन्न सेवा जो दिया होची तो से माने सेठी सही सेवा उपलब्धि करूछथि कि नहीं यही सब कार्यक्रम को आम पोषण सखी CRP जहाँ को कहते OLM तो आम जरिया विभिन्न गाँव में यही कार्यक्रम करूँ। तो यही कार्यक्रम आम कोरापुट और अनुगुल जिले में परिवर्तन को लक्ष्य रखिकी जितेबाला यही कार्यक्रम परिवर्तन आम देखिलु तो यही वर्ष आम 30टा जिले को यही कार्यक्रम सॉरी गला वर्ष आम 19टा जिला ये कार्यक्रम एक्सपांड कराइला एवं यही वर्ष आम 30टा जिला को एक्सपांड कराई किंतु विशेषकर कहवा कथा कि जो कार्यक्रम अच्छी ये कार्यक्रम आम जो महिला और झील मानक नहीं कारण आज जो मैंने झील अच्छा काली से माँ होती तो से आम प्रथम बिहेवियरल चेंज जोटा अच्छी व्यवहारिक परिवर्तन आम जदि शिखई तो भविष्य में आम जो गर्भवती और माँ मान प्रसूति माँ मैंने जो असुविधार सम्मुखीन होती तो सहीटा तो कमी जाई पारिबो तो तांको खाली सेतिकी शिखाओनी मेन्सुराल हाइजीन विषय विभिन्न समय सफा सुतरा से विषय शिखा होची एवं से माने कौ समय निजर परिष्कार परिच्छन्नता रही पारिबे केमिति टॉयलेट रो व्यवहार हेई परिबो तो एगुड़ा सबू शिक्षा से दि जाउची ता सहित आम एसएचजी माने एसएचजी रे 4टा मीटिंग हुए एसएचजी रे मासरे गोटे सप्ताह रे गोटे मीटिंग करा जाए तो तृतीय नंबर मीटिंगटा आम न्यूट्रिशन रिलेटेड मीटिंग आम सेटा रखाई सबू जिला पाई 3 नंबर मीटिंगटा को आम न्यूट्रिशन हेल्थ एजुकेशन हिसाब से रखा जाइए जोटा को आम मैत्री बैठक बोली कहते से आम आउ 3टा मीटिंग रे पैसा रखा सुध देवा से विषय आलोचना करुँच किंतु तृतीय नंबर मीटिंग रे से कौन करुँच तो केवल हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन वाश यही कथा आलोचना करुँच कहार मु जो कहूली मुआक मापुंट मुआक मापिले कहार परिवर्तन केते आसी कार इम्प्रूवमेंट होउची कार डिक्रीज होउची तो सही अनुसार से कौन कर जार न होची से मंचर डिसीजन नौचंती एवं घर को होम विजिट करूछंती तार कौन परिवर्तन होइची कि कहीं परिवर्तन होनी खाली तो खाद्य खाइले भी हबनी आमे परिष्कार परिच्छन्न भी गोटे पार्ट रोची आम जदियो भल खाद्य आम खाऊँगी किंतु कौन पाई आमर स्वास्थ्य उन्नति होनी तो आम परिष्कार रहू नथिबे तो सेति पई भी हमको सैनिटेशन को ध्यान देबाकू पड़िबो तो सेति पई से पर्सपेक्टिव भी ताकू भी बुझा जाउची आम मुख्यतः तिरंगा फूड उपर आम गुरुत्व दौचु केमिति गोटे माँ कि झील माने एडोलसेंट 3 प्रकार खाद्य निश्चय तार खाद्य थाई रे रहिबो जेमिति कि आम सबुज रंगर खाद्य ऑरेंज कमला रंगर खाद्य एवं धला खाद्य गोटे माँ कि जड़े किशोरी बालिका यही 3 प्रकार खाद्य तार गोटे दिन में से खाऊँ कि ना ताको काउंसेलिंग कराऊँ पचरा हो माँ आज सकाळे तू कौन कौन खाइलु तो आज कौन कौन खाइलु जेनेराली आम घर मानक गाँ मानक जहाँ प्राक्टिस अच्छी सकाळ माँ मैंने चा बिस्कुट कि चा मुड़ी खाती कम को जाती पुणी आसती 4टा बेले खाती खराबेलर खाद्य स्किप कर जाती पुणी संध्यारे से भात खाती तो भात संगे किए डाली खाइले खाइले ना किए भजा खाती कि तरकारी खाती किंतु यही 3 प्रकार खाद्य से प्रकृतर खाऊँच कि नहीं एवं 3 प्रकार खाद्य कौ रंग कौ खाद्य अच्छी से बुझा जाऊँगी गाँ मानक जो मुझे कहती जो मैत्री बैठक हूँ 3य नंबर बैठक एसएचजी तृतीय नंबर बैठक माँ मान को आमर मीटिंग बसवा पूर्वर मैत्री बैठक बसवा पूर्वर प्रथम हैंड वाश प्रैक्टिस गोटे करा जाउची मीटिंग बसवा पूर्वर से हाथ धोईकी मीटिंग रे बसिबे तो मेनली से हाथ धोईकी प्राक्टिसटा से ही आरंभ करा जाउची तो हाथ धोईकी मीटिंग रे बसिबे तो तापरे तांको फूड ऊपर बुझा जाउची तो ये 3 प्रकार खाद्य खाइबे तो ता छड़ा से सैनिटेशन कौ समय निजर एवं निज झील मानकर एवं गाँव में जो मैंने अच्छा लीडर जो मैंने अच्छा से केमिति यही सब कार्यक्रम को आगो को नहीं पारे लीडर मानक भी बुझा ता छड़ा अंगनवाड़ी रे जो सब सुविधा दि जाउची अंगनवाड़ी विभिन्न सुविधा को से केमिति अवेल करेंगे छतुआ हो अंडा हो कि आमर कुर्मी बटिका हो जो सुविधा दिया होची स्कूल जमी आईएफए टैबलेट दिया होची सैनिटरी नैपकिन दिया होची तो से गुड़ा को से माने केमिति अवेल करेंगे ता छड़ा एग्रीकल्चर और हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट रो जो कार्यक्रम सब अच्छी तो निज बाड़ी रे केमिति जो माने मुआक रे अछंती एट्रिक्स से निज बाड़ी रे केमिति मो उपकारी बगीचा करि परिबे एवं खाली बगीचा कले हबनी सेतुरु आनी के केमिति खाइबे आम सार टिके आगर कहउतले जे आम लोक मानकर गोटे प्रैक्टिस अछि जे समानकर विश्वास अछि जे बाहर मिलुथुवा खाद्य बहुत भल आ निज बाड़ी आमे भी से देखीचु जे निज बाड़ी रे अमृतभंडा कदली सफिशिएंट थिबो किंतु लोक माने खाउ नथिबे कोन ना बाहर जो खाद्य मिलुची सेटा होची बहुत भल खाद्य बाहर जो माने टाउन रे रहउचंदी से माने बहुत भल खाद्य खाउचंदी सेउ रे बहुत विटामिन अछि किंतु पिजुली रे बहुत भल विटामिन नाही तो यहीटा लोक मानक मध्य जो निजर भावनाटा अच्छी विभिन्न मैत्री बैठक रे एवं विभिन्न मीटिंग रे किशोरी बालिका मीटिंग रे यही जो कॉन्सेप्ट अच्छी यहाँ दूर करा जाउची जे आपण बाड़ी रे जो लोकल अवेलेबल फूड अच्छी तो सेटा केमिति आपण माने निजे कंज्यूम करंतु एवं सेथरे की प्रकार विटामिन अच्छी आउ बेसी डिपेंड आमे जेंति मैगी चाउमीन तो 2 मिनिट रे समस्त करी माने खाइबा को माने भल पाउछंती तो सेही थरे आमे न हेकी सार जेमति कहउथले मांडिया हो जेमिति कि आम बारी रे पिजुली अछि आमे सेटा को केमति खाइबा कि छतुआ करिकी खाइबा तो आमे ता ऊपर केमति आम पाखरे जोटा अछि ता ऊपर केमति गुरुत्व दबा एटा हमर झियो मानकु एवं गर्भवती आ प्रसूति मां मानकु बुझा जाउची तो विशेष करी ए कार्यक्रम रे आमे कन्वर्जेंस को बेसी गुरुत्व दबा सहित तो माँ मानकु आ झियो मानकु ए दीटा जिल्ला रे तो किशोरी मानकु एतिकी आमे करै परिछु जे से माने एई खाद्य विषय रे एवं हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन विषय रे बहुत माने इंप्रूव करिसंती एवं जानिसंती आपण माने आज जोठी भी पचारि परिबे तो हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन आ सैनिटेशन उपरे झियो माने एवं माँ माने कहि परिबे तो तार इम्प्रूवमेंट देखि आमे एबे 30 टा जिल्ला रे सही कार्यक्रम को केमिति समस्ते ठीक ढंग रे जेमिति सही दीटा जिल्ला रे हेई परिछि तो अन्य 30 टा जिल्ला रे केमिति सही कार्यक्रम हेई परिबो एवं एटा ठीक रे केमिति आगु को जाई परिबो आमे सही ऊपर कार्यक्रम आगु को नबो बोली आशा रखिछु तो धन्यवाद समय को
धन्यवाद Rashmi Rekha. Now we open the floor for any kind of questions and I would request Sanjay to facilitate.
Thank you, sir. Question here? Okay. Huh? Okay. Please, first of all, please introduce yourself and question jaha ko pacharsun tango na कहबे को स्पीकर पचराउ चाहछन so that you will focus on.
नमस्कार मो ना है अनुपमा राउत मो जिता ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अच्छी मोर प्रश्न सार को अच्छी आमर डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास राव को गोटे प्रश्न अच्छी आमर तापर किछि एमती कंपेयर कर परिचंती कि जे महुआ लड्डू आउ ता सहित आमर मांडिया लड्डू कौन ता भीतर हाउ व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस मांडिया लड्डू एंड महुआ लड्डू millets laddu and mandia laddu. What is the difference? Do you have any research or?
Yeah, question is very interesting, madam. The here.
And
yeah.
Shall I ask the next question?
Yeah.
To Dr. Amresh Kumar Naik, sir.
Yeah, madam, the question is very interesting. Here the problem is in millets they are also having rich quantity of whatever essential minerals, but the only problem is in addition of essential minerals, the non-nutrient quantity is also more like phytic acid, goitrogens, tannins. So during absorption, these non-nutrients are preventing the absorption efficacy and the capacity of essential nutrients to reach to the metabolism. But when compared to the mahua, we have dietary component is more, dietary fiber component is more in terms of the soluble dietary component. As well, along with the total fat, it is helping to absorption efficacy of the essential nutrients from mahua, those who are addressing and attending the mahua. That's what, of course, millet is also good. But the only problem is the NIN is working out actually how to sort out this problem, especially to reduce the anti-nutrients, especially from the millets.
Thank you, sir. मोर सर आपन को प्रश्न है जे आपण जो धान कथा कहते जोटा से जो धान रिसर्च अच्छी सर्टिफाई होटा कौन माने जैविक उपाय करा जाउची ना नाई सेतरे केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर यूज करा जाउची
नहीं जैविक उपाय नुह साधारणतः धान रे 6 ରୁ 7% प्रोटीन थाए किंतु वर्तमान ताकू जो स्टैंडर्ड जो ब्रीडिंग प्रोसीजर अच्छी जोटा कि ट्रांसजेनिक उपाय नुह साधारण हाइब्रिडाइजेशन जो टेक्निक माध्यम रे गोटे आसाम रे गोटे प्रजाति थिला तार प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी बहुत कम थिला गोटे टन रु कम ताधर किंतु प्रोटीन मात्रा बहुत अधिका थिला तो यही क्वालिटी टाकू आमर जो ओडिशा जो सब हाई यील्डिंग वेराइटी होची ताकू ट्रांसफर से क्वालिटी करागला बेले बर्तमान आमर 10% ରୁ 10 ରୁ 10.5% प्रोटीन बर्तमान होची जोटा आगु ट्रेडिशनली 6 ରୁ 7% प्रोटीन थिला आमर बर्तमान 3टा वेराइटी रिलीज होची जोटा कि 10% प्रोटीन साधारणतः जिंकटा साधारणतः 14 ରୁ 15 ppm थाए पार्ट पर मिलियन थाए बर्तमान आमर यही जो वेराइटी अच्छी आधर 21 ppm जिंक अच्छी तेणु ये जो एटा जो चाष कर लोक मैंने जदि नेले यील्ड कुछ कम आसलानी जी पाते जमी नवीन है स्वर्ण बैकग्राउंड है
जी अमल पाते सहित ये प्रोटीन और माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट मध्य अधिक मिलला से जी खाद्य मिसेले बहुत मात्रा रे जो न्यूट्रिशनल डेफिशिएंसी अछि से मध्य पूर्ण हो पारिबो जो प्रोटीन और माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट
आमर आईसीआर तरफ आमर जेहेतु बहुत प्रकार देसी धान जोटा अच्छी गाँव रे एबे भी अच्छी से जो देसी धान पाई आपण मानकर किसी रिसर्च होउची कि जे नाई आमे सर्टिफाइड न करिकिरी भी सही देसी धान को केमती आमे प्रमोट करि परिबा जोटा आम लोकन को बेनिफिट दबा और सेटा धीरे धीरे लोप पाई जाउचे लोक गवर्नमेंट रो सीड को ही डिपेंड करछन तले आमे एपटे काहे कि से जो देसी धान जोड़ा धीरे धीरे लोप पाई जाउची जदि कोरापुट रे कहबा एते प्रकार रो देसी धान थिला आउ एही सर्टिफाइड वेराइटी को प्रमोट करिया दर सेडा लुचि जाउची किंतु जोड़ा खाइबा पाई टेस्ट थिला जदि आमे एबेर सर्टिफाइड धानर चाउल कथा कहबा ताले सेही देसी धान चाउलर टेस्ट एथिरे आ नाही आमे खाली प्रोडक्शन टाको देखुचंदी किंतु आपणकर गोटे साइड जो सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हिसाब रे सेटा को आपण केबे देखुचंदी कि जे जो देसी धानटा जोटा लोप पाई जाउछ आ जोटा आम पारंपरिक भाव रे चलीथिला आ सेटा आम देह पई भलो
ठीक है सेटा कहूछ आंसर तार हमर जो एटी राष्ट्रीय धान गवेषणा अनुसंधान अछि यार दुईटा जीन बैंक अच्छी से केवल ओडिशा नुह भारत वर्ष रे विभिन्न कोणरू जो जो सब आमर प्रजाति अच्छी ट्रेडिशनल प्रजाति अच्छी ताकू कलेक्शन करके ताकू स्टोर करा होची आम पाखर बर्तमान 35,000 प्रजाति रखाई जोटा कि बहुत कम तापमात्रा रे ताकू स्टोर कर रखाई यार आउ गोटे मॉड्यूल होची नेशनल ब्यूरो ऑफ प्लांट जेनेटिक रिसर्च न्यू दिल्ली रे जोटी 1,50,000 जर्म प्लाज्म सेठी स्टोर होईची -20 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड सेठी धानटा को स्टोर कले लंबा समय पर्यंत रही परिबो ताकू ग्रो न कले मध्य ता वायबिलिटी रही परिबो किंतु आमर जोटा एठी एनआरए जोटा रखाई सेटा दुईटा मॉड्यूल रखी जो 35,000 जर्म प्लाज्म आम ओडिशार विभिन्न कोणरू आनी रखाई तार आरोमेटिक राइस अच्छी जो लोक कहते जमी आम बाँस पत्री है कला जीरा है ये सब प्रजाति रखाई क्वेश्चन है तार इम्प्रूवमेंट कराऊँ ना ना वर्तमान यही वर्ष आम ओडिशा सरकार सहायता रे जो ओडिशा रे जो प्रचलित जो आरोमेटिक राइस अच्छी शॉर्ट ग्रेन आरोमेटिक राइस ताकू 4टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे गोटे हूँ कोरापुट कंधमाल कलाहांडी आ गोटे मयूरभंज ये 4टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे 1000 फार्मर फील्ड रे ताकू ग्रो कराई ताकू केमिति बाहर एक्सपोर्ट करा जाई परिवो एटी मार्केट रे बिक्री के अधिक पैसा केमिति नहीं परिबा हम लोकल वेराइटी सो लोकल वेराइटी गुडा साधारणतः कम यील्ड थाए आमर एटी ब्रीडिंग प्रोग्राम माध्यम रे तार यील्ड टक मध्य क्वालिटी तार सही क्वालिटी रही किंतु यील्ड टक मध्य ना 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 केमिकल नुह जैविक मात्रा प्रणाली मध्य होउची जो माने केमिकल करि परिबे सब केमिकल मध्य होउची बुझिले ना से ट्रांसजेनिक नुह जोटा कहउचंती से ट्रांसजेनिक वेराइटी से तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मोराटोरियम अछि से ट्रांसजेनिक नुह तेणु ताकू बर्तमान लोक आमर एठी एक्सपोर्ट मध्य करि परिबे आमर मार्केट रे जोडा सब हाई एंड कंज्यूमर अछंती से माने मध्य अधिक प्राइस देकी मॉल रे मध्य किनि परिबे जेतबे आपण जिबे
ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी अच्छी से ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी अपग्रेडेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू कौन तार अपग्रेडेशन करा जाई परियो सो दैट द ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी इज मेंटेन्ड एंड न्यूट्रिशन इश्यूज आर एड्रेस
हां सेटा होला कि रिसर्च हेइचे आपण जो ये प्रेजेंटेशन रे मु करिथिली जोटा करथिली 5टा वेराइटी स्वर्ण गोटे से आमर ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी स्वर्ण गोटे ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी जो कि विगत 25-30 वर्ष है आमर एठी बड़े पॉपुलर वेराइटी किंतु स्वर्ण रे प्रोटीन मात्रा नथिला जिंक रे मात्रा नथिला तेणु स्वर्ण वेराइटी रे काम करके बर्तमान स्वर्ण रे 10.1% प्रोटीन प्लस जिंक 21 ppm जिंक तो कर दिया तेणु ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी आ गोटे हूँ नवीन वेराइटी यहाँ ओडिशा रे मध्य विभिन्न कोण रे जोटा 120 दिन रु 125 दिन भितर वेराइटा सेटा उच्चा जमी मझाड़ी जमी हुए से वेराइटी लोकादृत वेराइटी एठी तार यील्डटा 4.5 टन पखापाखि यील्ड बहुत लोक ये ओडिशार पूर्वपल्ली ताकू करती किंतु ताधर मध्य एथर हाई प्रोटीन हाउ जिंक रे वैल्यू मध्य बढ़ाई दिया तेणु केवल सेतिक नुह बहुत गुड़ाक बर्तमान जमी है डायबेटिक्स है साधारणतः कौन कहते चाउल भात न खायापी आमर मध्य एठी बहुत गुड़ा सब ट्रेडिशनल वेराइटी पर रिसर्च कराई देखा जोटा ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स कहती ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स यदि 50 ରୁ 55 भितर रुहे ताको आमे लो ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स कहती जो मान को डायबिटिक अच्छी कारण प्री डायबिटिक कंडीशन जो मान अच्छे से खाई पारे से भेराइटी आइडेंटिफिकेशन आम कर सारूँ से आउर तार गुण को जो आमर ट्रेडिशनल भेराइटी अच्छी हाई यील्डिंग ट्रेडिशनल भेराइटी अच्छी से बैकग्राउंड ये ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स गुण को जब आम आनीपर से मार्केट अधिका मिल पार और डायबिटीज जो मान डायबिटिक प्री डायबिटिक अच्छे से भात खाई पारे तेणु यार क्वालिटी इम्प्रूवमेंट आम संस्थार काम हो देखु गोटे सीधा गोटे रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट मैंडेट हूँ रिसर्च एक्सटेंशन एग्रीकल्चरल एक्सटेंशन हूँ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट तेणु आमर जितेबाला भेराइटी डेभलप हुए से भेराइटा स्टेट भेराइटी रिलीजिंग कमिटी अच्छी सेंट्रल भेराइटी रिलीजिंग कमिटी अच्छी ता द्वारा भेराइटा रिलीज हुए से रिलीज हो सारापर सीड चेन को जाए सीड चेन रे जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर कोऑपरेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अर्थात ओडिशा गवर्नमेंट आमको ब्रीडर सीड जो रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट को जो आम भेराइटी बाहर करूँ ब्रीडर सीड इंडेंट देले ब्रीडर सीड जाए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अथवा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट फार्म को अथवा प्राइवेट कंपनी थ्रू सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट थ्रू स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से माने ये सीड ब्रीडर सीड नहीं कि फार्म रे से माने सर्टिफाइड सीड फाउंडेशन सीड एंड सर्टिफाइड सीड करेंगे फाउंडेशन सीड एंड सर्टिफाइड सीड है मार्केट रे बिक्री करेंगे तेणु गोटे केजी जब ब्रीडर सीड हम तार 80 केजी फाउंडेशन सीड आ गोटे केजी फाउंडेशन सीड माने 80 केजी सर्टिफाइड सीड ये सीड चेन रे आसापे हेले भेराइटी जो वैज्ञानिक मैंने लाबोरेटरी रिलीज करती तापर जो फॉर्मल सीड चेन आसला बेले 4-5 वर्ष लगे किंतु तथापि आमर संस्था कौन करे से निजस्व ये मैंडेट नथिले आम आम काउंटर प्रति वर्ष फार्मर के पाखे गोटे मतलब ये फॉर्मल सीड चेन रु बाईपास करके आम चाषी मान फील्ड रे सीड विलेज ऊपर रे कि जो फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अच्छी देकी प्लस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को डायरेक्टर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर को लिखिकी एटा को निया जाऊ या माध्यम रे आम पुश करूँ कि ये केमिति जल्दी सीड चेन फॉर्मल सीड चेन को जापर यही वर्ष आमर ओडिशा सरकार द्वारा आमर 9टी भेराइटी जोटा कि उच्चा जमी एरो कम पानी दरकार होता मरुड़ी सहनशील क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट भेराइटी 9टी भेराइटी स्टेट भेराइटी रिलीजिंग कमिटी द्वारा रिलीज होती सेंट्रल भेराइटी रिलीजिंग कमिटी द्वारा 9टा ये मतलब 4-5 दिन पर आम प्रेस ब्रीफ रे आम कौ भेराइटी अच्छी तार कौ गुण अच्छी कौ इकोलोजी हम तो आम लोकलोचन को आनीचु देखो तो मिलेट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट जोटा IIMR आमर से भाई जाइए देखिक आसछंती हैदराबाद रे इंडियन मिलेट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट अच्छी से ऑल इंडिया कोऑर्डिनेटेड रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट अच्छी आम ओयूट रे ओडिशा यूनिवर्सिटी एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलोजी में गोटे सेंटर अच्छी तेणु देश विभिन्न राज्य रे राज्य जलवायु उपयुक्त जो मिलेट अच्छी से मिलेटर विकास से इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट मिलेट रिसर्च माध्यम हुए सी सेंट्रल भेराइटी रिलीजिंग कमिटी स्टेट भेराइटी रिलीजिंग कमिटी द्वारा हुए आम ओयूटी एथर केतरा मांडिया भेराइटी रिलीज कर तेणु ये भेराइटी रिलीजिंग प्रक्रिया सिस्टमेटिक वे हो स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट आउ यूनिवर्सिटी भेराइटी रिलीजिंग रे काम करता डॉक्टर TR शर्मा सर्टनली बर्तमान कन्वर्जेन्स जो आमर जो सिस्टर कहते जे कन्वर्जेन्स ये कन्वर्जेन्स आम देखुँ जो बर्तमान कलेक्टिवाइजेशन जोटा करिया होची फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन FPC हला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हला तांका माध्यम रे मध्य आमर ये भेराइटी को डिसेमिनेशन करा जीवो ये फॉर्मल सीड चेन रु बाहर जाके मध्य करा होची डायरेक्टली मध्य कोनोसी जो SSG अच्छी गोटे लीड विलेज अच्छी ओपिनियन लीडर अच्छी तांका माध्यम रे तांका गाँ रे सीड विलेज मध्य करा होची फार्मर टू फार्मर सीड केमिति स्प्रेड हो पारिबो से माने बिक्री न करी से प्रक्रिया माध्यम रे मध्य करा जाउची हाँ एग्जैक्टली
एक्चुअली सर प्रश्नटा टिके अलगा थिला प्रश्नटा थिला फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैडम आपण पचारे कि जो लोकल वेराइटी अच्छी तापर काम करा होची ना नहीं सर कहले ब्रीडिंग करके सेटा को इंप्रूव करा होची बट आपनकर प्रश्न जते कि मु बुझिली आपण पचारुचंती ग्रो करबा समय केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर पेस्टिसाइड व्यवहार करा होची ना नहीं सर से प्रश्नटा सेटा
से प्रश्न रे जो उत्तर थिला जे नेचुरल फार्मिंग ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग एंड केमिकल फार्मिंग ये तीन प्रकार फार्मिंग आमर चली ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग रे जमिति आमर कंधमाल हलदी है, उत्तराखंड है, हिमाचल प्रदेश है, सिक्किम है, जो जगह को ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हो पारुना एवं सेठी तांकर सॉइल ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन मात्रा अधिक अच्छी, माटी रे पोषक तत्व अधिक अमल पाई सक्षम अच्छी, से जगार ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग को प्रमोशन दिया होची। ओडिशार मध्य भिन्न विभिन्न क्रॉप पे करा होची। साधारणतः जोटा हाई वॉल्यूम और लो वैल्यू क्रॉप अर्थात धान है, गहम है, ये वॉल्यूम हाई टन्स पर हेक्टर देखा गले आपंकर 6 टन पर हेक्टर 5 टन पर हेक्टर प्रोड्यूस हो, 2टा सीजन रे 10 टन पर हेक्टर प्रोड्यूस। तो या जो पोषक तत्व आवश्यकता पड़ुची ताकू ऑर्गेनिक द्वारा समुचय देश में प्रचलन करने वर्तमान ये कौन सी रिकमेंडेशन पॉलिसी डिसीजन निया है ना। आम श्रीलंकार एक्सपीरियंस नहीं ऑल आट सडन बिना सोच समझी चाइना श्रीलंकार कलापर केमी फूड सिक्यूरीटी प्रॉब्लम आसला। तेणु एगुड़ा सेक्टरल आस्पेक्ट देखा हाई वैल्यू जो वेजिटेबल क्रॉप है, किसी फ्रूट है, इवेन आरोमेटिक राइस जोटा कि 100 रुपीज पर केजी हिसाब से किणुंट, जो लोक हाई एंड कंज्यूमर अच्छे जो मैंने पॉल्यूशन रिलेटेड कंसर्न तंकर अच्छी, से सेक्टर को मीट करने गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग प्लस एवं नेचुरल फार्मिंग नेशनल मिशन एंड नेचुरल फार्मिंग तो प्रमोशन कराऊँ। तेणु एटा साइड बाय साइड चलुची। ये गोटे रिप्लेसमेंट ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग इज नॉट ए फुल रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ इनऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग। ये होची
just to cut it short, otherwise it will go on, we'll have to sit till 6 p.m. जवाब जोटा है सर जोटा देले देखो इट इज इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल ए जिनसटा मुंडे रखे कि चलवा को पड़ो आपण इन माने इनएडवर्टेंट एते ग्रॉस स्केल रे केमिकल यूज करा हैला सॉइल हेल्थ हैज कम डाउन। तो आपण जहाँ भी फोर्टिफाई करुछंती सेतिकी पाइबा पय सॉइल रे सेतिकी मिनरल्स रहिबा दरकार अछि जोटा नाही। सर जोटा कहले हाई यील्ड रे जेटा दरकार जोटा जल्दी प्रोडक्शन दरकार सेही थरे विल हैव टू अडॉप्ट अ बैलेंस्ड अप्रोच। इट कांट बी द दिस अप्रोच अ बैलेंस्ड अप्रोच जोटा पृष्टि सर भी कहउछंती अ मिडिल पाथ।
actually subject because we are not the against of the production and yield, we are the against of the propagation. If you see in this tribal location, there is the use of chemical fertilizer and pesticide is around 20 to 25% till today, but the propagation like this, then after 10-15 years there is more than 60% chemical and fertilizer pesticide in particular the interior pocket. So that is the how we break this, how to break the chain, the use of the chemical fertilizer for pesticide, and how the attitude of farmers we can change from economics to health and from economics to our health and nutrition. That is the important, very very important.
जदि आपण देखिबे भारत वर्ष रे प्रति हेक्टर रे केते फर्टिलाइजर यूज होउची, साधारणतः इट इज 150 kg NPK पर हेक्टर, नाइट्रोजन फास्फोरस पोटासियम पर हेक्टर। जदि ओडिशा देखिबे ओडिशार एवरेज होउची 65 kg NPK पर हेक्टर। ओडिशा भारत रो जो एवरेज फर्टिलाइजर यूज होउची ता तुलना रे आमे लगभग अधारु कम। तेणु जदि आम भारत को चाइना सहित कंपेरिजन करवा, चाइना रे 300+ kg पर हेक्टर NPK। तेणु आमर प्रॉब्लम नुह कि अधिक मात्रा रे आम कौन फर्टिलाइजर यूज करछंती, आमे ताको ठीक मात्रा रे यूज करे, को समय पकेबा, को फर्टिलाइजर पकेबा, ताको संतुलित मात्रा रे पकेबा, ऑर्गेनिक इनऑर्गेनिक को मिसेई पकेबा। आमको तार यूज रो प्रॉब्लम अच्छी ना कि मात्रार प्रॉब्लम अच्छी।
ना ना सरी गला सर सार गोटे कथा कहूँ जो आम कोस्टाल बेल्ट सर मिलेट करी हब कि मांडिया केन्द्रापड़ा भद्रक बालेश्वर
याटा साधारणतः आमर कलाहांडी इवेन मतलब आमर कोस्टाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे जो मांडिया सी स्टैंडिंग वाटर रे हेई पारे किंतु आउ जो मतलब रहिला मिलेट क्रॉप रहिला जोटा जुआर रहिला किंबा पर्ल मिलेट रहिला जो बाजरा सेगुड़ाक वाटर लगिंग कंडीशन रे हुए ना रबी सीजन रे आमर पर्ल मिलेट हो पारनी सोरघम फडर रूप से हो पार ओडिशार प्रिफर्ड हूँ स्मॉल मिलेट आ रागी तेणु एठी से कोस्टल एरिया हो पार बहुत नीचा जमी से हो पार मझियाली किंबा टिके उच्चा जमी से हो पार ओके।
धन्यवाद। I think it's a very interesting discussion and it will go on. Now, however, we'll just looking at the time. I now request Sanjeev to quickly give the vote of thanks and close the session.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी पैनलिस्ट और मॉडरेटर को। सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा डॉक्टर जे श्रीनिवास राव वेरी फ्रॉम फार अवे फ्रॉम तेलंगाना ही हैज़ कम टू ओडिशा एंड delivered a beautiful topic to us and with regard to health and nutrition in Odisha. I take heartfelt thanks to you, sir, and on behalf of OBC team and Odisha Development Initiative, I take privilege to thank you. And मो धन्यवाद भी देवी आमर डॉक्टर अमरेश कुमार नायक सर को डायरेक्टर ICR तांको मध्य आजिर यही कार्यक्रम रे सुंदर भावे आमको बायोफर्टिफिकेशन विषय से आलोचना करिसेंती केमिति ताहा मालन्यूट्रिशन को रिड्यूस करिबारे सहायता करिवो सेतिपई ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ OBC CFNS IIPH एंड ओडिशा डेवलपमेंट इनिशिएटिव एंड यूनिसेफ मो सार को धन्यवाद देवी एवं सार को आमर डॉक्टर स्मृतिजित पट्टनायक सर अच्छा मु धन्यवाद देवी सुंदर विषय आज यही कार्यक्रम को आलोचना करिसेंती विशेषकर मैटरनल चाइल्ड हेल्थ एंड एडोलसेंट न्यूट्रिशन विषय से आलोचना करिसेंती आज यही सेकेंड सेशन रे एवं मु मिस्टर सौरभ भट्टाचार्य जी जे सर्वप्रथम से सबू कार्यक्रम से आसती एवं आज यही कार्यक्रम सुंदर भाव प्रथम सेशन रे से सेशन प्रेजेंट कले पुणी सेकेंड सेशन रे से मॉडरेट कले से एंटायर टीम तरफ सार को धन्यवाद देवी एवं संजय सार को धन्यवाद देवी आमर क्वेश्चनर सेशन को से लीड कले सर्वशेष समस्त डिस्टिंग्विश गेस्ट एंड पार्टिसिपेंट मान को धन्यवाद देवी ता सहित आमर अजित भाई जो आसती गजपति बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवी कि मिलेट्स रोल कौन रोचे हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन रे ताकू सुंदर भाव से आलोचना कर धन्यवाद समस्त को बर्तमान आम चा जापर।
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे, निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे, वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे, धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी, पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले, जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले, पर धन लव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने, दृढ़ वैराग्य जेना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु तारिर लागी, राम नाम शु तारिर लागी, सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
बण लोभी ने कपट रहित छे, वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
सकळ लोक मा सौने वंदे
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए।
सकल लोकमा सौने वंदे, निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे, वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे,
गुड इवनिंग, वेलकम बैक टू द प्लेनरी। मु जानी आपण मैंने बहुत काम करिसेंती आ बहुत आलोचना होती आज दिन तमाम। तो यही जो आलोचना गुड़ी को पुणी एकाठी आमे माने देखा शुणा कौन कौ ट्रैक रे कौन आलोचना होता, कारण आमे माने समस्ते सब ट्रैक रे नथिले। बट बिफोर दैट टिके आपण मान को सेटल करने मु डाकिया को चाहिए मधु कौटी अच्छा? हाँ आस गोटे गीत हो जाऊ आग आपर आम मैंने आरंभ करवा। मधु प्लीज।
आमर साथी मैंने जे जड़े जड़े आसबे गाइबा बहुत भल हम कि नो सिलेक्शन एनीवन कैन कम जॉइन। प्लीज जो मैंने चाहिए वॉलंटियरली आसबे जड़े जन गीत गाइबा। एटी मोर पूज्य गुरु जगदान सार अच्छा, प्रफुल्ल सार अच्छा, अन्य मैंने अच्छा, समस्ते समूह नमस्कार। बर्तमान ये जो गीतटी आम करने को जाऊँ खाली मु सार परमिशन मु 30 सेकेंड खंड नहीं जापे जे ये जो गीतटी आम गाइया को जाऊँ तार पृष्ठभूमि है जे बस स्टैंड रे भिड़ हुए, रेल स्टेशन में भिड़ हुए, से भिड़र किसी मतलब न थाए, किंतु एठी जो भिड़र है यार किसी मतलब अच्छी। तेणु ये मुझे कहली कथाटी मुझे हल रे आम समस्त गीत गाया पूर्व भावुँ ये उत्कल गौरव मधुसूदन दास, ये गोपबंधु दास, ये उत्कल सम्मेलन सबू बरपुत्र दायाद मैंने ये हल रे बस गोटे बड़ ताली दिंतु सबू दायाद जदि या कौन हालुकारे नौ था मु कहबी उत्कल सम्मेलन 1936 मसीहा पर ओडिशा को 2036 स्वप्न देखुवा जो स्वप्नर सौदागर मैंने ये बसी समस्त मुझे अनुरोध करी आउ 13 वर्ष आम हाथ अच्छी ये समय उपयोग होगापी मुझे गीतटी गाइया को जाऊँ। दयाकोरी आपण मैंने जो मैंने जोटी बस से मिसिकी गाइबे एवं जदि ओडिशा को भल पाऊँ आपणकर कंठस्वर केते भल अच्छी मंद अच्छी आम जाणु कि आपण मैंने गाइबे, दयाकोरी गाइबे। समस्त को अनुरोध बाजा नहीं किसी नहीं मन खोलिक आम गाइबा। राइट पुणी अनुरोध करी जड़े जन कि आसीपारे गाइबापी बहुत भल हम। हमें बंचिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें मरिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें बंचिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें मरिबा ओडिशा पाई रे। जहाँक सपन आजी रही अधूरा, जहाँक सपन आजी रही अधूरा, मिलीमिशी आमे सभी करी देबा पूरा, मिलीमिशी आमे सभी करी देबा पूरा। सेति पाई आस साथी जागरे जागरे जागरे, सेति पाई आस साथी जागरे जागरे जागरे। हमें बंचिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें मरिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें बंचिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें मरिबा ओडिशा पाई रे। ओडिशा रे भरपूर खनिज संपद, ओडिशा रे भरपूर खनिज संपद। महानदी ऋषि कुल्या केते नदी ह्रद, महानदी ऋषि कुल्या केते नदी ह्रद। भरी अछि ए माटी रे खनिज संपद, भरी अछि ए माटी रे खनिज संपद। चाष जमी थाई सुबे भोकिलार शब्द, चाष जमी थाई सुबे भोकिलार शब्द। एहार कारण आजी खोजरे खोजरे खोजरे, एहार कारण आजी खोजरे खोजरे खोजरे। हमें बंचिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें मरिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें बंचिबा ओडिशा पाई रे, हमें मरिबा ओडिशा पाई रे। केउ गुणे साधवटी विदेशु बेपार, केउ गुणे साधवटी विदेशु बेपार। आणुथिला धन रत्न करी भरपूर, आणुथिला धन रत्न करी भरपूर। केउ ଶିକ୍ଷା ବଳେ ଆମେ ଦାଦନ ଖଟୁଛୁ
କେଉଁ ଶିକ୍ଷା ବଳେ ଆମେ ଦାଦନ ଖଟୁଛୁ
ଖଟି ଖଟି ବଞ୍ଚିବାରେ ମରୁଛୁ ସଢୁଛୁ ଖଟି ଖଟି ବଞ୍ଚିବାରେ ମରୁଛୁ ସଢୁଛୁ ନିଜ ଅଧିକାର ଆଜି ଜାଣରେ 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 ନିଜ ଅଧିକାର ଆଜି ଜାଣରେ 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 ଆମେ ବଞ୍ଚିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ ଆମେ ମରିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ
ଆମେ ବଞ୍ଚିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ ଆମେ ମରିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ
ଆସ ସବୁ ସାଥୀ ମିଶି କରିବା ଶପଥ
ଆସ ସବୁ ସାଥୀ ମିଶି କରିବା ଶପଥ
ବଞ୍ଚିବା ମରିବା ସାଥେ ଝରୁବାର କତ
ବଞ୍ଚିବା ମରିବା ସାଥେ ଝରୁବାର କତ
ସମ୍ଭାବନା ଯେତେ ଅଛି ହାତେଇ ଆଣିବା
ସମ୍ଭାବନା ଯେତେ ଅଛି ହାତେଇ ଆଣିବା
ଓଡ଼ିଆ ହୋଇଣ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆମେରେ ଜିଣିବା
ଓଡ଼ିଆ ହୋଇଣ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆମେରେ ଜିଣିବା
ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ନୂଆ କରି ଦେଖରେ ଦେଖରେ ଦେଖରେ
ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ନୂଆ କରି ଦେଖରେ ଦେଖରେ ଦେଖରେ
ଆମେ ବଞ୍ଚିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ ଆମେ ମରିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ ଆମେ ବଞ୍ଚିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ ଆମେ ମରିବା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ରେ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ
Thank you, Madhu, and thank you the entire team. आमे माने वर्तमान ए जो सेशन को आरंभ करिबा जोथरे आज संध्या आम जो माने आम पाखे अतिथि अच्छंती मु समान को परिचित करबा पई चाहेबी आम पाखे मैडम उषा पाढ़ी अच्छंती प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड टेक्निकल एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा आम पाखे डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर आसिकी पहुँचे अल्प समय एंड प्रोफेसर एस.एन. त्रिपाठी भी आम पाखे आसिकी पहुँचे डीजी आईआईपी अल्प समय भितर जस्ट टू इनफॉर्म ऑल आर गेस्ट आमे माने गत काली ठू ए जो कॉन्क्लेव बाबद रे चली आलोचना वी हैड द प्री कॉन्क्लेव तो प्री कॉन्क्लेव रे आमे माने पीआरआई मेंबर्स मान संगे आलोचना करथिले रिगार्डिंग दिस डेमोग्राफिक डेवलपमेंट एंड 2036 रे कोभड़ी हिसाब रे आमे ओडिसा को देखिबा पई चाहूचे and we also have so we also have sessions where we had discussed about inclusions and diversity, and we also had discussed about talent management gatakali aji tapare plenary pore am manankar jo 6 track thila se track re samast आलोचना हेची so so we also have Dr. Muni Raju from Niti Aayog with us, who was there even in our morning session. So for all of your information, so we had the 6 tracks that the discussion was going on. One was aging, so jaku parichalna karthile Bharti and her team. Then migration and urbanization, school education, youth skilling and employment, health and nutrition, and CSR. तो ये ट्रैक ओके तो आम जो ट्रैक गुड़िक सब डिस्कशन करते बर्तमान तांकर रिपोर्टर्स माने रेडी अच्छे विथ ऑल द रिपोर्ट्स एंड इनफैक्ट द रिपोर्ट इज वेरी एग्जॉस्टिव देयर आर आई मीन जो ट्रैक रे मु बसथिली मु निजे देखिछि को भली भाबरे आलोचना होतेला आउ there are number of valid points that has been raised actually by many of our participants तो आमे सब points को तो नहीं छे किंतु एठी आमे एते बडे कहूचे किछि की points बाबद रे कहिबा and right now I would like to request to play the video जोटा हमर ओबीसी रो जर्नी ऊपर हेथिला जेतो हम पाखरे गेस्ट माने अछंती So let us see the video. आमे जति थर देखुथिबा लागुथिबा हमने कोन करिथिले ओबीसी रे, and it will also remind us and it will also little bit energize us.
And we all know that this is the 4th edition of the Odisha Vikas Conclave that started in 2016 as the first edition, 2018 as the second edition, 2020 as the third edition, and today it's the 4th edition of the Odisha Vikas Conclave. So let's go through the video.
आमे ए वे फॉरवर्ड सेशन को परिचालना करिया पई मु प्रथमे अनुरोध करिबी राजेश महापात्र को and to tell you who Rajesh Mahapatra is. Many of you must be knowing him. He was a former Press Trust of India editor, and he has been at various points over the last 30 years a business journalist, a political analyst, public policy expert, editor and newsroom leader. He was until recently the editor of Press Trust of India, the country's premier news agency, and right now he has started his own public policy foundation portal that is called the secretariat.in, which is the first of its kind. So we have Rajesh here with us, and Rajesh has worked with international publications such as Associated Press and Breeze News, formerly the Night Ride of Financial Services, before an extended stint at Hindustan Times, where he drove organizational change and digital transformation. He writes at the intersections of politics and economy and routinely participates in public debates and dialogues on issues of larger interest. He's also the founder director of Odisha Dialogues, a non-partisan thought leadership forum that promotes Odisha-focused research and advocacy. Rajesh studied economics at Delhi University and JNU, where his research focused on political economy of food security. So, welcome you, Rajesh.
Requesting Srimati Usha Padhi, Principal Secretary, Department of Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, to kindly join him on stage.
I now request Dr. Muniraju SB, Deputy Advisor Niti Ayog, to be here with us. We also had Mr. Muniraju in the morning session.
I would now request Shri Surendra Nath Jena, DG IIPA, Government of India. Oh, sorry, his name is not there. Sorry, sir. So kindly join us on stage.
I now request Sri Jagdanand to come onto the stage. So over to you, Rajesh, for this session. Thank you.
चले देबा धन्यवाद स्नेह थैंक यू आज अंतिम सेशन कार्यक्रम आरंभ करने पूर्वर जगदानंद बाबूर गोटे सजेशन थिला गोटे छोट डेमोग्राफी उपरे वीडियो बनी सेटा जदि आम श्रोता और दर्शक मानू टिके देखै परिबा ताले भल हो
In a world with better health services and better economic development, it is good news for the decline in fertility rate less than the replacement level in Odisha of 2.1 to 1.8. That is less than the national level. Then why does it need to be discussed? As the global evidence suggests, sustained low fertility comes with its own set of issues. This is one of the many villages in Odisha where the effects of population shifts are very visible.
6 मास से बाहर रहउछंती 6 मास से एठी रहउछंती एमदी हवा फल रे बाध्य होई सिटी कोन होछि ना स्कूल रे लोग कमी जाउछंती छात्र छात्री संख्या एब्सेंट होउछंती
This is Gaura and his grandson Pavitra. Once upon a time, Pavitra's school was close by, but now he has to walk a long distance as his school has been closed for the last 4 years. But soon he will also migrate to where his parents are.
नाती संग तो सब दिन रेलुनी यार गाय एबे पिला मन तो कोन दिने गरे रे भाई कोन दिने कोल बार या गलाइनी बुआरी मन रान देला खाइलुनी न एंती आगर रही गलुनी यार किसे पिला मन संग रे क्रिकेट बे स्कूल ने चाड़वार.
Similarly, 7,478 schools have been shut on account of abysmally low enrollment of students by Government of Odisha. This issue of a decline in child population arises as a side effect to low fertility. According to the Aging Report released by United Nations Population Fund, by 2036, the number of people aged 60 years or more in Odisha is likely to be 17%, which is more than the national average. The TFR in some districts of Odisha is currently estimated to be as low as the TFR of some other countries like Mexico and France. And further, it will decline up to 1 by 2036.
Janani, Janani, Janani.
The centenary year 2036 beckons us to address these challenges effectively, while certainly possible, will demand a collective commitment of ambitious changes and innovations in health, fiscal, and social policies for a vibrant Ama Odisha.
Vande Utkal Janani. Janani, Janani, Janani. Janani, Janani, Janani. Janani, Janani, Janani. Janani, Janani, Janani.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the station that all of you were waiting for, right? Say yes. Okay. So as Neha introduced me, I have been a journalist for 3 decades, and that takes me to a lot of conferences, seminars of this kind. The format where you have a opening plenary session, and then you have multiple parallel sessions that are held. And I must say, rarely do I see a conference where not just the plenary session and the closing session of this kind, but the parallel sessions run full house. I hopped from one session to another and was pleasantly surprised to see every session was packed with the audience. A big congratulations to Mr. Jagdanand and team CYST. I don't think I haven't been in Odisha for a long time, although, after I left Hindustan Times, I came here for 2-3 years. But the limited time I spent here, I haven't seen an event of this kind. It's a commendable achievement. And 6 months ago, when Jagdanand asked me that
can Odisha Dialogues be a knowledge partner with us? I jumped at that offer. Unfortunately, we couldn't do much today, for this one, but I'm pretty sure the association is going to deepen, and there are other things that we will talk about toward the end of this session. समय सीमित अच्छी तेणु मु विशेष किछि कहबा पई चाहू नै एई क्लोजिंग सेशन रो जो फॉर्मेट टी हैला आमर जो आज पूरा चर्चा हेछि प्रत्येकटी ट्रैक रे बहुत भलो भलो चर्चा हेछि as I said, as I hopped from one to the other, I came out each of these sessions highly educated and enriched with a lot of information and perspective. So I would, without wasting time, start requesting the leads of all those tracks to come one after another to tell us what were the key takeaways from the sessions that they conducted. The template is going to be this, that very succinctly you tell us 3 key takeaways in terms of policy ask from the government, 3 takeaways in terms of what could be the message for the civil society, 3 takeaways or less than 3 takeaways also in terms of ask from corporates, business, who we also see as an inseparable part of any progress that we want to make in today's day and time. I would begin with the track on migration and urbanization, because Panchayat Raj ro gote alga track ta karidba. Acha, because I was following a very different logic, because I was looking at much of what is happening on the migration and urbanization front is led to what is happening on skilling and employment front. What is happening in skilling and employment front is much linked to what is happening on the education front, and and even if you have attained all that, you cannot ignore the issue of health and aging, and that's the sequence I wanted to go. So you want me to, okay, we'll bring up Panchayat Raj then, and all of that actually leads to decentralized development, and I was thinking of bringing Panchayat Raj at the end, because they were a very special people, representatives of all the panchayats, so I wanted to give them the last word to speak. So you want me to alter the order, or is okay? Acha, he has to respond to, okay, ठीक अच्छी ताले किंतु पंचायत रो कहिबे किए? We haven't actually, there was no track, so कारण सेटा गोटे कोन सेपरेट ट्रैक नथला तो ना किछ आसी नथला. अच्छा ठीक अछि. अच्छा अच्छा आम भितर अछंती निरुपमा वडेका, सी 2 टाइम सरपंच कोरापुट रु आसंतु आज्ञा. We are going bottom up.
समस्त मंच समस्त सार मान नमस्कार आ उपस्थित थवा समस्त को मोर भक्तिपूत प्रणाम. मो ना हूँ निरुपमा वाडेका. मु कोरापुट जिला रु आसी, अनुन्नत कोरापुट जिला रु आसी. मु 4 थर सरपंच होइछि. 2002 रु 2022 पर्यंत मु सरपंच काम भाव में तुले आसुछि. मु आज ए स्टेज को आसी पारछि मोर यही CYSD अनुष्ठान माध्यम रे. से मु CYSD समस्त कर्मकर्ता मानक मु विशेष धन्यवाद दौची. मुझे आसिकी ए स्टेज रे मु मोर वक्तव्य रखापी मु आसी, तेणु मु समस्त को प्रथमे धन्यवाद दौची. मु 2 दिन है जो कार्यक्रम चली जो ट्रेनिंग चली मु से विषय में किसी कहवाई मुझे ठिया होइछि. गत दिन में आम पंचायत राज विषय रे आमर ट्रेनिंग चलता. से ट्रेनिंग रे आमर गोटे भल पंचायत बा सहनशील पंचायत किपरि भाव में हम बा सशक्तिकरण किपरि हम पंचायत से ऊपर आलोचना होता. आउ से आलोचना माध्यम आम मानकर 4टी विभाग रे आम विभक्त करा जायतिला आउ से 4टी विभाग होची बा 4टी 4टा दल को ग्रुप कराइला आउ से मानकु प्रथम दल को दिया जायतिला गरीब चिन्हट और से समस्या किपरि समाधान करा जिवो से उपरे प्रथम दल को दिया जायतिला आउ द्वितीय दल को दिया जायतिला ग्राम पंचायत विकास योजना वर्तमान और आहुरी केमिति भल करिवो आगो को किपरि भल करिवो सेही उपरे आलोचना करा जायतिला सेटा द्वितीय दल को दिया जायतिला आउ तृतीय दल को दिया जायतिला लोक संगठन और ग्राम पंचायत मिसिकरी केमिति काम करि परिबा से उपरे आलोचना करिया पई तृतीय दल को दिया जायतिला आउ चतुर्थ दल को दिया जायतिला लोक संगठन और ग्राम पंचायत कर्मी को किपरि दिगरे दक्षता विकास करि परिबा से उपरे चतुर्थ दल को दिया जायतिला आउ एमती 4 भाग रे विभक्त करा जायतिला आउ 4 भाग रे विभक्त कला परे समस्त पुंखानुपुंख भाव रे आलोचना कला परे जो ये आसीतिला समस्तंकर मतामत आसीतिला से विषय रे मध्ये आलोचना करा जायतिला आउ से मतामत भिबरे आसीतिला 4टी दलर आलोचना कला परे जहाँ ये करा जायतिला सेरा को ताहा सिटी आलोचना विमर्श परे समस्त मिसिकी करबा पई आलोचना करा जायतिला आउ मिलित स्वप्न और 5 वर्ष रे पंचायत को किपरि देखिबा से उपरे प्रथम पदक्षेप निया जायतिला आउ द्वितीय पदक्षेप निया जायतिला पंचायत रो निजर समस्त तथ्य थिबा आवश्यक एई उपरे गोटे आलोचना करा जायतिला द्वितीय थर आउ तृतीय रे रखा जायतिला समस्त सरकारी योजना विषय रे सब लोक जानिबा दरकार एई उपरे मध्ये आलोकपात करा जायतिला आउ चतुर्थ रे पंचायत को निज आडू किछि पदक्षेप नेबार अछि एवं सरकार सहयोग करिबा दरकार निज आडू किपरि पंचायत करिवो आ सरकार पाखरु कि भली भाव रे से सहयोग आसीबो सेही उपरे मध्ये आलोचना करा जायतिला तापरे आमे निजे निज आडू पंचायत सरपंच मान को अनुरोध करूछि जेहेतु मु एबे सरपंच नाही तेरु एबे सरपंच मान को अनुरोध करूछि निज आडू से माने को काम उपरे करिबा दरकार से गुडा को मु कहूछि आ समस्त गरीब लोकन को चिन्हट करिबा और तांकर समस्या समाधान करिबा ए हाउछि माने प्रथम लक्ष्य होछि सरपंच माने मुख्य लक्ष्य होबा दरकार समस्त गरीब लोकन को किपरि चिन्हट करिबा और से मान को किपरि प्राधान्य देबा सेति प्रति पदक्षेप नेबा दरकार आ द्वितीय है पंचायत संफल संग्रह करवा यथा पंचायत किपरि संफल जाक अच्छी से जाक आपण मैंने जानिले ही से आपण करें तेणु से गुड़ाक है हाट बजार घाट पोखरी आंब काजू भली फल बगीचा इत्यादि नीलाम करवा आमर जो पंचायत जो गुड़ाक अच्छी पंचायत पोखरी अच्छी ना ना ता जानिबा दरकार आउ हाट अच्छी ना ना से देखा दरकार आउ यही सब फल गछ जाक अच्छी ना ना ता तदारख करवा दरकार आ सिठु किपरि भाव नीलाम हम आ पंचायत को किपरि भाव से संबल आसीपर पंचायत रे किपरि पैसा रखिपारे से उपरे समस्त ध्यान देवा दरकार एगुड़ाक मु केवल पंचायत सरपंच मान को ही कहूँ आउ बिना अर्थ रे सहयोग करवा आमे केतरा विषय जानुचु सरकार जो पैसा दौरान से पैसा रे ही आमे काम करुचु आउ बिना पैसा भी आमे करवा दरकार पैसा थिले आमे काम करचु पैसा नथिले आमे करबा पई मध्ये सक्षम होई पारनु सेथि आमे बिना बिना मूल्य रे किपरि आमे काम करबा से गुडा कहला शिशु विकास बा टीकाकरण आमर पंचायत शिशु माने अछंती शिशु माने अपपुष्टि हिसाब रे अछंती से मान को किपरि से अंगनवाड़ी पाखक नेबा दरकार आ से मान को टीकाकरण करबा दरकार पुणी लौह बटिका से माने दिया होछ नाही से शिशु विकास कार्यक्रम में जाइए माँ मान को लौह बटिका दि जाऊँ सीटा देखा दरकार आनुष्ठानिक प्रसव और समस्त को कर्म नियुक्ति सामिल करवा से आनुष्ठानिक भाव में से किपरि प्रसव करा देखा दरकार आ स्कूल मानक पिला माने जाउछंती ना नहीं शिक्षक जाउछंती ना नहीं से जाक भी तदारख करवा काम है सरपंच तेणु ये समस्त कार्य कले सरपंच माने बहुत किसी करें आ सरकार कौन करवा दरकार सेटा मु कहूँ पंचायत काम करुवा कर्मचारी यथा प्राणी मित्र आशा दीदी अंगनवाड़ी कर्मी कृषि मित्र सीआरपी गाँ साथी ग्राम सेवक इत्यादि समस्त मासिकिया मिलित बैठक करने अनुरोध करुच्ची एमाने समस्ते थिले कौन ना सबू विषय प्रति से माने जानी पारिबे पंचायत से माने समस्ते एटेंड कले से मानक से विभाग सबू कार्य मध्य समतुल भाव में तुलई पारिबे अंगनवाड़ी काम कौन अंगनवाड़ी कही पारिबो आशा दीदीर काम कौन से आशा दीदी कहबो आउ एएनएम रो काम कौन से तांको विषय से कहबे कृषि मित्र काम कौन से विषय से लोक मान को बुझाई पारिबे तेणु ए समस्त मिसिकी पंचायत बैठक रे भाग नेले मासिक बैठक से माने जदि भाग नेबे ताहेले सब विषय रे लोक माने मध्य पंचायत समस्त लोक माने मध्य जानि पारिबे पंचायत को निज तथ्य जानिबार अछि एटा जहाँ हेले मध्य पंचायत कौन कौन तथ्य रहिबा दरकार ए विषय समस्ते जानिबा दरकार पंचायत रे केते जनसंख्या केते अछंती शिशु माने केते अछंती वृद्ध वृद्धा केते अछंती आउ से माने पड़ी कार्ड पाइछंती ना नाही चावल कार्ड पाइछंती ना नाही आउ से माने भत्ता पाउछंती ना नाही पुणी घर पाउछंती ना नाही से जाको सब जानिबा दरकार से सबू जाक तथ्य जानिबा दरकार होची पंचायत रो तेणु समस्ते यही विषय प्रति ध्यान देवे आउ यही सीओएसडी जमी तालीम दौची से प्रकार थरे से मानको तालीम देले से माने शिखिबाटा कष्ट हम सर तेणु मु आपण मानको अनुरोध करुच्ची से मानको बारंबार से मानको तालीम दिया गले से माने भल भाव से तालीमटा करि पारिबे आउ अधिक रु अधिक शिखिबे तेणु एटा गोटे आपण रखिबे दयाकरी तापर आ गोटे विषय अछि सर पंचायत निज बजेट जानिबा दरकार बजेट केते अछि पंचायत संबल केते आ बजेट केते आसी से सब से माने जानिबा दरकार केउ उत्सरु आसुची एहा मध्ये से माने जानिबा दरकार ताहले एक भल योजना प्रस्तुत करिहेबो और ताकू नै काम करिहेबो आमे जेतिकी टंका को सेतिकी माने जेतिकी चाउल को सेते पिठा जेते चुना को सेते पिठा कला भलिया आमे से टंका को देखिकरी आमे योजना प्रस्तुत करूछु किंतु से टंकाटा कौ उत्सरु आसी से माने किसी जानि नथिबे तेणु जानिले ही जिणिबा कथारे अच्छे जानिले ही जिणिबा तेणु समस्ते जानिबा दरकार समस्ते शिखिबा दरकार आ जदि जानि नाहंती अन्य कहा द्वारा भी ताहा बुझिबा दरकार आ मु विशेष किछ कहू नै एथिकै मोर वक्तव्य शेष करछि समस्त को धन्यवाद
जानिले ही जिणिबा बहुत भलो कथाटी कहले you know when I said that this is a rare event I was not trying to unduly humor the organizers you know it is unique because where else would you find representatives from you know local body representatives from Malkangiri to Mayurbhanj participate in an event rub shoulder to shoulder with academia, policy makers, civil society representatives, and that is what makes this event unique. That said, let me take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Anu Garg, the Development Commissioner and the Additional Chief Secretary of the Government of Odisha, to this very decisive and conclusive session of a day that has been filled with insights, information, and very concrete pointers for policy action. Welcome you once again, ma'am. Now, let me, before I call upon the next track representative, let me reiterate a request to others. Start structuring what you want to say so that we do not have much time. In 3 minutes, and if you could do it in less than that, I'll buy you chena podo outside. Let me invite Umi Daniel to come to the stage and share the takeaways from the very important session on migration.
Thank you very much. Migration, this track has been facilitated by 3 organizations, Edit Action, Gram Vikash, and Exime University. So the urban part actually would be taken up by Kajri Misra. She would also come here. I think 3 minutes, yes. Migration in Odisha is both push and pull factors. That is for sure. It's happening. It's going to happen. And also the demographically, also when we see more younger people are actually migrating, unskilled younger people are migrating. But we don't have a database. That's the issue has come up. The states should have some database, like where people are migrating, how people are migrating. Social security at destination is a major problem for our workers who are going to other states. Then the NREGA has a huge potential to reduce distress migration, which can be strengthened. So the government part, I would say, how the database would be created. Workers at the panchayat level, that's what government of Odisha has decided, that all workers should be registered at the panchayat level. How that can be done? ओडिया जो आमर जो आलोचना होता से भितर प्रथम जो कथा आसी जो पॉलिसी हिसाब से पंचायत स्तर में केमती श्रमिक मानक जो प्रवासी श्रमिक मानक रेजिस्ट्रेशन करा जाय परिबो पंचायत स्तर में आम डेटाबेस रहिबा आम जानि परिबा केते जाउछंती केते छुआ जाउछंती केते महिला जाउछंती आ मैसिव एम्प्लॉयमेंट कथा आसी जोटा कि नरेगा को लेके आसी अन्य राज्य सरकार जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोग्राम अच्छी ताकू लार्ज जो माइग्रेशन हॉटस्पॉट जो जिला मानक केमती कार्यकारी करा जाय परिबो सो दैट डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन टा कमिबो आ गोटे आसिला जे स्किलिंग केमती हेई परिबो सोशल सिक्योरिटी आउ पोर्टेबिलिटी ऑफ बेसिक सर्विसेज एंड एंटाइटलमेंट जोटी जाउचंती से जगह रे केमती करिबो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा आगुरी भी गोटे एमओयू साइन करते आंध्र प्रदेश सहित सिमिलर एमओयूस आम जदि कर गुजरात सहित केरला सहित जोटा आम मेजर कॉरिडोर्स अच्छी हाउ दिस एमओयू कुड आल्सो बी डन स्किलिंग और सेफ माइग्रेशन इश्यू आसी आम सेफ माइग्रेशन टाक केमती प्रमोट करवा सो दैट माइग्रेशन लोक जीवे एंड से फेरवे तापर आउ गोटे है जे स्टेट पॉलिसी ऑन माइग्रेशन दरकार पड़ी ओडिशा रे कहीं ओडिशा वाज द फर्स्ट स्टेट जो एनेक्ट करथिला दादन कंट्रोल एंड रेगुलेशन एक्ट प्रथम एक्ट जाकि इंटरस्टेट माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स एक्ट रे ताकू कन्वर्ट कराला सो स्टेट कैन एक्चुअली कम अप विथ अ पॉलिसी सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेफ माइग्रेशन पाई केमती काम करि परिबे लोक मानकु जो माने माइग्रेशन जाउचंती लोके तके अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करि परिबे प्री डिपार्चर ओरिएंटेशन करि परिबे महिला शिशु जदि जाउचंती केमिति से माने सेफली जाई परिबे जोठी की फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन गोटे हमर मैसिव आज मीटिंग रे भी कहा अराउंड 20,000 30,000 रेमिटेंस आर कमिंग फ्रॉम माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स एटा बेसी भी हेई पारे आसंता दिन मानकरे बाय 2036 एटा एस्टिमेट करा होची प्राय 50-60 हजार करोड़ रेमिटेंस आसीबो ओडिसा को सो फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी गोटे केमती करा जाय परिबो लाइवलीहुड एंड स्किलिंग अगेन स्किलिंग आसु जो यंग लोक मैंने जो माइग्रेट करछंती से कॉर्पोरेट पे गोटे है हाई माइग्रेशन प्रोन एरिया रे लाइवलीहुड स्किलिंग एवं वोकेशनल एजुकेशन आल्सो जो छोट जो स्कूल माध्यम रे आम केमती करि पारबा मेक माइग्रेशन सेफर फॉर पीपल थैंक यू आज सरपंच माने भी थिले हमरो ये रे से माने प्रत्येक जो जो माइग्रेशन जिला रे आस्थिले सरपंच माने कहउचंती जदि नरेगा को बेटर इंप्लीमेंट करा हबो सरपंच माने करिवे से माने डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन टा को कमे दे परिबे ताकू गोटे इश्यू से माने कहिले समस्ते लेट जो पेमेंट होउची आ जो जो प्रॉब्लम होउची सेटा जदि करा दे जे परिबो तले जो माने डिस्ट्रेस हेगा जिबेनी सेटा भी सरपंच मानकर गोटे डिमांड थिला आ से माने भी कहउचंती रजिस्ट्रेशन टा केमती हेई परिबो आज भी कहले कि बहुत दुष्ट अवस्था से माने फेरुचंती सरपंच माने पाखरे सेमती किछि रिसोर्सेस नाही टू सपोर्ट देम बेले बेले रेस्क्यू हे के आछुनी सेटा केमती करि परिबो थैंक यू
Sir Kajri Misra she will brief us about the section on urbanization.
आपण मानक समस्त को नमस्कार आमर अर्बनाइजेशन सेशन रे प्रथम तो ये डिस्कशन होता जे इज अर्बनाइजेशन अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर ओडिशा नो इट्स वी आर वेरी लो अर्बनाइज्ड तेणु आम पाखे सेमती मेजर प्रॉब्लम तो किसी ना बट डेफिनेटली प्रॉब्लम्स अच्छी Housing, water, sanitation, सब जाक problem थिला. किंतु with the government programs, बहुत से विषय करा जायछि एवं आगु को करा जाय परिबो बोली चर्चा हैला. I must say that our community members, vendors association, slum development association रो जो समस्ते participant थिले, से मैंने appreciate कले जे जो programs गुड़ा होची बहुत innovative and heartfelt. किंतु सेतरे भी सीटा आउरी जो त्रुटि रही ची सबु प्रोग्राम रो फॉर एग्जांपल द माइक्रो कंपोस्टिंग प्रोग्राम किंबा जो जगह मिशन रो जो पर्टिकुलरली रिलोकेशन होची रिलोकेशन हला बेलकु तांकर एम्प्लॉयमेंट केमती रहबो किंबा सेमान को पे ट्रांसपोर्टेशन केमती रूटिंग बस रूटिंग हे परिबो कि सेमाने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लोकेशन को जाई परिबे एटा भी भाबिवा दरकार. सो टू थिंक इन अ वेरी सिस्टमिक वे, not just think in a isolated sectoral way कि हमें housing दे देलु कि land दे देलु. से भलिया सबु program रे taking the feedback from civil society, NGOs, community रू तो feedback निया जाउची, किंतु the additional advantage with NGOs is सेमाने बहुत जागारू cross learning तंकर अछि, जोटे कि सेमाने आनी परिबे as examples, जे केमती एटा को solve करी हबो. The second point was on the lack of an urban development strategy for the state. Professor Kundu raised the point about the fear of a quick deindustrialization. Is there a premature deindustrialization in the state? There's no consensus on what is really happening economically. But we must also say that our industrialization is not industrialization of the kind of other states. Amara jo primary sector ta primarily Western Odisha and primary sector economy jo achi, it is not an urban economy. Tenu joti pen ki amara bahut bada sahara ebang bahut besi sahara nahi. Kintu eitare jetiki sahara achi, particularly bada sahara, setere amara kichi concerted plan nahi, got a urban strategic plan, got a special plan nahi. And age insata actually is the problem. Kahinki na sahara or climate change or disasters bhitere bahut strong linkage. And as we have seen, amar dekhuche prati varsha urban heat waves or flooding se badhuchi. Ebong se bisare taku kemti tackle kara habo, eta urban planning through re kari habo. Planning anticipates a lot of this. Amara sage in sort of honi. And we need to do it not just at an urban scale, kintu tatu tike boda regional scale also, because sabu sahara pakhre gote water body thiba, river, stream, ponds. Now that is part of the ecosystem that we need to protect, because they are the lifelines of the cities. Now how do you do that in a regional place? We call that a blue-green plan. Now we need to develop this for the state, and there is a complete absence of that. And that is a major concern. Even if we have small towns, we have few towns, we need to take care of this, because we are a disaster-prone state, and with climate issues, the impact on the cities are going to also increase. Another point was that Amarasana recognized 115 urban area, statutory towns or cities that we say. Kintu amaro, according to the census, auri 200 plus jaga achi, jota ki sahara manyata paivara jogya. Sahara manyata paile jo advantages asibo, ebong jo type ro program seti hei paribo, seita ebe hei paruni sei jagare, and suggestion asithila je seita consider karajibo case by case basis re ki census towns must be given statutory recognition. However, there was a cautionary note also that our census towns are not like census towns in other states. Our census towns are somewhat different and differ across the state also in terms of the nature of the non-rural changes. So that, of course, how much we can do, we should. These are the only 3 major suggestions for the government. There are many other small ones. But the biggest suggestion that has come also is that to involve civil society and NGOs in the formulation of and design of your programs. Because without that, as I said, the cross-learning, but also the issues that cannot be articulated individually by the community members can be worked in. That's about it from the first time the urbanization track was a part of the Odisha Vikas Conclave, but as a first discussion, I think in the state it's the first discussion. I think it was a very good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Urban area gotti thila je Odisha government has started thinking about rental housing for migrant worker. Seta jodi hei paribo tapare internal migration amaro housing can be solved. Thank you very much.
I can't agree with you more when you say that, it's time we talked about urbanization. Now, may I go over to Ratnakar and Anshuman to come and tell us about skilling and employment? And I know, there are lots of things that you got out of these sessions. But, if you really want to draw the attention of people who are sitting in the panel who actually make policies, my advice is, they can't carry with them 100-odd points. So just keep it 3, one step at a time, focus on what you want to get their ears and eyes to catch on. And that also helps us keep the meeting in order, finish it on time. Anshuman, I hope you heard me. Ratnakar, sorry. So 3 points for policy asks, 3 points for civil society, and whatever for corporates. Great. Way to go.
नमस्कार जय जगन्नाथ आमर सेंचुरियन यूनिवर्सिटी और एसडीआरसी रो मिलित कोलाबोरेशन रे यूथ स्किल एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट उपरे आमर किछि चर्चा हिथिला बहुत इंटरैक्टिव बहुत enriching conversation थिला we had panelists from academia, practitioners, sector skill specialists, so it was very rich. जो निर्जाष्ट बाहरेला सेटा मुख्यतः 3टा पिलर 3 M's I may call it. 1 M is mandate. So what should be the mandate for the government? It has to be skill plus. Skill plus कहले कौन बुझाए आमर national education policy रे एबे जो नूतन दिग बाहरी जो नुआ विजन आसी गोटे radical transformation कि स्किलिंग academics आउ एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग ए तीनटा को कंबाइन करबा पे जो गोटे क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क ट्रांसफर ऑफ क्रेडिट्स एई कामटा को हमकु मैंडेट हिसाब रे नै कि याको एक्सेलरेट जदि करबा तो निश्चित भाव रे तार रिजल्ट भलो आसीबो द्वितीयटी होची स्टेक होल्डर्स मानकर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग केवल ट्रेनिंग जहाँ देव ता कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग नुह जो माने ट्रेनिंग दौरान ट्रेनिंग ऑफ ट्रेनर्स बिकॉज ऑफ द वेरी फ्लूइड एंड डायनामिक नेचर ऑफ द इमर्जेंट टेक्नोलॉजीज सेटा करबा बहुत आवश्यकता रही तृतीय जिनस होची आमर माइंडसेट सॉरी द्वितीय जिनस द सेकंड एम इज माइंडसेट रे गोटे मेजर चेंज दरकार in terms of the aspiration of the trainee versus what the industry reality or what the industry is willing to offer as an incentive or as a premium for the skilled candidate. Eita amako tike mindset parivartan darkar. Probably counseling will play a major role in that. So we have to completely revisit the counseling approach. Not just the candidate but also the parents and community need to be involved and civil society will play a role in that. Second change in mindset is not just try to solve the issue of unemployment by pushing for creation of more jobs. Probably we also need to look at creation of more entrepreneurs. So from skilling for employment to skilling for entrepreneurship. So यार मध्य टिके फोकस रहबा दरकार जो तरे एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस पीएम मुद्रा योजना हो बा चीफ मिनिस्टर्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी प्रोग्राम हो एई बोली कार्यक्रम माध्यम रे नानो यूनिकॉर्न रो गोटे भलो स्कीम आम आगे अछि एई सब कार्यक्रम जदि नै परिबा भलो हबो और लास्ट होची मनीज वेयर शुड गवर्नमेंट इन्वेस्ट Center of excellence such as the World Skill Center or the Skill Development Initiative is a good example, and the priority area could also include culture. So these were the broad points. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Chenapura is still due.
Yes,
3 minutes.
you will get it. And I'm happy you have also covered for Anshuman, right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Way to go. He has set a precedent, if others could follow it. Now let's go over to education, school education. Do we have Anil, Sudata? Who is coming? Okay, both of them, very good. I'm so happy to see both of you. Make me happier by wrapping it up within 3 minutes.
Thank you. आम ग्रुप रे टीचर थिले, PRI मेंबर्स थिले, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो माने काम करचंती से माने थिले 45 रु ऊर्ध्व आम ग्रुप रे मेंबर थिले. आमे विभिन्न एस्पेक्ट बेसिकली टीचर एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी या ऊपर विशेष करके आलोचना कलु आ तार रेकमेंडेशन रा सुदत्ता को कहूँ से कहबे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Anil bhai. Try my best to kind of put it up in 3 minutes. It's a mix of everything, not been able to segregate with the policy and the civil society actions, but yes, we'll take it out before we leave. Enhancing foundation learning education. One is develop and implement targeted investment programs and then foundational education. But also at the same time build strategies to check out dropout at secondary level and higher education. That is what we felt in the meeting today, that's the gap where children don't move from secondary to higher education after primary. So that is where we need to build strategies, actions and programs. Teacher recruitment. Institute regular teacher recruitment processes that prioritize competence, especially fill up the vacant posts. We know that, we hear that more than 20,000 teacher posts are laying vacant. As in the media it has come out, we cannot say the exact figure, but that's the situation. So how do we fill up this teacher posts? Implement an updated quality gender sensitive training programs for all teachers and support in continuous professional development of teachers. So that is where we felt that teacher recruitment, teacher training are the key focus if you want to transform school education. Demand generation at the community level. That is, I think, more for civil society, where need to take up comprehensive awareness campaigns to generate demand for education at all levels. So what we felt that once the demand comes from the community, from the children, from the parents, then we are all into action. So that's how a lot of campaigns can work, be it the child marriage campaign, child labor campaign, everything is getting implemented and it's happening, and that's how community action and where NGOs play a very key role in that. One key thing that came up was to facilitate strategic partnerships between the government bodies, private enterprises, civil society. That is already happening to some extent, but that can be enhanced, that can be more improved, that can be more effective to kind of change the school infrastructure, quality learning, everything. If all these 3-4 bodies come together and a continuous interaction happens, then we can improve school education, and that's how a robust mechanism should be developed, where the government discusses with the civil society bodies and networks what has been their models of work, what has been the change, what are the gaps. So a mechanism should be there. It cannot be like, as and when they feel you get a feedback from the civil society. It should be a proper, robust mechanism that should be set up. Yes, when you're talking about 2036, we should, in terms of school education, develop a visionary roadmap for education 2036 through an inclusive stakeholder consultation. I think this is like one platform, many more platforms, specific thematic platforms should be developed. Data-driven planning is required, disaggregate data, transparent data is required for the 2036 with the future that we're talking about, what we're talking about today. So data plays a very important role. How we use the data and in policy and programming would be important. Research, need for dedicated research unit on education, especially research work to identify the issues of the most marginalized, why education systems are not able to cater to the needs of the most marginalized. Sometimes we say that children are not studying well, children are not learning well. I think if we think that whether our systems are responding to the marginalized section well, then the entire attitude, focus, program delivery changes. So that's how we should look at when we talk about our programs. Yes, encourage collaboration between education institutions on research on evidence-based policies. Yes, and finally we spoke a lot about technology and education. We understand that technology is not replacement for teachers. Given that premise, allocate dedicated resources for integration of technology in classrooms, ensuring access to digital tools beyond gender, beyond the tribal hinterland, everything across every diverse field, how technology reaches to the last person is what we should be able to ensure if you want to talk about 2036 and bridge the gap, what is there today in terms of technology and reaching out to children. There are a lot of good models where NGOs and civil society are delivering. Let's learn from it. But yes, keep in mind that it reaches to the girl, the boy, the tribal boy, everything. That's one. Yes, I'm just closing it. Revise and update curriculums. There were a lot of examples how our books reflect a lot of gender insensitivity. The language needs to be updated. So still, we are grappling with the basic issue of curriculum, the books. So we need to update the curriculum, the materials to eliminate gender stereotypes and biases. And same way, teachers training, everything needs to be put into action because if you want to make it gender sensitive. So the transformation at school level can happen at all levels, not just training, but also infrastructure, the curriculum, training, the classroom practices, everything needs to change if we want to have a gender sensitive, inclusive learning environment for children. Finally, it's about, we also talk about inclusion in terms of disability, how we need to develop and integrate inclusive education. And like it is a little general, I could give more details, but diverse learning needs of children with disability, different cultural backgrounds, language, and learning styles. So yeah, all of this together, yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I just wanted to, it's just fair that the speakers are introduced. My apologies. So Sudata is an education advocacy professional, and Anil runs the Right to Education campaign in Odisha. Both of them have been very committed in this domain. Let me now go over to the health segment. Can I call upon Dr. Sridhar Murlidhar to come here and give us the brief? Yeah. Dr. Murlidhar is from the Indian Institute of Public Health, of which I believe we have a reasonably good presence in Odisha.
Sir, I am Sridhar. Murlidhar is my father. He was a primary teacher and farmer.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I just went by what was written here.
Yeah. And I will be joined by the Saurabh from UNICEF. So I am Dr. Sridhar Kadam, Director, Indian Institute of Public Health. Yeah. Health sector, we discussed that most of the health indicators are improving in Odisha. Particularly health services indicators are improving, but there are some problems in health outcomes in some areas. Like we have improved infant mortality, but we have still stagnant neonatal mortality. Pregnancy, anemia and pregnancy is still stagnant. We have improved nutritional indicators, but last 5-6 years there are problems in anemia. A lot of research will be required on that. So I will tell about the policy recommendations for government, and will request Saurabh to say for civil society and CSR. So for government, two things. From system side, they should strengthen the joint audit by health department and other line departments together at each level. From bottom-up approach, strengthen the village level planning and monitoring by developing village level action plans and their monitoring of its implementation through community audit by involving the village level influencer, traditional healers and local representatives. So this is one recommendation. Second is improve systems level benchmarking for improving service quality of nutrition intervention programs through branding, mentoring and capacity building of stakeholders. This is second. Third is that involve academia for undertaking policy relevant research and new product development also. And it also include the improve the nutrient content of locally available food grains, adopting farmer sensitive appropriate agronomic practices. So these are the 3 points for governments. Request Saurav for next.
This UNICEF here. My apologies because in the print between Sridhar and Kadam, the middle name was typed as Murlidhar. So
No.
my apologies.
In Maharashtra, we put our father's name.
Okay.
Thank you, Siddharji. Now, 3 very critical points for civil society organizations, given the fact that they represent the community voices. So, very important is about the role in social behavior change communication. How do the community's voice gets heard at the policy level? So that is number 1 point. And that is involving by civil society, I not only mean NGOs, but also CSOs, which includes the self-help groups, which is a movement in Odisha. Second is about the CSRs. They do a lot of investment, but how do we direct investment towards improving health and nutrition outcomes, improving health systems delivery in hard-to-reach areas? For example, a classic example was in anemia. Sridhar has already mentioned about anemia increasing. And one of the important aspects to reduce anemia is to identify. So how do CSRs play a very key role in helping organize, they call it the T3 camps, test, treat, talk camps in hard-to-reach geographies. And third is about, supporting the government in developing capacity of self-help groups, alternate stakeholders like village level influencers, because they play a very critical role. And one of the major discussion in our groups was if we go with a policing model or policing mode to local faith healers and others, we will never be able to get the response we desire. They will continue to function, government will continue to run after them. So how do you co-opt them as an alternate service provider so that they do their pujas? Then they guide the woman who is about to deliver to the nearest health service providers to be referred to hospitals. And other community level leaders in planning and monitoring of health and nutrition programs, because we have seen, for example, I can give an example of reducing child marriage. Community leaders, specifically in hard-to-reach tribal areas, have been able to reduce, by issuing community diktats, have been able to reduce child marriage to a large extent. And why I say child marriage? Because that's a nutrition-sensitive intervention. And when we analyzed RSOC data, which was way back in 2014-16, we found that one of the major precursors or predictors of childhood stunting, which is low height for age, is high levels of child marriage. So these are the 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you. I really feel guilty because they discussed so many things, and this particular session was very informative. It was organized by the Coalition of Food and Nutrition Security. But as we speak, they have just come out of these sessions. What you are hearing is not an exhaustive list, nor may not be a very definitive list, but as days go by, I think they will be compiled and in a more orderly fashion and will be shared with all the stakeholders. We move on now to the subject that actually rhymes the most with the overarching theme of today, which is the demographic dynamics of development, aging population. I think that generated probably one of the most, lot of interest. Yes, in 3 minutes, and because I can see Mr. Tripathi has to leave, so we want to catch him and his wisdom as well. For aging society, can I request Dr. Bharati Chakra? And I think they have decided that she will present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, my apologies. I have a cough, and my co-moderator was Mr. Ghasiram Panda. So we moderated 2 sessions. Very organic way of calling all the sessions, presentations. So thank you. Older people come at the end.
No, there is a reason why I did that, and I will explain it later.
Just a lighter note. So my first call is for the civil society. I mean, jaha discussion kalu. ସେଥିରେ ଗୋଟେ मेजर जिनस बाहर की आसिला जे पीपल डोंट नो सो आमर गोटे मेजर रोल आसुची जे अवेयरनेस बिल्डिंग अबाउट द एक्ट्स स्कीम्स पॉलिसीज even health care facilities digital safety okay all those things are something that civil society need to promote on a larger scale seta gote asithila discussion re for example maintenance of parents and senior citizens act 2007 has many provisions very pro elderly which even the duty bearers don't know and general people don't know so they don't get a opportunity to use the act and get its benefit. Then civil society gote asichi je we should not close our ear and eyes towards senior citizens when we are working in the community. We need to be open, report abuse and provide counseling to the needy elders. Many people are living alone, they need us. And again since we also got to know about 27% of senior citizens, not a small number, are living alone or only with the spouse, so they need support, community level caregiving for elderly we need to promote and provide. So that's a call for civil society. 3 points. To corporates, yes, we have CSR Act which talks about setting up old age homes and daycare centers, but I think that is very limited. CSR corporate should please come a little more. Geriatric care training and skill building is something that is the need of the hour. Many people need geriatric care, whether institutional care or home based care. That's the need of the hour. So can we think about it? Yes, providing for geriatric care, old age homes, daycare centers, aged care service hubs, those things can be set up and corporates can play a greater role in that. Our special secretary thile SSCPD ru je कहले जे हमें integrated care centers करूछु सबु district रे right now 9 are functional and as far as my knowledge goes 200 bedded old age home were supposed to be set up there. But there is, maybe that can come up as a PPP model, which has not been yet thought of. तो से भली किछि हमें एभली इंस्टीट्यूशन तयारी करिबा जोटा कि जदी करिबा इंस्टीट्यूशन तले एम्ति करिबा जेम्ति कि सेटा मॉडल हबो एंड आवर स्टेट कैन शाइन. पॉलिसी फॉर एम्प्लॉइज ता ऊपर मध्य कॉर्पोरेट माने टिके ध्यान दे परिबे टू टेक केयर ऑफ देयर एल्डरली पेरेंट्स एंड आल्सो to prepare them for their own post-retirement by skilling, alternate livelihood opportunity because what is the status of pensions. So these are 3 points for corporates. Coming to policy asks, little longer, but under 3 sections. Social security विषय आम जिते बड़े कथा होचु आमे कहूचु नॉन कंट्रीब्यूटरी पेंशन जोटा कि दिया जाउची सोशल सिक्यूरिटी पेंशन कोंतु जहा group discussion re majorly astila je it should be taking into consideration the consumer price index and that should be the basis, not just one amount going on since 2004 or 2002 same jinso and universal coverage of older women and people who are 80 plus sethi au konosi criteria no rahiki it should cover universally. Second होची हेल्थ केयर फॉर ओल्डर पर्सन्स सेथिरे आमे कहूचु जे हमर नेशनल प्रोग्राम फॉर हेल्थ केयर ऑफ एल्डरली जोटा माने इंप्लीमेंट होची इट शुड बी स्ट्रेंथेन्ड टू द हाईएस्ट लेवल एंड रीच आउट टू ईच एंड एवरी विलेज लेवल नॉट जस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल्स एंड ताकू केमती स्ट्रांगली स्ट्रेंथेन करिबा ता ऊपर काम हो ओडिसा रे हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स विथ प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर एंड मेंटल हेल्थ केयर ता ऊपर टिके फोकस हो. Geriatric health care to be made institutional along with long term care and community care. तो ये दिगरे हमें हेल्थ केयर ऊपर केमती काम करिबा नेशनल हेल्थ पॉलिसी रे हमें केमती जेरेटिक केयर को आउटिके फोकस करिबा ओडिसा रे जेरेटिक केयर ऊपर हमें कोन करि परिबा गवर्नमेंट साइड रे हमें तेको चिंता करिबा. थर्ड पॉइंट होची एनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट फॉर एल्डरली एक्सेस टू प्राइवेट एंड पब्लिक प्लेसेस इंडिपेंडेंटली निज घर हो बा कोनोसी पब्लिक प्लेस हो बा जोठी कि बो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस हो how can somebody access एक्सेस माने खाली चाली की जिबा नुहे डिजिटल एक्सेस कथा कहिबार एक्सेस फॉर्म फिलअप रे एक्सेस सब थिरे सो सेटा जने इंडिपेंडेंटली केमती करि परिबो ता ऊपर हमें दृष्टि देबा मेंटेनेंस एंड वेलफेयर ऑफ पेरेंट्स एंड सीनियर सिटीजन एक्ट 2007 स्टेट रूल 2009 रु आसीची we have state policy 2016 ये सब को proper budgetary allocation सहित implement करिबा just for the sake of making policy हमें policy बने की रखी दबा without any budgetary provision doesn't solve any purpose. So how can we think about it? And also there are some statutory bodies like District Committee for Senior Citizens, State Council for Senior Citizens under the Maintenance Act. They have to be functional. So तार functionality पे हमें कौन करि परिबा? And last but not the least, age appropriate skill building and economic independence of elderly. ता पे हमें कौन करि परिबा? So thank you.
Thank you. Before I call Ambika Nanda for the CSR, Dr. Surendranath Tripathi has. Am I audible? Yes. Before I call Ambika Nanda for the last, debrief we need, Dr. Surendranath Tripathi has to rush. So can we have him say a few words, and then Ambika, if you don't mind, I can call you a little later. Dr. Tripathi, he's the Director General of Indian Institute of Public Administration. Yes, please. Meanwhile, none of you hold the finance portfolio, right? You can say the inflation indexed old age pension is a good idea then. If it's not your headache now.
Respected President of the day, respected two very illustrious women officers sitting in the middle from either side, who should have been the case all along, but at least I am seeing this after my retirement, that women at the center stage for right reason. And you have to clap once again that men are in the periphery.
I can say we have a panel, not a manel.
They are saying that government is so big and has such a big legitimacy that it requires no advice. I, as a bureaucrat, always believed in it. And as a Secretary Panchayat, I thought I will dilute it, but then it was strengthened. Civil society, एक हिंदी में concept है फूफा जी का. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. जिस किसी में शादी में जाते हैं, ये पनीर ठीक नहीं था जब हम I don't know whether the twins shall meet, but I hope someday we will see it. But there is one thing, I don't know how many of you have read Hanuman Chalisa. समझते देखिए सुनी थी वे शत्रु गोते लाइन अच्छी I thought I will mention it here. और देवता चित्त न धरई हनुमत से ही सर्व सुख करई. All that is not visible to the state, all that is invisible to the civil society, सही सब कथा CYSD चित्र धरे. So CYSD has become the Hanuman of the state. That all that is missing, somebody has to tell it. And that role CYSD has done it, and I felt it that this is for the first time a state is trying to set its own agenda using all the stakeholders. And I feel proud that state administration, the development commissioner who is at the peak of the bureaucracy, she herself is here. I am proud for more than one reason, because I succeeded her as sub-collector in Jharsuguda 29 years only back. She was my sub-collector, she was my collector, and you always have a very different relationship with your sub-collectors. But one of her better half is there as Secretary of Social Justice, but I always find that he is not the better half. Odisha has the best of it and better of it.
Friends, I have three things to say. I was told that only three things matter. Whole world is suffering from three problems. Aging of population. Hum do, hamare do is no longer good. Rising climate crisis. Nobody can prevent it. And third is, which is equally important, is the rising income inequality. If all the three things are not tackled together, and they are subdivided caste-wise, creed-wise, society-wise, village-wise, Mo-wise, To-wise, Orissa-wise, tribal-wise, and otherwise also, we will face the same consequences. At least in climate it is visible. In poverty there is a forward movement. But in many other areas like aging of the population, demographic changes which are visible has been presented very beautifully by Antimji and many other things. I must compliment CYSD for bringing the demographic in the front of the public policy. If you don't understand who is your customer, you have no business to exist. And customer of each one of us is the citizen of this lovely state. Today, ma'am, your own Jharsuguda, the population growth is at the level of Japan, below 1.8. Very soon we will find even babies, not only babysitters from outside. It's not a good trend. If India reduces its population like this, we will have no one to fight even in the army after 30 years. Who will defend the country? I'm not saying the women should produce more so that we'll get Agniveers. But all these are the issues which need to be tackled together. So these are the three problems. What are the three solutions? In any case, bureaucracy is never responsible. Bureaucrats are not responsible for what they suggest. I'm not going to have an exception. But certainly I can suggest that Malabaluk Hanum Sat Kahila. There is saying. I don't believe in it, but I can certainly say. One thing which Odisha is doing, which is pioneering, is relying development on the shoulders of women. Mission Shakti need to be praised, need to be celebrated, need to be highlighted, need to be given award, reward, and all that could be done to see that this spirit doesn't lie low. There are naysayers, eta heini, seta heini, Fufaji bolu chante etu bastive. Everybody of us can suggest how a good SSG should be, but I can challenge you, none of us are capable of forming an SSG, running an SSG, and taken to a level where they become income generating. Good work has been done, this needs to be strengthened. In fact, that is already a flagship program of the government. This needs to become the center of attraction for all other schemes. If something is not women-centric, such schemes should be closed. There should be bold decisions. Second thing I will say, it should be the people-centric governance than institution-centric. Most of us are sitting here, panchayat walas, some are jhola walas, some are dabba walas, some are all walas. We all belong to the same things. And we are waiting for an invitation to assist panchayats. चिट्ठी आसले तापरे दौड़ी के जीवी पंचायत को सुदृढ़ करके पले आसी इंता हुए नहीं. We have to work together voluntarily. So what is the plan that we can have in case we want to have people-centric governance? Yesterday I suggested, I think at the risk of repeating I can suggest, Haryana government is trying family card. We have gone from normal district to aspirational district. Today we have gone to aspirational block. The time has come to create aspirational family cards. In aspirational district and aspirational block, we have posted good officers only. This is the single important intervention, and the result are anybody to see. Bureaucracy is not incapable. Bureaucracy only needed an ecosystem to thrive. 22 million Indian bureaucrats are serving 1400 million Indians. We are capable, we have delivered it, and Odisha is a clear case. If bureaucracy is devoid of political intervention, you can see the result. So people-centric governance means if an institution is incapable of delivering, instead of strengthening that, they should be closed and the alternative service providers should be thought of. We have done in aviation at the central level. We have done in education in experimental level. We should do it in all other people-centric services. We can identify what can be delivered digitally, what can be delivered with or without presence, what could be presence-less, what could be cashless, what could be faceless, and what could be useless also government should not provide. Each government is competing. I have provided 850 services. Somebody is saying I am touched 1100. And many of those services, if you take a critical look, they are not even service. They are a liability on the citizen. आगुरु बाहा होते जहाँ को पचार के बाहा है जाऊँ एवं SDM पचार के बाहा है वे Is it a good policy? Even if SDM is very competent, I know there are very competent SDMs. I was also once upon a time a very good I thought I was very competent SDM. But who am I to decide who will marry whom? निजे जहाँ को बाहा है ताको समानी पाल लिए जितने की जथेष्ट And third point that I have in my mind is that there are, in fact, I would quote again one more newspaper which is being published in Bargarh. Both of us were collector in that region. Tar title achi, I don't know how many of you remember, tar paper title achi, Sat kaile chhati phate. I don't know how many of you can understand it. It's a very pure colloquial. But the time has come to speak truth. Truth to the power. Truth to ourselves. There are so many educational institutions who is preventing them from adopting couple of gram panchayats. There are so many retired people like me who want their pension to be linked to consumer index. Why didn't they go and serve in one Anganwadi center, in one school, and fill up the critical educational gap? ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି କାହାର ଆମନ୍ତ୍ରଣ ପାଇଁ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରି ବସିଛନ୍ତି କି CYSD वर्कशॉप होबो एसएन त्रिपाठी आसीबे तांको रिमाइंड करिवे तापरे धड़कनी पड़ेबे आत्मचिंतन करिवार समय आछि State has given me enough. Of course, never enough is the right thing, but we are enough. We are very fortunate that हमको सरकारी पैसा एजुकेशन मिली सरकारी चाकरी देछि एते बड़ सुंदर हाल ले बड़ बड़ कथा गरीबी दूर करिवा पई हमें करू छु किंतु my short feeling is that दारिद्र्य दूरीकरण करू अनेक दूरीकरण करूथिवा अनुष्ठान मानक दारिद्र्य रु मुक्त हो जाइछन्ति किंतु दरिद्र मान जहाँ थिला ताहा रहे जहाँ को देखले मत प्रशिक्षण दरकार जहाँ को पचारे अरे तो IAS करागला प्रशिक्षण दरकार MLA करागला नहीं मु जानी नहीं मत प्रशिक्षण करा सरपंच करागला मत प्रशिक्षण दरकार I will only end there is saying कुर्सी है जनाजा तो नहीं है ये कुर्सी है जनाजा तो नहीं है कुछ कर नहीं सकते तो उठ क्यों नहीं जाते थैंक यू वेरी मच
पाठी जी एक मिनट थोड़ा सा बिफोर कैन वी हैव द souvenir please so before you leave there is a little souvenir we want you to carry with you.
Very carefully curated for you to remember. And then before you go, you know Suren Babu, Indian Institute of Public Administration, so he's the Director General. ଏବଂ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିଥିଲୁ ସେ ପରଦିନଠୁ ଆସିକି କାଲି ହୋଲ୍ ଡେ ହି ୱାଜ୍ ଦେୟାର ୱିଥ୍ ଅସ୍ ୱିଥ୍ ପଞ୍ଚାୟତ ରିପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେଟିଭ୍ସ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ବହୁତ ଭାବର ଆଦାନ ପ୍ରଦାନ ହେଇଛି। ଆମର ଥିଲା ଯେ ମୁଁ ମୁନିରାଜକୁ ବି କହିଛି IIPA will facilitate a dialogue with NITI together with other similar states like Odisha, and we will take some of our conversations there, right? And you have to say yes on that. Okay, I agree. Okay, done.
That's what makes CYSD tick. Extract commitments. Okay, thank you very much. I had promised Jagdanand Babu that even though we have started half an hour late, I had promised that I will wrap it up by 7:30. That's what I have been paid to do for such a long time. So Ambika Bhai, Ambika Nanda, he heads CSR at Tata Steel. ये हमारे JNU से बड़े भाई भी हैं. And I kept him till the end because often he talks sense and he says that in a very short span.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Odia, English.
Could also say that the session was kind of.
Indian Chamber of Commerce was the facilitating organization. It was very challenging. आमे प्रथमे गोटे साइड रे 4 जण मोर आल्मा मैटर जेएनयू रु बसथिले जेएनयू रे पढिथिया पिला किछि समय पर आउ 2 जण आसी गले जेएनयू रु से आरपोर्ट साइड रे बसी गले इंक्लूडिंग राजेश जस्ट इमेजिन से डिस्कशन रा जदी मु जदी टिके राइट वे रे फैसिलिटेट न करिबी आई रन द रिस्क ऑफ बीइंग कॉल्ड एज अनडेमोक्रेटिक so I was only listening. So there are 2-3 things we just came up. One is at the government level, maybe the government should take the lead to create a platform at the state level, not at the district level, but at the state level to call all the actors, maybe NGOs, corporates, particular departments to come together and can be maybe headed by development commissioner at the senior level so that there is convergence of certain ideas. That's one. At the CSO level, definitely to focus on community mobilization and come up with issues, people-centric issues. Seta gotiye. And second thing, जोटा के बहुत बारंबार discussion हला जे जो partnership कोलाबोर को corporates रो जो requirement रहुची due diligence process रे सेथिरे maybe there is a need to build the capacity in terms of record keeping and statutory compliance. ए गुड़ा को जदी focus करा जिबो जो CSOs, community based organizations, NGOs, probably that would create a very trustworthy ecosystem. Corporates रे सब ठीक ठाक चलची and what was suggested was maybe to try certain pilots at a scale. Maybe if we, just in the discussion of Saurav and the team were discussing about malnutrition. Other than periphery, even now, CSR will be allowed to work in the aspirational districts. If we think of program at a scale and corporates can deliver at a convergence and also at a scale, program ta seta karihobo, bringing on board impact pathway would be one, but all corporates should come together. If you decide to work on climate resilient livelihood, taku base kariki sabu agencies asi paribe. And the second thing is corporates must bring technology to the platform. How technology can be helpful, we have seen solar, how energy transition, how all these things are doing wonders at the community level, but that needs to be set up at a scale re kariya pai avashyakata achi. And the way corporates work and make profit, how can we really build the capacity of women SHGs so that profit not necessarily at the cost of people, but any business jota ko run kariya kule jodi profit na hobo both way seta sustain karibo nahi. And we have many women corporate leaders who can come and give training. That's what we were saying, corporate citizenship re ebang volunteering re women corporate leaders can come and do training of women SEGs. That would be very motivating. Sei kaam guda kara jai paribo. So these are the few things that discussion heitla, and if something more comes, we will surely let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think one of the things probably, I don't know if I didn't hear you properly, what you missed out on, if I may politically correctly frame it, I think there was a suggestion as to how does one ensure in the context of Odisha, CSR funding could be more directly facilitated, in the sense there is an intermediary sense of intermediary that government plays, and that kind of creates an obstacle. I mean, if you want me to put it bluntly, that apparently if things don't go through officials in the government, the CSR doesn't come through. That was something which is a feedback from the corporate side that came, and I probably think that needs attention. So I think others are reluctant to say this, but I can say it. With that, can we now move over to the three eminent persons we have on the panel, starting with Dr. Muniraju, who has said that he would respond to some of the key themes like migration, urbanization, and whatever else that you want to pick. Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Muniraju represents Niti Aayog here, which is a collaborator for this conclave. And more importantly, I think he will go back as our messenger. That's what transpired here.
Yeah? Okay.
And we have an ally there.
We have?
We have an ally there.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Good evening, one and all. Respected Additional Chief Secretary Anu Garg ma'am and Usha Padi, Principal Secretary to Skill and Labor and Employment. And of course, we missed our Tripathi sir, SN Tripathi sir, who got more claps and who made you all to laugh many times. Jagdanandan sir, we are working closely. He is our standing committee member of CSO committee and very committed professional in the sector. We found rarely very few people. And Rajesh Mahapatra ji is an eminent journalist. Of course, his contribution in the journalism sector is a huge. Thank you for giving me these opportunities, ladies and gentlemen and delegates. We all know that initially I made certain remarks. Odisha is progressing much faster compared to all other states like Chhattisgarh. A great applause to all of you. In fact, in Niti's ranking, the state performance, Odisha's performance is much better because of the bureaucracy than politics, of course. And of course, civil societies are very knowledgeable and they are guiding the bureaucracy from time to time. And community is very strong here. I mentioned in the morning also, the Kalinga war we fought very strongly with a huge fight. Of course, there are certain historical evidences. The unity in the community is really great in Odisha. Well, government is doing its much best efforts to upbring the communities, but side by side, civil society organizations too are contributing hugely. And of course, Government of India is extending all needed support. Many of the civil society organizations are funded by various ministries. I have seen, because in Niti Aayog see the funding to the civil society organizations also. And of course, we launched PM's PVTG mission, where we are going to support state of Odisha hugely, because
Odisha state has a substantial tribal population, where Dr. Ota is here with us. His contribution really through tribal research and development is huge. He is guiding Ministry of Tribal Affairs and of course provided good policy inputs for the PVTG mission. That is today's Prime Minister's PVTG mission, which is launched recently in Ranchi. Really, the aging population, we know that India is not aged society like Japan or European countries or USA. We are at the younger age. The thing required is silver economy, promoting silver economy. Several programs are ongoing, programs are there, but still they need more guidance, more advocacies to strengthen them and make use of make better use of the senior citizens who have skills, who have knowledge, who have passion to drive and guide the bureaucracy and the community or younger youth population. Of course, in respect of CSR, really we need convergence, because most of the programs, what is happening, central government, central agencies are implementing its own programs and state government implements its own programs. Civil society, they do their best, but CSR has huge contribution. Only concern CSR corporates need to take is building convergence, both central, state, and of course your own civil society organization and CSR. These convergence is need of the hour. Then only we can see India as a developed nation, especially in the building human capacity, human resources. That is the very required by the CSR. If CSR is better utilized for human capacity development, really we can see India's human resources can contribute to the global level. Local to global we can reach, and we can see, we are seeing today, we have Indian origin persons ruling UK, United Kingdom. Today's Prime Minister is from India. And you might have seen Mauritius. Mauritius Prime Minister is from India, Indian origin. And I believe that his ancestors might have traveled from Odisha, and his name is Jagannath. So this is how India can promote skilling, development, and of course, corporates can play an important and significant role for human capacity development rather than focusing on infrastructure, because government is investing hugely in terms of infrastructure development. School education, our panelists have come up with very good ideas, but thing is we require quality of the education. A student studying in rural school in Kandhamal, a student studying in Delhi Public School in Delhi, if you compare the quality of education, quality of infrastructure, there is a huge difference. We need to bring the parity by educating the teachers. Many of our teachers, they don't know, they don't have even email IDs. In this generation, I have interacted with many tribal schools. I have been to many tribal areas where even children, they don't have email ID for applying for the NEET exam and other competitive exams, how they can compete for medical IITs and all. Whereas in today's there is a huge competition for the IITs and aims like institutions. We need to educate and build the capacity of the teachers. That is the need of the hour, where states can really take these suggestions. With this, I really appreciate once again a big round of applause to CYSD for bringing all the agencies
including UN systems. So once again, I congratulations and applause to the CYSD Jagdanandan sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, and Jai Jagannath.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muniraju, and for traveling all the way here and for the support that you have given, and which I hope and CYSD can hope that you will continue to provide that support. May I now go over to Ms. Usha Padi and invite her to say a few words.
धन्यवाद राजेश जी. I hope your time management will be same with me also. That means you are going to give me more time. Samastanku namaskar. Esteemed Development Commissioner and ACS Madam. I am privileged to be sitting next to her and also literally having her by our side, because she has been always very encouraging and inspiring. Our organizer, Sri Jagdanand sir, an influencer when in our formative age, when as an administrators, in especially development sector. Mr. Muniraju, my old colleague from Delhi Times, and all the dignitaries who are available here and participating in this. It's an honor to be here. Big compliments to CYSD and the entire team for organizing such great event. I am thankful for two reasons. One, calling us and presenting all the details. Maybe we'll have a very good document which will give some insight. And it's like 300, 400 people working for 2 days. Just imagine how many man-hours of inputs they have done, and it's easily coming to us. Hopefully, a lot of critical issues which we can consider and address. It will help us. Secondly, also to bring me here and meet many of our development partners. I have been seeing them after very, very long time. So that is why I also compliment and thank you for. Thank you from bottom of my heart. Many, many of them I just met after coming back to Odisha. I am supposed to speak on skill development and employment, mostly focusing on, but after S.N. Tripathi sir, who was also my boss in Panchayat Raj department, and don't go by his humor and the way it is also very deceptive, because he can be very tough also sometimes. But what he said, that we have to tell the truth. So maybe I'll start with some of the perception as a practitioner within the public policy space. And always COSD encourages us to be little polemic, talk on both sides. So let me also be little, play a devil's advocate's role here. Sometime back, nowadays we have been hearing about demographic dividend and where do we stand, and India is in a sweet spot where we can take off and we are best in the world, and all these things are good. But let us also understand a global trend a bit. So when we say that the demography, of course, which describes our population and advantage, I need not go into the statistics. All of you know that how young we are and how some, like if you see the pyramid, then we are having a very comfortable middle age, that is working group, working population, which is quite huge, and like for one age person, there will be maybe 4 working people who will be supporting them. So we are in that good phase. But whether demography and development are interrelated, let us ask this question. Many academicians or academia is also here. It's very inconclusive. If you are only focusing that, okay, demography is going to give us a development, and with that we are going to address all our problems, it is not true. We need to focus on some of the issues which are very, very critical. As it was told here, whether it is climate change, whether it is of the income disparity, whether it is only the fertility issue or reducing the mortality issue. Of course, there is, after a lot of discussions and deliberations, now there is a consensus that development is important, focus on growth. For whatever is required for the growth, please do that. And growth is not only the economic growth. Again, it's a multidimensional. It's a process where various other aspects have to be brought in. Whether it is just a commodity output or GDP, no, we have realized long back that it is not so. At the same time, there are two extreme views. Somebody saying that, no, if we are having this less fertility rate, which just now the video had come, that has actually triggered me to say all these things. Where we say that, okay, fertility rates are coming down, it is going to be doomsday for us, and we are not going to have any good population at some time. So it can also be questioned. Does it mean that all these people who are having whether it's Japan, Germany, who are having an aging population, they are going to be very, their economy is going to be doomed? No. The population itself or the demography itself has to be a balanced one. The migration, immigration, it has to be seen in a regional sense. So some people say that, okay, this is, I think in November we reached 8 billion in the world. So everybody said that, okay, we have reached there and we have a limited resources. How we are going to do? We should have that fertility rate, which is like a balanced one, maybe 2, not more than that. So that is one way of arguing things. The other way, they say, no, we have to have more people. If you see that the way it was said that whether it's in Jasuguda or in one village in the Koraput, so whether we should be having a baby booms, we should have more and more. So that is what going to help us in, because they are more opportunity. We are going to have the development. So that is the extreme thing. So at the end of the day, the consensus is that focus on development. Development is the best contraceptive. Development is the best way to take the people in a better living way, provide the living conditions. Or development is a good way where we can bring the dignity, give them the institutional support, and also give them the choices. All these things happen with the development. So we have to focus on what we need to do. There are many aspects, I will not get into it. So again, this development, how we have to do the development, again it comes. Whether it is going to be dividend or disaster, it happens how we are utilizing this young youth population who are expecting us to do better in our development aspects. With that overall macro picture, I'll come to the micro picture, what task has been given to me. So if you see in the Odisha context, that too when we are thinking of 2036, where Odisha is going to complete 100 years, which is a centenary. It's a huge responsibility for us. If you want me to see in the give a perspective for it, we have, even in the record of yours, I was just going through having a glance, maybe in next 5 years we have to skill around 6 million youth. That is what we are looking at. Even to retain the existing employment rate, that is what the number is. So it is a huge task. How Odisha government is going to do? And as all of you know that there is a lot of emphasis on the skilling. If you see one of the most dominant or the stellar building in Bhubaneswar is something which is a World Skill Center, which shows that. I think it symbolizes how much Odisha feels about the skilling. The entire building was repurposed and it was earmarked for the skilling. So that is where the focus has been there. We have a strategy. I'll just very briefly discuss. If you see the socio-economic pyramid, the bottom of the pyramid who are there, they require skilling. They can't wait for very long period. Who are they? What we call NEET, not NEET examination of your medical, not in education, employment or training. So these are the people whom we have to provide very short-term training program, otherwise they are going to the workforce. And it is said that, some of the reports say that 77% of the employers say that we don't have a skilled manpower, and whatever we have, around 77% are not suitable for the job role which they have to be there. Whereas from the youth lot, if you do, even not only at Odisha level, even Odisha is much higher, but even in the national level, only 3.5 or 4% is the maximum youth who get the skilling, actually skilling for their job. So there is a huge gap. So at this bottom of level, we see that short-term training programs have to be taken up. Lot of training programs, whether it is related to our industries, where the mining jobs, drivers, conductors, or any of that, apparel business. Lot of girls who are coming out of the school or who are not in school, they're in the school. So it doesn't require too much of education or technical education for them to get there. So very quickly, we can complete that short-term training program and put them in the workforce with proper skilling. Somebody was thinking of a migration. So it has to be like, it cannot be exploitative migration or distress migration, it has to be aspirational migration, whether we can bring them to have the aspirational migration. There will be around 20 people who would be identified, who are already identified. They are going to Cochin tomorrow. It is a migration, but we are sending them to Cochin because they're multi-skilled center of aviation. There they are going to get the training and going to be absorbed. But it is what, they are linked to some aspirational sector, so they will be there. So this is what we will be doing. Next to that, we have some people who are having a formal education, whether they are in the degree colleges, whether it is about the ITI, Polytechnic. There we have a strategy. If you think 100 best ITIs in the state, if you list it, in the country, you list out 11 are there in Odisha. And last year, ma'am appreciated them in one of the meeting, where 6 of our students topped ITI, that particular trades, at all India level. So there have been a lot of efforts gone into last 5 to 6 years in ITIs and polytechnics. Our ITIs and polytechnics are one of the best. Many times it is said that they are better than the private engineering colleges where the employability is low. So people are coming and queuing up before the IT and Polytechnic to hire them, and our employment rate is very, very high. So this is one sector where we would like to have more, and doing the planning and coordination, we have been talking to them, whether it is Ombatsi Fund, what they have created, this Economy Stabilizing Fund, Budget Stabilization Fund, lot of innovative things Odisha has done, and being one of the revenue surplus rate. It did not happen magically, like many people think that it is only because of the mining boom it has happened, or windfall profit and all. No, it has been properly managed. They have planned it where it has to go. So in that way, so a lot of funds have been gone to it, and it will be continuous, like a lot of model centers will come. So this is what middle level we would like to do. Then there is a niche level. Again, it is about the engineering colleges, the technical people, where we would like to address with digital skilling or future skilling, so that they will have a better opportunity. So this is what the strategy we are going to have next year. So just if you say one small calculation, like 5 lakhs children write our 10th examination. So when they go to the next level, +2, there will be around 50,000-60,000 children who may not be going, and they will be going out of the schooling system. Then from +2, they will go to the degree to engineering or any professional courses. So we have around 3 lakhs children or students coming out every year. So this is where we focus and we'll try to address. And this, whatever 3 lakhs figure, we need to achieve very soon in next 3 to 5 years. That is what we are looking, so that whatever are the students coming in the workforce, they will be trained. And of course, we have something backlog which need to be addressed. So I will not be saying further, but a lot of success stories or Odisha's journey. It's always fascinating to hear from Development Commissioner. So I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity and hearing us patiently. I wanted to tell about the CSR thing. I don't know, Mr. Ambika Nanda deliberately did not talk about the CSR and the skilling and employment. So last meeting when I was here, in the CSR, I challenged on 2-3 issues. I think you have noted that. So industries have to, they can't soft pedal only on something nutritional and food, and we do something here and there. They have a core responsibility of providing the employment to the local youth. So this need to be addressed, and it is not that it is, I mean, our students are not, or our youth are not talented. If you have any issues, I mean, that's why we are working as an intermediary in between. And the Nuwa Odisha scheme which has come up, it is with all the agility. I mean, like, you can think of having the training within your organization. You can train them within the organization and recruit them, train them, and absorb them. So this is where we would like to seek the cooperation from the platform here, because they have been working. In fact, they are the intermediary between this society, industry, and the government. So I request that earlier request of mine, having the apprenticeship, on-job training, and these are very, very important things which will bring that confidence among the youth. Why we want to send them out when there is a job inside? I mean, that is first priority. Of course, I mean, as I said, that it is aspirational. After, beyond that, if they want to go, they can go. No problem about it. But the opportunities within the state has to be completely utilized, and that can be utilized with little bit of innovative way of dealing with the local population or community, and it is possible. Thanks once again. Vande Utkala Janani. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ushaji. I wish we had more time to engage more intensely, but we are really running out of time. I said 7:30. Actually, on my watch it still says 7:15. So we have 15 minutes more to go. Now the person all of you wanted to hear, she tells success stories. That's what I learned. So tell us some success stories. Tell us how more success can come our way. Ms. Anu Garg. Have a request before Ms. Garg starts. We have a fireside chat between two very charismatic persons who are from there with us, Mr. Ajay Mohanty and Dr. Annapurna Pandey from the land of Americas. And also Mr. Saurav Roy from Tata Steel would be joining, and Biraj Swai from Washington DC would be moderating that. So we will only take a 10-minute break. When the session gets over, you go out, get your soup, and get inside. Ms. Garg.
Thank you. Samastanku namaskar. Sarvaprathame tu mu अभिनंदन जनैबी मिस्टर जगदानंद एंड CYSD टीम जे एते संख्या रे 7:15 मध्य इवन इफ इट इज 7:15 रे एते संख्या रे एते कैटेगरीज ऑफ स्टेक होल्डर्स को डिस्ट्रिक्ट रो नहीं करी आछंती हैट्स ऑफ टू यू कांग्रेचुलेशंस मु भाबुची आम तरफ रु तांकु भी छेनापोड़ दबा कथा शुगर फ्री द्वितीय आपण समस्तंकु मु सरकार तरफ रु धन्यवाद जनाउची जे आपण माने एते संख्या रे आसिले और पूरा दिन सारा आपण बसिकरी एते पॉइंट्स बाहर करिसेंती और मु आपण को आश्वासन देबा को चाहूची जे जो भी आपण माने पॉइंट्स देइचंती not limited to 3 जिते भी आम पाक को आसीबो आमे जथा संभव जथा सामर्थ्य आमे ताकू ग्रहण करिबू एंड वी विल ट्राई टू डू तृतीय मु छोटे गोटे पॉइंट कहूची जे लाइक अ क्वालिफायर जे बहुत थर आमे जेते बड़े कहूछु बेड़े बेड़े आमे जानिनु जे कौन कौन एक्चुअली होउची भी सो बहुत पॉइंट्स जिते बड़े आपण माने कहूथिले समवेयर मोते फेमिलियर लागुथिला जे एटा तो होउची बट नॉट टू से दैट आपण का पॉइंट माने इट इज कमिंग मीन्स समवेयर मे बी पॉलिसी एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रे टिके गैप रही जाउची आपण का भितरे जने किए कहिले जे इट वाज वेरी चैलेंजिंग जे आमे जते बड़े बसिकरी गपु माने डिस्कस करूथिलु आपण आमर भाबंतु केते बड़ा स्टेट पाई अक्रॉस सो मेनी सेक्टर्स विथ सो मेनी टाइप्स ऑफ पीपल वी हैव टू कम आउट विद वेरियस थिंग्स सो इट इज अ ह्यूज चैलेंज बट immensely satisfying. I have been here in the state now for 30 years. I started as a young sub-collector in Jharsuguda. And my first boss was Mr. S.N. Tripathi. And apart from many, many things that I have learned from him, including, as Usha clarified, he's a taskmaster. But one thing that I think I have learned from him is to smile. He's all the time he used to be joking and making things so much more comfortable for the other person. And I think I also felt now that I have been trained by him and worked with him so closely. So I feel that it is important to make the other person feel comfortable while getting a lot of work from them. Now, even though my 3 points are over, I'm taking the prerogative of a chief guest to continue beyond that. What I want to tell all of you today is that Odisha is on a real growth trajectory. Even at the cost of sounding immodest, apan bhabibe je she's going on speaking like that. But in my 30 years, and all of you must be seeing it also, jette bede bhi ame ko forum ko bhi jauchu, everywhere it is very gratifying जे ओडिशा रे ये होची, ओडिशा disaster management, Odisha sports, Odisha's infrastructure, everything. Now Odisha's governance, everything is being praised at various levels. And even if you see the economy, say 20 years back, our budget used to be 11,800 crores. Today, I'm also Water Resources Department Additional Chief Secretary. My department, single department's budget is 11,800 crores. Our total budget is 2.3 lakh crores. Earlier, lot of apprehension used to be there that the budget goes largely in what is called non-plan, means establishment, salaries, this, that, maintenance. But you will be happy to know that Odisha is highest in the percentage of budget it earmarks for capital expenditure today. And also, as Usha mentioned, this doesn't happen just like that. In the FRBM Act, if you see, Odisha is the only state, I think, with Karnataka, which has kept its fiscal deficit below the limit which has been fixed. Only 2 states in the country. And that is why today we are revenue surplus. We are able to think of grand schemes, grand type of things, and also a lot of focus on infrastructure, which will flow back into the economy. Our per capita income in 2015-16, the difference between the national figure and ours was 32%, which is fairly substantial. Today, there is a difference. We are still lesser, but it has come down to 12%. So the growth is accelerating. And in that, we need everybody's support, everybody's ideas, everybody's engagement. And I'm very happy that today all of us are sitting here, whether it's corporates, academia, development partners, panchayats, NGOs, across sectors, and we are talking about how to make Odisha shine even more. And some of the things you will be happy to know. Sometimes it's not possible for you to know what is happening. Some of the things that are happening, you must have heard 5T and you must be wondering what really is 5T, what is happening. But even, let's say the T, that transformation is not just this economy which I'm talking about. You take airport. For a long time, all of us know, there was only one airport. Now, there are so many more and so many more in the pipeline, including Puri International Airport. For so many years, we all of us sitting here lived with 3 medical colleges. Now we have around 14 medical colleges, and very soon we will be having surplus of doctors, which was a big problem in the past. Likewise, sports. Who would have thought that not just one World Cup, but 2 consecutive World Cups will be organized by a state in the national game, not some chota-mota game, in the national game of the country. Or take industries. After Maharashtra, the largest investment is coming into Odisha. And it is not just in what we think it is, that mineral-based industries. Apparel, we have signed agreements with Wellspun, with so many people. So lot of transformation, friends, is taking place. But believe me, that is not to say that we are complacent or that we are just sitting on that glory. There is so much to be done still, no doubt. But we are all of us sitting here, working towards it. Let's just take technology. Somebody was mentioning so many initiatives. I can't even list them out. Each department has been asked whatever can be done through technology or through a portal with transparency has to be done. That is the freedom that has been given to the secretaries, and each one is trying. When we go to districts, we talk to collectors, we don't ask, in this scheme, how much target was there, this thing, that thing, that's fine, you do your job. I at least ask them, what transformation are you bringing? And each district, ladies and gentlemen, is trying. So let's say even in water resources, so many projects which for some reason or the other were lying incomplete, we are trying to ensure that they are completed so that we can. So Lower Suktel in Bolangir, pending for a long time, will be inaugurated on 3rd of January next year. In January, this coming January. Likewise, Gangadhar Meher, big projects. These are large irrigation projects which can make, or they can really change the lives of people. So there is so much happening, so many success stories, but today's topic was demography and development. In demography, I think one of the segments which we all take for granted is 50% of the population. And as Mr. Tripathi said, I mean, each scheme, each policy, each strategy needs to be seen from a gender lens. We need to think how we can involve them in make use of that 50% which is there. That I think in demography and development is one big segment which needs to be constantly, we need to work on it, because even now there is a lot to be done. Not to say that we have this Mission Shakti, as many of you are aware. I was also I was the first mission director. And since 2000, I've been seeing it from then, 2000 when it was started. And today, after so many years, the amount of confidence it has given, the economic empowerment of women, the political empowerment of women, the social empowerment, their role in their own family, it has made such a lot of difference. And we are no longer going for the typical activities. Those are there, like tailoring, papad, badi, all those things, achar. Our women are now doing meter reading, they are driving, they are running Mission Shakti cafes, and I would strongly encourage in the field when you go, please do utilize these services which are available through our women. So on that note, I want to end my speech, but I do want to give you this ashwasan from my side that for us each input is critical. In this growth journey, we cannot do it alone. Government cannot do it alone. It has not done it alone. So we need partnerships with every single stakeholder. We need as many ideas as possible, and this is one government that encourages positive and new ideas, and whatever we can do. So in many things, we try to be the first in the country, the best in the country, we try. Of course, there is always miles to go, but I would like to assure you that whatever ideas have been given today I would like to thank you profusely for that. I would again like to thank Mr. Jagdananda and the entire team for collecting so many people, so diverse. I'm very, very happy to see so many familiar faces in this crowd. And I would strongly encourage each one of you to continue to dream, continue to think, continue to provide ideas to us, and by whatever means, either through Mr. Jagdananda or directly, you please let them come to us. I cannot assure you that all will be implemented, but we will certainly give it our best shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you did the very right thing by exercising your prerogative as the chief guest to touch upon so many issues, so many subjects, and it felt very assuring. In fact, Ms. Padi and Ms. Garg, I'm not trying to humor you. What you said, both of you said, I'm sure has been very assuring to the audience here and makes me feel more optimistic about the way ahead for Odisha. Thank you for making time, and thank you for being so candid on many counts. Well, actually, I wanted to have the last word, but time is limited. I wanted to say a lot of things. We'll keep that, save that for a later day. Ajiro jo amaro bishay vastu achi, Odisha at 2036. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର 100 ବର୍ଷ ବୟସ ହେଇଯିବ, ସେହି ସମୟରେ ଆମେ କିଭଳି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛୁ, ଆମେ ସେହି ସମୟ ପାଇଁ କିଭଳି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଗଢ଼ିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛୁ, ଆଉ ସେହି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଆମେ କିପରି ଭାବେ ଗଢ଼ିବା। ଆଜି ଏହି ପ୍ରଶ୍ନଗୁଡ଼ିକର କିଛିଟା ପ୍ରାଥମିକ ଉତ୍ତର ଆମକୁ ମିଳିଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ୟା ଉପରେ ଅନେକ କାମ ହେବା ବାକି ଅଛି। ଯଦି ଆମେ जो ओडिशार पुनर्कल्पना विषय आज कथा हेचे ताकू जदि आमे गोटे स्वरूप देबा पई चाहिबा। Since Dr. Muniraju is also here, I want to be inclusive in my approach, so kichita Odia, kichita English re kohibi. So just to repeat quickly, we assembled here today to reimagine Odisha at 2036, when it turns 100. There are few preliminary answers and pointers that we have gathered today, but a lot of work needs to be done in giving a concrete shape to the vision that we want to aspire for. এই जो आजिर जेतिकी किछि चर्चा हैला एटा मोर निजर व्यक्तिगत मत ना कि आज अनुष्ठित कार्यक्रम किंतु मते आशा अच्छी जे आपण माने समस्ते राजी हेबे। And I don't, when you say about, if you have to drop a vision for 2036, I don't want that vision statement to get drowned in some kind of numbers that have no meaning. Whether we want to build a 5 trillion economy, whether we want to do this, whether you want to do that. I don't think there is any need to make life so complicated. What I heard today through many sessions, I think I can very simply, and the reason why I, sequenced those briefings, the reasoning came when I was hearing to some of the sessions. For instance, Bidhu Babu, Dr. Bidhu Mohanty, who is building a beautiful institution called Bagchi Sankara Cancer Research Center, and has been my
colleague in Odisha Dialogues as well, he put it very nicely. What is health? Health is about how one is born, how one lives, and how one dies. A child, whether a child is born healthy, whether a mother gives birth to a child healthy, whether a father is an equal stakeholder in this journey toward parenthood, both in terms of childbearing and child rearing. Those are the questions I will ask. And the answers to that will let you know what and when you actually get there. So all the answers in the realms of what you should do on the economic front, actually we will let you determine whether you are getting those answers by asking these simple questions. How I am born, how I live, how I die. Do I die happily? That's the kind of approach if we take. If you think about, a lot of questions came up in population, aging population. The answers to that, if you actually take out the issues and say, it actually covers 5 SDG goals. If you achieve those 5 SDG goals, you will say you are on path to ensuring a healthy population. So, at an articulation level, from a vision statement standpoint, I say, what do I want in 2036? I want a healthy Odisha, period. Everything else should flow from there. The next, I want an educated Odisha. But the meaning of education for me is very different. The meaning of education is not for me. I appreciate all the efforts that are being done about skilling. But I must confess, I am not at all comfortable about a state's dependence on skilling. Why? Dr. Tripathi talked about speaking truth to power. And as a journalist, I shall speak truth to power. Today, your overemphasis on skilling is a direct outcome of the neglect that has been meted out to education. We are not making our children become knowledge individuals when they grow up. We are making them commoditized applicants in a so-called job market. For me, the purpose of education is to instill all those values and ethos in a child that makes him grow into a nice human being, a responsible citizen, an accountable social animal. If we do all that, that would mean an educated society. The future belongs to knowledge societies. We should be looking at building a knowledge society in 2036. Not a society where everybody is trained to change nuts and bolts. They are important, I know. I know what a role that they play in kind of pulling people out of poverty in the current context. I do not want to undermine that, but I do not want the sight to be lost on the core challenge that we have on the education front. And that must be, if you really mean an aspirational, ambitious plan for Odisha in 2036, you need to talk about education. Education that empowers, education that enriches our knowledge, education that prepares us to navigate the future, education that allows us to inform the decisions that we make, education that empowers us to make the choices that we make. That's the meaning of education for me. And therefore, when I say I want an educated Odisha in 2036, everyone in Odisha educated, that's what I mean. Now let me come to the last thing. A healthy, educated Odisha is what I want, plus what I want. I was going to say happy Odisha, but Ms. Garg gave me a better phrase. I want an Odisha that smiles all the way. I want an Odisha that has a smile on its face all the time. Now, why does one smile all the time? A person smiles all the time when he can do what he likes to do.
He can say what he likes to say. Which brings me to the other question. When we want to build, ଆଉ ଏଇ କଥାଟି ମୋର କଥା ନୁହେଁ, ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ କଳାହାଣ୍ଡି ଜିଲ୍ଲାର ରିମୋଟ୍ କର୍ଣ୍ଣରରେ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାଧ୍ୟାପକଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଗତ ବର୍ଷ ଭବାନୀପାଟଣାରେ ଶୁଣିଲି ଆଉ ମୋତେ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା। ଆଉ ଏଇ କଥାଟି ମୁଁ ସବୁ ଜାଗାରେ କହେ, ଆମେ କିଭଳି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଗଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛେ, ଜଡ଼ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ନା ଜୀବନ୍ତ ଓଡ଼ିଶା? ଆମର ବିଲ୍ଡିଂ ବଢ଼ିଯିବ, ରୋଡ଼ ରାସ୍ତା ବନିଯିବ, ସବୁ କିଛି ବନିଯିବ, डिजिटल ऐप रे खाइबा आसिक पहुँचीज किंतु सेटा जीवंत ओडिशा होई न पारे कारण जीवंत ओडिशा पाई दरकार नागरिक नागरिक गणतंत्र बनाए नागरिक त्रिपाठी सारा बहुत भल भल कथा कहले किंतु गोटे कथा कहले जोटा मु मानि पारिबि नाही कहले पीपल सेंट्रिक हेबा दरकार इंस्टीट्यूशन सेंट्रिक हबा कथा नुहे पीपल किए पीपल कर गोटे आइडेंटिटी अछि गणतंत्र रे पीपल कर आइडेंटिटी होछि नागरिक आ नागरिक कर अधिकार पाई इंस्टीट्यूशंस निहाती आवश्यक तेणु कैन वी हैव डेवलपमेंट meaningful development without democracy? That is also a question that we need to tackle. At the end, let me say, an educated, healthy Odisha that smiles all the way. And I have outlined what it needs, what it means. That is my vision for 2036. Now, let me just end it with one small thing, the wonderful work that has been done. And here is a proposal that I am making, that we are in 2023. In 2025, the next edition of Odisha Vikash Conclave will happen. We will be just 10 years away from 2036. Today, what we have spoken, we'll probably get a vision statement. You don't have to agree with everything that I said, but I think a consensus-based vision statement can come out. The next step, therefore, after that, would be to draw up a mission and a strategy to execute that mission, which means a detailed roadmap. I am offering, on behalf of Odisha Dialogues, and I have had a word with Jagdanand Babu, that in 2025, we should together present a detailed 10-year roadmap for Odisha 2036. And the work for that detailed roadmap should start now. We have 2 years' time. If you really want to have a meaningful roadmap, you will need to put in a lot of hard work. And from Odisha Dialogue side, we promise you, we will bring together some of the best economists and policymakers in the world. I'm not even saying India. And CYSD can bring its local muscle, which is very important for the critical inputs, and we can work on a detailed roadmap for Odisha at 2036. In 2025, let that detailed roadmap be the highlight of the conference that you are planning. Thank you very much. Before I hand it over to Mr. Jagdanand to conclude, may I also request Ms. Padi and Ms. Garg, I'm assuming Mr. Muniraju is staying back. Mr. Garg and Ms. Padi, if we may have, there is a nice dinner along with the fireside chat that we intend to have. If you could stay on and join us for that. Thank you.
So another concluding speech. I'm going to speak for 45 minutes now. Right? Are you all ready? Not ready? Give me 4 minutes. Can I take 4 minutes? Yeah? Okay? Right. When I cross 4 minutes, anyone can raise a hand and I will stop there. Right? Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh, and our chief guest, Srimati Anu Garg, Usha. Ever since she joined the service here, I've been very closely watching them, observing them, and their passion for the state. and Dr. Muni Raju, whom I know from the first conclave itself in this hall, when he came with the Vice Chair Niti Aayog, Dr. Panagaria at that time, and later on, in the second edition, when Rajiv Kumar came, he also accompanied Rajiv Kumar. And then when I joined the standing committee in Niti Aayog, he was the point of contact from the social justice division of the Niti Aayog to build a very strong relationship between the government and civil society. And we have worked on many issues, on disaster environment, on migrant, on distress migration. We have worked on many issues actually. And some of the policies, I still remember in our subcommittees, when I was presenting them, one of the additional secretary in the government of India, he said, Jagdanand ji, आपने तो बनी बना पॉलिसी दे दिया एकदम, जिसको हम पूरा लेके कर सकते हैं, नहीं? If you remember. So that was Dr. Muni Raju. Thank you. So let me समस्ती की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जमती लागुची आमे आरंभ करिया को जाउची आज ओडिशा विकास कनक्लेव. एटा सकाळ 8टा बाजी. एबे संध्या 8टा हलानी जो एनर्जी समस्तींगर अछि एबे सकाळ 8टा बेडू आमे एठी आसी जमती चर्चा चालिची एवं काली जो माने चर्चा रे थिले एवं पर दिन जे मलकानगिरी आछंती चिंता करंतु बस रे आसी होल नाइट ट्रैवल सकाळू आसी 9टा बेडू तैयारी काली पूरा दिन जाक चर्चा मत लगुता जी किए केमती सोई पड़ी बोधे कहीं सोई ना पूरा चंगा था एवं बहुत बढ़िया था सो समस्त की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद विशेष करके जो माने दूर दूरांतरू आछंती मलकानगिरी मयूरभंज मु बार बार मलकानगिरी नौची आमर सेटा 30तम जिला बहुत दूर एवं जे बाहर बहुत समय दरकार ताकू एते दूररू एते संख्यार आछंती एवं विशेष करके पंचायत प्रतिनिधि माने तृणमूल स्तर संगठन माने चाषी संगठन एवं महिला संगठन आउ समस्त की मोर विशेष अभिनंदन धन्यवाद जे आमे सब आसी चर्चा करने को सुजोग पाइले एवं पूरा दिन तमाम चर्चा रे बहुत जिनस आमे बाहर करिछे एवं राजेश एंड आई वांट टू रीअश्योर डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर that very rich conversation has happened and we will definitely submit a very synthesized small report mo civil society बंधु माने जानचंती मुझे तो किसी दिन थिली सूचना कमिश्नर राज्य रो गोटे सचिव स्तरीय मीटिंग सेक्रेटरीएट रे हेता है चीफ सेक्रेटरी मते कहले आपण आसंतु गोटे सेक्रेटरी लेवल मीटिंग नवा नुआ नुआ सतोले आरटीआई आस्ता है आपण तंग संग कथार्थ करबे सो आरटीआई ऊपर मीटिंग सरी गला हला फर्स्ट टाइम 3rd फ्लोर कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल रे ऑल सेक्रेटरीज चीफ सेक्रेटरी बसी ताकू मीटिंग नेले एवं मु ताकू आरटीआई रो रूपरेख कोन हबो डिपार्टमेंट वाइज करिक छाड़ देली सरला परे इनफॉर्मली मु पचारली बहुत सचिव थांती सेतोले मिस्टर त्रिपाठी भी थांती मु गली तपर बिकॉज आई कम फ्रॉम सिविल सोसाइटी व्हाट इज योर ऑब्जर्वेशन ऑफ अबाउट सिविल सोसाइटी इन ओडिशा राइट एवं मु जो जिला को भी जाए जते बेले सब कलेक्टर मान को पचारे एक जिला रे भल अनुष्ठान सब जदि अछंती कोन काम करछन से माने एवं तांगर तरीका कोन काम करबार टिके पाखरु जाई टिके देखंतु नेक्स्ट टाइम जते बेले आसीबी आई वांट टू लर्न थ्रू यू एक्चुअली सो से दिन मीटिंग परे समस्त कहले नहीं सर बहुत भल अनुष्ठान अछंती काम करछंती किंतु आपण मानकर जो सब पॉलिसी गाइडेंस टा एते बड़ बहिटा दे देबे और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट जेंडर जस्टिस इक्विटी एमती सब वार्ड करके दे देबे जे सेटा जीवन काल भितर हम चाहिले भी किछ कर परिबुनी दे आर गुड डॉक्यूमेंट्स आई थिंक इट वाज अ वेरी रियल टिप एक्चुअली सो आई टोल्ड माय सिविल सोसाइटी फ्रेंड्स बिरादरी भाई जदि दबार अछि 4 पेज रो जीव पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी नोट नॉट ए बुक 4 पेज गले फाइल भितर प्रोसेस हे पारिबो बही गले सेल्फ रे रहि जीवो राइट इट कैन नेवर गो एक्चुअली सो देयरफॉर ओबीसी रो जो पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट आमे शेयर करिवु आगुरु देखिछि जते बेले जहा करिछु बहुत छोटो डॉक्यूमेंट वी विल डू दैट सो तेणु समस्त की जो माने आछंती धन्यवाद यूएनएफपीए स्पेशली जदि से सहयोग न करते आम एटा करिपार न थांते तेणु UNFPA तांकर कंट्री डायरेक्टर थिले एंड्रिया एवं सकाळु आज कहचंती जे ई जो हमर विश्वसा पाड़ी अन्य मानक से कहते जे जो डेमोग्राफिक डेवलपमेंट आगुरी पॉपुलेशन उपर बहुत मीटिंग करचंती UN स्तर रे किंतु जो कायरो कॉन्फ्रेंस है पॉपुलेशन डेवलपमेंट को जोड़िले जिते से कहले यू नो पॉपुलेशन रे जो कम बेसी एटा गोटे वेरी नेचुरल प्रोसेस एवं किंतु ताकू नजर अंदाज रखिक जदि डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम रो प्लानिंग हम तेबे किछि हम तार फायदा नहीं पारिबा एवं एबे जो जहाँ अवस्था आगु को जो हवा को जाउची एटा भी गोटे लाइफ टाइम रे थरे आसे ए बेला गोटे अवस्था तेणु जदि हवा को जाउची तार डिविडेंड नवा पड़ो हमको से प्लान करिया पड़ो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद UNFPA नीति आयोग फॉर partnering on this process and especially Muni Raju and the entire Niti Aayog team, right, for joining hands with us. I am sure some of these proposals, some of the suggestions, some of the recommendations, आमे जहाँ दबा relevant जहाँ अच्छी, कारण मैं देखी ची 16 ओडिशा विकास conclave परे, the vice chair and the whole Niti Aayog members and the senior advisors at that time, they were gaga about it, right? And vice chair, development के ऊपर इतना चर्चा पूरा भुवनेश्वर सिटी में and हो रहा है, you know, this is unique. जगदानंद जी आप थोड़ा नॉर्थ ईस्ट का करते हैं एक. We should do one in Bihar. We should do one in UP. Right? Can you really set up the framework actually? So we designed something, Muni Raju and others implemented it for the Northeast. So we were very happy about it. 18 days when it happened, any place in Bhubaneswar was discussing on certain themes for a whole day, whether it is sanitation, whether it is water, whether it is something actually, whether it is Xavier Institute of Management or our State Institute of Rural Development, discussion was going on 17, 18 topics of relevance to Odisha's development. So I'm so happy that, you know, today Muni Raju ji here, and I'm sure Niti will also take some of the recommendations to the relevant circles within the government, and that is what I expect. Government, you know, I was looking at my WhatsApp message. Today and yesterday, there are so many messages from our Chief Secretary because I requested him to come, so he's not able to come, feeling little, and he's sending, can I come at this time, can I come at that time? I said, yeah, whenever you are comfortable, please come. Right? And the communication goes on actually. And then so many officers who came to the different tracks, from the aging track to the urban track to the skill track, every track had full of officials, civil society, academics, corporate CSRs, and affected parties actually, people for whom, and so many youngsters from premier colleges, premier universities, and along with their faculty, they have been sponsored to volunteer in this so that they learn something out of it, and at the same time they contribute also to the discussion. So thank you very much. And the academic community, especially when I see Professor Kundu here. Professor Kundu has been one of the constant academic leader from the day one actually, right? From the first event he came, second event when he presented, after the presentation was done, we had late R.N. Das, who was an advisor to the planning board that time, and Development Commissioner Balkrishna ji was there. So as soon as he presented the regional disparity and other things, I got a call from the Chief Secretary's office. Can you send the slide and the presentation of Professor Kundu to our office actually? Right? Media is going to ask us. So what has been the presentation? So I immediately sent, and then the CS called me to say, you know, we are very happy that it was a very powerful and a very, very balanced presentation. That is the power of all of you actually. That is the power of all of you. We are just not critiquing for critique. You are a constructive partner in the development process. So very, very happy about the Professor Kundu and the academic community. And today, for the demographic trend analysis, some of the best Odia minds best Odia minds, right, from Mahapatra, right, who did a Mission Shakti review. And he was presenting yesterday the empowerment, the contribution of Mission Shakti in the KBK region, right? IIPA did that study, and when he was presenting, he was so passionate. And every topic, you know, we have a panel of Odiyas and Odia lovers, right, who are based in Beats Pilani, somebody is in, Bhopal, Azim Premji University, our advisory committee members from ISEC, right? So I think it's a very interesting combination of people who have been studying Odisha's pattern over times. So thank you very much. And last but not the least, our partners. This is not a CYST drama, madam. This is an event where we were only providing the seeding role, actually, anchoring role. There are so many organizations, so many organizations. If I start talking about the names, there are many actually. Several organizations have put their, strong, what you call support in doing it. Every track, like aging track, Help Age India was doing it. You talk of health and nutrition, the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security was doing. The CSR, Indian Chamber of Commerce has joined. So it's so many. You can count 20 here actually. And then there are a number of knowledge partners who have joined from Odisha Dialogue to Xavier University and to Diverseus, where we are talking about diversity, inclusion, social sector. What do we do? Tomorrow also there is a learning session. When everybody has come from so far distance, tomorrow morning we are doing a learning session for our NGO friends. How do they embrace, ESG reporting in their reporting format, so that there is some, what you call convergence between their reporting and companies' reporting if they are receiving CSR money. There will be a session by Dhoni Foundation in the afternoon, Dhoni Digital Green, on how do you use technology for development, digital technology for development. So these are learning sessions. So thank you all, each partner. Thank you so much. I have no words to say. And media, right? OBC is a success, I would say, from 16 onwards, because so much effort media colleagues have provided actually. Amazing actually, right? Companies, government, they spend a big fortune in advertisements, right? We don't give even a rupee for advertisement actually. Not a rupee is spent, right? So there is no advertorial actually. But there are full page coverage. Last time, after 18, when Telegraph published a story about the OBC, right, I was amazed. Half a page Telegraph Calcutta edition on Odisha Vikash Conclave and its outcome actually. So many people are asking, how did you do it actually? So it's because of the power of media friends and the large number of volunteers actually. So many volunteers, including Rajesh, me, we are all volunteering for Odisha Vikas Conclave, right? Time, the energy from Sneha to what you call Ranjana, right? To everyone. So much volunteering which has gone in. So all the best for the volunteers actually, young volunteers, old volunteers, middle-aged volunteers, men volunteers, women volunteers. You made it a success actually, including Bipin. I can see Bipin somewhere. Welcome Odisha, who is in the creative part all the time actually, right? Last 3 nights he would not have slept actually. And the CYST team. CYST team have come in a big way. They have been very passionately working non-stop actually. So thank you so much. And lastly, let me tell you, before you go with happy faces. That is the call given by our Development Commissioner. She has also promised that when our report goes, she will definitely facilitate a meeting here. When the report is out, we will also request Dr. Muni Raju and the Niti also to facilitate a meeting in Delhi. And all of you who have been watching this in the YouTube actually. In the YouTube, this is going on live. So many people around the world are watching. All those who love Odisha, who like Odisha's development, they are watching. And then you also have people who have joined, like today, the Union Secretary social justice. He was online on the aging track, right? When I got a message from him, he said, I can only stay another 15 minutes, right? By that time, I was looking at my watch. He had already spent 1.5 hours. 1.5 hours and another 15 minutes is almost 2 hours. 2 hours of a official time in the office room is not a joke, actually. Unless you have commitment. So I told Saurabh, I said, congratulations, thank you so much for this 2 hours time. Then he said, you know, this is something very good. I'm also observing many interesting feedback. Today, there were members who got connected from Bhopal in the skill meeting, the rural skill, tribal skill, how skilling entrepreneurship can be combined. You know, it was very interesting, actually. So all of those who are still watching the show, even now, right, a big compliment, big congratulations for all of you. And lastly, our diaspora, right? Annapurna is here, Ajay is here, we'll have a conversation with them, and I'm sure all of us, we are going to have dinner here, right? I'm not allowing anybody to go home, have dinner, right? Please have dinner. We have cooked dinner for everyone, and, you know, Prasant from the Jindal Steel Foundation, he was very kind and nice to host the dinner. So it's, you know, we have such volunteers also who come host dinner for us. And then, you know, Biraj is going to moderate that, so please join that. And I'm sure next, the offer which he has given, Saurabh is also here. Saurabh, are you back now? Yes, thank you, Saurabh. Right, Saurabh from Tata Steel Foundation is here, right? Right. And Saurabh is going to be part of the chat, actually. Unfortunately, they have not sponsored the dinner, actually. Right? So let us not confuse between Prasant and Saurabh's foundation. No. Let us not preempt that, right? But Saurabh is part of the chat today, actually, right? So we'd like to see what is the commitment of the corporates, how we want to see, envision a new Odisha. So with all these, a big thank you. Don't leave. 25, we will have the next conclave. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up events. Professor Ota is desperate that the tribal event didn't happen this time. So it's going to be a follow-up event, and he's going to provide the leadership role. We need your volunteer support, professional support, technical support, and logistic support also, so that we are able to take it forward, actually. And then finally, short break. We'll just go out for a health break, right? Go to the, you know, whatever it is. Let us collect our soup and come back for the fireside chat. When the fireside chat ends, let us collect our dinner and have dinner, and let us celebrate the day. And thank you very much. And thank you, Anuji, Ushaji, and Munirajuji for being with us until this time. Thank you so much. Hello. In the hurry I left, you know, I forgot to hand over a small little souvenir to two of our guests. Please. Small souvenir. It's a beautiful UVO calendar created by one of our civil society.
ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
ନେଇଯିବା ଗିରିବନ ନଦୀ ପର୍ବତ ନେଇଯିବା ଗିରିବନ ନଦୀ ପର୍ବତ
एकरे एक मिसिले अनेक अनेक हेले भी आमे तो एक एकरे एक मिसिले अनेक अनेक हेले भी आमे तो एक जोड़ाको घोड़ा नुहाई सारी आमरी हातरे कुहुक छड़ी तू चालिबो पादे
ମୁଁ ଚାଲିବି ପାଦେ ସାଥୀ ହୋଇ ଟପି ଯିବା ଜୀବନ ପଥ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ ତୁ ହେଲେ ନିଦ ମୁଁ ହେବି ସପନ ମୁଁ ହେଲେ ଦେହ ତୁ ହେବୁ ଜୀବନ ତୁ ହେଲେ ନିଦ ମୁଁ ହେବି ସପନ ମୁଁ ହେଲେ ଦେହ ତୁ ହେବୁ ଜୀବନ ପାଞ୍ଚ ଆଙ୍ଗୁଠି ହେଲେ କାଠି ବଢ଼ି ବସିନା ଆମ ଶକତି
तू कहिबो गप
ମୁଁ ମାରିବି ସାଥୀ ହୋଇ ସପନକୁ କରିବା ସଦା ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
ନେଇଯିବା ଗିରିବନ ନଦୀ ପର୍ବତ ନେଇଯିବା ଗିରିବନ ନଦୀ ପର୍ବତ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
ନେଇଯିବା ଗିରିବନ ନଦୀ ପର୍ବତ ନେଇଯିବା ଗିରିବନ ନଦୀ ପର୍ବତ ତୁ ଗାଇବୁ ପଦେ
ମୁଁ ଗାଇବି ପଦେ
ସାଥୀ ହୋଇ ଗାଇ ଯିବା ଜୀବନ ଗୀତ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ ତୋ ହାତ ମୋ ହାତ ମିଶିଲେ ମିତ
पादे मु चलिबि पादे साथी होई टपी जीवा जीवन पथ तो हाथ मो हाथ मिसिले मिता तो हाथ मो हाथ मिसिले मिता अंगूठी हेले काठी बढ़ी बसिना आम सकती तो कहबो गप मु मारेबे साथी होई सपन को करबा सदा तो हाथ मो हाथ मिसिरे मिता तो हाथ मो हाथ मिसिरे मिता मिसिरे मिता तो हाथ मो हाथ मिसिले मिता तो हाथ मो हाथ मिसिले मिता नेई जीवा गिरी बना नदी पर्वत नेई जीवा गिरी बना नदी पर्वत
वेलकम टू द इवनिंग द फायर राउंड सेशन मुझे जानते आपण मैंने समस्त थकी गले बट स्टिल देन थकी ना एंड टू गेट यू मोर एनर्जाइज्ड वी आल्सो हैव अ वेरी एनर्जेटिक एंकर ऑफ दिस सेशन that is Biraj Swai. It's my privilege to introduce Biraj, who is a senior global development expert with a body of work in India, Asia and East Africa, sorry. She is also a renowned media critic and comments on media practice and ethics. She has won multiple global fellowships, her recent most being Fellow of International Center of Journalists, Washington DC and KIHT. You can read her on Where, News Laundry, Quint, Hoot, HuffPost India, Guardian, British Medical Journal, etc. Have you left any other journal, Biraj, where you are not writing? Okay. She has edited 2 volumes on food justice and nutrition published by Wiley Blackwell and UNICEF headquarters and created the multimedia series Childhood Matters. Thank you so much, Biraj, for being here and kindly be here on the stage and take it over from here. Over to you, Biraj. And for all of you, we are going to have a dialogue with the Odisha diaspora, so please be here in the hall.
So I'm being asked to compete with food. I mean, I myself would never win over food. So I'll be humble and see, can we please request as much attendance? People can bring their food plates in. We are not competing with food. We are enabling a food for the mind and food for the body. So before I start, something that Sneha Appa did not read out, I'm also an alum of lifelong school of Jagadaland School of Civic Engagement. I think what we saw here in the last 2 days and tomorrow is actually a phenomenal example of lived, practiced civic engagement, and I've been an alum of that school. It's my honor to invite on stage Dr. Ajay Mohanty. Dr. Mohanty was born and raised in Jagatsinghpur district, erstwhile Cuttack district. He's an alum of Ravenshaw and Utkal University, where he went on to University of Maryland, where he did his PhD in particle physics. And he's been with IBM for 25 years and holds multiple patents. And he's also been the NRO, non-resident ORIA, of 2017, recognized by Pranab Mukherjee, who's currently in news for very different reasons. And he also curates and leads the Odisha Public Library movement, and I'm super excited to hear more about that. Thank you, Dr. Mohanty, for making your time. He's from Washington, Maryland. He's from Washington, D.C. The second panelist is Professor Annapurna Pandey. She's also an alum of Ravenshaw University and JNU and Cambridge. She did her PhD in Cambridge. She's anthropology professor, so I'm now taking Jagdaji's term. She is from University of California, Santa Cruz. She's a public anthropologist too, so it is not word salad and jargons, but she makes anthropology accessible and also how anthropology interfaces with society and the state. She's a storyteller, and she is deeply invested in diaspora tales. Professor Pandey. And our third panelist is someone we are claiming for Odisha. He's very much a resident Odia, even though he's not an Odia, because his employer owes so much to the state. Saurav Roy heads the Tata Steel Foundation. He's a graduate of Delhi School of Economics. That's my school. He's an alum of Delhi School of Economics. His works on the intersection of corporate, citizen, state, and society and community. And thank you, Saurav, for making your time. Can we get those mics? Mic, chatta mic de diya. And for the audience who are watching this live stream, this is going to be a global conversation. Hello, hi, namaste, and good morning, good evening, wherever you are. And I really hope you watch to the end. So we are not competing with food. And people who are outside, please come in also. This is going to be an interesting conversation. Food for your body and food for your mind. Please come in. Andar aa jaiye, bitru ko asantu jo mane bahar khauchanti, please. So my first question to the three of you. You know, Jhumpa Lahiri, in her book Namesake, which had that phenomenal Irfan Khan also, talks about home as launching 1,000,000 journeys, and home as a culmination of 1,000,000 journeys also. Asian Paints talks about home, not as an address, but as a feeling. What is your definition of home, and how does Odisha feature? Take 2 minutes to tell us.
Okay, I will start.
Yes, please.
Home means, where everybody knows you. I am a product of this district, district of Jagatsinghpur. It was Cuttack before, and mo ghar hela Rahama, and one never forgets his own or her own roots. Mu actually ase Rahama prati barse thare kimba dithar ase. Aguru mane kamare jeta astuli IBM kamare almost 3-4 times per year. So when I come, the first thing I do is go to my school to pay respect to my teachers. My math teacher, my English teacher, and Sanskrit teacher, all these teachers I pay respect to. This time I have come because Mora High School Golden Jubilee celebration hochi December 22 ru 24. So this is how, you know, I am attached to my roots, my village and my friends. So that is what means to me come back home. Yes.
Professor Pandey. Thank you, Biraj, for such a very, very kind of, I would say, thought-provoking question and very value-loaded. Thank you again, Jagdananji, Prafulla Babu, CYSD, and this wonderful, so many organizations put together, Aina, Sneha. I know so many familiar faces here. It is always kind of, you know, for me, this is home. Mo na hela Annapurna Pandey. Mu hochi Garjatia Jhio. Mu amo ghara gaँ hochi Badamba Narsingpur. गाँ हरिपुर मु सब बड़े बहुत गर्व करे गर्वरे कुहे मु गड़जातिया झियो कोठी कोठी मुंड नुआई बुनाई आमे तेणु मो समस्ते पचारती आपण मु अमेरिका 35 वर्ष है रही कैलिफोर्निया रे रुहे सांता क्रूज बोली गोटे छोट सहर रे जोठी कि से आम यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कैलिफोर्निया सांता क्रूज सेठी पाठ पढ़ाए मते समस्ते कहती तम बापा कौन करती मो नना चलीगले 1993 मसीह किंतु मु अगेन गर्वरे कुहे मोर नना जड़े शिक्षक थिले आउ बहुत स्वनामधन्य शिक्षक थिले कारण स्वनामधन्यता तांको पाठ पढ़ेबारु आ तांको स्टूडेंट मानकर जो टेस्टिमोनी रु अमेरिका रे मते समस्ते जानती हलधर विश्वाल झियो आ ताठू बड़ी गर्व कौन है पारे होम मु कहबी एई थरक आपण समस्ते जानी थिबे अमेरिका रे गोटे थैंक्स गिविंग बोली गोटे आमे गोटे सेलिब्रेशन हुए थरे चित्त दास चित्त भाई अमेरिका आसथिले जने आपण चित्त दास जो माने जानी नथिबे से जने बहुत गोटे सोशल क्रिटिक एंड अमेजिंग राइटर फिलोसोफर चली गलेनी थरे अमेरिका आसथिले कहले जे अन्नपूर्णा सेतेबेले से मासटा जुलाई मास थिला कहले मते गोटे थैंक्स गिविंग मील खाइबा को इच्छा कहा सेठू मु गोटे मोर अमेरिकन सांग को कहली तांको पो पाखु आसते सानोजे मु कहली जुलाई मसरे आमर नवेम्बर 3rd वीक रे थैंक्स गिविंग हुए आपन जानिथिबे वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड रे सब होची डेट जो दिनटा जहाँ थी से ही हम आमे माने अमेरिका जाई आम पर्वपर्वाणी गुड़ा सब वीकेंड को कर देचु कहीं कहले छुट्टी दिन में पालन करूँ सेठू थैंक्स गिविंग गोटे सर्टेन डेट थाए नवेम्बर मसरे 3rd थर्सडे रे हुए सेठू कि मो अमेरिकन सांग थैंक्स गिविंग मिल रांधिला सबुठारु खुशी होते चित्त भाई यही थरक यही नवेम्बर 23 तारिख रे जेतेबेले थैंक्स गिविंग है मु पूरा अमेरिकन खाइबा रांधी थी बोधे टिके ओडिया स्टाइल थिबो निश्चय किंतु अमेरिकन खाइबा रांधी थी से मु यही थरक मु 35 वर्ष पर रियलाइज कली मु जेतिकी ओडिया जेतिकी इंडियन सेतिकी अमेरिकन घर कहले मो पाई घर हृदय रे घर होची मोर लोक मानक सांगरे जो मानक सांगरे मोर मोर एते संपर्क को नहीं घर घर हृदय को नहीं हृदय रे सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग को नहीं घर मु जेतिकी सांता क्रूज रे घर बोली भाबे सेतिकी ओडिशा रे कटक भुवनेश्वर रे हाबिसपुर गाँव रे किंबा कोटपाड़ गाँव रे सेतिकी घर बोली भाबे तेणु मो पाई घर हैला मो हृदय आ लोक मानक को नहीं।
थैंक यू Biraj, sabko namaste, good evening everyone. See, I have grown up in 14 different homes, 14 different cities. My childhood has been in 10 different cities. To me, but Odisha is special because Odisha meri karm bhumi hai, in many ways, right? So, for me, the definition of home is, to borrow a word from you, is a sense of pride and belonging which is non-transactional. You don't make that sense of pride and belonging contingent on something and this thing. जहाँ जहाँ मुझे काम करने का मौका मिला है उड़ीसा में, in some of the remotest parts, in Bhubaneswar, etc. I somehow believe that an Odia is prouder to be from Odisha and has a stronger sense of affiliation and belonging than many other places. I've tried to decode it in many ways. और वो जो non-transactional वाला part है, जो आप, you were talking of meals, you were talking of these things, it's helped me understand some of my homes better. So that to me is Odisha.
Thank you. Very interesting. In fact, I think the room is full of internationalists. I know for a fact Jagdanand is one. All of you are one. All of you are internationalists by spirit. So I presume when you carry on that commitment and that feeling of giving back to a place which has given you so much for where you are right now, I think that itself is a form of home, is a form of, again, launching a million journeys, as they say. So, which is a perfect segue to our next question. And my next question is, we know that Navin Babu has this program called Mo School, where a lot of the alum can donate. We've heard of Anand Mahindra donating massively to his school in one of these Ivy League colleges, though I'm not sure if he's funded a lot back in Indian universities. What is your vision for Odisha? I want to hear from each one of you. In terms of development, but in terms of just, the everyday lives of everyday people, some of these everyday lives of everyday people that we've been seeing for the last 2 days. What are your vision?
Most school, let me just thank the current government just initiating this most school program. Susmita Bakchi, they also had visited US a couple of years ago, and she's probably there right now. And she advocated that the non-resident Odiyas, they actually adopt a school of their, locality. ମୁଁ निजे मो स्कूल को मो निज हाई स्कूल को डोनेट करची पैसा लाइब्रेरी पे साइंस लैब पे एंड आई एम आल्सो एन alumni ऑफ रेवेन्सा कॉलेज से मो कॉलेज प्रोग्राम रे मु भी तांकर चैंपियन अच्छी रेवेन्सा alumni तरफरु एंड आल्सो उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी तरफरु दिस इज एन एक्सेलेंट प्रोग्राम एक्चुअली आमर ओडिशा सोसाइटी ऑफ अमेरिका आमे एडवोकेट करूचु प्रति डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे और प्रति पंचायत रे तांको गाँ स्कूल जोठी अच्छी सेठी सेटा को अडॉप्ट करी कि पिला मानु को इंस्पायर करंतु मनी इज नॉट द
I don't want you to be limited by that. I just said this was one example, but what is your vision?
Oh, my vision. Okay. Education is actually something which can transform the world. I am sitting here because I studied in my school and then I went abroad and also gained knowledge. Not that, you can get a PhD, but I also went to study and also contributed to the research and developments for which America is also probably the best country. The educational system, I have learned that America probably has the best educational system in the world, the university system. Ame ethi asi dekhila pore, I would paint a vision where our students can really compete against the best in the world. आमी जब पास करथली मु रेवेन्सा रे पास करथली सेतेबेले I had that feeling, that confidence. Now I go to Revensa, I don't see that confidence among the students. Forget about what books they read or so that you have to have that confidence that you can change the society, you can actually build a future. So that's the picture that I would say we can provide that education that will fulfill just the needs, but at the same time will build good citizens, just like Rajesh mentioned. That is how I envision Odisha's education. Kunto.
My vision for can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. My vision for Odisha. मते बहुत लोक कहती अमेरिका रे जे केबे एठी बुलिबा को आसीच इन जगदानंद बाबू मध्य से भाबुथिबे जे मु एठी अछि आ बेले बेले मझरे बुलिबा को चल जाउची कारण मु जस्ट अक्टोबर 20 रे जाइथिली आ पुणी एठी आसीची बोधे निश्चित भाव रे गोटे आमे सब बेले जेमती कहंती जे आमे मु बिजी बोली मध्य गोटे आमे मन रे गोटे माइंडसेट जे मु एटा करूची किंतु ता मझे ता पछरे निश्चय गोटे वीकनेस थाए जे गोटे से जो कहती स्नेह प्रेम कि गोटे दुर्बलता ओडिशा होची मोर दुर्बलता विजन हला मु विश्वास करे मु एठी ओडिशा रे बढ़ीची ए ओडिशा पानी पवन रे आ जदि आज किछि मु जाई ओडिया मीडियम स्कूल रे पाठ पढ़ी रानीहाट उपरा जो कहती आमर प्राइमरी स्कूल आ उपरा विद्यालय तापरे सेकेंडरी बोर्ड हाई स्कूल तापरे रेवेन्शा तापरे JNU आ तापरे कैम्ब्रिज किंतु मु गोटे ओडिया मीडियम रे पाठ पढ़ी ओडिया है मु सेठी अमेरिकन पिला माननकु पाठ पढ़ाए गत 30 वर्ष है तेणु सेटा मो पई गोटे मत लागे मु गोटे गर्वित ओडिया कारण जितेबाला मु अमेरिकन पिला माननकु मध्य ओडिशा नहीं करी बहुत थर आसीची कारण तांकु कहे तमे देख मो सहर मो जगह समस्ते जानिचंती मु होची ओडिशार कारण मो सिलेबस रे ओडिशा थाए पाठ पढ़ारे तेणु समस्ते जानिचंती ओडिशा जगन्नाथ समस्त को जड़ा जे मो कोर्स नियंती इंडिया इंडियन डायस्पोरा आपणक प्रश्नर उत्तर देवाक जाई कहबी गोटे मु भाभी जानी मु गाँव रे बढ़ी गाँव रे जेबे कि कटक रे रही किंतु गाँ सब बेले जाऊली एबे भी मोर नरसिंहपुर हरिपुर गाँ मो आखि आगे सब बेले नाचे मुझे सब बेले गाँ सहित गाँ मानक सहित ओतप्रोत भाव में जड़ित मो गाँ बोली नुहे मु निश्चय मो स्कूल मो कॉलेज मो परिवार मु जानी गवर्नमेंट रो प्रोग्राम और से काम भी करिछि किंतु मो पाई सब गाँ मो गाँ तेणु आपड़ जमी आज आम डिस्कसन होता अर्बानाइजेशन रे आम हूँ प्रिडोमिनेटली आम हूँ रूरल बेस्ड आउ जोटा बर्तमान रूरल अर्बन जो येटा आमर कौन कहले जो द सिंक और द कनेक्शन इज नाउ बिकमिंग मोर एंड मोर काइंड ऑफ इंटरकनेक्टेड गोटे जिनस विश्वास करे टू बी ए रियल वुमन यू हेल्प अदर वुमेन but I will put it little differently. To be a real human being, you help and make other human beings. So for that reason, मु सब बेले भावे मते जदि आज मु एठी छिड़ा हेछि आपण मानक पाखरे कि अमेरिका रे पाठ पढ़ौछि बहुत लोकंकर सेथिरे हाथ अछि मु जदि मो हाथ में जहाँ हो पारा ये बसी आमर नीता महांती अजय महांती स्त्री सी इज कमिंग आमर ओषा वुमेन्स ग्रुप से गोटे अच्छी जोटि आम सब बेले ओडिशा रे आम कौन करूँ प्रमोट करूँ आठी गाँ मानक जिते झील मानक स्किल ट्रेनिंग है आम गोटे छोटिया गोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कहबी जंती आमर साउथ एशिया स्टडी इनिशिएटिव आम झील मानक सेठी जो मैंने सब आम ओडिशा रु अच्छु समस्तकर इच्छा आम ओडिशा पई कौन करूँ तेणु आम समस्ते टीम माने मिसी किछि ना किछि काम करूचु जोटा कि बेसी विजिबल न हो पारे गाँव रे जाई केमती पिला माने पाठ पढ़िबे हायर एजुकेशन हो किंबा तांको गोटे जिनस मु शिखिली मु बहुत लोक गाँव रे झील मानक इंटरव्यू करिछि गोटे सिलाई मेसीन गोटे सिलाई मेसीन खाली जन को नुहे तार परिवार को तार कम्युनिटी को एम्पावर करुछि सो मु विश्वास रखे जे मो टीम टीम एफर्ट रे मु जमती आज मो गोड़े छिड़ा है गर्व करुच्ची से भली शह शह हजार हजार लक्ष लक्ष झील माने जदि तांको गोड़े छिड़ा हेबे रास्ता रे चलिबा पई डरिबेनी.
So women telling women stories and humans telling women stories and uplifting each other. And academics are not great at being succinct. So I'll really request both of you to be succinct. Having said that, Saurav, I want to put you on the spot, not because you're rep of Tata Foundation, but also because of the rich legacy Tata holds. I mean, other than what Tata has been doing or partnering with the communities in the extractive zone, from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, IISc, to even my own #Childhood Matters series, there's Tata fingerprints everywhere. So I want you to do a mental map, draw us a mental map. Tell us what is your vision as rep of Tata Foundation and also somebody who's sort of committed, whose karma bhumi has been Odisha, beyond just the communities in the extractive zones, everywhere else also.
Sure, thanks. Thank you, Viraj. Thanks for the add-on, because I was just wondering, in an audience like this, how do I have a vision for Odisha? But I do actually, and this is an exercise that we've also did internally. We took 2035 as the year, you've taken 2036, but we did it about a year ago, so it's okay.
Copy paste मार लें क्या तुम्हारा?
दे देते हैं अगर qualify करता है तो फिर
I'm sure this is far
बहुत बड़ा
more
compliment होगा. No, not at all. No, so 4 things, which I thought, and this is also codified in our foundation's vision and all of that. We try and do what we can. First is and I'm also saying this because I see this happening in Odisha. That's the great part. One is for Odisha to be a land for opportunity for all. I think there was a comment on skills, there was a comment on education, whatever it looks like, an opportunity for all. There's a lot of conversation around happiness as a construct. Happiness is not a smile on everyone's face. Happiness is everyone having the conviction that जो मुझे करना है वो मैं कर पाऊंगा या पाऊंगी. ठीक है? So one is a land of opportunity for all, which I think is coming in. Mission Shakti happening, multiple movement. That's one. Second is a focus on, whether it's a policy focus or a practice focus, whatever is a focus on, certain problems which are intergenerational. हम लोग अगर न्यूट्रिशन की बात करें, हम लोग अगर एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन की बात करें, कि उनको प्रायोरिटाइज करना बहुत ज़रूरी है और ऐसे जगहों पे जहाँ पे वो particularly endemic है. So that's the second piece. Are those problems being prioritized? Because there are many problems to solve. What are you solving? And I think in 2036, these 4 or 5 things. You look at nutrition, you look at certain aspects of development which are not tangible. Those can't be left behind. If it has to be, so those. And I see Odisha walking in that direction. That's the second piece. Third is my simple definition of equity, to go back to Mo School and this thing that you're talking about, are the haves reaching out to the have-nots. Because every process, जब भी कोई advancement होता है, there will be people, it will be, I won't use the word like unfair, but people will participate, progress through differential equations. Which is where I think is one of the few states which has policies which are institutionalizing and creating avenues for those who have made something of themselves, availed opportunities to actually come back and structurally give, which is fantastic. I think if this is 10x by 2036, it will be fantastic. Fourth, and the last piece, is an entire ecosystem, which is the purpose of this conclave, to take this as a movement. Yeah. And which is driven purely by the first 3 instincts, understanding that everyone has a role to play. The media has a role to play, civil society has a role to play. I sort of fall somewhere between civil society and business.
And the intersection.
The intersection. Does civil society understand, agreeing with business and understanding business are different, completely different things. I also ask the difficult question, do businesses understand social development? You can't just be, the nuances that we are talking about. So as Odisha, the business ecosystem in Odisha is going to expand. The nuances of social development, the nuances of advancement, are these understood by businesses? Are we looking at our own processes? And I hope Odisha pushes businesses to ask those questions, and I see that happening. So these 4 things, I think if it's a vision, it's not a target, right? Vision में थोड़ा dream-like quality होना चाहिए, थोड़ा लोग हंसना चाहिए, when they hear the vision. So then it's a vision worth having, right? So that's what I'm saying.
So I want this particular portion to actually be sent to S.N. Tripathi. He actually did mention inequality, and thank you for repeating that. And he also mentioned Rahat Indori. Kaun socha tha to come to Odisha OVC and actually listen to Rahat Indori. So I really hope that just to listen to more Rahat Indoris, he must help and take this dialogue forward. And as Jagdaji told him, he should facilitate a Delhi-based conversation around it. Talking about vision and businesses, also this is an inflection point. I think just to quote from Charles Dickens, this is the best of the times and this is the worst of the times. I think we've seen a lot of rescinding in many democratic values after COVID, not just in India but across the world. But we're also seeing a gathering like this from the panchayat, the far and beyond, middle of nowhere panchayat members to the senior most bureaucrats sitting here, brainstorming, talking to each other for 3 days. So I think we are living in the best of times also, while we are trying to minimize or end the worst of times. Having said that, I was interviewed by Bloomberg New York, and one of the things that they have been trying, Bloomberg is trying to actually look at, is the tax benefits the American corporates are claiming in US for their donations in India. Where are the beneficiaries of those donations? The actual human beings. As they say in Odia, से निश्वास नेला वाला छाती धड़किला वाला से लोग कोड़ा किए ना are this just influence peddling in the name of CSR funding, and I think it's a great story, and I really hope जतेबेले भी Bloomberg रे story टा publish हबा, I really hope all of us can run with it, because one of the things I have been telling them also is that you really need to pin down on all of that. So having said that, we are running out of time. This is another 5 minutes, and I'm actually hungry also. I'm sure all of us are. Having said that, this conversation can go on and on. The last question that I would love to hear, I want you to plug your public library movement, but I also want you to tell what specifically you can do with civil society in Odisha. Because let's not forget, however inclusive and diverse this platform is, at the end of the day, it's led, curated, created, and envisioned, and somebody had the audacity to imagine this. He was a person from civil society, and I'm looking at you, Jagdanand. Okay, so I'm specifically interested to hear about what exactly are your very brass tack, one or two thoughts on how do you work and take this conversation forward with civil society. I'm sure many people will tell, especially diaspora will always talk about enabling environment from the government, enabling environment from the civil society. No, we want to hear about also what is the enabling environment. वो साथी हाथ बढ़ाना तो तम्मा हाथ के तागु गुजाउची. And sort of let's reverse the round. I would love to hear from you first.
So how do we work with civil society?
Specifically for this Odisha development to envision your ideas.
So one of the things that we try to do, I think to go back to the point that you were making in the Bloomberg piece, I think it's absolutely important to remember जब कि हम काम जिनके लिए कर रहे हैं, they have to be living, breathing human beings. You can't look at communities as masses of humanity. That's the first elementary mistake. It's inhuman.
Dehumanizing them.
You can't dehumanize communities in terms of strategy, in terms of this thing and what you solve, and you know, that's all.
And reducing them to just numbers also.
Correct. So and जो मैं intangibles की बात कर रहा था ना, identity plays a role. You know, अस्मिता एक role play करता है, pride एक role play करता है in the process of development, and those are things to be taken care of. My first submission is, I think, and what at least in the foundation that we are trying to do, I don't think this is the forum to speak of our work, but at least the reason I'm saying this is, we try and pick up problems that very few people solve, either the nature of the problem or the scale of the problem or the location of the problem. We try and do that. Okay, not necessarily constrained by our operating areas, but in our earlier conversation in the afternoon, you know, resource-rich areas are not necessarily are also resource-cursed areas. So there's a primary accountability. So we have to sort of, that's the reason why the CSR law also came and what we do thing. In picking up these things, and I think...
the Mining Mineral Development Fund for
so there's the MMRDA fund, there's DMF, then there's the, you know...
So just to give a context to colleagues here, you know, resource-rich areas are also the ones which have the worst of instability, and extractives also extract from the lives of the people, not just the area. So Tata has this added burden of actually not just paying back, but setting an example for rest of the sector. So there is always this balance between resource-rich and resource-curse, and how do you decimate that curse? And I think Saurav wants to sort of build on that and bold vision.
So three things, right? One is how do we think together?
Yes.
You know, if you're solving complex problems are never solved alone. Okay, and I think we do quite a bit of it, but if you ask me hand on heart, I think we should be doing more of it. Let's be, you know, honest on this stage. I think we should be doing more of it. So that is one. How do we think? Then there are parts on, you know, how do we collaborate together, solve together, at least think together. But the most important part, I think, is how do we learn from each other? You know, how do we, I don't know what civil society can learn from businesses, but I'm sure there are things that can be picked up. But it's a very old idea. I've been in civil society also, you know, business process सीखो, ये सीखो, मैं उसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. You know, there are nuances, there are things. But for us, I think the question that we ask ourselves is what do businesses learn from civil society? You know, there are, like I said, there are, you know, there are nuances. The development process is very different. आजकल अगर आप capital की बात करते हैं तो एक बहुत buzzword निकल के आया है, which is patient capital. civil society has always been advocating for capital to be patient. अगर बदलाव लाना है तो 8 साल 10 साल आपको प्रोसेस करना है. So those models, thinking together, doing together, and more importantly learning from each other, and having enough humility to know that you don't have all the answers. So are we doing enough of that? I think we are trying to do a lot of that. Can we do more? Of course we can do more about that. So that's my simple answer to what you were saying.
And I hope your 2035 vision actually does talk about not just the mineral and the extractive districts of Odisha, but also the rest of the state.
No, of course. I mean, again, our work is a different platform, but we are already working in areas which have nothing to do with us. There are models which, very happy to share with partners, all learn from partners, work together. So I don't think our vision is to go into parts of Odisha, the foundation. The foundation, Tata Steel believes that the foundation is a life beyond Tata Steel after you've maintained the moral accountability in the resource cursed areas. That is the mandate that I have from the board, that we work with in the board, and to go into areas. If it's the KBK areas, whatever it is, we'll go in. So that's fine.
I would love to see Tata Steel continue funding the Indian Football Academy and the footballers. Again, something that Tata Steel has its fingerprints on. Professor Pandey.
Thank you.
With civil society and be as audacious.
Thank you. Somewhere I had heard this quote, and it has just stayed with me. औरतें बढ़े, गांव बढ़े, गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े, देश बढ़े तो सारा पृथ्वी बढ़े. And I totally, somehow, I really believe in it, because I would say 3 things. I want to change the whole kind of the way of thinking, even from the kind of, the educated, achievement-oriented few. First of all, we academics, we generally think through our theories, and we just want to keep our theories to the books, and which may be collecting dust, and we are very proud getting maybe kind of, promotion after promotion, and take the great pride that, oh, I have achieved so much. But who is reading those books? Something to think about. So that's why I always love to participate and engage with civil society, and for best example is CYST and many of us here. So I would say that we really need to get out of our kind of, the glass castle. We really need to bring theory, and theory to build up based on our field knowledge, our grassroots knowledge, and take it to the public to just kind of, and make it more experience oriented. So what I just want to break it down, my focus is education and livelihood, because bringing myself in, these 2 things have made me who I am. So if today I have the confidence and I have the kind of, I feel very, definitely a sense of selfhood, it is because of my education and my livelihood, my employment, my work. So and one thing I must say, I totally believe, I see when I watch the youth, very few are here, I see the hope in them. I see the aspiration. I see the lot of a kind of, the dream. So in spite of their teachers, in spite of their elders, they are very hopeful. So you guys, you are the future, I must say. So that's why it's very important for us to focus on, to bring in the awareness among the youth. And definitely that does not mean we should forget the older ones. And the awareness and exposure are the key. Knowledge is the key. And the sync, as Saurabh ji bataye, the sync between the government, the civic society, and then definitely the kind of, the intellectuals. We need to bring them together to make a difference. So I would say the awareness, exposure, and achievement. So there is no fear for tomorrow.
Last word.
Okay, thank you.
Plug your public library movement also.
Yeah, I will stress on the public library movement, because we had talked about a little bit. Odisha Society of America actually has sponsored 3 libraries. One is in Berhampur, that's an NSC municipality library. There are 2 rural libraries. One is in Baleshwar, Kulida, Basta district, and then another in Moirbanj. So Suliapada. Tinta library, these are all like model libraries. I mean, we interact with the local people. Apan jo kahile je kemti interact korchu civil society saita. Let's say we are sponsoring a reading competition, or we are organizing an eye clinic in the library. In the Barampur library also there is an eye checkup for people. So that is a clear interaction that our library can be just like a community center, a nerve center of the entire community. Health, education, and also awareness. People are studying for that competitive examinations. People are getting IAS from there. So this has shown the Odisha people that the library really can be the nerve center. And the government is expanding. They are going to build another library which can accommodate 1,000 people. Right now it's only accommodates 200 people. So 1,000 people in Barampur. Also similar steps will be taken here. And rural development, jo library ame karichu, sethire users group create kariba hochi sabuthi important. Local people will manage that. Local people will take an interest and they will be the stakeholder. Tanhale library will not be sustainable. Seta bahut guda is jagare library thila amar aguru seguda sabu those have been completely nullified, band bhi hei jaichi because the local people are not involved. तेणु आमे प्रति डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे आमे गोटा यूजर ग्रुप तैयारी करिवु जो माने दे विल टेक ओवर फॉर द लाइब्रेरी मैनेजमेंट वॉलंटियरशिप अमेरिका रे लाइब्रेरी इज मैनेज्ड बाय वॉलंटियर्स जस्ट 1 or 2 एम्प्लॉइज बट दे आर मैनेज्ड बाय वॉलंटियर्स सेही भलिया स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर्स हुंतु किबा जोमने अछंती सेही भले इंटरैक्शन न करले तांकु जदि लीडरशिप रोल न दिया जिवो ताहले लाइब्रेरी विल नॉट सस्टेन आमर विजन है जेमती ग्राम सड़क योजना है प्रति पंचायत रे प्रति विलेज रे सेमती गोटे लाइब्रेरी हो जोटी से माने मीट करि परिबे गोटे कथा कहबी माने माय वाइफ एक्चुअली सिटिंग देयर निवेदिता डॉक्टर निवेदिता महांती she always advocates
raise your hand so everybody recognizes
so she just advocates this amara government system re ame सब freely पाठ पढ़ी के आछू मोर ट्यूशन फीस थिला 20 टंका माने लास्ट जेतबे मुतकल पढ़ुतली रेवेन्सा रे कम पैसा थिला 14 टंका थिला जेतबे आमे सब फ्रीली पाठ पढ़ी के आसीचू we are in America that 50,000 or 50,000 or 40,000 American Odia Americans they are there because of the education that they received in this state. So I always in my own case I got scholarship all the time otherwise mo bapa kebe padhai bhi parna thanu mate. It is give back time. We want to give back in terms of say education or library development or health sector. So Odisha society jo many member achanti she was one of the president previously. My wife was the vice president at some time. I'm always the committee member. I never sought any, executive position. Okay. So let the women rule. So it is time for us to give back. That's why I actually always invoke that there should be champions of library, champions for the university, champions for the most school at different level.
So I actually this is a perfect segue. I actually do have 2 expectations from people like this. Money matters, money counts. So I think considering the privilege that people here on the stage are, actually fundraising, directly donating to civil society would be a great idea. And I know probably the organizers of this meeting will not say it, but I'm saying it up front. As somebody who's dabbled both in public finance and public health. Yeah. The second one is, I think there's a phenomenal amount of models and rich experience of working in the back and beyond of the world and some of the most difficult areas. So this conversation, I think they also need to be platformed in the Ivy League colleges of the world, in the Tata Memorial lectures of the world, so that they can also talk about how they did what they did, the house and the brass tacks. So I do think these 2 partnerships with civil society is not just possible, but the time has come. Because now a lot of civil society members also have the language. The everyday people leading everyday lives also have the language to talk to the Ivy League audience or the Tata Memorial Lecture audience also. I think it's time to flip the coin. Having said that, you have something to add. Maximum 1 minute each.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to say that always we think that the diasporic experience ends with the third generation.
Speak into the mic.
The diaspora, the kind of, that being Indian as well as American, or just kind of here and there. So it ends by the third generation. What happens to the generations to follow? So I think it is very, very important for us to instill the sense of home, the sense of kind of, the give back that in our own children. So that way they also feel the responsibility. And I'm very happy to say that this is what we all are doing. So that way they don't forget their sense of identity through, I think it's not working. So they don't forget, so that our children, the next generation, they do not forget their sense of identity, their connection with their homeland, and be proud and in whatever, because taking advantage of their position in whichever way they can connect and contribute. I think now is the time to tap that resource, to bring them in, even if not physically, but materially, emotionally, to be involved and engaged and contribute, so that the knowledge becomes a mutual knowledge system and the resource is shared.
See, there was a CM's delegation in July. Mr. Panyan led the delegation to California. So I was there to present some of the Odisha development activities that OSI's Americans in Odisha they are doing. So at that point, when I, presented our vision of education, health, libraries, and other sectors also, he was very passionate in saying that we really don't need the money, but we need ideas. And also, I recently visited the culture department where Mrs. Panyan is the new culture secretary. She also said the same thing. We need ideas from the non-resident ODIs. That doesn't mean we have not donated. We have donated during the COVID, crores of rupees. I can give you the exact figure if you want. But during this Baleshwar accident, the ODIs donated very freely to that. I myself have,
They have worked with
CYSD. So we do our, bit of the work that needs to be done. But there is much more needs to be done. I think you probably know this, that the non-resident Indians in various states, they have contributed to the development of their own state. It's time that Odia people abroad, they contribute. This is what actually I would advocate for. Thank you.
Sir?
So, as far as development in Odisha is concerned, I think it's very important for Odisha. It's also very important for the rest of the country, rest of the world, to understand that there are things that are happening in Odisha which could be legitimate models for everyone to emulate. Abhi bhi jab baat hoti hai, I think the entire disaster response architecture across the world learns from Odisha. But I actually think there are, fledgling initiatives right now, fledgling in the sense that ho sakta hai 4 saal, 5 saal ho gaye ho. But there are efforts that are already underfoot, which by 2036, hopefully people recognize Odisha for, because you've had the patience, you've had the intelligence, you've had the camaraderie amongst ecosystems to actually, and the governance, to actually make things happen from which the rest of the world is learning. Even now, the 99 super cyclone is a reference point. And what happened after that is a reference point. There are many things, I won't take a one name, but there are many things afoot which actually have the potential to become that by 2036. And I have my fingers crossed and I hope that happens.
On that note, hope is not a dead letter, as Professor Pandey said, or I'm just paraphrasing you. Hope is not a dead letter, keeping hope alive. Taking models externally, platforming people over here. And I think something that everybody said but didn't actually articulate, that is the civil society members in this room, the civil society members who've been here, this whole fraternity of the world of civil society, they've been doing grunt work in the trenches over years to set up those models which can actually become be the talk of the town, and countries can be jealous about these models. And I think you did bring out this humanitarian response, the disaster response. That is a phenomenal model. I think right now what's happening with the nutrition in Odisha, various in the government programs and also with the civil society models being set up. With the digital, I know a lot of farmers, producers, organizations that are working with CYSD, and the way digital technologies are being harnessed for farmers to get the best of prices and to make agriculture a sustainable profession. I think those are things which requires years and years of grunt work that I think even now civil society is the only sector which puts in. So I would say, on that note, let's never allow hope to be a dead letter. Keep hope alive and draw on those trench workers, grunt work of so many trenches and so many sectors, civil society, academia, media, government, bureaucracy, come together.
Can I say one word?
Yeah, okay.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'm taking the liberty. ସବୁବେଳେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା କହିଲେ କହନ୍ତି ଓକେ ହାଉ ଆବାଉଟ୍ ଟକ୍ ଆବାଉଟ୍ ପଭର୍ଟି ଟକ୍ ଆବାଉଟ୍ ଲ୍ୟାକ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ଅଣ୍ଡର ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ମୁଁ କହିବି ଯଦି ଏଇଠି ଏତେ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ସବୁ ଯେମିତି ଜଗଦାନନ୍ଦ ବାବୁ କହିଲେ ମାଲକାନଗିରିରୁ କୋରାପୁଟରୁ କଳାହାଣ୍ଡିରୁ ବସିଛନ୍ତି କହିଲେ ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ ହାବସପୁର ଆସିଥିଲେ ସେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଦେଖା ହେଇପାରିଲାନି ମୁଁ ଗତ 4 ମାସରେ କଳାହାଣ୍ଡି କୋରାପୁଟ ରାୟଗଡ଼ା ସବୁଆଡ଼େ मेनली गाँ मानक जोठिकी एते सुंदर काम करुचंती गाँ मानकरे प्रतिटी जगार जो आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट हाबसपुरी साड़ी है किंबा कोटपाड़ साड़ी है आपण समस्त पाखरे बोधे समस्त ड्रीम है गोटे कोटपाड़ साड़ी रखा किंबा गोटे कोटपाड़ शर्ट पिंधा किंबा स्टोल रखा सो लेट्स मेक श्योर दैट वी डोंट वांट ओडिशा टू बी नोन एज पुअर underdeveloped and also just kind of using the mineral resources. We must promote our traditional craft, art, and through that empower the people, the weavers or the crafts people who are known for their skill, their efficiency, and their capabilities. So we all must keep it in mind what we must be so proud of. So hands off to everybody who has come from so far, and we must promote our own skill and your uniqueness, unique regional culture.
Thank you so much. But okay. Before Madhu sings a song, thank you for the privilege of your time.
Thank you.
It is not an either or nor. So while we do promote culture, I have seen the state battle with some of the worst of human development deficiencies and come out trumps up. And let's not take our eyes off the ball. Everybody sitting in this room is extremely committed to keep their eyes on the ball and to challenge those human development deficits. So let's not forget that also. It's not a either or story. And thank you for the privilege of your time. Thank you for the hope. And thank you for the collaboration. And this is all recorded, so please hold them to record. Hum dekhenge, as Faiz Ahmed Faiz says. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. ମୁଁ ଆପଣ ଦି ଜଣ ପାଇଁ ଗୀତଟି ମାନେ ଜଗଦାନ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିକି ସେ କହିଲେ ଯାଅ ଗାଅ ନାଇଁ ଆପଣ ବସନ୍ତୁ ଇଂଲଣ୍ଡରେ କିଛି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମୋତେ ଡାକିଥିଲେ ଭାଷଣ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ସାର୍ ସାର୍ ସେଇଟା ଏଇଟା ଟିକେ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଟିକେ ଜଷ୍ଟ 30 ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ହଁ କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ନହେଲେ ଭଲ ଲାଗିବ ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖିଲି ସେମାନେ ସବୁ ଗାଁକୁ ଯାଇ ସେଠି ରହି କାହାର ସୁଇମିଂ ପୁଲ୍ ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ବିଲ୍ଡିଂ ମୁଁ ତ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଗାଁ କଥା ପଚାରିଲି ସେମାନେ ଗାଁ କଥା କିଛି କହିପାରିଲେନି ଗୋଟେ ଗୀତ ମୁଁ ଲେଖିଲି ସେଇଠି ସେ ଗୀତ ଲେଖିଲା ପରେ 3 ଜଣ ଡାକ୍ତର ଗାଇଲେ 3 ଜଣ ଡାକ୍ତର କାନ୍ଦିଲେ ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଡାକ୍ତର 1 କୋଟି 18 ଲକ୍ଷ ଟଙ୍କା ତାଙ୍କ ଗାଁକୁ ଦେଲେ ମୁଁ ଏ କଥାଟା କହିଛନ୍ତି ଗୀତର ଥିଲା ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟ ସେ ଗୀତଟି ଆପଣ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଅଛି ହେଲେ ଡକ୍ଟର ପ୍ରାଣବଲ୍ଲଭ ଦାସ ଇଂଲଣ୍ଡର ଆମ ଗାଁ ମୋତେ ଭଲ ଲାଗେ ରେ आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे सेठी आमर जन्म माटी माटी नुए सीए आम माटी सब मु देखी एई आखिरे केमिति कह संग भूली जीवी रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे आम गाँ गाड़िया भारी बढ़िया गाँ आंब तोटा बड़ पड़िया गाई चरी बाकू जानती सेठी गाई नुए सीए आम माटी सब मु देखी यही आखिरे केमिति कह संग भूली जीवी रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे कुष्टिया ननार भागवत टुंगी मो आई बुढ़ीर पुरुणा ठुंगी अजाईंकर लगे झगड़ा मंदिरे मिलू थाए नाली उखुड़ा सब मु खाई एई पाटी रे केमिति कह संग भूली जीवी रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे भाद्रव मासर खुदुरुकुणी बालुका पूजु थाए आम भौणी दोल जातरार कृष्ण भगवान गौड़ कांधे निये आम विमान सब मु देखी एई आखिरे केमिति कह संग भूली जीवी रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे रे आम गाँ मोते भल लागे 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 बहुत धन्यवाद। आपण गीतटी शुणिले जून मासरे मु अमेरिका आसीपारे 7टी शिविर करिया पई